Chapter 1. The Change. In an expanse of the unknown, the vast cosmos shimmers with stars, vibrant hues unfurling freely throughout the universe. Amongst this celestial sea, a yellow-hued planet hangs majestically in the cosmic heights, akin to a pearl cradled by the stars. Within this planet, the atmosphere is laden with yellow sands and life is a rare occurrence. Yet there stands an imposing palace, constructed from colossal, unidentified stone blocks. Each stone is adorned with intricate and enigmatic carvings, resembling a form of script, and collectively they evoke a magical array composed of runes. The grand hall is ablaze with light, populated by numerous powerful beings who gaze expectantly at the apex of the hall. At this height, an elderly man with flowing white hair leans heavily on a cane with one hand while the other supports his lower back, striving to straighten his posture. He lifts his gaze to behold the towering celestial armillary sphere, standing 81 zhang high, whose complex and dazzling trajectories confound the mind, mere mortals who glance upon it may become dizzy or even lose their sanity. Even the formidable beings gathered dare not gaze for long, yet the elder appears to have been fixated on the armillary for quite some time. Cough. After a brief moment, the elder finally shook his head. It is beyond redemption. His voice, raspy and worn, resonated clearly amongst the assembly, and his pronouncement elicited no dissent. The attendees merely fell into silence. After a protracted pause, a red-haired warrior could no longer contain himself. I do not fear death, but I refuse to remain idle. The universe is merciless. Life and death follow their course. Our cosmic barrier is formidable, with few capable of breaching it, the elder rasped, showing no irritation towards the red-haired warrior's complaint. We, the beast-kin, are not favored by the heavenly order. Only those with exceptional talents may comprehend the great Tao. The last descendant left behind a legacy that transformed our path to cultivation, enabling a magnificent era for all beasts. Yet, now the heart of the universe wanes, and the past is but a memory. According to the predictions derived from the astrolabe, our multitude of practitioners has drained the cosmic essence to an unsustainable extent. The immortal endure eternally, while newly birthed cultivators persist endlessly. We have now reached our limit. However, within the grand Tao of 50 and the heavenly transformations of 49, humanity treads upon one path, and within this deadlock, a glimmer of hope remains. Elder Turtle, please do tell us, the red-haired warrior urged, rising to his feet, his voice tinged with excitement. The elder, whose true form is that of a turtle, has lived through countless ages, and the powerful beings present have known him since their earliest memories. Like the formidable being from several epochs past who shattered the cosmic barrier, allowing for the replenishment of the cosmic essence. The elder's words fell upon the assembly like a heavy silence. The last individual to breach the cosmic barrier was indeed the one who inaugurated the flourishing era of beast cultivation. Of course, there exists a second method. The elder, despite his advanced age, spoke in a halting manner, rekindling a flicker of hope in the hearts of the once silent giants. Return to the source. Indeed, the recently concluded cosmic war was also an endeavor of mine. Our practitioners are far too numerous. The universe can scarcely endure such relentless exploitation. Only through the demise of the strong can energy return, granting the universe a glimmer of hope. Throughout the 5 centuries of the great conflict, thousands of elite warriors perished, causing the heartbeat of the cosmic heart to quicken. I had once believed that all would progress towards a favorable resolution, yet the outcome revealed the depletion and decay of the cosmic heart. All the powerful beings fell into silence. Each of their factions had suffered losses in the recent battle. Had it not been for the peril threatening the universe, they would not have convened to discuss strategies. Now, upon learning that everything was orchestrated as part of a premeditated war, their emotions became profoundly complex. Esteemed ones, time is of the essence. I have lived long enough. I shall take the lead, declared the ancient turtle elder, as he severed his own heart's pulse before the assembled might, kneeling upon the ground and passing away peacefully. A torrent of energy surged back into the heavens and earth, invoking extraordinary phenomena that swiftly enlightened the gathered champions. This elder, who had lived for an unfathomable duration, was indeed the foremost power of the age. The already irascible red-haired warrior interjected, "Damn it, I, an old bull, possess no great abilities, merely a worthless life. If I must end it, may it at least offer some hope for future generations." Upon finishing his words, the red-haired warrior emanated an intense crimson glow, vitality waning as he revealed his true form, that of a Kuei bull. One after another, powerful beings severed their paths to life, allowing their origins to return to the universe, solely to pave a way for the generations to come. On that day, the dragon phoenix fell, and countless beasts perished as torrents of energy flowed into the cosmic heart, striving to reignite its vigor. The early sacrificers witnessed no fortune. They did not behold the despairing scene of the shattered cosmic heart, for which eerie black ashes seeped for the harbinger of the universe's annihilation. Those who hesitated, upon witnessing such a terrifying sight, hastened towards the farthest reaches of the universe. They futilely assaulted the cosmic barriers, yearning to forge an exit. The world tree, linked to the cosmic heart, began to wither as innumerable stars commenced their descent, the former prosperity commencing its decline. The last star of this cosmos, a yellowish planet, served as the site of many sacrifices and harbored the cosmic heart itself. Expected to be the first to fall, it yet remained defiantly at the zenith of the universe. A dark, intricate turtle shell materialized, adorned with countless profound runes, seemingly akin to those carved within the Grand Hall. That moment, all runes ignited, and the once massive celestial observatory shattered into myriad fragments, cascading into the dark abyss of the universe. Under the control of the turtle shell, an unprecedented grand formation was established. The voice of the long-departed turtle elder resonated once more throughout the cosmos, marking the final utterance of this universe. The calamity of myriad races, the fall of the gods, alas. This is all I can achieve, I in the vast cosmos. A grand formation resembled a blazing cauldron, concentrating all energy at the desolate heart of the universe. A pitch-black core, an ethereal beam of energy surged toward the cosmic barrier, creating a slender fissure. In that fleeting moment, a fragment of shattered energy was expelled from this universe, and the barrier mended, plunging this realm into profound silence. In a secluded valley of the Douluo continent, countless powerful beings encircled a pair of individuals, a man and a woman who were accompanied by two infants in the woman's arms. Clad in a form-fitting blue gown, the woman's long azure hair cascaded freely behind her. Her once delicate visage bore the marks of exhaustion from countless days of flight. Beside her stood a man wielding a hefty hammer, his body marred with scars from days of relentless combat. Yet he remained resolute, fiercely glaring at the encroaching throng. The leader of this assembly, garbed in golden armor, exuded an air of authority, his formidable and sacred aura evoking a sense of reverence. Tang Hao, surrender the soul beast behind you, and the spirit hall shall absolve Hao Yin sect of its transgressions in shielding it, he commanded. Tang Hao gritted his teeth and retorted fiercely, Qin Xuanji, you shall not have it. I will say this once more. You must step over my corpse first. Desperate and obstinate, the leader, Qin Xuanji, declared, issuing his final command. The formidable warriors of the Spirit Hall unleashed their martial souls, resolved to capture their quarry, which they had pursued for 3 days. Yin, gritting her teeth, seemed to have reached a fateful decision. Wait, I'm willing to go with you, she proclaimed, stepping forward from behind Tang Hao and placing the two infants into his arms. Tang Hao, his voice hoarse, attempted to raise his hand to protest, but the exhaustion of 3 days' flight rendered him feeble. Ultimately, he could only utter 2 syllables. No, don't. Yin stepped forward. An abundance of blue-silver grass sprouted rapidly from the ground, enveloping her in a radiant azure glow. A tremendous surge of energy emanated from her being as she stood bathed in divine light, resembling a goddess. Act quickly. Interrupt her. She intends to offer a sacrifice. Qin Xuanji discerned the gravity of the situation and unleashed his own martial soul. A colossal 6-winged angelic apparition descended, brandishing a sacred sword aimed at Yin. Countless soul rings shimmered, with the weakest among the Spirit Hall's ranks boasting peak soul sage cultivation. Various attacks surged toward Yin, and the dazzling brilliance elicited a desperate cry from Tang Hao, who, though barely able to maintain his kneeling stance, shouted no. In a critical moment, an enigmatic mark appeared upon the forehead of one of the infants cradled in Tang Hao's arms, radiating a mysterious and potent luminescence. An energy emanated from the child, nullifying all incoming assaults. Tang Hao, in utter astonishment, gazed at the infant in his embrace as the profound mark gradually faded, restoring tranquility to the scene. The sacrificial rite had commenced, and no force could alter its course. Energy surged into Tang Hao's body, mending his wounds. Yin gazed at him with profound affection, her ethereal form approaching him as she spoke softly. Brother Hao, take good care of the 2 children. The sacrificial ritual concluded 10 minutes later. A crimson soul ring, aged for 100 millennia, ascended from beneath Tang Hao's feet. He placed the 2 infants on the ground, grasped his hammer, and with an icy countenance, charged towards the formidable foes ahead. Chapter 2. If the biological father abandons them, then seek the mother. 6 months later, a dilapidated thatched cottage stood solitary in a corner of the village. The earthen yellow walls occasionally shed clumps of dirt, while the thatched roof swayed in the wind, seemingly on the verge of being whisked away at a wooden plaque emblazoned with the image of a hammer, symbolizing a blacksmith, hung upon the wall. Inside, the space was relatively spacious, the flickering flames of the hearth providing warmth against the chill outside. A scruffy middle-aged man leaned against the wall near the fire, cradling a bottle of liquor in his arms. His gaze was vacant, fixated on the dancing flames, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. The wail of an infant jolted him back to some semblance of awareness. Though a flicker of impatience crossed his features, he nonetheless rose and ambled towards the kitchen. On the frigid stove lay a wooden box containing 2 bowls of goat's milk, still warm, a gift from Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village. This man was none other than Tang Hao, the illustrious Duality, who had recently battled with the current Pope, Qian Xuanji, and several mid-ranking powers of the Spirit Hall. Though the circumstances of his pursuit by a cadre of titled Duality remained shrouded in mystery, one cannot help but inquire whether he emerged victorious. Having lost his wife, Tang Hao sought refuge in Holy Soul Village, not only to retreat, but also to evade the relentless pursuit of the Spirit Hall. Lifting the 2 bowls of goat's milk, he proceeded toward the bedroom from whence the cries emanated. In the modest crib lay 2 infants. The one who wept was a delicate vision, each feature finely sculpted, as though crafted by the hands of the goddess Nuwa herself. Beside him lay a seemingly unremarkable infant, quietly observing the other boy's lamentations without a word. This unassuming child was none other than the destined champion of Blue Silver, the rightful heir to the Tang family domain, the everlasting son of the Tang family continent, the great and invincible deity, a sage whose wisdom sparkled like the stars, the mastermind behind millennia of schemes, and the enforcer of the divine realm, Shura God, who eternally cherished Xiao Wu-Tang San. At this moment, the reason for his silence was not due to a lack of hunger, but rather, as a being possessing the soul of a 20-year-old assassin, he found it beneath his dignity to express his needs through tears. Let us dispel any conspiracy theories. The premise of this narrative is indeed reincarnation. Tang Hao, or rather, Haozi, lifted the weeping child, positioning the bowl towards the slightly parted lips, and poured a generous sip into the infant's mouth. The goat's milk was delivered by the village elder, old Jack, upon encountering a destitute middle-aged man cradling 2 newly born infants. He took pity on them and offered shelter, subsequently warming his own goat's milk to nourish the 2 babies. Coincidentally, the village blacksmith had moved to Notting City, leaving behind his thatched cottage, which became the dwelling for Tang Hao and the 2 infants. For the past few months, old Jack personally fed the 2 babies, imparting knowledge about infant care to Tang Hao. However, Tang Hao's attentiveness was rather lackluster, as his heart seemed distant from the children. Today, after delivering the goat's milk, old Jack hastily departed due to village matters, reminding Tang how to feed the infants before leaving. That a large gulp of goat's milk nearly sent our protagonist, Tang Yin, spiraling into another cycle of rebirth. The milk sputtered from his mouth, splattering everywhere. Tang Hao furrowed his brow slightly, but first wiped the milk from Tang Yin's lips before gradually feeding him again. Meanwhile, Tang Sin quietly observed his brother drink the milk, his own stomach betraying him with grumbles, yet he felt too shy to cry for food. Thus, under Tang Hao's somewhat clumsy care, Tang Yin and Tang San reached the age of 1.5, at which point they could walk unassisted. Tang San appeared somewhat frail due to prolonged nutritional deficiency, while Tang Yin, who was bold enough to voice his desires through cries, experienced normal growth until weaning. Occasionally, the enigmatic mark would manifest, subtly transforming Tang Yin's physique, allowing him to appear somewhat normal. Lunchtime arrived, and it was time to eat. Within the dimly lit, thatched cottage, Tang San and Tang Yin sat on a low stool, awaiting Tang Hao to serve their midday meal. After some commotion, Tang Hao brought forth 2 bowls of thin porridge, a meager mixture of water and rice that would make even the most avaricious disaster relief official seem like benevolent rulers. Tang Hao, growing impatient, began feeding Tang Yin the insipid porridge, which had become a daily fare since Tang Yin's weaning, resulting in a noticeable lack of nutrition for his otherwise healthy body. Upon seeing yet another bowl of porridge, Tang Yin pouted, tears cascading down like pearls, struggling to utter the words, "You bad." To him, this disheveled, middle-aged man appeared to be a villain, forcing him to consume the unpalatable porridge while refraining from eating himself, all the while wearing a stern expression. Beside him, Tang San obediently lifted his own bowl, sipping delicately. When his brother cried, he would extend a comforting hand that It must be said, the Buddha's regard for his siblings and direct blood relatives is indeed beyond reproach. Their father had ascended to the status of a sovereign over realms. Their mother had become the essence of life, and the sole criticism one could levy against him was his perceived lack of filial piety. And what are you Xiaojiang, you may ask? Is he truly part of the family? After all, he bears no surname of Tang. This moment, Tang Sen gently patted Tang Yin's back, speaking in broken phrases, "Brother, if you do not drink, you will be hungry." Tang Sen was not stuttering, rather, the articulatory organs had yet to fully develop, and coupled with his rapid speech, Tang Yin found it difficult to comprehend, thus resorting to this manner of expression. Tang Yin grimaced and reluctantly brought the thin porridge to his lips that in Tang Hao's eyes, Tang Sen epitomized the essence of a normal child, while Tang Yin appeared to be nothing but a source of unreasonable trouble. Having finally consumed a bowl of watery porridge, Tang Hao took a wine bottle and strode towards the inner room. This moment, Tang Sen would place the bowls used by the three of them after their meal into the water basin. He was still too small for household chores, which would not be entrusted to him until he reached the age of 3. Tang Sen sat there in a daze, mentally revisiting the already familiar text of the Shantian treasure record and the comprehensive guide to concealed weapons, rehearsing them over and over again. He began to plan his future cultivation journey. Meanwhile, Tang Yin had long harbored discontent with his circumstances, feeling that his own father had no desire to care for him. With his short legs, Tang Yin stepped out of the dim, straw-thatched cottage. Tang San in the main hall was oblivious to Tang Yin's departure. The small courtyard, enclosed by the fence outside, was the usual playground for the two of them. Yet, this moment was different. Tang Yin had already uncovered the mystery of the mark within his body. When hunger strikes, it provides itself with sustenance, rendering the sensation of hunger non-existent. It possesses the ability to accomplish feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Thoughts align with desires, and the mark upon its forehead reappears, allowing Tang Yin's petite form to ascend, embarking on a journey in search of his mother. Chapter 3. Mother. The mark propels Tang Yin higher and higher, and in his gaze, the once towering trees of the courtyard gradually diminish in size. He beholds the village square, which would have taken an eternity to reach on foot, and glimpses the village gate he has never seen before, until he soars beyond the confines of the village. Within Tang Yin's heart, a flicker of fear stirred. However, the steadfast shield enveloped him, offering an unwavering sense of security. The emblem was a wondrous entity, seamlessly intertwined with his being. When the thought of seeking his mother arose, the emblem activated autonomously. The method of search was instinctively through the power of his bloodline, as two invisible threads extended from Tang Yin's body, one naturally connecting to Tang Hao, who was sulking in the room, while the other stretched outward relentlessly. Following the guidance of these threads, the emblem led Tang Yin to a secluded valley. Before him lay a sight he had never witnessed, and his bright eyes blinked in wonder, filled with curiosity about his surroundings. Particularly enchanting were the ubiquitous blue-silver grasses that invoked an indescribable sense of familiarity within him. The threads guided Tang Yin to a waterfall, urging him forward. The immense cascade initially instilled a sense of trepidation, yet before he could fully comprehend his fear and begin to weep, the emblem had already ushered him through the veil of the waterfall. Without triggering any mechanism, the emblem effortlessly traversed the thick stone wall, leading him into a cavern. The cave, influenced by the waterfall's presence, was somewhat damp and compact, and the absence of light cast a tinge of fear upon Tang Yin. However, the emblem quickly recognized his need. A radiance emanated from him, illuminating the entire cavern. The cave resembled a passage, extending inward, while the bloodline threads connected to the depths of the cavern. After traversing the originally dim tunnel for several dozen steps, the space opened up dramatically. Looking upwards, a beam of light filtered in from the opening above, allowing Tang Yin to clearly discern his surroundings. He found himself in a stone chamber of approximately 10 square meters, bearing evident signs of human excavation. The chamber was devoid of furnishings, save for a small mound of earth situated directly beneath the opening. Upon this mound grew a plant strikingly similar to the blue-silver grass Tang Yin had encountered before. Unlike the ordinary blue-silver grass, this specimen was slender and delicate, its azure form adorned with faint golden veins. A gentle blue-gold aura radiated from it, imparting a sense of warmth to Tang Yin. The emblem gently placed Tang Yin beside the earthen mound, and the mark upon his forehead gradually faded. Tang Yin cautiously approached the remarkable blue-silver grass, her little legs carrying her with care. The profound connection she felt stirred emotions within her, causing her to cry out in anguish, yearning to pour forth the grievances she had endured over the past months. The blue-silver grass seemed to sense her plight. As it gazed into the child's tear-streaked face, a leaf extended gently, brushing away the tears from the corners of her eyes. As if stirred by the whisper of the wind, Mom, Tang Yin choked out, addressing the plant before her. The utterance of Mom caused the entire blue-silver grass to quiver slightly, as if sharing in her emotional turmoil. Although Tang Yin could not fathom why her mother would take the form of a plant, she felt an unwavering certainty in her recognition. Once again, the mark manifested. A beam of light emanating from within Tang Yin, illuminating the blue-silver grass. The plant surged upward, releasing countless blue and golden glimmers that gradually began to shape the form of her mother, Yin, in the air. The mark sensed the need for further substance. A wooden box erupted from the earth, and a blue soulbone soared into the forming figure of Yin, solidifying her ethereal essence. Yin gazed at the unfolding scene with disbelief. While she was filled with joy at the arrival of her child, the extent of her revival astonished her. As Yin's form began to coalesce, the mark absorbed the blue-silver grass back into Tang Yin, ceasing its manifestation. At this moment, Yin appeared to be in her 20s, adorned in a flowing blue and gold gown that enveloped her figure, exuding an air of grandeur and elegance that accentuated her otherworldly beauty. Her azure eyes sparkled like flawless blue crystals. Golden ribbons danced around the hem of her gown, and a faint, enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. The only lament was that her form remained elusive, not yet a true resurrection. The mark's purpose was to awaken Yin's soul through the essence of the blue-silver emperor, infusing energy to shape her figure. While the transformed soul bone energy temporarily solidified her spiritual body, allowing her to be touched. Tang Yin gazed at the delicate woman before him and leapt forward with abandon. Mother. The utterance of this word was steeped in Tang Yin's longing and grievances. My child, my dear child. Yin was equally overwhelmed. As she had once believed that after that sacrificial event, she would perish forever, never to see her child and beloved again. Enveloped in her mother's embrace, Tang Yin began to unburden the sorrows he had endured in recent days. Mother, father. The bad people they want to let me and my brother have meals. My brother is very hungry, very small. As she listened to her son's fragmented recounting, the image of the perfect, strong, gentle, and family-oriented man, Tang Hao, began to show cracks in Yin's mind. She tenderly soothed her child's emotions, whispering, Little Yin, do not cry. Mother will have a good talk with him. Being the attentive person she was, Yin perceptibly detected the reluctance in Tang Yin's tone when he referred to Tang Hao as father. It was only natural for Yin to draw connections to her child's daily life, considering the 1.5-year-old's reaction towards the father he lived with each day. Tang Yin was not dressed very well. The clothing he wore had been given to him by the village chief, Old Jack, and was previously worn by Old Jack's grandson. A child just over a year old is naturally quite active, which meant that Tang Yin was often covered in dirt. However, Tang Sin did not cause a fuss. Each time he witnessed his younger brother's playful antics, he would gently brush off the dust from Tang Yin's clothes. Meanwhile, Tang Hao would wear a grim expression as he helped Tang Yin change his garments. He drank daily, emitting an unbearable odor. Moreover, he would often scold me, blaming me for Tang Yin's accidents and soiling his clothes. Oh, how I lament! Tang Yin continued to murmur, yearning to share all her grievances with her mother. Growing weary, she nestled into Yin's embrace and gradually drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she whispered, Mama, don't leave, it's not good. Yin watched the sleeping child before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of compassion, mingled with frustration towards Tang Hao and self-reproach. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, still drowning his sorrows in alcohol within the confines of the house, was lost in a haze. His heart heavy with longing for Yin and an intense hatred for the spirit hall. This was the sole method he had discovered over the past couple of years to alleviate his torment. The two children left behind by Yin could scarcely compare to the loss of their mother. A familiar ache stirred in his chest, prompting him to take another swig. Seeking to dull the pain, suddenly he jolted, his body tensing like a beast stirred by fury, his expression contorting into a snarl, his eyes ablaze with rage. Damn it! Who dares to touch my Yin? He roared inwardly. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the back mountain. Tang San, still lost in thought in the hall, was taken aback by the fleeting figure, astonished to discover that his drunken father was, in fact, a martial arts master. Neither of them noticed that the usually boisterous Tang Yin had vanished without a trace. Chapter 4. Reproach in the Valley. Yin cradled the slumbering Tang Yin, leaning against a small hillock. At this moment, her gaze was tender, her arms enveloping the child, one hand gently patting Tang Yin's back, her face radiating warmth as she lovingly observed her peacefully sleeping daughter. At 1.5 years old, Tang Yin still bore the cherubic softness of infancy, her features smooth as water in slumber, and beneath her long lashes, a few tears glistened. A Yin's affection deepened with each glance, her maternal love swelling within her. Tang Yin slept serenely in A Yin's embrace, just as she was about to bury her head deeper into her mother's warmth. A deafening explosion echoed from the cave entrance. The tremendous noise startled Tang Yin into a fit of tears, her tiny hands clutching A Yin's neck in search of solace. Reacting to the commotion, A Yin stood, her expression shifting to one of vigilance as she peered into the unfathomable darkness of the cave entrance. A rugged figure burst forth from the shadows, causing A Yin's heart to skip a beat. This man bore a resemblance to her husband, Tang Hao, yet he was a far cry from the clean, gentle man she remembered. Instead, he appeared disheveled, with greasy hair, unkempt beard, a gaunt, sallow complexion, and clad in tattered, filthy garments, exuding an unpleasant odor of alcohol. Utterly devoid of the dignity one would expect of a titled Douluo. As Tang Hao prepared to summon his martial spirit, the Haotian hammer, to vanquish the intruders, he was utterly astounded by the scene unfolding before him. The person he had longed for appeared right in front of him, cradling a wailing child in her arms. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the child as none other than his own son, Tang Yin. The shock within him transformed into a sense of bewilderment as Tang Hao slowly approached A Yin, extending a trembling hand in an attempt to touch the woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to his beloved wife. A Yin, witnessing Tang Hao's gesture, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, yet she took a step back while still holding on to Tang Yin. Tang Hao beheld A Yin's actions, his outstretched hand suspended in midair. After soothing the startled Tang Yin to sleep, A Yin turned her gaze towards Tang Hao, her expression a tapestry of emotions. How? You have changed. Her tone was laden with complexity. She struggled to reconcile the transformation of her husband into his current state. For Tang Yin's descriptions had supplanted the image of Tang Hao in her mind. The familiar voice reached Tang Hao's ears, causing his own voice to tremble. A Yin. My A Yin. You are still alive? As he uttered the last words, Tang Hao gradually lowered himself, eventually kneeling upon the ground, curling into a ball. Whether it was excitement or joy that overwhelmed him, his muffled sobs emerged as he buried his head in his arms. A Yin observed Tang Hao with a conflicted gaze. Words of reproach were difficult to voice at this moment. Yet, gazing at the sleeping Tang Yin in her arms steeled her resolve. Please rise, she commanded, her tone as frigid as a decree. Upon hearing A Yin's words, Tang Hao immediately rose to his feet, striving to stand tall. Yet his body trembled in a comical manner due to his sobs. A Yin, are you all right? Tang Hao's tone was tentative, as he seemed to detect the reproach woven into her voice. I am not well, A Yin replied, her small face straining with effort. Did I not remind you before my sacrifice to take good care of our child? Could you enlighten me on how you have been doing so? Tang Hao found himself momentarily at a loss for words, clearly unsure of how to respond to Yin's inquiry, his gaze furtively drifting towards Tang Yin nestled in her arms. Tang Hao's subtle gestures did not escape A Yin's notice, causing her expression to turn icy. You need not look so perplexed. It was little Yin who informed me. How could a dignified titled Douluo shy away from his responsibilities? She continued. By the way, A Yin, how did you awaken? Hearing A Yin's reprimand, Tang Hao attempted to divert the conversation. Do not attempt to change the subject. I shall address that matter with you shortly. A Yin retorted. Little Yin mentioned that his brother is frail. Have you truly given our children the consideration they deserve? You must understand, they are not merely my flesh and blood. They carry your lineage as well. Do you know how little Yin perceives you? In his heart, he is reluctant to acknowledge you as his father. A Yin's tone grew increasingly severe, her usual composure shattered by anger. A woman may be weak, but a mother is fierce. Tang Hao yearned to defend himself, to express his longing for her, to convey how his heart had perished alongside her. Yet, witnessing A Yin's fury, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. I have erred. I should not wallow in despair. I have betrayed your trust. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words of contrition, A Yin's previously tense expression softened slightly. I do not require your apology. You owe me nothing. It is our 2 children you have wronged. I am not merely revived. It is little Yin who has roused me from my slumber. Tang Hao, upon hearing A Yin's words, turned his gaze towards the slumbering Tang Yin. reminiscing about the day of a Yin's sacrifice, recalling the protective shield that had shielded Yin from the fatal blow prior to the sacrifice, as well as the mysterious mark that had illuminated Tang Yin's forehead. Was it that mark? Yin, taken aback by Tang Hao's comment, inquired, "Do you know what happened?" "I do not," Tang Hao replied, shaking his head. "When Xiaoyin was born, there were no abnormalities. However, on the day of your sacrifice, a profound mark appeared on his forehead, safeguarding you from the lethal strike. Otherwise, the four of us would have already joined the realm of the dead. I have observed this mark on Xiaoyin. It seems to remain dormant, only manifesting when he encounters danger or desires to harness its power. It appears that Xiaoyin possesses his own opportunities, the nature of which remains uncertain. As it stands, the mark has brought him no harm. As a father, you should keep a vigilant watch. Should anything happen to Xiaoyin, I shall never forgive you," Yin emphasized, punctuating her words with a pointed gesture towards Tang Hao. Indeed, Tang Hao responded, acquiescing repeatedly. Subsequently, Yin began to recount the process of her awakening. With the aid of that mark, Xiaoyin had arrived here. At that time, my soul was frail, my consciousness dormant. I could only sense the presence of a being connected by blood drawing near, instinctively gravitating towards Xiaoyin. Eventually, an enigmatic energy emanated from Xiaoyin's body, unlike any soul power, which facilitated the restoration of my soul and awakened my consciousness. That energy also aided in constructing the corporeal form of my soul, briefly solidifying my body through the ancient blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, which had lain dormant for 100 millennia. Listening to a Yin's account, Tang Hao could sense the extraordinary nature of the mark on Tang Yin, and his regard for his son deepened. This newfound appreciation was not merely a continuation of his previous sentiments towards Tang Yin and Tang San, but rather a re-evaluation of the significance of both children following a Yin's admonitions. "Hao, your actions have left me disheartened. From this moment forth, you must embrace your responsibilities as a father. I do not wish for the next time I awaken to find that the children still regard you with the same indifference," Yin stated. "Next time?" Tang Hao quickly grasped the crux of Yin's words. Yin gently handed the slumbering Tang Yin to Tang Hao, who clumsily accepted the child. Tang Hao's clumsy movements evidently corroborated Tang Yin's words, causing him to feel a sense of embarrassment that prevented him from meeting Yin's gaze. "Indeed, I sense that my current form can no longer endure for much longer. Based on my energy perception, I surmise that I will reside within the imprint of Xiaoyin's body. I hope that when I next manifest, I will witness the transformation within you. Farewell, Hao. I have faith that you will not disappoint me." As Yin's words echoed, her form transformed into shimmering stardust, soaring towards the slumbering Tang Yin. The mark upon Tang Yin's forehead re-emerged, and at this moment, Tang Hao, cradling him, could perceive the intricate design of the mark with greater clarity. This emblem, composed of countless delicate and esoteric patterns, formed an image reminiscent of a cauldron, emanating a gentle radiance as it absorbed the energy from Yin. With the subsequent infusion of energy, the ancient blue-silver royal leg bone, suspended in midair for 100,000 years, seamlessly merged into the mark upon Tang Yin's forehead. Chapter 5. Pigeon, I shall confide a secret to you. Tang Hao gazed as Yin once again vanished before him. This time, however, he felt not despair but glimpsed the dawn of hope. Observing the still slumbering Tang Yin, he could not restrain himself from leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her delicate visage, wishing to convey the joy swelling within his heart. Who, when enveloped in despair, would wish for their child to harbor animosity towards them? Who would not aspire to be a responsible father? In her deep slumber, Tang Yin was oblivious to the fragrant scent of her mother, instead confronted by the repugnant, yet familiar stench of alcohol that filled the air, prompting a slight frown upon her brow, though her smooth and delicate forehead remained undisturbed. A prickling sensation from countless minutes' stubble finally roused the already restless Tang Yin from her dreams. As she opened her drowsy eyes, she was met not with the gentle and beautiful countenance of her mother, as she had seen that day, but with the unkempt face of the man she loathed and feared, causing tears to flow uncontrollably once more. "Wah, I want my mother. I want my mother." At that moment, Tang Yin cried with a heart-wrenching agony, pushing against Tang Hao's chest with her small hands, her little legs flailing helplessly in the air. Tang Hao found himself in a state of bewilderment, frantically adjusting Tang Yin in his arms to prevent the child from struggling too vigorously and tumbling to the ground. His lips moved in a constant stream of soothing words. "Little Yin, be good. It was my fault before, but I promise I will never let you suffer again, all right?" The illustrious angel Douluo, the second youngest titled Douluo in the continent, found himself humbled, bending low to plead for his child's forgiveness in the face of the child's tears. "I want mommy, not you. You're bad." Tang Yin, unconvinced by his father's words, continued to cry and thrash, yearning to distance himself from this man. Struggling even more fiercely, "Little Yin, please listen to me, just this once, all right?" At that moment, Tang Hao's voice was tinged with desperation, tears welling in his eyes. He was unaware of the profound impact his unintentional actions had on his child. "Little Yin, I once believed your mother had left me forever. That's why I fell into despair. It was all my fault." As he spoke, Tang Hao's voice choked with emotion. "I long for your mother to care for you and your brother. I would give my life to save hers. I was wrong. I was a shameless wretch. But could you grant your father one more chance? Just once, please, all right?" In that moment, the once mighty man resembled a humbled and insignificant figure, akin to an eagle brought low. Though Tang Yin did not comprehend the physiological significance of the myriad words spoken by his perpetually sullen father, he gradually ceased his struggles, sensing Tang Yin's relinquishment of resistance. Tang Hao half-squatted, allowing Tang Yin to perch upon his palm, and for the first time, the pair locked eyes in a profound gaze. Tang Yin gazed at his father, whose previously stern countenance was now adorned with tears, evoking a myriad of complex emotions within him. In his innocence, he reached out with his small hand to wipe away the teardrops from Tang Hao's eyes. In the past, there had been negativity. Henceforth, there shall be goodness. Upon hearing Tang Yin's hesitant yet inquisitive words, Tang Hao nodded earnestly, his gaze transforming into one of resolute determination. "Indeed, from now on, there shall be goodness." Tang Yin, still feeling uneasy, attempted to express his innermost desires: water, rice, little Yin, not to eat, yet to consume, again and again, meat. "Very well, from now on, I shall feast upon meat, forsaking the thin gruel." Tang Hao understood that the prolonged estrangement could not be resolved in an instant. His task was to eradicate the misunderstandings between himself and the child through actions. "I'm tired, let us embrace." At this moment, Tang Yin was merely a year and a half old, with his energy being limited each day. Although the imprint would not impose a burden on Tang Yin's physical well-being, it would inevitably have some slight effects. Tang Hao lifted Tang Yin, allowing her head to rest upon his shoulder. "You smell unpleasant. Mother has a delightful fragrance. All right. I shall refrain from drinking in the future. From now on, do not scold me. I will never raise my voice at you again. Instead, I shall treat you with kindness." Tang Hao chose not to fly back to the village. It was that time of day when the villagers were returning home after a long day's labor. He still needed to continue living here, and naturally, it was prudent not to reveal his true abilities. Disguising himself as an ordinary man was the best and most optimal choice. Along the way, many villagers passed by, yet few greeted Tang Hao. In the brief span of over a year, the notorious reputation of the drunken blacksmith had spread throughout the village. Aside from necessary interactions for the crafting or repairing of iron tools, few wished to engage with him. In the past, Tang Hao would have been indifferent to the opinions of these common folk. However, in order to shield his child from potential discrimination by others, he resolved to make some changes. Upon returning home safely, he found Tang Sen sitting dazed at the doorstep, gazing in the direction Tang Hao had departed. After Tang Hao left, Tang San realized that his younger brother was also missing. He assumed that Tang Hao had revealed his strength in order to rescue Tang Yin from danger, thus feeling a renewed admiration for his father. It seemed that his father genuinely cared for both brothers. After reviewing the Xiantian treasure record and the secrets of hidden weapons 3 times, Tang Sen sat at the door, awaiting his father's return. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows in the twilight, his anxious heart finally found solace. Based on his experiences from his previous life, he inferred that his father, possessing such prowess yet living in a desolate mountain village, was likely hiding from vengeful enemies. The truth, in Tang San's mind, was nearly certain. Seeing his father and brother return, Tang San rose to greet them. At the entrance, Tang Hao extended a hand, gently ruffling Tang San's hair, his tone warm. "Xiao San, we're back. Let us go inside." The gentle words and the warmth radiating from his father's hand brought a comforting sensation to Tang San, who had never experienced a father's love in his previous life. "All right, Dad," he replied, and the 3 of them entered the house together. Tang Hao gently set down Tang Yin, allowing him and Tang San to engage in their play. He decided to prepare dinner for the 2 children before tidying up the house. As a seasoned titled Douluo who had traversed the continent, Tang Hao was well versed in the art of cooking. He first visited the home of Elder Jack, the village chief, to borrow a chicken. After swiftly preparing it, He crafted minced chicken breast, accompanied by a modest serving of rice and vegetables, and presented the meal before Tang San and Tang Yin. Tang San quietly indulged in the meal before him, savoring each bite in solitude. Although he had spent a lifetime as an assassin in his previous existence and held no particular desire for food, it was undeniable that this was the most delectable meal he had experienced since his arrival in this new world. This time, Tang Yin did not fuss during mealtime. He steadily consumed the food that Tang Hao had lovingly provided. As Tang Hao began to tidy up the room, a contented Tang Yin, having satisfied his hunger, gazed at his somewhat frail brother with a hint of intrigue, leaning in closer. Tang San observed his brother's countenance, shrouded in mystery, and inquired with curiosity, "What is it?" "Dear brother, Gij, I have a secret to share with you." Chapter 6. The Origin of the Mark. Tang San gazed at his younger brother in utter astonishment, disbelief lacing his tone. You say you have found Mother?" Yes, Tang Yin affirmed confidently. "Mother is right here with me." Tang Yin pointed to his smooth forehead with his finger. Tang San gazed at Tang Yin with a look of compassionate concern, extending a hand towards his brother's forehead. Fearing that Tang Yin's mind had been affected by a fever, "Brother, are you delusional?" Tang San paused for a moment before finally conjuring a term to describe Tang Yin's peculiar state. Tang Yin shook his head and brushed away Tang San's hand that was resting on his forehead, his tone tinged with urgency. I truly saw her." As he spoke, he attempted to invoke the energy of the mark on his forehead to summon his mother, Yin. However, this time, regardless of his fervent thoughts, the mark remained unresponsive, seemingly ensnared in a deep slumber. "I understand your anxiety, but do not rush. I know you have seen your mother," Tang San reassured Tang Yin, speaking to him as one might comfort a child. Tang Yin, under the impression that Tang San had believed him, nodded earnestly. Yes, Mother may be fatigued. In the future, I shall ensure that Gij also has the opportunity to meet Mother." As their conversation concluded, the two brothers sat in a state of contemplation on the small wooden chairs in the hall, observing Tang Hao as he tidied their abode. The hall was quite spacious. Beyond the area where Tang San and Tang Yin typically moved about, it also housed Tang Hao's iron furnace and forge. However, due to Tang Hao's infrequent labor, the fires often lay dormant, and the forging hammer was carelessly discarded upon the ground, while a thick layer of soot cloaked the furnace, with charcoal haphazardly piled nearby. Having just finished their meal and with the day still young, Tang Hao worked with remarkable speed. After all, endowed with the physique of a titled Douluo, his physical abilities surpassed those of an ordinary person by several multiples, even in spite of his hidden ailments. Tang Hao first reinforced the roof with wooden planks and thatch, ensuring that the interior no longer leaked during the rain. He then repaired the outer walls with yellow mud and drove wooden stakes to restore the courtyard to its former state. This endeavor took no more than an hour. However, as evening approached, Tang Yin, feeling weary, stifled a yawn and entered the house to sleep. Tang San sensed that the day was drawing to a close. He cast a glance at Tang Hao, who was outside mending the house, lost in contemplation. However, he soon retreated indoors to seek rest. The following morning, when Tang Yin awakened naturally, he instinctively felt the urge to cry in order to attract Tang Hao's attention, hoping he would change his soiled trousers. It was evident that Tang Yin had wet the bed. In the past, Tang Hao would frown while assisting him in changing, a demeanor that instilled a sense of fear in Tang Yin. Over time, he learned to rise early, much like Tang San, to attend to his own needs. Since the moment Tang San learned to walk, he has independently managed his physiological needs. However, Tang Yin is quite different, often inciting reprimands from Tang Hao. Once again, after wetting the bed, this time due to exhaustion, he found himself in need of assistance after realizing he had charted a map upon waking. Before he could even begin to weep, a tall figure appeared before him. When Tang Yin discerned the man's features, he was utterly astonished. The man bore a resemblance to Tang Hao from the previous day, yet his disheveled beard was now meticulously groomed, and his hair was secured with a gray hairband. His once dull eyes now sparkled with vitality, and he was clad in a clean and tidy gray coarse cloth robe, devoid of the usual sin of alcohol. "Who are you, uncle?" he wondered. But the man's tone lacked the impatience of past encounters. Instead, it was gentle and soothing. "Xiaoyin, have you wet the bed?" Tang Yin nodded vacantly. And soon he witnessed Tang Hao cleaning him up, changing his pants and bed sheets. Once everything was in order, Tang Hao led him out of the room. Breakfast was already prepared. Tang Yin was served a bowl of goat's milk and a bowl of steamed egg custard. After Tang Hao fed him bite by bite, Tang Yin finally regained his senses. Today, his father seemed somewhat different. Could it be that what he said yesterday was indeed true? Noticing his brother lost in thought again, Tang San gently shook Tang Yin. When there was still no response, he glanced at Tang Hao, who was tidying up in the room, and, momentarily perplexed, chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he resumed his daily practice of martial arts. In a year and a half, his body's meridians would be capable of withstanding the internal energy of the Shantian skill, he mused. Within the imprint, Ayin found herself in a space resembling a vast sea of stars, boundless and infinite. As she wandered, it wasn't long before she encountered the right leg bone of the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor, which had transformed from her original form and the remnants left from her sacrifice. In addition, she beheld a long spear crafted from an unknown branch and a blood-red, stringless bow. These two weapons instilled in Ayin an overwhelming sense of invincibility. She felt that anyone standing before them would appear inconsequential, even the current pope of the Spirit Hall who had compelled her to make the sacrifice. As the blue-silver emperor, she felt little affinity for the bow, but it was the spear made from the branch that captivated her. From the spear, she sensed an incredibly rich vitality, along with rules and principles that were beyond her comprehension. Yet, her instincts told her that by grasping these, she might break free from her shackles and reach a divine realm unattainable by all spirit beasts. You must be the mother of this child. An ancient voice resonated throughout the starry expanse. Who are you? Ayin immediately became alert, her primary concern being her child. She had not forgotten that she was within Tang Yin's body. I am but a remnant of an old man who has passed away, the voice replied. With a flash of light, an elderly figure appeared before her, none other than the old tortoise who had perished in the cosmic catastrophe. Sensing Yin's worry, the old tortoise spoke slowly in his aged voice. The mark on your child's forehead is indeed related to me. Everything is fated. I used the entire universe as a formation, refining it with the methods left by ancient powers to preserve a flicker of civilization, yet ultimately failed. The universe fell into a profound silence, leaving only a branch of the world tree and the bough forged from the trials of myriad beasts in the cosmic furnace. Along with this fading remnant of mine, upon hearing the elder turtle's description, Ain's eyes shimmered with profound astonishment. The cosmic calamity, a sacrificial offering of all existence. And the world tree presented myriad scenes that Ayin could scarcely articulate with her current perspective. It dawned upon her just how vast this world truly is. We are adrift in fragments of time, wandering through the formless chaos, encountering a surge of chaotic energy that brought us into this realm, serendipitously entrusted to your child. Once Ayin regained her composure, her concern for Tang Yin resurfaced. Elder, will this child face any danger? The universe is unlike any other. Such crises are too ethereal to warrant needless worry. I am well aware of the cultivation laws in this realm. Offspring inherit their parents' bloodlines and cultivate through the power of their martial souls. Absent unforeseen circumstances, this child is destined to possess martial souls known as the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Haotian Hammer. However, these two weapons reside within this child's body alongside me. And over time, they will adhere to the laws of this world, ultimately replacing their original martial soul and becoming the child's future martial soul. The elder turtle gazed at Ayin with murky eyes, infused with a hint of supplication. I hope you will not impede this occurrence. Consider it the last wish of this old man. In exchange, I shall teach this child the ways of cultivation, and he shall surely achieve greatness. Chapter 7, Little 3. I miss you too. Ayin understood that her awakening and unique resurrection were undoubtedly linked to this imprint. Such a powerful being wishing to alter her son's martial soul was indeed a trivial endeavor, and it was out of respect that he sought her counsel. Moreover, should the spear, which she herself deeply yearned for, alongside a bow of equal might, become her son's martial soul, it would not be without its fortuity. Whether motivated by personal desire or to fulfill the elder's final wishes, she found no reason to deny this. The elder has truly humbled me. For showing to receive teachings from you is indeed his fortune. As a mother, how could I obstruct this? If you had not spoken, I would have encouraged my son to seek your guidance in the future. Haha, you are quite the amusing girl. You were so wary of this old man before. The elder turtle jested. Ayin, hearing this, lowered her head, attempting to conceal the blush and embarrassment that crept upon her face. Such jesting need not be taken to heart. You are merely exhibiting the protective instinct that any mother would possess. As an elder, I fully comprehend this. My fragmented soul has little time left. In a few years, I shall completely dissipate. When the child reaches the age of 3 and his meridians can accommodate the spiritual essence of the world, I will impart the cultivation methods to him. Thank you, Elder. I express my gratitude on behalf of Xiao Yin, Yin said, bowing in thanks. When she seemed to recollect something. Elder, I was nearly dead before my soul plunged into slumber, and you awakened me, allowing me to reunite with my child. I have a question. When might I see him again? The elder turtle replied, reunion is not difficult. This place is the child's spiritual sea. Once your condition stabilizes in a few days, you may communicate with Xiaoyin at any time through your thoughts. As for the reconstruction of the body, it must await the awakening of the silver spirit soul, utilizing the energy from the branches of the world tree to fashion a corporeal form for you, allowing for brief excursions into the external realm. The complete revival, however, hinges upon when the silver can harness a mere tenth of the energy contained within the branches of the world tree. Upon hearing that she could communicate with her child and that there was a possibility of resurrection in the future, a Yin's heart brimmed with joy. These days, you may contemplate beside the branches of the world tree. What insights you may glean depends upon your own fortune. Since that day, he encountered a Yin. Tang Hao seemed like a transformed individual. The once dilapidated house was now spick and span, and he had donned a fresh and tidy outfit, his demeanor reflecting a stark contrast to his former self. In Tang Yin's eyes, life had improved. He would no longer endure ridicule for bedwetting, nor would he face cold indifference for refusing to consume unpalatable food. Everything had taken a turn for the better. Most delightfully for Tang Yin was that 3 days later, after finishing his lunch, he heard a familiar voice that stirred fond memories. Little Silver, can you hear me? A Yin's voice resonated within Tang Yin's mind. Yes, Mama. I can hear you, Little Silver replied, rising with uncontainable joy, dancing and leaping with exuberance. Tang Yin was completely unaware of the concept of vocal intention. He shouted out his thoughts, fearing that his unseen mother might not hear him. Tang San, who was nearby, was startled by Tang Yin's sudden cry for their mother, initially believing it to be a manifestation of his younger brother's longing for her. However, Tang Hao, who was washing dishes, held a different perspective. He quickly finished his task and sat down beside Tang Yin. Child, you need not raise your voice so, Yin gently advised. If you wish to communicate with your mother, simply think about it quietly in your heart. She will understand. Oh, Tang Yin replied, and in his heart, he began to silently ponder. Mother, when will I be able to see you? My dear child, I am sorry, but you must wait until you are a bit older to reunite with your mother. However, she can still converse with you. Feel free to ask her anything you do not understand. Oh, Tang Yin said, feeling somewhat dejected, but soon began to share with Yin the events of the past few days. Father, I have been well. These past few days, you have been making delicious food for me and my brother. Tang Yin recounted to Yin the transformations that Tang Hao had undergone in recent days, sharing details about his recent meals and offering insights into Tang San's condition. Brother, he still appears quite slender, but, in truth, he has improved significantly compared to before. As Tang Yin fell silent, remaining in a contemplative stance, Tang Hao, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, inquired, Little Yin, what has your mother said? Hearing this, Tang San was taken aback, almost doubting the clarity of his own hearing. It was bewildering that their father, a martial arts master, would seek information from his younger brother about their mother, whom he had never met. His brother claimed to have seen her, and since that day, their father seemed transformed. A conundrum that gradually helped Tang San piece together the enigma of his own lineage. While he might dismiss his brother's visions as mere manifestations of longing for their mother, he recognized that their father, a man of unwavering resolve, must have had his reasons for such inquiries. Tang Yin was immersed in the sweet melodies sung by Yin when he was reluctantly brought back to reality by Tang Hao's words. He replied, Mother inquired about how I have been faring these past few days, and then she serenaded me with an abundance of beautiful songs. Does Yin have anything she wishes to convey to me? Tang Hao gazed at Tang Yin with eyes brimming with anticipation. Tang Yin shook his head and said, Let me inquire. After a short while, he conveyed the message. Mother says, How? There will be a time for us to meet. If you become overly concerned about whether you are caring for the child or merely performing for my sake. This statement was taught to Tang Yin by Yin, word by word, and he could not grasp its deeper meaning. He merely articulated it. Yin, I shall fulfill this promise. It is not solely for you, but also for our child. Tang Hao looked at Tang Yin and said, Little Yin, could you kindly relay your mother's message? Tang Yin listened to a plethora of words, reflecting on them in a hasty manner. He nodded and inwardly communicated to Yin. Father says he understands. Tang Hao wished to convey some words to Yin through Tang Yin, Yet Yin, weary in spirit, skillfully evaded the request and cautioned Tang how that excessive dialogue would burden Tang Yin. Unless absolutely necessary, he was to refrain from contacting her. Upon hearing Yin's words, Tang Hao swiftly masked his disappointment with action, as earning a livelihood became his sole objective. Meanwhile, Tang Xin found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Increasingly curious about the secrets surrounding his mother and brother, Tang Yin. After Tang Hao departed, he earnestly regarded Tang Yin and inquired, "Brother, do you truly see mother? Did you not know?" Tang Yin responded, puzzled, for in his understanding, Tang San had clearly supported his viewpoint yesterday. "Mother still cannot see us, and you must not fret. Is there something you wish to tell her?" He continued, "Just say, Mother, I miss you dearly." Tang San urged Tang Yin to convey these words. After a brief moment, Tang Yin relayed, "Mother said, Xiao San, I miss you too." Chapter 8. The world as a furnace. Thus, Tang Yin and Tang San grew day by day, and before long, they had reached the age of 3. During this year and a half, Tang Hao ventured out 3 times, returning each time laden with gold soul coins. With these coins, their modest dwelling underwent a complete transformation, evolving from a thatched earthen home into a sturdy brick structure, while the noisy blacksmith's forge was relocated to a more distant clearing. Moreover, the brothers' diet saw a significant enhancement, and soon, Tang Hao would place them in a tub filled with unknown herbal concoctions. Each time, Tang Yin endured excruciating pain, crying out and berating Tang Hao as a villain, threatening to inform their mother. Yet, what perplexed Tang Yin was that when he mentioned this to their mother, she reassured him that their father's intentions were for his benefit. Having always heeded his mother's words, Tang Yin complied and endured the baths. Tang San, observing from the side, discerned that these herbs were no ordinary substances. Drawing on his previous life's familiarity with herbalism, he keenly recognized the benefits these herbs offered for shaping the body's meridians. After mimicking his brother's anguished cries, Tang San diligently opened his pores to absorb the medicinal essence. After enduring 6 months of herbal baths, the now 3-year-old Tang San commenced his cultivation of the Xiantian skill. The Xiantian skill was a profound intersect technique of the Tang clan from Tang San's previous life. Recorded in the Xiantian treasure tome, and it was a closely guarded secret of the intersect. This skill not only refined the body's meridians but also nurtured the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a marvel indeed. Tang Yin, in a dream, found himself entering the vast expanse of his own spiritual realm. For the first time, Tang Yin beheld a breathtaking scene, his eyes reflecting the splendid spectacle of the starry river. "Child, you have finally arrived." An ancient voice resonated, unfamiliar, yet imbued with a warmth that dispelled any fear in Tang Yin. "Grandfather, who are you? Where's this? Wasn't I just asleep?" At the tender age of 3, Tang Yin spoke in a flowing manner, still bewildered by his sudden appearance in an unknown realm after having been in slumber. "This is your spiritual sea, a part of your being. Your presence here is by my design. As for me, there is no need for concern. The mark upon your forehead is a part of me." The old turtle responded, adding, "Child, your mother is also here. Why not meet her first?" The prospect of seeing his mother filled Tang Yin with joy, and he eagerly scanned his surroundings. In the distance, a figure he deeply cherished materialized before him. Though he had only seen her once a year and a half ago, her visage was forever etched in his memory. "Mama!" Tang Yin exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Yin's legs. Although Yin had dwelled within Tang Yin's spiritual sea, she had never glimpsed his appearance, relying solely on their daily exchanges to envision his life. Now, reunited, she bent down, lifting Tang Yin into her arms, pressing her forehead against his. "Little Yin, Mama has missed you so much." Upon noticing the glistening tears at the corners of her mother's eyes, Tang Yin hurriedly used her tiny hands to wipe away the tears, saying, "Mom, do not weep. From now on, I shall visit you every day." The two shared stories that had remained unspoken during their time apart until the voice of Old Turtle interrupted their heartfelt exchange. "There is much time ahead of us, yet we must seize the moment." It was then that Yin remembered the matter at hand. She gently set Tang Yin down and, crouching before her, said, "Little Yin, it is this venerable gentleman who saved your mother. He is quite remarkable and wishes to take you as his disciple. Would you be willing?" Tang Yin scratched his head and inquired, "Mother, what does it mean to accept me as a disciple?" "It signifies that the elder will impart his skills to Xiao Yin, enabling him to become as formidable as the elder in the future." Tang Yin recalled that Yin had just mentioned that this elderly gentleman had saved their mother. So he readily agreed, saying, "All right, I too shall become strong and protect our mother." Tang Yin gazed upon the aged figure, his eyes brimming with yearning. "Child, take me as your master," the elder implored. The ritual was uncomplicated. Yin instructed Tang Yin to gather his right hand's 5 fingers, forming a loose fist, with a slight gap between them, the thumb pressing upon the index finger. The left hand's palm curved over the right, the thumb resting atop the right thumb. Both hands were held before the chest, approximately 15 centimeters from the body, creating an arch, rhythmically swaying 2 or 3 times beneath the forehead and upon the chest, thus completing the bow of apprenticeship. At that moment, Tang Yin became the youngest disciple of the elder, as well as his last. "Little Yin, good child, I have no gifts to bestow upon you, and the divine arts are not suited for your cultivation. Today, I shall impart to you the technique known as heaven and earth as the furnace." Although this method indirectly led to the annihilation of the universe inhabited by the elder, he, having endured the savage age of countless beasts, wished never to witness such mindless slaughter and barbarity again. The epics of resplendent glory marked the most illustrious era of the myriad beast universe, a time when heroes emerged and all beings possessed spirit. While primal carnage faded into the dust of history, the technique entitled Heaven and Earth as the Furnace is the most exquisite treasure of the elder's cosmic civilization, without comparison. This was the elder's choice, to live in a state of oblivion or to embrace the clarity found in a glorious demise. Undoubtedly, he would choose the latter. "Child, the secrets of this technique must not be divulged lightly. Apart from imparting knowledge to disciples, it must remain undisclosed to outsiders," the elder cautioned. Upon hearing the elder's words, Yin understood and bowed respectfully, saying, "Senior, your concern is noted. I shall take my leave now." Turning to Tang Yin, he added, "Little Yin, study diligently under your master, and do not forget your vow. Your mother awaits your protection." Yes, mother need not worry. I will study hard and protect her in the future," Tang Yin replied earnestly. Once Yin departed, the elder continued. "The human body resonates with the principles of the cosmos, being the pinnacle of all living things. Cultivation attracts the favor of the celestial way, which is why many of the beasts forsake their true forms to cultivate as humans. Your master is one, as is your mother." "Master and mother?" Tang Yin inquired, puzzled. "My true form is that of a turtle, endowed with divine abilities and innate wisdom, which I cultivated into human form. Your mother, on the other hand, evolved from a spirit herb," the elder elucidated. "You also possess the bloodline of the beast clan within you. Otherwise, this technique might not be suitable for you." Thus, the elder began to impart the technique to Tang Yin. Thus, heaven and earth as the furnace, creation as the craftsman, yin and yang as charcoal, and all things as copper. In the melding and dispersing of messages, is there any constancy? Each word resonated like the grandest bell, stirring Tang Yin's spirit profoundly. His consciousness quivered intensely, and a phantom furnace materialized, its interior consuming the essence of the sun and moon, radiating brilliance that left Tang Yin wide-eyed. This is the core of the technique. Sit cross-legged, and we shall proceed step by step. Under the guidance of the venerable Gui Lao, Tang Yin embarked upon his path of cultivation. Chapter 9. The Forces of the Continent. The technique known as heaven and earth as a furnace possesses the remarkable ability to seize the natural order and alter one's destiny, rendering it a sacred practice among the beast tribes. For ordinary members of these tribes, mastering this technique can awaken their intellect, fostering the emergence of their own civilization. Those who attain enlightenment can harness its power to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, refining their own beings. Each practitioner of heaven and earth as a furnace must first forge a personal furnace within their own body, relying on the transformative power of this furnace to cultivate their physique. Furthermore, the exceptionally gifted may utilize it to refine magical artifacts and develop extraordinary abilities, the profundities of which are beyond mere words to convey. In recent days, Tang Yin, under the guidance of Old Turtle, has finally refined his very own primordial furnace. The furnace of Tang Yin's destiny shimmered in a delicate azure hue, resplendent and translucent, resembling a treasure crafted from blue crystal. Within the furnace, the dual energies of yin and yang blazed like a fierce fire, exuding a rich essence of heaven and earth. "How beautiful!" Tang Yin exclaimed, admiring the furnace before him. "Your talent is commendable. While not extraordinary, you are indeed a top-tier genius," assessed Elder Gui. "At merely 3 years of age, you need only to refine your physique. Be cautious not to rush your cultivation, for haste may lead to an unstable foundation, which could be detrimental to your health." Tang Yin listened with partial understanding. grasping the general meaning of the words, yet he found himself puzzled and asked the old turtle word by word, "What are sinews and bones?" Sinews and bones refer to the entirety of one's physical form, encompassing the meridians, internal organs, skeleton, skin, and other components that constitute one's body. As he spoke, the old turtle pointed out each aspect on Tang Yin's form. At that moment, Tang Yin existed as a sole entity. Introspecting his own body was not a daunting task. Under the guidance of the old turtle, he gradually recognized the various parts of his being. The foundation represents the essence of the body, the cornerstone of cultivation. Consider a water bucket. The individual planks that compose it signify its foundation, with the shortest plank ultimately determining how much water it can hold. Thus, for a cultivator, the foundation is akin to the shortest plank of the bucket. The heights one can attain in cultivation are contingent upon that shortest plank. "Master, I understand," Tang Yin responded, demonstrating remarkable comprehension. Subsequently, the old turtle illustrated how the innate furnace could absorb and expel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, beginning to impart the incantations and mental techniques. During this period, Yin had remained beside the spear formed from the branches of the world tree, her year-long reflections enriching her understanding of the laws of life. As the blue-silver emperor, she possessed an intrinsic affinity for life energy. Her ultimate principle was that wildfires cannot consume it all, and the spring breeze brings forth new life, a notion with which Yin was intimately familiar. Now, with exposure to the higher realms represented by the world tree's branches, her own cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. At present, advancing as a sole entity proved to be increasingly challenging. Reflecting on her current state, Yin mused that a deeper comprehension of the laws of life necessitated possessing a corporeal form, becoming a being of life in order to truly perceive it. Without her original body to intimately experience the essence of life, how could she hope to advance further? Once again, Yin closed her eyes, stabilizing her realm. Time flew swiftly, and Tang Yin was nearing 6 years of age. Throughout this period, his furnace had made notable progress, skillfully inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of the universe. Besides instructing Tang Yin in cultivation, the old turtle occasionally imparted wisdom regarding the principles of human interaction. Tang San's cultivation of the Xiantian skill has reached the first layer's threshold. Every morning, he ascends to the peak of the back mountain to practice the purple extreme magic eye under the rising sun. Although he has grown significantly taller than in the original narrative, his skin has darkened to a wheatish hue due to his daily exposure to the sun, giving him a somewhat dusky complexion. Tang Hao is also quite industrious. Each day, in addition to his duties as a blacksmith, he would occasionally venture out, returning with a substantial amount of gold soul coins and precious medicinal herbs. The provisions for Tang Yin and Tang San included a fair share of low-aged soul beast meat. Outside of working hours, Tang Hao would spend quality time with Tang Yin and Tang San. Tang Yin did not conceal the matter regarding Old Turtle from Tang Hao. Upon learning that Old Turtle was a Yin savior, Tang Hao had no reason to refuse Tang Yin's request to take him as a master. Recently, Tang Hao began to narrate tales of the continent to the two brothers on a daily basis. In the original narrative, a despondent Tang Hao revealed nothing to Tang San. After turning 6, he entrusted Tang San to use Xiaojiang's care, only to take him under his wing again at the age of 35. After Tang San had won the championship of that year's Elite Soul Master Academy competition. Since Tang Hao regained his spirits, each outing has been to the black market to accept various bounty tasks, which involve not only the assassination of significant figures, but also the hunting of specific soul beasts. The black market is closely linked to the Spirit Hall, with many tasks posted there being commissioned by the Spirit Hall itself. Consequently, Tang Hao's wanted notice and bounty naturally topped the list of tasks available on the black market. Tang Hao could only periodically undertake a task of moderate difficulty, one that would not attract undue attention. This land is known as Douluo continent, divided between two great empires, the northern realm of the Tiando Empire and the southern territory of the Xinglua Empire. Every individual on this continent awakens their martial soul at the age of 6, which serves as the essence of a person's being. With that, Tang Hao summoned his martial soul, the Haotian hammer, and pointed to it, declaring, "This is the martial soul." If an individual awakens their martial soul and possesses accompanying soul power, they are then able to cultivate and become a soul master. Tang Yin and Tang San gazed in astonishment as Tang Hao conjured a pitch-black, long-handled giant hammer out of thin air. This formidable weapon, known as the Haotian hammer, is the inherited martial soul of the Haotian sect, the foremost sect on the continent. What exactly is the Haotian sect? Tang Yin inquired. Beyond the two great empires. The continent is home to other extraordinary forces, all established by powerful soul masters. Among these, there exists the Martial Soul Hall, which surpasses the two empires and boasts several titled Douluos. Is that the Martial Soul Hall located in the center of the village square? Tang Yin quickly realized. The influence of the Martial Soul Hall permeates the entire continent, with branches established in every city of the two empires, akin to parasitic leeches attached to the empire, exhibiting unparalleled arrogance in their dealings. Tang Hao spoke of the Spirit Hall to Tang Yin and Tang San with a pronounced subjective bias. Yet every year, doesn't the Spirit Hall send officials to awaken the spirits of the village's children? Tang Yin queried, somewhat perplexed. Without the Spirit Hall, who would awaken our spirits? They are merely buying the hearts of the people. Tang Hao's tone was somewhat agitated, but he quickly regained his composure. Xiaoyin, you are still young. There are matters I shall reveal to you in due time. All right, I understand. Father, Tang Yin replied, noting the agitation in Tang Hao's demeanor. It had been a long time since he had witnessed Tang Hao's anger, and the mere mention of the Spirit Hall evoked such a response, leading Tang Yin to comprehend the deep-seated animosity Tang Hao harbored towards it. It appeared that the death of their mother was intricately linked to the Spirit Hall. Now, Tang Yin was aware that his mother, Yin, had been awakened by her teacher through divine means, her essence residing within his spiritual sea. However, the circumstances surrounding Yin's demise remained shrouded in mystery. She had never divulged the truth to Tang Yin, and despite his persistent inquiries, she had always deflected them, as if the topic were a forbidden taboo. This matter lingered in Tang Yin's heart, waiting for the day he could grow strong enough to confront it. For even knowledge of it in his current state would render him powerless. In addition to the Spirit Hall, there were also 7 great sects, divided into the upper 3 sects and the lower 4. The upper 3, ranked respectively, were the Haotian sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Each of these sects boasted at least one title Douluo among their ranks, standing united against the Spirit Hall. The lower 4 sects included the Elephant Armor sect, the White Tiger sect, the Wind Sword sect, and the Fire Leopard sect. Though lacking a title Douluo, their strength should not be underestimated. Chapter 10. Farewell. Tang Hao ultimately resolved to awaken the martial souls of Tang Yin and Tang San himself. This decision was made after profound contemplation. The current Haotian sect had been driven to self-seclusion by the Spirit Hall, and the former affiliated sects had distanced themselves from Haotian to avoid the repercussions of the Spirit Hall's scrutiny. Should either Tang Yin or Tang San awaken the Haotian hammer martial soul, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly pursue their identities, bringing unnecessary troubles upon the children. The process of martial soul awakening is not particularly complicated. Tang Hao was well versed in the awakening ritual, and the cost of the awakening stones was quite affordable, allowing him to procure them without difficulty. That evening, upon returning home, Tang Hao summoned the 2 brothers, Tang Yin and Tang San, and said, "Today marks your 6th birthday. The village's martial soul awakening will not occur for some time, and one must strive for progress and cultivation. Therefore, I shall assist you in awakening your martial souls tonight." "Oh, I understand, Father," replied Tang Yin, Tang San. A person's martial soul is typically inherited from either their father or mother, often favoring the more powerful lineage. Thus, a stable martial soul becomes the foundation of a formidable force or family. The angel family of the Spirit Hall exemplifies this, as do the 7 great sections. I have previously mentioned that my martial soul is inherited from the continent's premier sect, the Haotian sect, from which I also hail. Your mother possessed the blue-silver emperor martial soul, which is the sovereign among the blue-silver grass you commonly encounter, and its quality is not inferior to that of the Haotian hammer. As such, I cannot ascertain which martial soul you will awaken. While innate soul power is indeed related to the quality of the martial soul, history bears witness to instances where both parents were exceptionally powerful, yet their offspring possessed remarkably low or even non-existent innate soul power. Now, I shall commence the awakening of your martial souls. At this moment, Tang Yin suddenly sensed the call of the tortoise elder, and his consciousness immediately entered his spiritual sea. Tang Yin encountered his mother, Yin, and his master, Old Turtle. However, Yin's eyes were swollen and reddened, clearly indicating recent tears, while Old Turtle's form appeared more ethereal than usual, yet his aged visage still bore a gentle smile. "Child, I have summoned you abruptly to convey certain matters." "Master, what is it?" Tang Yin initially wished to inquire about his mother's sorrow, but felt compelled to respond to his master's words first. "You have been my disciple for 3 years now. and it brings me great joy to have accepted such an exceptional student before my passing. The reality that this venerable elder, who had treated him like a beloved grandson, had departed was difficult for Tang Yin to accept. Old Turtle shook his head gently. Child, I am aware of your thoughts. My circumstances differ from your mother's. I am but a lingering remnant, devoid of even a trace of soul. This remnant is on the verge of dissipating, and my purpose in summoning you is to bid farewell. Master, is there truly no chance for redemption? Tang Yin's eyes brimmed with tears as he began to weep softly. Tang Yin had not wept like this in a long, long time. This was his first encounter with the sorrow of parting from a loved one through life and death. Master Gui looked at Tang Yin with fondness and gently admonished, Little Yin, did I not teach you that a man should not shed tears lightly? Yet, you once mentioned that it is only when one reaches the depths of sorrow. Tang Yin retorted defiantly, though he knew he was being obstinate. And Master Gui did not exhibit an ounce of anger. Ah, you child, Master Gui chuckled, his form becoming increasingly ethereal, you are still quite young. And I have not imparted many profound truths upon you. I feel somewhat remiss. Master, you have been so kind to your disciple, Tang Yin sobbed. Child, there is no need for you to weep for me. Your life has only just begun, and I am but a fleeting figure in your journey, Master Gui replied. I have bestowed upon you all that I could from the heavens and the earth. You must diligently cultivate your skills and not let them languish. Your martial spirit originates from your mother's blue-silver emperor and the Haotian hammer, and I have harbored a bit of selfishness and have refrained from disclosing this to you. Before Tang Yin's eyes, the long spear, formed from the branches of the world tree, and the blood-red bow materialized. These two artifacts are the remnants of my universe, left behind to reside within you, merging with your body. I did not prevent this fusion. Had these weapons departed from your being, losing their nurturing imprint, they would have inevitably faded into the annals of time. Now, they shall become your martial spirit, fulfilling my final wish. Master Gui's form grew even more insubstantial, prompting Tang Yin to exclaim, Master, how could I possibly blame you? You saved my mother. You taught me the arts. Everything I have is due to you. Child. This spear is a branch of the world tree, refined into a long spear by the cosmic array I established. I have named it Destiny. The mysteries contained within it can be inquired of your mother. This bow, forged from the remains of countless powerful beings, is constructed from phoenix bone for the frame and dragon tendons for the string, imbued with the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, and bathed in the blood of myriad beasts. Its might is such that it commands the reverence of all creatures. The dragon and phoenix are the kings of beasts. Let it be called the dragon phoenix bow. Little Yin, I am concerned for you. I have divined your fate through my innate divine abilities, yet the secrets of the heavens cannot be revealed. The complexities of fate are beyond what you can currently bear. Finally, let me impart this lesson. Cherish those you love in the present, lest you find yourself filled with regret. The essence of love can be a source of torment. It refines the person, the spirit, and the heart. As he spoke, the soul of the old turtle ultimately dissipated within Tang Yin's spiritual consciousness. The fateful bow. The dragon phoenix bow, along with everything belonging to the old turtle, seemed to merge into Tang Yin's very being. It was as if the old turtle had never graced this world. The only ones who remembered him were the tear-streaked Tang Yin and Ayin, who discreetly wiped away her own tears beside him. Ayin held deep feelings for the old turtle, grateful for his life-saving assistance and the unwavering guidance he had provided to her son during these past days, as well as for helping her resolve her own confusions. The insights she had gained regarding the laws of life, which required the refinement of her essence to further comprehend, had received affirmation from the old turtle. His words echoed the profound truth. From the Tao comes one, one begets two, two gives rise to three, and three brings forth all things. The path of life exists within the heavens and the earth, coexisting with the cosmos, perpetually flourishing. As a mother, she needed to be strong. Once she regained her composure, she embraced Tang Yin, enveloping him in warmth, for no words of comfort could rival the solace of a mother's embrace. Outside, Tang Hao, who had intended to assist Tang Yin and Tang San in awakening their martial souls, noticed Tang Yin had suddenly fallen asleep, realizing that this was a summons from his master. Observing that Tang Yin did not awaken and that tears continued to trail down his cheeks, he sensed that something was amiss. The matter of awakening their martial souls had to be set aside, for only when Tang Yin awakened could they discern what had transpired. Through the night, silence enveloped them, and the tear stains on Tang Yin's face added an air of fragility to his already endearing visage, evoking a sense of pity that one could not help but feel. If a French priest were to witness this, it would surely lead to much anguish. Although the departure of his master filled him with profound sorrow, he still had his own path to tread. To remain mired in the anguish of his master's loss would only betray the expectations his master held for him. Longing is not merely the theatrical display of sorrow. It is the steadfast commitment to fulfill the wishes of those who have departed. Chapter 11. Martial Soul upon witnessing Tang Yin regain consciousness. Tang Hao refrained from hastily inquiring about the events that transpired. Sensing his son's melancholic demeanor, he gently embraced Tang Yin, murmuring words of solace. "It's all right, little Yin. Father is here. I am fine now." "Father," Tang Yin replied, his tone tinged with sorrow, yet no tears graced his cheeks. "Let us awaken our martial spirits soon." "Very well," Tang Hao responded. "My master has passed away, and my martial spirit is not the blue-silver emperor nor the Haotian hammer, but rather the two weapons my master left behind." Tang Yin candidly conveyed certain truths to his father. As Tang Hao prepared to rise, he was momentarily taken aback by his son's revelation, the weight of the information weighing heavily upon him. Little Yin's master, the savior of Yin, has died? Did he change little Yin's martial spirit before his demise? No wonder little Yin is so heartbroken. Does the blood coursing through him still bear the essence of both him and Yin? Yet, the martial spirit bestowed upon little Yin by such a formidable figure is undoubtedly not weak. It is a fortuitous gift that belongs to him, and as his parents, we should be elated. Amidst his conflicting thoughts, Tang Hao meticulously prepared for the rituals preceding the martial spirit awakening, his gaze growing resolute. Little Yin is the child of both Yin and myself, regardless of the martial spirit he possesses. One must not underestimate the significance of this matter. In the Douluo continent, the inheritance of martial spirits is a solemn affair. Even if a child possesses a mutated martial spirit, traces of lineage can still be found from either parent. It is inconceivable for parents of a pig martial spirit to give birth to a child with a blue-silver grass martial spirit. Should such an anomaly arise, it could only be attributed to the neighboring Wang's blue-silver grass martial spirit being inherited by the child. If a child's martial spirit bears no relation to their parents, the father's pride and the mother's virtue will inevitably become fodder for gossip. This illustrates the immense pressure that weighed upon Tang Hao's heart. Unbeknownst to him, however, there exists a third means of acquiring a martial spirit beyond parental inheritance, divine bestowal, which refers to martial spirits granted by deities to mortals. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for the venerable turtle elder to bestow a martial spirit upon Tang Yin, surpassing even that of the gods. Meanwhile, Tang Xin began to feel a sense of anticipation. As the formation activated, Tang Hao arranged 6 awakening stones in a star configuration, conjuring an ethereal array. A large obsidian hammer was gripped firmly in his right hand, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red, rose from beneath his feet, exuding an overwhelming aura. "Who among you wishes to step forward first?" Tang Yin stepped forward and said, "Allow me to go first." Tang Xin harbored no intention of competing with his younger brother. Rather, he seized this opportunity to closely observe the procedures of the soul awakening ceremony. Tang Yin stood at the center of the hexagram formation, enveloped by a soft golden light. Immediately, from the 6 black awakening stones, a few glimmers of golden light emerged, which did not linger in the air but swiftly entered Tang Yin's body. Tang Yin felt a warmth rising within his chest, and a tingling sensation coursed through his hands, as if something were on the verge of breaking free from his body. "Xiaoyin, do not be afraid. Extend your hands and calm your emotions. Your martial spirit is about to manifest," Tang Hao instructed from the side. Tang Yin extended his hands, and in the palm of his right hand, countless specks of light converged, coalescing into the form of a long spear. The spear emanated a rich brown hue, perfectly suited for the 6-year-old Tang Yin. Its shaft was smooth as jade, yet offered a firm grip, while a withered vine seemingly connected the spearhead to the shaft. Adorning the brown exterior were several delicate, unknown purple flowers, and at the tip of the spear, a multitude of life energies surged forth, forming a faint green halo around the spearhead. The energy radiating from above elicited a tingling sensation in Tang Hao, the titled Douluo beside him, indicating a faint recovery from his 6 years of hidden injuries. This prompted Tang Hao to marvel at the formidable legacy that teacher Tang Yin had bestowed upon him through this martial spirit. This long spear was named Destiny. In his left hand, a blood-red bow appeared. The bow was a vibrant crimson, akin to fire, its ends shaped from the wings of a phoenix, still vividly lifelike. The crimson flames subtly formed the silhouette of the phoenix in front of it, and at its center lay the beast soul pearl, forged from the remnants of countless beast souls. Remarkably, the bow was devoid of a quiver and even lacked a bowstring. Any beast martial spirit that beheld this bow would instinctively feel a profound reverence, without exception. Although Tang Hao possesses the formidable weapon soul known as the Hao Tin Hammer, he possesses an acute intuition regarding the essence of weapon souls. He perceives an aura emanating from the bow and arrow that bears a striking resemblance to that of a soul beast, though merely akin. Tang Hao is certain that the intensity of this aura surpasses that of the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, whom he has previously encountered. This bow and arrow are referred to as the Dragon Phoenix bow. After introducing the name of his weapon soul, Tang Yin added, "Both of these weapons were named by our master. Xiao Yin, harness your thoughts and attempt to retract your weapon soul," Tang Hao instructed. "Allow me to assess your innate soul power." Tang Yin swiftly retracted his martial soul and placed his hand upon the floating azure crystal orb before Tang Hao. In a fleeting moment, a powerful suction emanated from the orb, causing Tang Yin to feel the celestial energy within his body being instantly drawn away. The azure crystal radiated a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire room. This is innate soul power at the 20th level. Tang Hao was astounded. He had never heard of anyone possessing innate soul power exceeding the 10th level, reaching the remarkable height of innate 20th level soul power. In Tang Hao's eyes, his son was undoubtedly the most gifted individual on the Douluo continent. Little did he know, however, that 9 years prior, a young girl from the Spirit Hall had already achieved this milestone, rendering Tang Yin merely the second to attain such a feat. The energy soon returned to Tang Yin's body, and the brilliance of the azure crystal gradually waned, ultimately settling into tranquility. Upon witnessing the conclusion of his martial soul awakening, Tang Yin bid farewell to Tang Hao, stating, "Father, I feel rather fatigued. I shall retire to rest." With that, he made his way towards the direction of his chamber. Although Tang Yin resolved to emerge from the sorrow of his master's departure, the process of emotional regulation required time. Moreover, having not enjoyed a restful night, he seized this opportunity to indulge in slumber and replenish his energy. Tang Hao felt a pang of sympathy for his young son. At such a tender age, having just begun to comprehend the world, he was already confronted with the harrowing experiences of life and death, which was far too burdensome for a child. After watching Tang Yin enter the bedroom, Tang Hao turned his gaze towards Tang San, who stood nearby. Tang San's martial soul aligns closely with the original narrative. His primary martial soul, the blue silvergrass, is complemented by a secondary martial soul, the Hao Tin Hammer. However, a subtle transformation has occurred regarding Tang San's first martial soul. The blue silvergrass now flourishes in his grasp, displaying a marked distinction from the ordinary variety. More significantly, each leaf is adorned with 7 delicate golden veins, rendering the name Blue Silver King more fitting. As the sovereign of the blue silver grass lineage, the blue silver emperor possesses leaves embellished with 9 golden veins, while the blue silver kings beneath her boast 7. The alteration in trajectory is straightforward. Tang San's nutritional intake since childhood has far surpassed that of the original tale, facilitating the awakening of a greater lineage. Furthermore, the martial souls inherited by Tang Yin, namely the blue silver emperor and the Hao Tin Hammer, exert a reciprocal influence when the blue-silver grass clan congregates, which is an inherent trait of their kind. Daily association with Tang Yin, the bearer of the prominent bloodline of the blue-silver emperor, naturally attracts the blue-silver emperor genes within Tang San, perhaps in this lifetime. Under the guidance of A Yin, Tang San may relinquish the esteemed title of the designated spokesperson for the blue-silver intertwining. Chapter 12. Reunion 3 days later. Tang Yin finally emerged from the sorrow of Elder Gui's departure, returning to his former self. On this day, while partaking in breakfast, he shared delightful news with Tang Hao. Tang Yin placed the last morsel of egg white into his mouth, chewing it thoroughly before finishing the final sip of milk. Turning his head, he gazed at Tang Hao, who was seated nearby. "Father, Mother can come out for a brief moment now." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's expression shifted in surprise, while Tang San cast a curious glance in their direction. Tang Hao need not be mentioned. Apart from witnessing a Yin's awakening in the cave and occasionally exchanging a few words with her through Tang Yin, he has had little further contact. Now, being able to see A Yin, whom he has long yearned for, fills his heart with immense excitement. Tang San was profoundly intrigued by his mother, who resided within the body of his younger brother. Tang Yin rose to his feet and extended his right hand, summoning forth his martial spirit. The spear of fate exuded a warm, rich vitality that enveloped Tang San and Tang Hao, bringing them immense comfort. The continuous flow of life energy rendered the spear's shaft radiant like emerald, while the brown withered vines seemed to revive, their purple accents exuding a graceful charm. Since that fateful day, Ayin had commenced her cultivation by the spear of fate, establishing a subtle connection with it. Now, Tang Yin needed merely to briefly construct Ayin's corporeal form using the energy within the spear, akin to what Old Turtle had accomplished before, to fully resurrect Ayin. Beyond the methods described in the original narrative, Tang Yin must gradually master the powers of the spear, achieving at least the Soul Sage level. During Tang Yin's period of growth, as his soul power increased, the duration of Yin's manifestation would likewise extend. Xiaoyin, do not be anxious, focus your mind. And your mother shall assist you, echoed Yin's ethereal voice within the sea of consciousness. Originally somewhat apprehensive, Tang Yin gradually steadied his emotions. The energy emitted by the spear transforming from erratic to stable. The dense life energy began to coalesce in the air, first forming her head, then her body. As the final wisp of energy infused into her form, the ephemeral Ayin began to solidify, appearing before Tang Hao and his son clad in a flowing blue gown. Upon seeing the one he had longed for, Tang Hao could no longer restrain his emotions, tears welled in his eyes, and his voice trembled with excitement. Ayin, I have finally seen you again. Having just acclimated to her new form, Ayin gazed at the tearful Tang Hao. Noting that he no longer resembled the disheveled and haggard figure of her memories but instead began to mirror the Tang Hao she once knew. With a radiant smile, she opened her arms, saying, Hao, it has been too long. The two embraced tightly, savoring the warmth of each other's presence. Tang San was witnessing for the first time the tender side of his formidable father, and he felt an immediate fondness for this mother he had just met. After a brief moment, Tang Yin's voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, broke the silence. Father, you have held her long enough. It is my turn to embrace Gitch. Tang Yin's words reminded Tang Hao and Ayin that there were two children beside them, prompting them to hastily release their embrace. Tang Hao reverted to his usual demeanor, and the tears that once lingered in the corners of his eyes vanished. Ayin crouched down and first embraced Tang San's shoulders, scrutinizing him closely. At that moment, Tang San appeared even taller compared to his depiction in the original narrative. Although his skin was somewhat dark, he exuded a robust presence. Ayin enveloped Tang San in her arms, her gentle voice whispering in his ear, Little San, I am so sorry, dear. I have caused you so much suffering. In the tender embrace of his mother, Tang San felt a profound yearning for familial affection, relishing the warmth of that moment. Mother, there is no need for apologies. He reassured her. Observing that his mother did not embrace him first, Tang Yin harbored no resentment. After all, his beloved dove had never known the touch of her mother. Yet, within the depths of his spiritual consciousness, he often met with her, so waiting a little longer seemed entirely justifiable. Alas, Tang Yin did not keep Tang San waiting for long. After releasing him, she swiftly lifted Tang Yin into her arms, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she teased. Have you been waiting long, my little jealous one? I am not a jealous one, Tang Yin protested, pouting. Mother has always been with me. Waiting a bit longer is only natural. Unable to resist, Aline planted a playful kiss upon Tang Yin's chubby cheek, and in turn, Tang Yin reciprocated with a gentle kiss on the side of her face. The atmosphere was filled with familial warmth, marking a rare and joyous reunion. Once the four of them settled down, Tang Hao began to address the matter at hand, directing his conversation towards Aline. Little San and Little Yin have undergone their martial soul awakenings. Little San's martial souls are the Blue Silver Emperor and the Haotian Hammer, while Little Yin has awakened the Fate Spear and the Dragon Phoenix bow left by her teacher. Being a perceptive individual, Aline noticed the subtle shift in Tang Hao's tone and offered an explanation. Senior Gui, who is Little Yin's teacher, once confided in me that in our world, the inheritance of martial souls occurs not only through the bloodline of parents, but also through a divine bestowal. Tang Hao is certainly no fool. He swiftly grasped the crux of Yin's words. Are you implying that Xiaoyin possesses two martial souls? Yin nodded before shaking her head. One could say that. But Xiaoyin's master does not belong to this realm. He is not a deity from the divine realm. His strength in life far exceeds what we can currently fathom. And the martial souls he bestowed upon Xiaoyin are of a quality that surpasses our own. The last remnant of doubt within Tang Hao dissipated, and his tone became more relaxed. Xiaoyin possessed an exceptionally high talent for cultivation, boasting an innate soul power of level 20. A gift that could be deemed unparalleled across the continent. Even my grandfather, who has been missing on the path of divinity for many years, could not compare to Xiaoyin. Who is my great-grandfather? Asked Tang Yin. He is your great-grandfather, the strongest individual on the continent. If he were still alive, our family could live together in happiness. After answering Tang Yin's question, Tang Hao continued speaking to Yin. I have decided to let Xiao San cultivate the blue-silver emperor martial soul first. The Haotian hammer is too sensitive, now that the Haotian sect has closed its doors. I do not wish for Xiao San to live in its shadow. He deserves a normal life as a soul master. However, have you considered that a child with the surname Tang possessing a high-quality blue-silver emperor martial soul would inevitably draw the attention of those knowledgeable about the past? Recalling the legendary Tang Hao and the blue-silver emperor, Yin did not concur with Tang Hao's plan. Unlike the Haotian hammer, although the Haotian sect has ceased its activities, it is not unusual for a lineage of a long-established martial soul to occasionally surface. Furthermore, without a complete awakening of the blue-silver emperor bloodline, Xiao San's blue-silver king quality still falls short. Only upon reaching the rank of soul king can he fully awaken his bloodline. Tang Hao pondered over Yin's words and eventually agreed, saying, "You are right. I had not considered this thoroughly. Let the third use the Haotian hammer as her primary martial soul." Chapter 13. Soul Master Xiao Yin's martial soul is extraordinarily unique. While it is said that her primary martial soul, destiny, manifests as a spear, its vibrant life force resembles that of a support-type weapon soul, leaving me utterly perplexed. Tang Hao contemplated the martial soul of Tang Yin, yet his mind was devoid of any useful information. Yin, however, spoke with unwavering confidence. I have spent several years comprehending the fate of Little Silver's spear martial soul, and it has greatly benefited me. Although it exudes a vibrant life force, at its core, it remains merely a spear. To overlook its essence while considering its attributes is to lose sight of what truly matters. It is better to become a powerful assault-type soul master. A spear martial soul, you say? Tang Hao's thoughts drifted to an acquaintance of his, the only person he knew who wielded a spear. Once Little Silver acquires her soul rings, I shall arrange a meeting with him. As he spoke, his tone grew somber. He was uncertain whether they still recognized him as the young master. The last three words were barely audible to Tang Yin, prompting him to inquire, "Mother, what is an assault-type soul master?" The martial souls of soul masters are extraordinarily diverse. Yin explained. They can be categorized into 6 types based on their martial soul: assault type, agility type, control type, defense type, support type, and food type. The assault type possesses formidable strength, capable of safeguarding their family. I want to become an assault-type soul master and protect Mother, Tang Yin declared, raising his small hand with resolute determination. Protect? Tang Hao murmured, lost in thought for a moment before regaining his focus. He began to impart the fundamental knowledge of soul masters to Tang San and Tang Yin. Every individual undergoes martial soul awakening at the age of 6. And those endowed with innate soul power can aspire to be soul masters. The higher the level of innate soul power, the greater the potential and talent. Tang Hao's gaze shifted to Tang Yin. Typically, the highest innate soul power is level 10, as exemplified by Little San. Whereas Little Silver's innate soul power of level 20 is an unprecedented anomaly in the continent. During cultivation, soul masters are categorized into 10 stages, each comprising 10 levels, with distinct titles. From levels 1 to 10, they are known as soul practitioners, from 10 to 20, as soul masters, from 20 to 30, as great soul masters. And thereafter, each subsequent 10 levels corresponds to soul venerable, soul sect, soul king, soul emperor, soul saint, soul Douluo, and title Douluo. You must remember that upon reaching level 90 and obtaining a soul ring, one becomes a titled Douluo, thus truly attaining the strength needed to protect those whom you wish to safeguard. Upon absorbing this information, Tang San quietly reflected. The Xiantian skill comprises 9 levels. If each tier corresponds to a distinct phase, it seems that attaining perfection in cultivation remains a formidable journey ahead. Little San, what occupies your thoughts? The observant Yin noticed her eldest son's contemplative demeanor, which struck her as overly serious, yet she ultimately refrained from probing further. Tang San sensed that he had momentarily lost his composure and promptly replied, "It's nothing, Mother. I was contemplating whether I could become a formidable soul master like Father in the future. Soul rings are essential for every soul master's advancement, each soul beast, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation and subsequently passing away, produces a soul ring. These rings can be broadly categorized into white 10-year soul rings, yellow 100-year soul rings, purple 1,000-year soul rings, black 10,000-year soul rings, and red 100,000-year soul rings." Tang Hao continued his explanation. "Is it similar to the circles that floated around Father that day?" Tang Yin inquired. "Indeed, Father possesses 9 soul rings, Tang Hao responded, as the yellow, purple, and black rings rose beneath his feet, with the outermost red soul ring shimmering with an enchanting glow. Tang San's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. On the day of his martial soul awakening, he had not paid much heed to the matter, but after listening to the introduction today, he gained a more profound understanding. Ignorance breeds no fear. Only now did he truly comprehend the caliber of strength possessed by his father. Tang Yin gazed intently at the 9 soul rings surrounding Tang Hao, his eyes lingering on the final crimson ring. The aura emanating from that particular ring was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of his mother. At that moment, memories flooded back to him from 5 years ago, when he first encountered his mother in a dimly lit cave, beside a withering blade of grass. Could this 100,000-year soul ring belong to her? Tang Yin's sudden inquiry caused both Tang Hao and A Yin to be taken aback. Yet they ultimately chose not to conceal the truth. Meanwhile, Tang San began to perceive his mother's identity in a new light. 100,000 years of soul rings, could it be that his mother was not human? A bold hypothesis emerged in Tang San's mind, which was soon corroborated by Tang Hao's words, affirming many of his earlier speculations. I did not intend to divulge the intricacies of this matter to you at such an early stage. My current response remains the same. However, I can reveal your mother's identity. She is a blue-silver emperor, having transformed after 100,000 years of cultivation. As for why your mother became my 9th soul ring, the truth of this matter is too harsh for you to bear at this moment, and I shall not disclose it. Remember, only by becoming a formidable soul master can one earn the right to protect those dear to them. At present, I too remain unworthy. Tang Hao's words rendered Tang San speechless, for Tang San was acutely aware of what the 9th level of the Xiantian skill represented, the supreme realm. Even that esteemed elder who permitted him to pilfer the Xiantian treasure record had only attained the pinnacle of the 7th level. Noticing the atmosphere grow heavy, A Yin spoke up. Everything is a blessing amidst misfortune. Let the past remain in the past. At the very least, our family can still be united in the present. I do not wish for our future to be tarnished by the hatred of bygone days. Tang Yin raised his small hand and declared resolutely, I will definitely protect my mother from now on. Good, A Yin said, affectionately patting Tang Yin's head. In recent days, Tang Hao began imparting to Tang San some techniques for wielding the hammer. Meanwhile, Tang Yin listened attentively, hoping to glean insights that would aid in her own cultivation. The key point of power in the human body lies in your waist, Tang Hao explained, pointing to Tang San's waist as he stood before the forge, hammer in hand. This is the core of all strength, connecting your upper and lower limbs. By harnessing the power of your waist, you can summon the strength of your entire body. Tang Hao grasped Tang San's right hand, which held the forging hammer, guiding him with meticulous precision through the techniques of muscle exertion using his soul power. Even Tang San, who had trained for many years in his previous life, experienced profound insights. In the past, he believed that exerting 6/10 of his strength was a perfect demonstration. Yet now he possessed a more refined control over his body, enhancing his power by an additional fraction. Do not underestimate this increment, although the initial increase may seem negligible. When your baseline multiplies by several hundred times, this small enhancement translates into an immense force. 2 days later, after Tang San independently forged a piece of iron mother under Tang Hao's tutelage, Tang Hao resolved to leave Holy Soul Village with Tang Yin and Tang San. Chapter 14. Departure to the Star Doe Forest in the evening. The village chief of Holy Soul Village, the elderly Jack, who was over 60 and stooped with age, knocked on the blacksmith's door. With a creak, the door opened to reveal Tang Hao and his companions, who had nearly finished packing their belongings. At this moment, A Yin had returned to nurture within Tang Yin, leaving only Tang Yin, Tang San, and Tang Hao visible to old Jack. Tang Yin opened the door and politely greeted the village chief. Hello, Grandpa Jack. Are you here to find my father? Jack affectionately patted Tang Yin's head and, in his gravelly voice, said, Good child, I have come to inform you that tomorrow is the day of soul awakening. You have reached the appropriate age, and this day is of utmost importance to you. Tang Yin displayed his martial soul to old Jack, saying, Grandpa Jack, I have awakened my martial soul and have become a soul master. Old Jack's previously squinting eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Little Yin, are you saying that you have truly become a soul master? Tang Yin harbors no distrust towards old Jack. In his heart, aside from A Yin, old Jack holds a place of equal significance as Tang San and Tang Hao, embodying the essence of family. He vividly recalls the support old Jack offered to him and Tang San during Tang Hao's moments of despair, without old Jack's assistance. Tang Yin believes he would not have survived long enough to reunite with his mother. Tang Hao observed Tang Yin revealing his martial soul to old Jack. He chose not to comment, but wished to prevent Tang Yin from disclosing too much in the presence of outsiders. Thus, he stepped forward and said, "Village Chief Jack, our family is preparing to depart from Holy Soul Village. We are grateful for your care over the years." As he spoke, he retrieved a small pouch from his pocket, heavy with the weight of several gold soul coins and a few silver soul coins. These coins served as a token of gratitude for the assistance the village chief had provided to their family in the past. Old Jack discerned that Tang Hao was indeed planning to leave Holy Soul Village and felt no inclination to impede him. Instead, he expressed a hint of regret, saying, "When you arrived in Holy Soul Village with little Yin and little San, they were so young. Now, they are already 6 years old. How swiftly time has passed." He continued, "It is evident that you are no longer a downtrodden blacksmith. Every individual experiences hardship, but it seems you have emerged from yours. I shall accept this money, for I am no longer able to work. Let it be a support for those who, like you, may need help in the future." After a prolonged silence, old Jack spoke again, "Take good care of little Yin and little San. Also, there is something I have long wished to express. 6 years ago, you truly were not a good person." As he accepted the pouch of coins from Tang Hao, old Jack turned and left the room. Tang Yin waved farewell to old Jack, saying, "Grandpa Jack, take care of your health. I will return to visit you." Leaning on his cane, old Jack turned back to glance at Tang Yin, who was bidding him farewell at the door, and raised his other hand in response. Although old Jack was only a few years older than Tang Hao, the latter, being a soul master, appeared significantly more youthful. In the realm of Douluo, old Jack represented a long life for an ordinary person. In light of old Jack's final admonishment, Tang Hao felt no resentment, for he recognized the scoundrel he had been 6 years prior. Despite the potential risk of old Jack exposing their true identities, Tang Hao would never resort to silencing him. Such actions were beneath him, and he was incapable of them. He merely stood at the threshold, watching old Jack's figure fade into the twilight. At dawn, Tang Hao departed silently from Holy Soul Village with Tang Yin and Tang San, embarking on the first step of their journey beyond the novice village. Tang Hao first took Tang Yin and Tang San to the nearest town, Nodding City, where they rented a carriage drawn by a Qilin horse possessing the bloodline of soul beasts. The total cost, including both rental and deposit, amounted to a staggering 1,000 gold soul coins, an insignificant expense for Tang Hao at this juncture. Nodding City is situated in the Fasnuo province of the Tiando Empire, at the intersection of the Tiando and Xinglua empires, and is classified as a border town. To reach the Stardo Forest from here, one must traverse the Yama plains of the Barak Kingdom, entering through the western entrance of the forest. The journey of several thousand kilometers presents a significant challenge for Tang Yin and Tang San, with the Qilin horse's soul beast lineage. Traversing 1,000 miles in a day is well within reach. The arduous journey of several thousand kilometers was completed in merely 2.5 days. By the time Tang Hao, accompanied by Tang Yin and Tang San, arrived at the nearest town to the Stardo Forest, night had already fallen. Unlike other towns that rise with the sun and rest at dusk, this town remains aglow even in the dark, bustling with countless soul masters engaged in trade for their necessary items. Many of them had just emerged from the Stardo Forest, their bodies still bearing the fresh stains of blood, while some were even missing limbs. Their grievous wounds merely hastily bandaged due to the absence of a healing soul master in their party. The realm of soul masters is not solely defined by the sparring and cultivation found within academies. Brutality is the prevailing theme. Yet, danger coexists with opportunity, as many individuals extract soul rings from the Stardo Forest, alongside a wealth of cultivation resources. The ethereal spiritual energy nourishes various medicinal herbs and spiritual grasses, set in legends to elevate one's innate soul power by a level with just a single consumption, breaking the shackles of innate potential. Additionally, rare soul beast scales, bones, and even the fabled soul bones are buried within this vast forest, awaiting the diligent and enterprising to unearth their treasures. Tang Hao did not intend to venture into the Stardo Forest at night with Tang Yin and Tang San. The perils of the Stardo Forest under the cloak of night are fraught with danger, the level of risk surging far beyond that of the daylight hours. The formidable spirit beasts that roam at night are more active and relentless. A moment's inattention could lead to an encirclement and annihilation by a horde of these creatures. Even a highly skilled team of spirit masters would hesitate to tread into the unfamiliar depths of the Stardo Forest after dusk. Tang Hao's considerations did not encompass such matters. His sole concern was the 2.5 days journey, which posed a considerable strain on Tang Yin and Tang San's physiques. The absorption of soul rings necessitates being in peak condition to achieve optimal results. After returning the carriage, Tang Hao settled Tang Yin and Tang San into an inn, cautioning them not to venture out of their room carelessly before he departed to procure essential supplies for their expedition into the Douluo forest. The items he gathered were relatively few. Besides the indispensable provisions of food and water, he acquired some herbal powders to ward off snakes, insects, mosquitoes, and ants. Anything beyond that seemed superfluous to Tang Hao. Their objective this time was merely the periphery of the Douluo forest, where the most formidable soul beasts were of no more than 1,000 years in age. Tang Hao was confident that not even a single creature could rival him in combat. At dawn, after a night of cultivation, Tang Yin and Tang San were in their finest spirits. Under Tang Hao's guidance, they ventured into the Douluo forest, the foremost gathering place for soul beasts on the continent. Chapter 15. Tang San's first soul ring. Along the way, soul masters traversed in pairs or small groups, predominantly adults congregating like miniature squads. The trio of Tang Yin and the two younger companions was a rarity, attracting numerous curious glances. Tang Hao exuded a hint of the formidable aura characteristic of a tidal Douluo, causing those around him to be momentarily stunned, swiftly averting their gazes and refraining from fixating on Tang Yin and his companions. After all, no one desires to be scrutinized by a swarm of flies. However, do not be misled into thinking that these soul masters are virtuous and benevolent. The instant Tang Hao reveals even a trace of weakness, they would be mercilessly devoured by unscrupulous rogues, leaving nothing but remnants behind. Indeed, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel of flesh, and no one would decline an opportunity for easy gain. After Tang Hao released his aura to quell the restless hearts around him, he swiftly made his way towards the entrance of the Douluo forest, accompanied by Tang Yin and Tang San. Along the path, the previously sparse trees grew tall and majestic. Occasionally, sounds emanated from the underbrush, and a white rabbit leapt out, darting into the next thicket. This was a soft-bone rabbit, a low-level soul beast, predominantly around 10 years of age, timid and fearful of humans, yet remarkably agile, an ideal choice for most agility-oriented soul masters among the common folk. As Tang Yin and the others passed by, a small blue grass bent slightly, as if bowing in reverence. This was a blue-silver grass with a cultivation of roughly 10 years. Its lineage bore the royal blood of the blue-silver grass clan. Paying homage to them, Tang Yin, intrigued by this peculiar blue-silver grass, which was unlike any he had encountered before, could not resist the urge to reach out and touch its branches and leaves. A wondrous event unfolded. The blue-silver grass, possessing a decade of cultivation, seemed to respond to a call, transforming into shimmering starlight that flowed into Tang Yin's body. Naturally, Yin, residing within Tang Yin, sensed this phenomenon, as the convergence of energy occurred precisely at Yin's core. Little Silver, the cultivation of the blue-silver grass clan, is no easy feat. The young entity sensed my demise and sacrificed itself to restore my strength. This is not what I desired. Do you comprehend my meaning? Tang Yin was unaware that his fleeting curiosity had led to the sacrifice of the newly evolved soul beast, blue-silver grass, leaving him with a twinge of guilt. Mother, I understand now. This was merely a minor interlude. Throughout their journey, Tang Hao enlightened Tang Yin and Tang San with extensive knowledge about soul beasts, teaching them how to discern the age of these creatures. As they ventured deeper into the Douluo Great Forest, towering trees obscured the sunlight, allowing only a few rays to pierce through the lush foliage. The frequency of soul beast encounters increased, yet Tang Hao's pace with Tang San and Tang Yin remained unaffected. After traversing the dense forest, the trio arrived at a sunlit hillside. Oh, are we still here? Tang Hao halted before a cave. This cave was a natural mine, rich in rare metals suitable for crafting sharp weapons of considerable worth, yet few dared to enter for excavation, primarily because it served as a nest for soul beasts. A bear-like soul beast, standing 3 meters tall and adorned with golden-brown fur, emerged from the cave, its most striking features being its formidable forelimbs. Each claw measured an impressive 40 centimeters, resembling metal in their sharpness, glistening with a dark golden hue under the sunlight. These razor-sharp claws could effortlessly rend any material. And despite its cultivation being merely a century, it could easily tear apart the hide and flesh of a 10,000-year soul beast. This creature was a dark golden terraclaw bear. With a pure bloodline, its ancestors were said to have feasted on true dragons. Now, this dark golden terraclaw bear, nearing 400 years of cultivation, was perfectly suited to serve as Tang San's first soul skill. After the introduction, Tang Hao afforded the dark golden terror claw bear no moment to react. In the blink of an eye, he delivered a punch that shattered its spine, leaving its limbs powerless and sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Such a swift and decisive attack left Tang Yin and Tang San utterly astonished. Everything transpired with breathtaking speed. Even with the aid of the purple ultimate demon eye, Tang Sen could merely discern the final motion of Tang Hao's retreat, while Tang Yin, lacking any foundation in martial arts, perceived everything as unfolding too abruptly. At Tang Hao's behest, the two brothers approached the dying dark gold terror claw bear. Tang Hao handed a dagger to Tang San, saying, "Hold this," and pierced the brow of this dark golden terror claw bear. By doing so, you shall absorb this soul ring. Tang San proceeded as instructed, taking the dagger from Tang Hao's hand and plunging it into the brow of the dark golden claw bear, thus ending its life. In its final moments, the bear's malevolent gaze sent a shiver through Tang Yin, who had never before encountered such a terrifying stare. A radiant light erupted from his body, enveloping the dark golden claw bear. Blood surged from Tang Hao as the last vestige of the dark golden terror claw bear's malevolent spirit was reduced to mere dust. After all, no matter how profound the resentment, it appeared docile as an ant in the presence of the god of slaughter's domain, unless one possessed a mental prowess far exceeding that of the domain's master. Once the dark golden terror claw bear had perished completely, the radiant glow enveloping Tang Yin faded away. A yellow soul ring emerged from the bear's lifeless body, hovering in the air. Sitting cross-legged, he harnessed the power of his martial soul to guide the soul ring and proceeded to absorb it, as Tang Hao instructed. Tang Sen concentrated intently, drawing the soul ring into his body, commencing the absorption of his first soul ring. The dark golden terror claw bear soul ring required only that his physique could withstand its formidable power, with no lingering hesitation. At this moment, Tang San's physique was far superior to the one depicted in the original narrative, which struggled to absorb a 400-year-old mandala snake soul ring over the course of an entire night. Thanks to Tang Hao's nurturing through medicinal baths and ample nutritional intake since childhood, Tang San's physical strength now rivaled that of the 20th level Tang San from the original story, who had successfully absorbed the ghost vine. As Tang San diligently absorbed the essence of the soul ring, Tang Hao began to gather useful items from the adjacent body of the dark golden terror claw bear. Tang Yin looked around with keen curiosity, observing everything with great interest. Tang Hao rummaged through the remains of the dark golden fearsome claw bear, ultimately shaking his head with a sigh. What a pity, for it did not yield that precious soul bone. "What is a soul bone?" inquired Tang Yin, who was languidly observing from the side. A soul bone is a unique skeletal fragment that may be produced upon the death of a soul beast, when absorbed by a soul master. It grants a special soul skill. Soul bones are categorized into cranial bones, torso bones, and limb bones, with the most coveted being the cranial and torso bones. Unlike the dark golden fearsome claw bear, which possesses exceedingly sharp claws, the absence of soul energy after death renders them mere trinkets. However, there are instances when a claw-type soul bone may emerge, capable of evolving alongside the growth of the soul master. Regrettably, this particular soul beast did not yield such a bone. After Tang Hao concluded his explanation, Tang Yin extended both hands, gently clenching his fists. 6 golden claws emerged from the junctions of his 4 fingers, each adorned with peculiar runes. Is this it? Chapter 16, The Thousand Dragon Pool. Tang Hao fell silent. Clearly, he had not witnessed Tang Yin come into contact with the corpse of the dark golden claw bear. How then could the bones of the dark golden claw bear have ended up in Tang Yin's possession? Tang Yin began to elucidate. Just moments before its demise, that bear cast a piercing glance at me, instilling a profound sense of fear within me. Consequently, I harnessed my ability to forge within the crucible of heaven and earth, transforming the remnants of its essence into this. As he spoke, he gently waved his hands, his tone tinged with innocence. Tang Hao, in truth, was indifferent to which child had absorbed the energy, for he could not blame Tang Yin for unintentionally seizing the opportunity that rightfully belonged to his elder brother. What Tang Hao was unaware of, however, was that without Tang Yin's fortuitous act, he would never have discovered the dark golden claw bear's bone from the beast. As the most treasured possession of their kind, it would have undoubtedly been destroyed before its demise, leaving no chance for others to claim it. Meanwhile, after a span of half an hour, Tang Sen finally completed the absorption of the soul ring. The Haotian hammer now graced his hand, shimmering with a layer of dark golden radiance. "Little San, showcase your soul skill," Tang Hao urged. "Certainly, father," Tang San replied in response to his father's request. Tang San gripped the Haotian hammer firmly in both hands and bellowed, "First soul skill, dark golden power." A golden radiance shimmered upon the obsidian surface of the Haotian hammer, bestowing an aura of sanctity. Straining slightly, Tang San dragged the hammer behind him, utilizing the inertia of his body to bring the mighty weapon crashing down upon the ground before him. With a resounding boom, a massive depression, spanning several meters in radius, manifested before Tang Yin and Tang Hao. Tang San gasped, explaining, "Father, my first soul skill is named Dark Gold Power, which can augment the weight of the Haotian hammer by 100% and double its piercing capability. Furthermore, the Dark Gold Power has a 50% chance to induce dizziness in the target. The drawback is that, at present, I find it somewhat difficult to wield." "Your first soul skill is commendable," Tang Hao remarked. "Our weapon spirits lack the physical enhancement that beast spirits possess. Their soul rings can fortify their own bodies. In contrast, our weapon spirits enhance the weapon itself. In the days to come, you must diligently train your body, as physical strength is fundamental for a powerful weapon soul master." "Father, I will remember," Tang San responded with a nod. Once Tang San had recuperated, the next step was to seek a soul ring for Tang Yin. After several days of contemplation, Tang Hao resolved to seek a serpent-type soul beast endowed with the wood attribute for Tang Yin. The rationale was simple. The wood attribute did not conflict with Tang Yin's primary martial soul, destiny, and a serpent martial soul served as an exceptional choice for long weapons such as spears and staves. Tang Hao led Tang Yin and Tang San to a secluded pond, shrouded by an ancient tree of indeterminate size. The water was an inky black, making the term abyss more fitting. This was none other than the renowned Qianlong Pond, a gathering place for serpentine soul beasts. Most of the serpent lineage chose the path of evolution towards becoming dragons, while only a select few with noble bloodlines opted to continue along the serpentine path. As the trio approached Qianlong Pond, countless cold gazes emerged from the shadows. Any hint of intrusion would unleash a multitude of serpentine figures, ready to consume them. Had it not been for Tang Hao's overwhelming tidal Douluo presence, they would have been besieged long ago. This place was distinct from the outer regions. Qianlong Pond resided in the mixed zone of the Douluo forest, where 10,000-year and 1,000-year soul beasts coexisted. What made it even more perilous was that Qianlong Pond lay deep within this mixed area, and it took the three of them 2 full days to reach it, if circumstances permitted. Tang Hao would have preferred not to lead Tang San and Tang Yin into such danger, at least not at this moment. However, he had only ever encountered what attribute serpentine soul beasts here, and seeking them aimlessly elsewhere seemed futile. As he arrived, the overseer of Qianlong Pond made her presence known. Tang Hao communicated with a voice like thunder, its resonance sending ripples across the pond. Once a soul beast reaches 50,000 years of cultivation, some develop intelligence, capable of human speech and interaction, and the overseer of Qianlong Pond was indeed one such being. "Human, what brings you here?" A commanding female voice echoed from the abyss. "I seek a suitable soul ring for my son," Tang Hao replied straightforwardly. The authoritative voice retorted with anger, "Do you take this place for a mere repository, demanding my subjects to serve your son as a soul ring?" As she spoke, Tang Hao gestured for Tang Yin to summon his martial soul. A rich aura of life surged forth for the first time within the Douluo forest, causing the previously tranquil Qianlong Pond to bubble with excitement. The cultivation of soul beasts is intricately tied to life energy, and such pure life energy had never been witnessed before, even by the King of Serpents, who had attained 80,000 years of cultivation. At the moment the martial soul manifested, the fierce tone abruptly ceased. After a moment, a ripple began to form in the pond, and a colossal purple serpent emerged before Tang Yin and the others. Each scale of the serpent glimmered with a crystalline purple hue, resembling exquisite gemstones, sparkling with an otherworldly brilliance under the sporadic sunlight filtering through the dense foliage. Her vertical pupils fixated intently on the fate in Tang Yin's hands, unwavering in her gaze. "I can grant your request. However, I have a condition," the purple serpent declared. "What is your condition?" Tang Hao inquired, finding no issue in negotiating terms with the soul beast. "I wish to become one of his soul rings." The purple serpent spoke with remarkable insight. This was no mere fabrication. It stemmed from her deep contemplation. The purple serpent, a regal crystalline serpent of the snake lineage, possessed the illustrious bloodline of the 7-colored python and had cultivated her essence for a staggering 80,000 years. When faced with the pivotal choice of evolving towards the ancestral path of the 7-colored python as a 10,000-year soul beast, She found herself increasingly aware of the formidable barriers her bloodline imposed on her growth. She reflected on her once promising descendant who had chosen to transform into a dragon and had now ascended to become a 100,000-year soul beast, reigning as a sovereign within the Stardew forest, while she remained confined to the meager expanse of the Thousand Dragon Pond. Moreover, she increasingly sensed that, even with the passage of time, reaching the coveted milestone of 100,000 years seemed an insurmountable challenge, leaving her to languish in the confines of the pond. The crystalline serpent was unwilling to resign herself to such a fate. She yearned to restore the glory of her serpent lineage rather than transform into a dragon, becoming a mere vassal of the dragon clan and a false dragon. She required an opportunity, and now, that opportunity had manifested before her. She had devised a plan to consume the serpent spirit grass nurtured by the essence of the serpents within the Thousand Dragon Pond before becoming the soul ring of the child before her, forcefully evolving her bloodline to attain the status of a pseudo-100,000-year soul ring. Through the power of sacrificial reflection, she sought to resurrect the seven-colored python bloodline. Her true form would plunge into the depths of the Thousand Dragon Pond, and the resurrected bloodline would bestow unimaginable benefits upon the serpent clan residing there. As for why she chose Tang Yin over others, it was simply because she sensed an alluring energy emanating from him, one that drew her in. Becoming Tang Yin's soul ring did not repulse her. It was as simple as that. Very well, I promise you, when Xiao Yin is ready to bear your age, I shall bring him to you, Tang Hao declared. I require you to swear by your martial soul, the purple serpent insisted, her tone growing more solemn. Tang Hao's earlier remarks were merely a means to placate the purple serpent. However, he was unprepared for the serpent's demand that he swear upon his martial soul. Should he fail to bring Tang Yin to fulfill their agreement in the future, Tang Hao would suffer tremendous backlash, potentially leading to the shattering of his martial soul. Observing Tang Hao's hesitation, the purple serpent scoffed. Humph, you were indeed merely toying with me. Grateful for the elder's kindness, Tang Yin solemnly vowed with the spear of his martial soul, I shall undoubtedly return to fulfill today's promise with the elder. Should I breach this oath? May the heavens forsake me. Tang Hao, upon hearing his son's vow, was taken aback and attempted to intervene, exclaiming, Xiao Yin, no. At that moment, Yin appeared, restraining Tang Hao with a glance. Tang Hao immediately understood and ceased his actions. Upon witnessing the appearance of his mother, Tang San realized that his younger brother's sudden oath must have some connection to her. You, a dignified title Douluo, are no better than a mere 6-year-old child. The purple serpent mocked, casting an approving glance at Tang Yin, and remarked, You possess a certain audacity, young one. Rest assured, you shall not regret the decision you have made today. Now, it is time for me to fulfill our agreement. Chapter 17, The Serpent's Decision. Pray tell, what kind of soul beast do you seek? Tang Hao paid no heed to the previous taunts of the purple serpent. For one does not concern oneself with the plight of soul beasts, much like one would remain indifferent to the existence of ants, as it bears no significance. Our quest requires soul beasts aged between 800 to 1,500 years, preferably of the wood attribute. Tang Hao articulated his demands, without the slightest hesitation. The purple serpent conjured forth a small brownish snake, approximately 1 meter in length, from the towering ancient tree before Tang Yin and the others. This was a 1,100-year-old vinewood jiao, possessing a trace of mixed dragon blood. Recently, it had sustained severe injuries in a battle with another soul beast and could not survive much longer. Thus, becoming a soul ring for this young boy would be a fitting end for its existence. Though the snake presented was not of the highest bloodline among serpentine soul beasts, the vinewood jiao, in addition to possessing the agility characteristic of most serpents, boasted a remarkable self-healing capability, making it highly compatible with Tang Yin's martial spirit. It bore a long, deep gash along its body, nearly severing its spine, a testament to the ferocity of its recent battle. Had it been any other serpentine soul beast, such an injury would have led to its demise long ago. Only the vinewood jiao could endure to this day, in its current state. Tormented by pain and devoid of the will to survive, becoming a human soul ring might well serve as a form of liberation for it. Tang Yin pierced the essence of fate into the body of Tingmu Jiao, as the soft azure glow of his life furnace radiated, enveloping Tingmu Jiao's form. The energy of Tingmu Jiao transformed into a violet soul ring, which was directly absorbed by fate, along with its flesh, blood, and even its very soul. Observing this scene, the great serpent felt a flicker of unease regarding its prior plans, realizing that this little demon's method of absorbing the soul ring was markedly different from others. Tang Yin initially intended to utilize the destiny furnace to refine the flesh and blood of the vine-scale serpent. However, fate unexpectedly absorbed the entire entity. The vine-scale serpent was drawn wholly into the spear of destiny, transforming into a radiant speck, akin to a precious gem, embellishing the brown, withered wood at the spear's tip. This phenomenon did not resemble the absorption of a soul ring, but rather evoked the essence of a sacred ritual. As this ritual concluded, the brilliance gradually dissipated, leaving behind only a bemused Tang Yin. With the vine-scale serpent now vanished from existence, Tang Yin attempted to summon his first spirit ring, and a purple spirit ring rose from beneath his feet, leading to a scene that left everyone present in utter astonishment. Within the violet soul ring of Tang Yin, the once near-death Phenom Jiao suddenly surged forth, vibrant and full of life, soaring in all directions, a stark contrast to its previous state of languor. Most astonished was the purple serpent, who had believed that Phenom Jiao had perished entirely, its soul consumed by the diminutive specter before her. However, the reality was far from her expectations. The purple serpent's vertical pupils quivered, as if she had uncovered a monumental revelation. Phenom Jiao, which previously possessed a chaotic draconic lineage, had yet to develop limbs, and its dragon horns were but slight protrusions, lacking any semblance of draconic majesty. Yet now, Phenom Jiao had sprouted for limbs, and its horns had grown substantial, as if it had undergone a profound metamorphosis, shedding its former self. This might be the singular opportunity of my lifetime, mused the purple serpent. What has transpired with Phenom Jiao? Given the implications for her own future, the purple serpent felt compelled to comprehend every detail. The reason for Phenom Jiao's bloodline evolution was not merely a whim of fate. Fate had only allowed its survival. The force propelling its transformation stemmed from Tang Yin's second martial soul, the Dragon Phoenix Bow, which also attracted the essence of the purple serpent. The Dragon Phoenix Bow had been infused with the lifeblood of countless formidable beasts, and even a minuscule essence from it was sufficient to elevate Phenom Jiao to a true draconic being. There also existed the potential for the purple serpent's evolution, derived from the bloodline of her ancestor, the seven-colored serpent python, tracing back to the nine-colored sacred serpent. My martial soul is somewhat unique. The Fate Spear does not obliterate the soul beasts that become my soul rings. Rather, it preserves their entirety. One day, after my demise, they shall regain their freedom. And what of the bloodline evolution? The purple serpent inquired, her tone laced with urgency, devoid of any pretense. She had come to trust Tang Yin's assertion that his soul rings would restore freedom after his death. Having sensed that Phenom Jiao's condition reflected a restoration to its optimal state, unlike the typical soul beasts that became soul rings, whose souls were fragmented and tainted by malevolence. Regarding that, I am not entirely certain. It may be related to my other martial soul, Tang Yin replied, vaguely aware that Phenom Jiao had briefly established a connection with the Dragon Phoenix Bow upon entering his body, though it had quickly dissipated, leaving him unable to fully register the moment. May I behold your second martial soul? The purple serpent earnestly requested. Certainly. Tang Yin reclaimed his fate and summoned the Dragon Phoenix Bow. The aura emanating from the bow once again stirred the Thousand Dragon Pond, awakening the long-desired bloodline evolution within them. Yet it was only under the powerful suppression of the purple serpent that tranquility was restored. The purple serpent became convinced that the enchanting essence radiating from Tang Yin was indeed emanating from this very bow. Indeed, this is my opportunity, the purple serpent affirmed resolutely. Tang Yin stroked his head, perplexed by the situation. What opportunity? The purple serpent paid no heed to Tang Yin's confusion and instead turned to Tang Hao. I have changed my mind. I now wish to become his soul ring. This is unacceptable. Both Tang Hao and A Yin rejected in unison. Your cultivation level is that of an 80,000-year soul beast, at the very least. You would require the 8th soul ring of a soul Douluo to endure your full essence. Currently, little Yin is merely at the 20th level. How could she possibly bear it? I speak with earnest intent. Your lady must also be a soul beast, and her current state suggests she has undergone tribulation. Are you speaking of a sacrifice? Yet your cultivation level. A Yin expressed her concerns, still apprehensive. I possess my own methods, but since this is a forced enhancement, it will naturally be inferior to a direct sacrifice from a 100,000-year soul beast. I must seal my own power and cannot wield it directly. After hearing this, A Yin sighed. I have agreed on behalf of little Yin. A Yin understood that this great serpent harbored its own convictions, even if it meant sacrificing its life. It was akin to the choice she once made regarding her love for Tang Hao. No one could deter her then, and she would not obstruct the serpent's intentions now. We must observe this process from the sidelines. Should you show even the slightest sign of treachery, the 1,000-dragon pool shall cease to exist after today, Tang Hao threatened. Huh, I would never jest with my own life, the purple serpent replied, casting its gaze upon Tang Yin as if appraising a rare treasure. Little ghost, my sister's future rests upon your shoulders, do not disappoint her. A provocative remark, which to Tang Yin felt like an acknowledgement from the serpent elder. I will strive to do my best. Tang Yin was acutely aware of the immense advantage that acquiring such a formidable soul beast would bestow upon his future. Without a moment's hesitation, after absorbing the first soul ring, he immediately commenced the absorption of the second. Chapter 18. Zishi. Although the 1,000-dragon pool revered the purple giant serpent as its leader, it was solely due to her unparalleled cultivation. The 1,000-dragon pool followed its own natural order, and when she departed, the strongest soul beast beneath her would inevitably rise to fill her position, inheriting her current status and dominion over the pool. The purple giant serpent fully emerged from the water, revealing her magnificent and colossal form, at over 80 meters in length. Tang Yin realized that what he had previously glimpsed was merely the tip of the iceberg. She soared towards a towering ancient tree, comparable in size to a small human settlement, which was home to countless serpentine soul beasts. The purple giant serpent flicked her tongue, and a spirit herb shot forth from a hidden nook within the tree. This spirit herb possessed 7 or 8 elongated leaves, each adorned with intricate patterns resembling coiled serpents. Exuding a potent medicinal aura, a coveted treasure for all serpentine martial spirits. Once, a soul master nearing the rank of title Douluo attempted to seize this herb by force. However, a multitude of ancient soul beasts swiftly intervened, grievously injuring the audacious challenger at the moment of his approach, compelling him to flee in utter disarray. Merely this single spirit herb could instantly elevate the purple giant serpent's cultivation by 20,000 years, forcibly propelling her to the level of a 100,000-year soul beast. Such a level of cultivation was a prerequisite for the soul beast to initiate a sacrificial ceremony. Being a pseudo-100,000-year soul beast, the purple giant serpent had to seize the limited time available to complete this ritual. Upon completion of the sacrifice, the soul ring she provided for Tang Yin would still require layers of sealing. The color of the soul ring would remain within the spectrum that Tang Yin's body could currently endure. However, in the future, as his soul power increased, the seals on the second soul ring would gradually be lifted, potentially transforming it into a crimson 100,000-year soul ring one day. Without hesitation, the purple giant serpent devoured the spirit herb. Instantly, every one of her purple scales shimmered with a radiant luster, and her aura surged, reaching 85,000, then 88,000, and finally 90,000 years within a quarter of an hour. Each purple scale began to undergo a metamorphosis, blending a vivid scarlet hue with the original purple, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Was it truly only a dual hue? The purple serpent shook its head within, realizing that the spirit grass offered little enhancement to her bloodline. The elevation of her century-old lineage had merely propelled her a small step towards becoming the colorful python, granting her dual-colored scales, without lingering in regret. The purple serpent immediately initiated the sacrificial ceremony upon achieving 10,000 years of cultivation. The radiant glow emanating from her entire serpentine form rendered Tang Xin unable to gaze directly at her, while Tang Hao, standing nearby, squinted in response. Overcome with sentiment, he recalled the moment 6 years prior when Yin had made her sacrifice, his thoughts swirling in complexity. The purple serpent, or rather the purplish-red serpent, continually diminished her form, enveloping Tang Yin's body within her embrace. Tang Yin was equally cooperative, raising the spear of destiny as his gaze met the twin eyes of the purple serpent. "I shall not disappoint you," he declared earnestly. Although he was unaware of the significance of the 100,000-year soul beast's sacrifice for him, he understood that the trust emanating from the formidable purple serpent was a reason he could not betray. "This is my grand gamble," the purple serpent contemplated in the final moment before merging with Tang Yin's being. Countless beams of light dissipated, and beneath Tang Yin's feet, another purple soul ring emerged. Unlike the first, this soul ring was adorned with a faint layer of blood energy, setting it apart with an air of uniqueness. Within Tang Yin's body, the imposing figure of the purple serpent vanished, replaced by an exquisitely beautiful woman with flowing purple hair, almost entirely unclad. Her enchanting, beguiling eyes possessed the power to captivate the hearts of many men with merely a glance. She lifted her gaze, and beside her, The primordial energy of the Fate Spear radiated an invigorating life force that made her breathing remarkably effortless. To her left, the dragon phoenix bow stood in serene stillness. Just as she intended to approach it, a single drop of multicolored blood from the bow surged into her body, causing her pupils to constrict in shock. This astonishing reaction was due to the fact that this drop of blood was propelling her bloodline toward ancestral evolution. The colors of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple intertwined, the dazzling spectrum of hues rendering her momentarily entranced. In an instant, she had fulfilled the desires of countless millennia, a profound release from the burdens that had weighed upon her, the sensation of which was beyond expression. At this moment, she could be regarded as one who had lived without regrets. The gown crafted from the interwoven colors enveloped her flawless form, accentuating her exquisite curves beneath the radiant fabric, igniting a fervor in the hearts of those who beheld her. Of course, this did not include Tang Yin, who, at merely 6 years of age, had yet to even lose his baby teeth, let alone experience the complexities of adulthood. Tang Yin's spirit consciousness entered his body and encountered a purple serpent. However, he did not behold a serpent, but rather a graceful young woman adorned in a resplendent rainbow gown with flowing purple hair. "Who are you?" Tang Yin questioned, bewildered, pondering the whereabouts of the imposing serpent. "And, might I ask, who are you, fair maiden?" The enchanting young lady in the rainbow dress smiled warmly. "Little brother, my name is Zishi." As she spoke, she drew closer to Tang Yin, her fragrant presence wafting over his youthful visage, causing his cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Amused by the playful teasing of the young lad, she leaned in further, her ruby lips gently brushing against his cherubic face. "From now on, I hope for your kind attention, little brother," Zishi whispered near his ear, emphasizing the words little brother with a playful lilt. Startled and overwhelmed, having never been kissed by any woman other than his mother, Tang Yin fled in a flustered panic, stammering, I must take my leave now." Zishi watched his retreating figure with a gentle smile before settling down in a cross-legged position to consolidate her cultivation. In the real world, Tang Yin opened his eyes, relieved to find himself distanced from Zishi. The sacrificial ritual had been successfully completed. Tang Hao, carrying both Tang Yin and Tang San, swiftly soared towards the southern expanse of the Douluo forest. This was the most direct route away from the forest, as the mixed zones remained perilously dangerous. Safety was paramount. After flying for the better part of a day, the trio arrived at a clearing, now on the outskirts of the Douluo forest, where the occasional appearance of century-old soul beasts posed little threat. It was at this juncture that Tang Hao instructed Tang Yin to demonstrate his 2 soul skills. Having absorbed the soul rings, Tang Yin now possessed a soul power of level 23, and the second soul ring represented the maximum age he could endure. At 1,900 years, Zishi's sacrifice did not yield a soul bone, as her physical form had been entirely preserved. Thus, no soul bone existed. Had there been one, Tang Yin's soul power could have undoubtedly surpassed level 25 upon its absorption. Tang Yin summoned the Destiny Spear, and the first soul ring beneath his feet illuminated. The first soul skill, Divine Dragonwood. Several ethereal green dragons, formed from condensed energy, danced in the air. Tang Yin deftly directed the Destiny Spear forward, and the dragons surged forth, crashing into the ground ahead. Upon impact, immense craters appeared, with countless vines sprouting forth, coiling into the shape of dragons. Is this a control-type soul skill? But what of this attack? Tang Hao sensed that this soul skill was extraordinary, delivering considerable damage while also providing control. My first soul skill, Divine Dragonwood, can summon dragon phantoms to fly towards a target, inflicting a modicum of damage and control upon impact. Beside him, Tang San smirked slightly. A modicum of damage, you say? The mere creation of a crater is hardly less than the damage from my full-force strike. How ostentatious. Next came the second soul skill. The second soul skill, Radiant Sacred Domain. The second soul ring shimmered, and a vast circular domain with a radius of 20 meters formed around Tang Yin, a crown of resplendent, multicolored light glimmering above his head, as if crowning him with glory. A domain soul skill. Tang Hao was taken aback. As a title Douluo, he was acutely aware of the rarity of domain soul skills. The fact that Tang Yin could acquire such a precious ability at his second soul skill was unfathomable, hinting at immense potential for the future. On the Douluo continent, domain soul skills are emblematic of strength. They are so extraordinarily powerful that a title Douluo possessing one can simultaneously challenge 3 to 5 title Douluo of the same rank who lack such skills, underscoring their formidable nature. The second soul skill, Radiant Sacred Domain, grants me a 100% enhancement to all attributes, while those I designate as allies receive a 30% enhancement and a supply of life energy. However, the consumption of soul power accelerates, and those I deem as enemies suffer a 50% debilitation. This attribute enhancement will progressively strengthen as I unlock further soul rings. As he spoke, Tang Yin demonstrated to Tang Hao, connecting a green thread to him. Tang Hao felt a pure essence of life energy surging into his body, alleviating some of his chronic ailments. Currently, Tang Yin was unable to provide such an attribute enhancement to a titled Douluo. To attempt it would simply drain him dry. After the demonstration of soul skills, the trio departed from the Douluo forest. Chapter 19. Taking a Master. Tang Hao has found suitable mentors for Tang Yin and Tang San following their respective journeys of cultivation. One day in Notting City, he encountered the once-renowned Master Yu Xiaojiang. Upon inquiring, he learned that Master Yu is currently serving as a guest lecturer at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy in the western part of the city. In Tang Hao's view, he is exceptionally well-suited to be Tang San's teacher. Naturally, Tang Hao will assist Tang San in planning the soul rings for the Houghton Hammer, sparing Master Yu from any inconvenience. Moreover, Master Yu's conclusions regarding the absorption of animal spirit rings by plant-type martial souls can no longer be tested on his beloved disciple, Tang San. Tang Hao's decision to select Yu Xiaojiang as Tang San's mentor stemmed from his own utter lack of direction regarding the cultivation of dual martial souls. Even the esteemed Haotian sect, the foremost sect in the realm, possessed no records pertaining to the training of such unique martial abilities. He was acutely aware that a prodigious talent, blessed with dual martial souls, had perished due to improper cultivation. Yu Xiaojiang, having spent many years in the vast archives of the Spirit Hall, was well-versed in knowledge and had, according to legend, a close relationship with the Spirit Hall's Sanus. It was conceivable that he could access some of the Spirit Hall's secret repositories, potentially harboring methods to resolve the intricacies of dual martial soul cultivation. The trio journeyed tirelessly from the Douluo forest back to Notting City. Including the return trip and periods of rest, the entire endeavor spanned 22 days. Upon their arrival in Notting City, night had already fallen. Tang Hao carefully placed the slumbering Tang Yin into their room before stepping outside with Tang San. At the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, in the faculty quarters, Yu Xiaojiang sat down at his desk after a long day. Behind him stood a shelf brimming with books, while the desk was cluttered with an overwhelming amount of materials. Before him lay a newly acquired document. As he diligently organized vast amounts of information for his research into martial soul theory, the dim light of the oil lamp illuminated only a small area before him, compelling him to lean in closely to read. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, prompting Yu Xiaojiang to wonder who could be visiting at such a late hour. Rising to answer, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. It was none other than Tang Hao, accompanied by the 6-year-old Tang San. "Who are you?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired, puzzled. "Tang Hao," came the reply, which sent a tremor of excitement through Yu Xiaojiang. Overwhelmed, he recalled the disdain he faced in his youth due to his innate soul power being merely half a level, which had fostered within him a profound admiration for formidable strength. The illustrious twin stars of the Haotian lineage, one of the most exceptional talents of his generation, now stood before him. 6 years ago, Yu Xiaojiang's excitement was interrupted by a recollection of past events. He remembered how Tang Hao had been pursued by the Spirit Hall, which deepened his own animosity towards the institution he already loathed. Tang Hao raised his hand to interrupt Yu Xiaojiang's words, stating that there was no need to revisit the events of the past. He had come this time with a request. "What is it?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired, feeling a sense of obligation to assist his idol. "What do you think of this child's talent?" He then turned to Tang San and said, "Little San, summon forth your martial soul." Tang San understood that the individual before him was the teacher his father had arranged for him. Influenced profoundly by the reverence for elders, he treated Yu Xiaojiang, who was not yet his teacher, with utmost courtesy. He bowed respectfully to Yu Xiaojiang and then summoned his martial spirit, the Haotian Hammer. Gripped firmly in both hands, the hammer struck the ground with a resounding thud. A yellow soul ring ascended from beneath Tang San's feet, marking him as a formidable level 12 assault weapon soul master. "Haotian Hammer," Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed in astonishment, then marveled, "Indeed, like father, like son." "Xiao San, another martial spirit?" Tang Hao paid no heed to Yu Xiaojiang's flattery. However, upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. "Another martial spirit? Could it be?" Soon, Tang San confirmed Yu Xiaojiang's speculation. The Haotian Hammer vanished, replaced by a blue-silver emperor that materialized in his hands. A twin martial spirit. Yu Xiaojiang could hardly believe his eyes. He never thought he would witness another dual martial spirit in his lifetime. Master, I know your knowledge is profound. Xiao San's talent surpasses mine. He not only inherited my Haotian hammer, but also possesses innate full soul power. I am utterly at a loss on how to nurture a twin martial spirit, and now I must rely on your expertise, Tang Hao implored. I hope you will accept Xiao San and guide him in his cultivation. I am flattered. It is indeed an honor to instruct such a gifted disciple, Yu Xiaojiang replied. Feeling somewhat incredulous, as though he were trapped in a dream. Xiao San, kneel and pay your respects to your master, Tang Hao instructed. Hearing his father's words, Tang San obediently knelt and bowed 3 times to Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang hurried to assist him, his tone tinged with reproach. A man should not kneel lightly. A simple bow is sufficient when paying respects to a master. I understand, Tang San replied, awkwardly scratching his head, though not particularly astute in social matters. He was aware that the saying, once a teacher, forever a father, should not be uttered in the presence of his own father. Very well, Xiao San. I must take my leave. I will visit every 3 months to guide you. When you reach a breakthrough, I will take you to hunt for soul rings. Be sure to learn diligently from your master. As Tang Hao departed, he turned to Tang San and earnestly urged, Master, I entrust this to you. In the room, Tang San stood beside Yu Xiaojiang, both of them watching Tang Hao's silhouette fade into the night. At the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, in the student dormitory, room 7. Xiaowu lay trembling on her bed. The presence of the title Douluo had sent shivers through her since it entered the academy. How could such a powerful figure exist in this small place, nodding city? Xiaowu felt utterly desolate. She had cautiously ventured into the human realm, deliberately selecting a remote town to conceal her identity as a Junior Soul Master. Little did she know that just as she had settled into room 7, before she could even begin to exert her influence, she was confronted with such misfortune. The aura of the title Douluo swept through the entire academy, and Xiaowu was certain that she had been detected, as that presence had briefly locked onto her. Although it lasted only a few seconds, it was enough for her to sense the danger. Now, she was so frightened that she wished to flee back to the Stardow forest under the cover of night. Little rabbit, conceal your aura. No other title Douluo will come here. A voice resonated in Xiaowu's mind, and with that, the oppressive presence receded. She exhaled a sigh of relief, lying on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Did he not discover me? Why did he not strike me down, but instead offered me a warning? Xiaowu could not fathom the reasons behind his actions. Exhausted from her mental turmoil, she decided to surrender to sleep. After all, the formidable entity had assured her that no other title Douluo would arrive. The sound of her steady breathing filled room 7, indicating that she had fallen into a deep slumber. Tang Hao was somewhat surprised upon discovering Xiaowu, yet he harbored no particular thoughts about her. His perspective on the 100,000-year transformation spirit beasts was different due to Ayin. Even the rarest 100,000-year spirit beasts did not sway his opinion. Thus, he kindly reminded Xiaowu to temper her aura. After leaving the academy, he returned to the inn, where Tang Yin was sleeping soundly. Upon entering the room, Tang Hao noticed a glimmer from Tang Yin's right hand, and Ayin materialized in the chamber. How? You have returned. Tang Hao stepped forward and embraced his wife, replying, I have returned. Xiao Sin will learn from that esteemed master, and in a few days, I shall find a teacher for Xiao Yin. There's no need to exert yourself too much, Hao Ayin murmured, leaning against Tang Hao's sturdy arm. As long as we are together, our family will be safe and sound. Indeed, let it be so, safe and sound. Tang Hao echoed her sentiments. Yet, despite his words, Ayin was acutely aware that the flames of vengeance smoldering in Tang Hao's heart had never been extinguished. Chapter 20. Young Wudi Tang Hao embarked on a distant journey, absent for no less than half a month. During this time, Tang Yin remained in the inn, diligently pursuing his daily cultivation. He focused on solidifying the 3rd-level soul power accumulated from the 2 soul rings, opting not to hastily break through to the 24th level. Instead, he continued to compress and refine his foundation. The wise old tortoise had once imparted to him the importance of grounding every step taken in the path of cultivation. One must not be seduced by the allure of rapid advancement. Such superficial soul power resembles a waterless lily pad, insignificant when compared to those with a solid foundation. As another day unfolded, Tang Yin stood in his room, where a faint blue furnace of destiny inhaled the essence of heaven and earth, continuously transforming it into soul power to nourish him. He diligently operated his technique, compressing and storing the soul power within his body, circulating it through an entire great cycle. thereby exercising his muscles, bones, and blood vessels. After 2 hours, the flames within the faint blue furnace gradually dimmed, and Tang Yin exhaled a breath of turbid air. 15 days had passed, and his father would soon return. To be honest, the monotony of 15 days of cultivation had weighed heavily upon Tang Yin. After all, he was accustomed to having half a day of activities, unlike the current predicament of being confined to his room day in and day out. Tang Hao's protection of Tang Yin can be described as unparalleled. Beyond Tang Yin's extraordinary talents, a more significant reason lies in the presence of A Yin within him. No matter the circumstances, Tang Hao would never allow Tang Yin to come to harm. Otherwise, why would he caution Tang Yin against venturing out carelessly while he himself was away? Knock, knock, knock. After the sound of knocking, the voice of the attendant resonated. Esteemed guest, your lunch is ready. Tang Yin opened the door and, after expressing his gratitude, received his lunch. As he savored the crispy, pan-seared steak, a spoonful of delectable sauce drizzled over it awakened his appetite, dispelling the tedium that lingered in his mind, allowing him to eat earnestly. A Yin floated out from Tang Yin's right arm, and, upon seeing him engrossed in his meal, chuckled, "You little rascal, you eat like a pig." Upon seeing A Yin emerge, Tang Yin hastily swallowed the morsel in his mouth and retorted, "Mother, I am not a little pig. If anything, I am like you, a small blade of grass." Silly child. A Yin chose not to engage in a dispute with the young one, responding instead, "Your father has returned. I can sense his presence." No sooner had she spoken than the door to the room swung open once more, revealing Tang Hao, who had been away for half a month. Despite his status as a titled Douluo, he appeared utterly fatigued. Upon entering the room and spotting A Yin and Tang Yin, he suppressed his weariness and spoke gently, "Little Yin, I have found you a teacher who wields a gun martial spirit. I will take you to meet him tomorrow." He then turned his gaze toward his wife, A Yin, and the two embraced, completely unconcerned with Tang Yin's presence. Tang Yin pretended not to notice and continued his meal, reluctantly parting ways only after he had finished. In recent days, Tang Hao had ventured to Tiando City, where he discovered the former stronghold of the Power Clan and met with the clan leader, Titan. After the Haotian sect announced its closure, the 4 affiliated sects that had relied on it became scapegoats for the Spirit Hall, with the Power Clan suffering severe casualties. The teacher chosen by Tang Hao for Tang Yin was none other than Yang Wudi, the leader of the Power Clan. Due to the oppression from the Spirit Hall, the 4 affiliated sects were compelled to relocate from their original sites, and the Power Clan was the only family whose location Tang Hao was aware of. Titan informed him that there was still a close connection among the 4 clans, as they convened annually for a gathering of the single attribute families, uniting for self-preservation. Coincidentally, in half a month's time, the Power Clan would be hosting the next gathering, at which the leaders of the other 3 families would also be in attendance. Tang Hao was acutely aware of Yang Wudi's reclusive nature, especially after the tragic loss of his son during the massacre at the Spirit Hall, compounded by the fact that his brother had become a captive of the same institution. It was only natural for him to harbor profound resentment towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao was well aware of Yang Wudi's peculiar obsession with medicinal herbs. Consequently, he ventured into the Star Do Great Forest, where he discovered a millennium-old amethyst essence near the shores of the Lake of Life. After engaging in a fierce battle with the Flame Lion King, whose cultivation approached 90,000 years, he successfully acquired this precious herb. This millennium amethyst essence was intended as a token of apprenticeship for Tang Yin. Fast forward to the present. The gathering of the 4 prominent single-element families in Heavendo City is set to take place in 2 days. Thus, Tang Hao departed from Nodding City with Tang Yin, making their way toward the imperial capital of the Heavendo Empire. Tang Yin finally emerged, brimming with excitement. Eagerly glancing left and right, his curiosity piqued by everything around him. The capital of the Heavendo Empire, Heavendo City, appeared at the edge of the plain, its seemingly endless walls captivating Tang Yin's gaze. Only as he approached the walls could he truly appreciate their grandeur, towering at an impressive 20 meters. The outer layer was constructed from mystic stones designed to mitigate the impact of soul energy. The prosperity within the city was unlike anything Tang Yin had ever encountered, as his previous experience with cities was limited to the humble Nodding City. What is Nodding City, you may ask? It is merely a small border town in one of the poorest provinces of the Heavendo Empire. Its size, including the outer city, scarcely amounting to 1/50th of Heavendo City. At this moment, a gathering of the 4 prominent families, each distinguished by their singular elemental attributes, was taking place in the territory of the Li family, marking a significant celebration within Heavendo City. Tang Hao grasped Tang Yin's hand and arrived at the entrance of the Li Ji clan's territory. At this moment, Tang Hao was clad in a black cloak, concealing his form and visage. The Titan, who had been awaiting their arrival, immediately recognized Tang Hao and hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. "Master, your humble servant has been waiting here for quite some time. The old goat has also arrived." The old goat was the moniker of Yang Wudi. Tang Yin curiously observed the elderly gentleman before him, who referred to himself as the servant of his father. The man was tall and robust, with hair and beard as white as snow. Despite his advanced age, he stood upright, exuding an aura of formidable presence. However, the self-designation of old servant made Tang Yin feel somewhat uncomfortable. Unable to suppress his feelings, he spoke up. "Grandfather, please refrain from calling yourself an old servant in front of anyone." Titan paused momentarily, then noticed the child beside Tang Hao. He looked at Tang Hao with a puzzled expression. "Master, who is this?" "My son," Tang Hao replied, then added, "There is no need to address me as master, nor to refer to yourself as an old servant. You are an elder. Simply call me Tang Hao." Titan scrutinized Tang Yin carefully. Upon hearing Tang Hao's subsequent words, he hurriedly bowed and replied, "Old servant. No, I understand." Although he did not comprehend why this young master disliked the term servant being used in his presence, Titan recognized that obedience is the hallmark of a good servant. Since the master disapproved, he would refrain from using it. Moreover, he held Tang Yin, the young master, in even higher regard, for it was evident that Tang Hao valued him greatly, as he had altered a title he had borne for over 40 years at the behest of his son. Under the guidance of Titan, the chieftain of the Li family, Tang Hao and Tang Yin proceeded to the conference hall. Inside, 3 elderly gentlemen were already seated, and Tang Yin could hear their conversations. "What is the old gorilla waiting for? We've been left here for so long," exclaimed a robust elder, who was as imposing as Titan himself. His face resembled a ripe jujube, and though his once steel-like short hair had turned silver, his complexion remained vibrant, with eyes as bright as copper bells. "Perhaps there is something of great importance at hand. We are not in a hurry," replied a slender elder with flowing white hair, leisurely sipping his tea. "What matter could be more significant than our gathering?" The robust elder grumbled, before picking up a delicacy from the table and munching away. Tang Yin's gaze lingered momentarily on the 2 elderly men engaged in conversation before shifting to the solitary figure seated in silence. This individual possessed a tall and slender physique, reminiscent of the eldest among the elders, yet considerably taller. His hair was not entirely white. Instead, it exhibited a striking blend of black and gray. His complexion was ruddy, yet his expression bore a certain somberness. The piercing gaze of his hawk-like eyes exuded an aura of coldness, often maintaining a frosty demeanor that rendered him seemingly unapproachable. As Tang Yin scrutinized him, their eyes met in an intense exchange. Tang Yin immediately discerned that the elderly man before him was also a wielder of a gun-martial spirit, as evidenced by the indomitable aura that is characteristic of formidable gun users. After a prolonged separation, Tang Hao's voice drew the attention of the 3 individuals. Chapter 21. The agreement. Both Niu Gao and Bai He turned their gazes towards Tang Hao's direction, unable to believe their eyes. The robust elder was Niu Gao, the patriarch of one of the 4 single-attribute families, the Yu clan. The tall and lean elder was Bai He, the patriarch of another of the 4 single-attribute families, the Min clan, and also Tang Hao's uncle. His sister, Tang Yin's grandmother, was married to the former leader of the Haotian sect, Tang Wei. Upon the unexpected reappearance of Tang Hao, once the most resplendent star of the Haotian sect, a tumult of emotions stirred within their hearts. They had initially believed that their family would ascend to greater power on the Douluo continent due to Tang Hao's rise. Yet, they were unprepared for the calamity that befell them when that once promising genius fell in love with a spirit beast, leading to animosity with the spirit hall and inadvertently causing the death of the Pope, which nearly brought their family to ruin. The capriciousness of fate had wrought an unforeseen outcome, leaving all parties astonished. Thus, the sight of Tang Hao once more inevitably stirred complex feelings within them. Tang Hao was acutely aware of the disappointment he had caused to the sects that once supported him and the Haotian sect, which had nurtured him, ashamed to face them. He nevertheless felt compelled to meet for the sake of Tang Yin's future. Humph! Young Wudi was the first to shatter the silence. "Today marks the gathering of our 4 major single-attribute families. What brings you, the young master of Haotian sect, here?" Yang Wudi harbored deep resentment towards Tang Hao. If his foremost disdain was directed at the spirit hall, Tang Hao would undoubtedly rank second. As the future heir of the Haotian sect, he could have any woman. save for the current pope, yet he chose to fall for a soul beast. The grand edifice he was set to construct crumbled in an instant. A kind of despair that words could scarcely encapsulate. Tang Hao remained silent, for he was at a loss as to how to respond to Yang Wudi's words. Observing the awkward atmosphere, Titan swiftly intervened, saying, all right, we were once a family. After all this time, why must we engage in hostility? Yang Wudi, however, was unyielding. Retorting, when the Haoyan sect closed its doors to avoid disaster, we, as affiliated sects, were left like lost dogs, with everyone eager to take a bite out of us. How can we possibly consider ourselves a family with the Haoyan sect? Old goat, perhaps you should refrain from speaking too much, why he interjected in an attempt to mediate. Have I spoken in error? Yang Wudi's emotions flared. After that incident, do you have any idea what your Min clan endured? Had it not been for the support of a few brothers, your former sect master's family would likely have been reduced to begging. Yang Wudi's words left by him momentarily speechless, for they were undeniably true. During the time, in a desperate bid for survival, their clan had fled with nothing but the clothes on their backs. The wealth they had painstakingly accumulated had become spoils of war in the skirmish with the Spirit Hall. Once a prosperous family, they were now destitute, and without the aid of the other three clans. It was not inconceivable that a once respected soul master family could face the absurdity of starvation. I acknowledge that the fault lies with me. I admit it. Tang Hao finally spoke. Though I understand that my admission holds little value, the Haoyan sect was forced to close its doors. And my father died of rage over this matter. You too lost kin and wealth in the purge by the Spirit Hall. I shall spend the remainder of my life atoning for this transgression. I know you may not believe me, for my strength remains insufficient. Even as a title de law, it is inadequate. Listening to his father's heartfelt confessions, Tang Yin grasped only fragments of understanding, aware only that her parents' love had brought misfortune to many. The prosperity of their family, the glory of their sect, and her father's hopes had all turned to ashes 6 years ago. Tears streamed down Yin's face as she realized the immense burdens her beloved Tang Hao bore. He must be so weary. Upon hearing Tang Hao's self-reflection, Yang Wudi calmed his agitated heart and slowly took a seat. He understood that no matter how fervently he expressed his displeasure, his son would not return. Nor would his brother be taken by the Spirit Hall. The atmosphere once again fell into a heavy silence. As the titan of the main family, he stepped forward to lighten the mood. Today, the master and young master have come for a purpose. Perhaps you all would consider listening. The titan still deemed it unwise to refer to Tang Hao as master, hence he opted for young master instead. Tang Hao turned to the silent Yang Wudi and spoke. My child, Tang Yin, has awakened the gun martial soul. I hope you can take him as your disciple. Yang Wudi, incredulous, replied, Are you jesting? Your hammer and that child's grasp cannot possibly give rise to a martial soul associated with firearms. Little Yin. Tang Yin immediately comprehended the situation and summoned his martial spirit. The fateful spear materialized, with 2 violet soul rings gracefully revolving around him. The 4 elders sensed a surge of life energy coursing into their bodies, invigorating their very existence. The eldest among them, Niu Gao and Titan, felt this rejuvenation most profoundly. At nearly 70 years of age, the tribulations of 6 years prior had drained their vitality, rendering them visibly older than their peers of comparable strength. Now, with the infusion of life energy, the parched wellspring within them was replenished, and the sensation was unmistakably vivid. Before they could fully appreciate the transformation the life energy wrought upon their bodies, the 2 soul rings beneath Tang Yin's feet immediately captured the attention of all 4. Tang Yin's age is approximately 6 years, as his birth undoubtedly occurred around the time of that tumultuous event. At such a tender age, possessing 2 soul rings, both of which are purple and of a millennium grade, one cannot help but entertain a ludicrous thought that simultaneously arose in the minds of the 4 clan leaders. With an innate soul power of 20, he has surpassed the usual age for absorbing soul rings. To all esteemed elders present, I shall not conceal the truth. Little Yin possesses an innate level of 20, and his second soul ring is derived from the sacrificial offering of a pseudo-100,000-year soul beast. The extent of his future potential is beyond my imagination. Tang Hao is quite forthright, presenting before everyone the future of an extraordinary genius, although it resembled an enticing dream. The tangible future of the culinary master lay clearly ahead. Who would fear not savoring such a delight? Yang Wudi, would you be willing to take Xiaoyin as your disciple? Tang Hao inquired, his gaze fixed upon Yang Wudi, where he discerned a flicker of hesitation and a glimmer of yearning. I do not agree. Yin stepped forth. her voice momentarily silencing the four clan leaders who were envisioning the future. My child shall not become a tool for your vengeance. Under no circumstances shall he tread the same path as you did. She firmly shielded Tang Yin behind her, her tone resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Yin was acutely aware of Tang Hao's intentions, as well as the designs of the four elders who sought to exploit Tang Yin's innate talents. Observing the hint of uncertainty on Tang Hao's face, Yin reprimanded him. Tang Hao, how could you regard Xiaoyin as an instrument for your revenge? You would burden him with a weight heavier than your own. Do you wish for him to follow in your footsteps? Do you even comprehend the ramifications of your actions? Are you still a father? As a mother, Yin unflinchingly chose her child over her partner. In that moment, even if her words pierced the wounds of Tang Hao's past, she refused to yield. It was then that Titan, White Crane, Niugao, and Yang Wudi realized that the woman emerging from within Tang Yin was indeed his mother, Yin, the wife of Tang Hao, and the legendary Blue-Silver Emperor who had ignited the discord of 100,000 years. Tang Hao and Yin calmed down somewhat before he spoke. I never. Yin interrupted Tang Hao, saying, Hao, look into my eyes and tell me you have never considered having Xiaoyin assist you in seeking vengeance. Tang Hao hesitated. Could it truly be that there was none? With such extraordinary talents possessed by his own offspring, after enduring hardships for 30 years, it would be effortless for their family of three, with their esteemed titles, to turn the spirit hall upside down. Tang Yin was aware that her parents were quarreling because of her. She declared, in the future, I shall avenge my father, mother, and all the esteemed elders present. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Yin's eyes turned red with emotion, and she urgently exclaimed, Xiaoyin, you must not. Tang Yin shook his head, signaling Yin to refrain from further persuasion. However, he asserted that moving forward, he would only address matters involving those entangled with the past incident, ensuring that no innocent parties would be affected and offering no assistance for personal gain. Yang Wudi, observing the child's candidness and clarity in delineating his intentions, found the boy's forthrightness particularly appealing. Very well, such unreservedness at such a tender age is quite to my liking. I, Yang Wudi, shall take you as my disciple. Chapter 22. The apprenticeship. Seeing her child make a decisive choice, Yin refrained from further comments, simply cradling her son in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, witnessing Yin's uncontrollable weeping, felt his earlier joy over his son's vow of vengeance extinguished. In a moment of frustration, he struck himself across the face, causing his dark complexion to swell instantly. Beside him, Titan hurriedly commanded someone to fetch medicinal herbs to tend to Tang Hao's wounds. Tang Hao waved his hand in refusal. This slap was a manifestation of his own inadequacy. What of the twin stars of the Haotian sect, or the pride of the sect? His wife could only rely on their son for resurrection, and even vengeance had to be postponed until their son matured. While other second generations are often criticized for living off their parents, in Tang Hao's case, it became a matter of depending on the youth. How absurd this situation is. Tang Yin comforted the weeping Yin, saying, Mother, do not cry. It is still too early. No matter the grievances, they must wait until I become a titled Douluo. For now, Mother must accompany me as I grow up. The little Yin is yet powerless to protect you, being consoled by her own child. Yin suppressed the sorrow within her heart, striving to maintain her composure so as not to burden Tang Yin with her worries. Very well. Until little Yin possesses the strength to safeguard Mother, let Mother protect little Yin. Yin cast a glance at Tang Hao, whose face was bruised and swollen. Yet she refrained from speaking. Instead, she offered him a complex look before entering Tang Yin's body. Did she harbor resentment towards Tang Hao? She questioned herself. And the answer was undoubtedly no. How could one resent a man who forsook everything for the sake of being with her? It was more a lament born of love, akin to the disappointment she felt 5 years ago when he neglected to care for their 2 children. Tang Hao remained silent, feeling a profound sense of despondency as he observed that Yin had not uttered a single word to him. Having accomplished his task, Tang Hao resolved to take his leave. Tang Yin grasped Tang Hao's hand and said, Mother has expressed that she harbors no hatred towards you, and I, too, understand that Father is exceedingly weary. Seemingly struck by a thought, Tang Yin continued, during this period when I have yet to grow stronger, Father must refrain from any irrational actions. Otherwise, all prior agreements would be rendered null and void. Having spent so many years alongside Tang Hao, Tang Yin was acutely aware that beneath Tang Hao's calm exterior lay a beast thirsting for vengeance. A creature capable of inflicting harm upon others while simultaneously jeopardizing Tang Hao himself. In the original narrative, the slaughter of unrelated soul masters from the spirit hall could be considered the sole blemish on Tang Hao's character. Tang Hao gently placed a kiss on Tang Yin's forehead, saying, "Thank you, little Yin. I shall honor the promise we made to one another." Tang Hao retrieved the long-prepared eternal purple crystal ginseng from his satchel and presented it to Yang Wudi, saying, "This is a token of apprenticeship from Xiaoyin. I kindly ask for your guidance in the future." Yang Wudi's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, and he eagerly responded, "Of course, this is only natural. The child truly resonates with my taste." Tang Hao generously bestowed the everlasting purple crystal upon Yang Wudi, who accepted it without hesitation. After the four of them watched Tang Yin depart, their gazes once again converged upon Tang Yin. Tang Yin found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of four elderly gentlemen. Feeling somewhat at a loss, he offered an awkward smile and asked, "Why are you all looking at me?" Yang Wudi interjected, "Do not address us as grandfathers. Call us teachers." "Teachers," he echoed sheepishly. Why he could no longer conceal the smile that played upon his lips. "Little Yin, do you know what you should call me?" Tang Yin recalled how Tang Hao had addressed the elderly gentleman and promptly adjusted his words. "Uncle Grandpa." "Ah, my dear grandson," boomed Niu Gao with his robust voice. "Oh, little Yin, you ought to call me Grandpa Niu." "Grandpa Niu, and me." Titan, witnessing his companions being referred to as grandfathers, felt compelled to join in. "Grandpa Tai," Tang Yin responded nonchalantly. Upon hearing Tang Yin's address, Bai He, Niu Gao, and Titan all turned their gazes towards Yang Wudi. As Yang Wudi realized the situation, his expression darkened. "Humph, a bunch of old fools, how childish. Little Yin, let us depart." Without further ado, Yang Wudi grasped Tang Yin and strode away briskly. Tang Yin could not comprehend why his teacher had suddenly become enraged, leaving him quite perplexed. Behind him, the rough voice of Niu Gao resonated, "Nephew of the goat, do not depart just yet. We have yet to discuss the matter at hand." "Ha." This remark elicited hearty laughter from the two other elderly gentlemen. Tang Yin finally grasped the situation. He raised his gaze to his newly appointed mentor, only to find his face pale as a ghost, the muscles on his visage twitching incessantly, clearly indicating his intense agitation. The gathering of the four prominent single-attribute families spanned 5 days, during which discussions of collaboration took place alongside the youthful exchanges of skills. Initially, Yang Wudi intended for Tang Yin to participate, however. After witnessing Tang Yin's soul technique one evening, he lost the desire to have him compete. The formidable soul technique could swiftly conclude a battle with sheer force, devoid of any finesse, rendering such contests utterly unnecessary. Through this assessment of Tang Yin's soul technique, Yang Wudi also discerned the chaotic nature of Tang Yin's marksmanship, which lacked any semblance of discipline, akin to a child brandishing a stick in a brawl. Nevertheless, having immersed himself in marksmanship for 60 years and having comprehended the essence of the spear for 30 years, Yang Wudi could sense within Tang Yin's erratic movements an indomitable spirit. Upon the conclusion of the gathering, Tang Yin bid farewell to the other 3 clan leaders and accompanied Yang Wudi to the territory of the Piji clan. Presently, the Piji clan was stationed in the city of Xingluo, within the Xingluo Empire. Through their herbal trade, they had established significant connections with both empires. And after conceding a portion of their profits to the imperial family of Xingluo, they acquired a parcel of land on the outskirts of Xingluo City, thus creating their own clan territory. Upon returning to their territory, the entourage accompanying Yang Wudi began to organize at the entrance, while Yang Wudi directly led Tang Yin into the core area of the Piji clan. "This will be your dwelling from now on," Yang Wudi indicated a room. "Tomorrow, I shall teach you the art of the spear." With that, he stepped into an adjacent chamber. Tang Yin pushed open the door and entered the room, which was furnished with all essentials and featured a private bathroom. Numerous long spears, crafted from various minerals, were neatly arranged on the weapon rack against the wall. After a long period of travel, Tang Yin took a refreshing shower and then nestled into bed, drifting into a deep and restful slumber. Unbeknownst to Tang Yin, his arrival had swiftly spread throughout the entire Piji clan. The chamber he occupied had been constructed by Yang Wudi in remembrance of his son, remaining uninhabited for the most part, visited only for daily cleaning. Now, this abode had welcomed a new master. Rumors regarding Tang Yin proliferated rapidly. Tales of an elder tree blossoming, heralding the birth of a scion destined to be groomed as a successor. And the legendary prodigy, the posthumous child of the late young clan leader, resurrecting within the family. Various speculations emerged, each more outrageous than the last, with one particularly absurd version claiming he was the illegitimate child of the current pope. brought in by the clan leader to nurture as an adversary of the martial soul hall, foreshadowing a future of mother-son conflict. This rumor reached young Wudi as he was having breakfast, prompting him to darkly declare Tang Yin's true identity, the direct disciple of the clan leader of Peji. Chapter 23. For years later, the efficiency of the Peji clan was commendable. Upon rising, Tang Yin heard nary a whisper of rumors about himself. After finishing the breakfast brought by a servant, he was escorted by young Wudi to the exclusive training grounds of the clan leader. The arena, paved with resilient stone slabs, spanned a vast 20 acres, nearly the size of 2 football fields, ample space for young Wudi, who refrained from utilizing soul techniques. Now, young Wudi had reached the impressive rank of 79 in soul power, standing just a step away from the coveted threshold of 80. As he honed the soul spear, he focused solely on enhancing his offensive capabilities. To him, defense was a trait reserved for the timid, regardless of the enemy's might. It would not deter his relentless thrusts, for this was his path. Consequently, when it came to imbuing the soul spear with soul rings, the Peji clan often selected soul beasts of formidable offensive strength. This choice rendered young Wudi vulnerable when confronting well-rounded soul masters. Such was the plight of the 4 single-attribute clans. The Li clan emphasized strength, the Yu clan prioritized defense, the Min clan focused on speed, and the Peji clan concentrated on attack. If targeted systematically, the threat posed by these clans would diminish significantly, which explained their continued solidarity even after parting ways with the Haoyin sect. Xiaoyin, what do you think a spear is? Young Wudi inquired, seemingly reconsidering his question. Or rather, what do you intend to do with a spear? To protect those I wish to safeguard, Tang Yin replied resolutely, without a trace of hesitation. Protect? Young Wudi expressed his confusion, for he perceived in Tang Yin's spear the same relentless advance he embodied. But why have you never defended when attacking? Because once I attack, others will abandon their offense and choose to defend instead. Tang Yin was uncertain about the connection between the 2 questions posed by young Wudi. Yet he responded to each in turn. As young Wudi contemplated Tang Yin's 2 replies, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha, what a splendid form of protection. Tang Yin was startled by young Wudi's demeanor. Teacher, what are you doing? Young Wudi gazed intently at Tang Yin and solemnly stated, from this day forth, I shall teach you how to wield a firearm to safeguard those around you. From Tang Yin's words, young Wudi discerned the path that Tang Yin intended to pursue, employing unparalleled aggression to elicit a defensive response from the adversary, thereby ensuring the protection of his loved ones. Tang Yin's path was decidedly more extreme than that chosen by young Wudi. Yet, young Wudi felt a sense of solace, for he believed that had he embraced a path akin to Tang Yin's from the outset, he might have salvaged his son from the clutches of the spirit hall. Regrettably, he only came to realize the existence of such a path now, when it was too late. Master, what troubles you? Tang Yin inquired. Noticing young Wudi's sudden lapse into contemplation, regaining his composure, young Wudi restored his authoritative demeanor, stating, let us commence with the fundamentals of spear technique. You must execute 1,000 thrusts daily, producing a sound that cleaves the air to be deemed satisfactory. Upon hearing the daunting figure of 1,000, Tang Yin's eyes widened, not due to the sheer quantity, but rather its overwhelming magnitude. As he gazed at young Wudi's departing silhouette, a sense of despair washed over him. Yet he resolved to adhere to his master's demands, diligently repeating the thrusting motion. By the time Tang Yin completed the 1,000 repetitions, dusk had enveloped the day. He was drenched in sweat, having foregone lunch, and his energy was severely depleted. Now pale and trembling from the relentless exertion, he leaned heavily against the spear of fate to maintain his balance. Young Wudi, who had been absent for nearly a day, observed Tang Yin's precarious state. Although his expression remained unchanged and aloof, he held a profound admiration for his disciple within. He had not anticipated that Tang Yin would forego even his midday meal in his quest to fulfill the assigned task, despite being utterly famished. At merely 6 years of age, such determination promised great potential for the future. To become a formidable warrior, both innate talent and unwavering perseverance are indispensable. Just before Tang Yin succumbed to unconsciousness, young Wudi swiftly lifted him and carried him to a nearby barrel. Inside, a concoction brewed from countless rare herbs awaited, capable of invigorating the blood, dispelling stagnation, and fortifying the bones. The cost of such a potion was no less than 500 gold soul coins, and it was intended for single use. Young Wudi stripped Tang Yin of his garments, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the boy's younger brother. With a playful flick, he remarked teasingly, "Little one." Then, Tang Yin was placed into the bath barrel, As Ayin stood by, keeping track of time, observing Tang Yin's arduous training today, Ayin felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. However, she understood that a mother's excessive compassion often leads to a child's downfall. Thus, despite her concern, Ayin refrained from disturbing Tang Yin during his training under the guise of love, for such interference was not assistance, but rather a hindrance. Thus, as the days turned into weeks and the seasons changed, for years past, Tang Yin had grown into a young man. His visage still bearing traces of youthful innocence, but radiating a striking elegance. His long, dark hair was neatly tied back, exuding a refreshing vigor. His soul power had broken through to level 32.5 years ago, achieved while he constantly suppressed his potential. Otherwise, his advancement would have been swifter. The third soul ring was obtained under the guidance of his teacher, Yang Wudi, in the Douluo forest. Derived from a rare plant-type soul beast known as the Tongyu Divine Bamboo, which boasted over 4,500 years of cultivation. The Tongyu Divine Bamboo, thriving in extreme environments, possessed an extraordinarily resilient vitality. Choosing it as Tang Yin's third soul ring was not merely due to its life force, but also because of its ghostly offensive capabilities. When attacking, the entire bamboo would shatter into countless pieces, sacrificing its body to strike at the enemy. Akin to the technique of the demon blade, Thousand Edges. Such a soul beast, specializing exclusively in offense, was indeed a fitting choice for Tang Yin's third soul ring. This Tongyu Divine Bamboo bestowed upon Tang Yin a third soul skill named Phantom Light Thousand Shadows, allowing him to disintegrate fate into 1,000 streams of radiant light directed at a chosen target, with a guaranteed armor-piercing effect, rendering him a veritable tank killer. A languid female voice echoed in Tang Yin's ear. "Little brother, when will you bring me a new toy? I have grown weary of the green little bug and green little bamboo." The voice was not a Yin's, but that of the pseudo-100,000-year soul beast, Zishi, who had been sacrificed to Tang Yin. Zishi fell into a deep slumber after absorbing a drop of the 9-colored sacred serpent's blood from the dragon phoenix bout when Tang Yin was 6 years old, awakening only 2.5 years ago after Tang Yin ascended to Soul Master. Now, Zishi's bloodline had evolved into that of the 7-colored serpent python, embodying the most noble royal lineage. Her awakening also enhanced Tang Yin's second soul skill, expanding its radius by an additional 5 meters, now reaching a total of 25 meters. The 7-colored serpent python bloodline granted Zishi an all-attribute enhancement, and she had comprehended a unique divine ability, 7-colored sacred light. This beam could bypass all defenses and spatial barriers, inflicting damage upon its target. The green little bug and green little bamboo were Zishi's affectionate nicknames for the vine dragon that provided Tang Yin with his first soul ring and the Tongyu Divine Bamboo that supplied his third soul ring, respectively. Originally proud and rebellious, the Tongyu Divine Bamboo had become obedient under Zishi's tutelage over the past 2.5 years. As for the vine dragon, Zishi had been its queen since her earliest memories, having already assumed her shape. "Zishi, I know you're eager, but please, hold your horses for now. You are aware that I am merely a step away from reaching level 40. The breakthrough is imminent." "Sai, you must hasten," remarked Zishi. "I am utterly bored, and I must wait for you to ascend to Soul Saint before I can emerge." Zishi's situation differs from that of Ayin. Her sacrificial counterpart is Tang Yin. She can only attain complete freedom once Tang Yin is fully capable of wielding her powers and has lifted all seals. As for Tengmu Jiao and Tongyu Shinshu, their intelligence is too low, rendering their emergence unnecessary. Tang Yin rose from the grassy expanse where he had reclined for half an hour, recalling that his teacher had instructed him to return early today, as they were to meet some significant individuals. The hour was drawing near. Chapter 24, The Royal Banquet. Upon returning to his residence, Tang Yin promptly disrobed and immersed himself in the meticulously prepared bath. However, this time, he refrained from indulging in the medicinal soak. Presently, he possessed a formidable foundation, having consciously honed his physique from a young age, resulting in a strength that far surpassed that of his peers. The frequent medicinal baths he once took 3 years prior no longer bore significant effects on his body. It was not a matter of resistance to the herbs, but rather that such levels of herbal remedies had ceased to yield benefits for him. Now, Tang Yin was to partake in the annual Grand Bath, a lavish concoction of millennium-old spiritual herbs prepared by Yang Wudi, utilizing the finest herbs as its base. Were it not for Yang Wudi's advancing age, he would have joined Tang Yin in this indulgent ritual. There was no ulterior motive. It was simply too extravagant. This lavish expenditure could not entirely be funded by his mentor, as the cost of the herbs was primarily supported by Tang Hao, who toiled diligently outside to earn the necessary funds. More often than not, Tang Hao would bring the herbs directly, leaving one to wonder how many soul beasts in the Stardow forest had surrendered their long-guarded treasures to him. After a brief cleansing, Tang Yin donned a pre-prepared silver attire, his hair elegantly braided and groomed. Though his visage bore a hint of youthful innocence, it was undeniably striking, embodying the essence of a remarkable young gentleman. One could only speculate how many hearts he might ensnare in the future. Yang Wudi observed his 10-year-old disciple. Reflecting on this notion, the thought of charming young maidens reminded him of that rather frivolous incident involving the bouncing game. "Xiaoyin, let us depart," he declared. Having exchanged his usual vigorous attire for a refined black suit with a white inner lining, his hair and beard meticulously groomed, disregarding his inherent aura of dominance, he presented himself almost like a parsimonious steward of a duke's estate. The carriage had been prepared well in advance, and Tang Yin followed Yang Wudi inside. In anticipation of this soiree, the exterior of the carriage had been adorned differently than usual, with an expenditure of 5,000 gold soul coins merely meeting the minimum standards required for the evening's festivities. This grand banquet was organized by the royal family of the Douluo Empire, held to witness the betrothal of the new generation of royal heirs. During this gala, 3 princes of the Douluo Empire would sign marriage contracts with 3 daughters from the Duke of the Underworld's household. The couple that distinguished themselves among the contenders would ascend as the future leaders of the Douluo Empire. However, for the 2 pairs that faltered, the most favorable fate awaited them: the forfeiture of their soul power, condemned to a lifetime of confinement within the dark confines of palace walls. While many would ultimately lose their lives, for death alone offered the surest escape. Upon first hearing of such an eccentric method of inheritance, Tang Yin's initial impression was that the royal family of the Xinglua Empire might possess a peculiar beauty born from a deficiency in their cerebral faculties, perhaps due to the perils of inbreeding. It was astonishing that the other nobles of the Xinglua Empire readily accepted this mode of succession, considering that an emperor who ascended to the throne through such means would be stained with the blood of his own siblings. How could one who is so ruthlessly cruel to their own kin possibly exhibit benevolence towards their noble subjects? As an outsider, Tang Yin could only express his lack of understanding while offering his blessings. Today, the Douluo royal family invited not only the old noble families but also the leaders of various sects, intimate collaborators of the royal family, and formidable warriors of Soul Douluo rank and above from Douluo City. Each invited guest was permitted to bring a family member to witness the event. Yang Wudi met the requirement of being a powerhouse above the rank of Soul Douluo. Indeed, a year ago, after a protracted period of refining his spirit, Yang Wudi broke through to level 81 fateful night, surpassing the threshold that had ensnared countless self-proclaimed geniuses. Following a fierce battle with a golden horned beast boasting a cultivation of 70,000 years, he emerged victorious, slaying the creature and absorbing its spirit rings, thus achieving the rank of Soul Douluo and transforming his aura into something even more formidable. The banquet was to be held at the most opulent establishment in the Douluo Empire, the Starry Pavilion, which had been exclusively reserved by the royal family to host their esteemed guests. Tang Yin disembarked the carriage alongside Yang Wudi, promptly greeted by a servant who guided them towards the grand hall. Yang Wudi's stature within the Xinglua royal family was formidable. His unparalleled combat prowess instilled considerable apprehension even among seasoned Soul Douluo. Hence, it was only natural for the Xinglua royalty to extend their cordiality towards such a formidable individual. Though there remained a quarter of an hour before the banquet commenced, numerous dignitaries had already assembled within the hall. Among the most prominent were Archbishop O'Hara of the Spirit Hall, Su Yuhua, the patriarch of the Xingguan family, and the national master from the imperial court. Surrounded by throngs of admirers, they donned opulent attire, exuding sophistication and elegance, embodying the demeanor of gentlemen as they engaged in convivial discourse, at least superficially. Numerous guests approached Yang Wudi, lifting their glasses in greeting and salutation. Tang Yin, perceiving the insincerity of their toasts and exchanges, curled his lip in disdain and quietly retreated to a secluded corner, observing the theatrical display around him. It was ironic that among these individuals were ruthless killers and scrupulous slave traders, as well as lords and officials representing justice and order, a peculiar amalgamation of disparate worlds mingling in joviality, rendering it a rather darkly humorous farce. They all shared a singular identity, old acquaintances of the Xinglua Empire's royal family. However, such exchanges were short-lived, as the central figures, The emperor of the Xingluo Empire and his empress entered the hall. An air of solemnity enveloped the space. This emperor, having wrested the crown from his many brothers, was no ordinary man. Coupled with his remarkable cultivation talent, possessing a 9th-level innate soul power, he had recently attained the title of Douluo, solidifying his unassailable position. The empress, too, was of notable prowess, boasting an 84th-level soul power, and her ability to execute a martial soul fusion technique with the emperor represented their most formidable asset. Following them, Duke Yuming and his wife made their entrance. The duke's martial soul was naturally the Yuming spirit cat, a trait shared by the duchess. This was a deliberate choice by the Xingluo Empire to ensure the purity of the matrilineal bloodline. Thus, the duke served as a breeding ground for potential empresses, to encapsulate the Zhou family. While not all women from the Zhou lineage would ascend to the role of empress, every empress of the Xingluo Empire invariably hailed from the Zhou family. Ascending the dais, the emperor and empress commanded an imposing presence. "Bow," commanded the eunuch beside the emperor in a resounding voice. The assembly of guests dutifully bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the emperor and the empress." This spectacle of formidable figures bowing before him elevated the emperor's authority to its zenith, as his gaze swept over Archbishop O'Hara, the heads of various families, and the masters of sects, swelling his heart with bold ambition. Tang Yin was seated on the ground, indulging in cake, when he noticed the emperor's gaze, sharp and penetrating like radar. Instinctively, he lowered his head, akin to Wei Junjie, burying it deeply as he discreetly stuffed the remaining morsel of cake into his mouth. A soft chuckle erupted, startling Tang Yin to the brink of choking on the confection. After a harrowing moment, he managed to swallow and preserve his life, immediately turning to scour the surroundings for the source of the laughter. At last, he successfully apprehended the individual responsible. Chapter 25, The Zhou Sisters. Tang Yin's gaze settled upon a young maiden not far from him. The maiden also bowed in greeting, her features obscured. She was clad in a suitably elegant black gown, the intricate border meticulously woven from the most precious silk produced by the celestial silkworms. The well-fitted dress accentuated her figure entirely, a curvaceous fullness rarely seen in one so young. As for why Tang Yin discerned her laughter, it was undoubtedly her shoulders, which trembled incessantly, that betrayed her. Tang Yin was at a loss for words. Was it truly so amusing that he merely took a bite of cake? At that moment, another girl beside the maiden discreetly tugged at the hem of her elegant dress, seemingly reminding her that such laughter was inappropriate for the occasion. Before long, the trembling shoulders and the grandiose figures ceased their quaking. When Emperor Xingluo spoke, all the guests rose in unison. "I express my gratitude to each of you for attending today's imperial banquet. This evening, you shall witness the engagement ceremony between the competing prince for the next crown of the Xingluo Empire and the esteemed miss of the underworld Duke's mansion. In the Xingluo Empire, we revere martial prowess and honor the strong. How could the future emperor be but a docile lamb? Only a fierce tiger can lead the pack of beasts. Long live the empire! Long live your majesty!" The fervent crowd echoed these shouts. Within the upper echelons of the Xingluo Empire, the aristocracy was undoubtedly military nobility, thriving through instigating wars against the Tiando Empire and its affiliated duchies and kingdoms to forge their paths to ascendancy. To sustain their endeavors, they often accepted mediation from the Spirit Hall, extorting vast treasures from the Tiando Empire, only to return the plundered cities back to them. As the emperor delivered his address, Tang Yin caught a glimpse of the maiden's visage. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, her short hair impeccably styled, lending her an air of spirited elegance. Her alluring black eyes, captivating yet somewhat innocent, and her skin, delicate and smooth as white jade under the hall's illumination, only enhanced her charm. Noticing Tang Yin's gaze upon her, she adopted a fierce expression and subtly signaled with her clenched fist, indicating she was not to be trifled with. Yet, upon encountering Tang Yin's striking beauty, she shyly averted her eyes. What a handsome younger brother! Beside her stood two other girls, presumably her sisters. The one who had just tugged at her was the youngest, with flowing black hair and a cool, unyielding countenance that could not conceal her extraordinary beauty, her curious eyes also scrutinizing Tang Yin. The other girl, appearing around 13 or 14, was comparatively less striking. Standing quietly and composed, her demeanor subdued, Tang Yin discovered a common trait among the three sisters. Their physiques surpassed those of their peers, with even the youngest girl exhibiting a subtly graceful figure that would not pale in comparison to her elder sisters in the future. The eldest, known as Zhu Zhuyun, is the esteemed young lady of the Duke of the Netherworld's household, while the youngest, Zhu Qing, is her biological sister, born of the same mother. The second sister, standing with decorum, is the second young lady of the Duke's estate, although her birth mother is not the Duchess. She too possesses the noble bloodline of the Netherworld's spirit cat martial soul, granting her the eligibility to contend for the position of Empress. Upon discovering the similarities, Tang Yin could not help but cast his gaze towards the Empress of the starry Luo Empire and the Duchess of the Underworld. The equally explosive figures of these women led him to the conclusion that the physiques of the women from the Yuming Zhu family were truly extraordinary. Tang Yin, upon realizing that the girl who had just mocked him was none other than the young lady of the Duke of Netherworld's estate, averted his gaze. He understood that the true protagonists of the evening were the three sisters. As a guest attending the ceremony, any unnecessary interaction with the leading figures would only invite complications upon himself. Zhu Zhiyan noticed that Tang Yin, who had been observing her, shifted his attention to the stage and did not return his gaze. The fleeting flicker of hope that had arisen in her heart vanished. At 17, she was acutely aware of the brutal competition among the heirs of their family. From this day forth, her survival depended solely on eliminating her two sisters. Ascending to the position of the crown princess, and ultimately becoming the empress of the Xinglua Empire, witnessing her own offspring embark on the next cycle of life. Sometimes, she too had contemplated the possibility of an extraordinary master appearing before her, liberating her from the shackles imposed by her family and allowing her to traverse the continent. She even fantasized about being born into an ordinary family, reuniting with her loved ones, thus negating the need to maintain distance from her sisters, even from her own flesh and blood. There are no inherently cold-hearted individuals. They are merely shaped by circumstance. The banquet commenced in earnest. The first prince, Davis, the second prince, Dai Yulin, and the third prince, Dai Mubwa, were invited to the stage. Much like the three sisters, the princes ascended the elevated platform in order of their ages. Leading the procession was the first prince, Davis, who stood approximately 6 feet tall, towering over the current Tang Yin. His golden locks cascaded down his back, and his gaze was fierce, imbued with a primal brutality that was evident in his eyes. He was poised to become Zhu Zhiyun's betrothed, destined to fight alongside her. Meanwhile, the third prince, Dai Mubwa, trailed somewhat awkwardly behind his two elder brothers, being the youngest. Despite possessing a higher innate soul power than his siblings, he often endured humiliation and suppression from them after awakening his martial soul. The sense of helplessness left him yearning to retreat from the impending conflict. The age difference between the first and second princes was merely a year and a half, with both possessing an innate soul power of level 8. Their rivalry, once conducted in the shadows, now lay bare as they prepared for this formal contest. As for Dai Mubwa, though his talent was slightly superior, the 5 to 6 years of disparity in development created an insurmountable chasm, rendering him akin to a ferocious tiger that had yet to mature, not much different from a docile kitten. As the three princes made their entrance, the eunuch proclaimed loudly, "Now, please welcome the young ladies of the Duke of Netherworld's estate, Miss Zhu Zhiyun, Miss Zhu Jiming, and Miss Zhu Jiqing to the stage." Under the leadership of Zhu Zhiyun, the three sisters made their way toward the elevated platform ahead. Although the path was not particularly long, Zhu Zhiyun felt as if she had been walking for an eternity. With each step, it seemed she was bidding farewell to her current life. However, every journey must reach its conclusion, and upon ascending the steps, she stood before her fiancé, Davis. Though it was not their first encounter, Zhu Zhiyun had never harbored feelings of love for Davis, yet she possessed no right to refuse her role as his fiancé. Davis surveyed his betrothed with satisfaction, a gaze that, though unintentional, left Zhu Zhiyun feeling quite uncomfortable. His satisfaction stemmed from Zhu Zhiyun's innate talent. As for love, it seemed irrelevant, for a woman wielding power was not deemed attractive. To Davis, the existence of the Zhu family was merely a means to provide their White Tiger clan with a counterpart for soul fusion skills, a sentiment echoed by his mother. Queen Xinglua. Dai Mubai watched Zhu Qing, who was younger than him, and was engulfed in profound fear and despair. "I will die. I will surely perish." Had he not been on such a public stage, surrounded by his imposing father, he would have likely fled from the suffocating atmosphere. At that moment, 3 maidservants approached the platform, bearing 6 documents that seemed to be marriage contracts, marking the commencement of the engagement ceremony. There were no declarations of love. Each of the 6 signed their names on the contracts before exchanging them with their respective fiancés. As Davis handed the contract to her, Zhu Jian forced a bitter smile, willingly locking herself in chains. From now on, let fate decide, dear sisters. The second prince and the second miss belong to the secondary creation. Adjustments must be made in the competition for the Xinglua throne. Otherwise, I cannot fathom any reason why Zhu Qing could escape alive to the Heaven Do Empire, for if the rivalry had been evident from childhood, Dai Mubai would likely have perished within the palace long ago. In Chapter 26, titled Collective Soul Hunting, the second prince, Dai Yuan, regarded Zhu Zhumin, who was considerably weaker than his elder brother's fiancé, with a growing sense of irritation. The year-and-a-half age difference already placed him at a disadvantage compared to his brother, and the inadequacy of his fiancée compounded the dilemma he faced. However, he recognized that every problem has a solution. Looking at Zhu Zhumin, he perceived a glimmer of greed and madness in her eyes. Despite her consistently demure demeanor, Dai Yuan discerned that they belonged to the same ilk. Zhu Zhumin, delighted, understood that this man before her would fight alongside her, altering her fate. She had awaited this day for a long time. The obedient girl she had pretended to be was merely a facade to conceal her yearning for the position of Queen Xinglua. As a daughter born of a lesser branch, she and her mother had never garnered the favor of the Duchess, and behaving as a dutiful and understanding person spared them from unnecessary troubles. During a banquet hosted by Queen Xinglua for the noble ladies, she observed the subservient demeanor of the Duchess of the Underworld towards the Queen. From that day forth, becoming like Queen Xinglua became her lifelong aspiration, and she was merely 7 years old at the time. Upon learning of the opportunity to compete for a position, Zhu Zhumin was so exhilarated that she could hardly sleep the entire night. In a casual conversation with the Duke of the Underworld yesterday, I discovered that his eldest and third daughters have respectively surpassed level 40 and level 20, while the second prince has recently also reached level 40. Emperor Xinglua remarked that many talented youths were present today, wondering if any among them had broken through their limitations. The attendees immediately grasped His Majesty's intention. He sought to organize a collective soul-hunting event. The underlying purpose was apparent, as the 3 individuals who had achieved breakthroughs belonged to 3 different factions, clearly aiming to consolidate their followers. For those present at the banquet, this represented an opportunity to align themselves with the right side. Choosing wisely could yield unimaginable benefits in the future. A marquis sitting near the front spoke up, reporting to the emperor, "My young son, though somewhat dull, has recently achieved level 30 and may accompany us." Bloodsword Marquis, there is no need for modesty. Your son is merely 14 years old, and possessing such soul master prowess at this age makes him a true prodigy. He is destined to become a pillar of our empire. With one person leading the way, many began to recommend their own children. Yang Wudi then realized that Tang Yin was not by his side. While searching, he heard Tang Yin's voice calling from behind, "Teacher, what are you doing wandering about?" Yang Wudi chided lightly. "Hee, I was feeling a bit hungry and went to grab something to eat." Tang Yin naturally refrained from mentioning the minor incident that had occurred with Zhu Zhuyun. "Enough of that. Let us get to the point. I recall you are nearing level 40. Are you interested in participating in this soul-hunting event?" "Well, I could break through to level 40 at any time. However, isn't this soul hunt meant for the families to align themselves as per Emperor Xinglua's wishes? Why should I join the fray?" Tang Yin responded, puzzled by Yang Wudi's inquiry about her interest in the soul hunt. "Haha, in the Xinglua Empire, if one does not become an emperor, one is nothing. This alignment is merely a distribution of interests among the nobility for the next 50 years. Whether we choose wisely or not is inconsequential for my clan. If you are interested, you may as well go and observe." Yang Wudi expressed his own lack of enthusiasm for this power play, but acknowledged that such grand spectacles are not frequent. It would be worthwhile to experience the world. Tang Yin flatly declined, stating, "No, I certainly do not possess the leisure for that. Once I reach level 40, I intend to traverse the continent. I have neither the inclination nor the temperament to associate with a group of second-generation souls." Yang Wudi inquired with curiosity, "You speak of others as second-generation souls. Yet you yourself are the very embodiment of one." Tang Yin awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. "Haha, teacher, what do I qualify as, a second-generation soul master? My father is merely a blacksmith." Mentioning Tang How made Yang Wudi feel a tightness in his chest. "You wish to traverse the continent. But that decision is not mine to make. It requires your father's consent. We shall discuss this later." The notion that one needed parental accompaniment for such an adventure seemed absurd. For Yin, being with Tang Yin felt akin to going on an outing with her mother. Now, with Tang Hao tagging along, their journey across the continent would become a family vacation. Regarding Yin, with Tang Yin's burgeoning strength, It was no longer a concern for her to be absent for 10 days or even half a month. At times, she would even depart for a few days with Tang Hao, who supplied Tang Yin with golden soul coins. Yin had comprehended the principles of the Fate Spear for nearly 9 years now, and her current prowess had reached the level of a soul sage. With her innate gifts intertwined with the laws of life, Tang Yin faced no danger unless he encountered someone stronger than a soul Douluo. On the stage, Zhu Zhiyun's gaze wandered, inadvertently landing on the young man who had just been sneaking bites of cake below. Remembering the genuine smile from moments ago, a hint of nostalgia surfaced on her face. Such moments would never return. This fleeting thought was immediately detected by Davis. As Zhu Zhiyun realized Davis's icy gaze followed her line of sight to Tang Yin, a flicker of apprehension arose within her. Davis had always regarded everything in the Douluo Empire as his own. His possessiveness bordered on the pathological. Even though Zhu Zhiyun was his fiancée, he demanded that her eyes hold only him, forbidding her from harboring any feelings for other men, even to the extent of merely glancing at them. Davis would not act against Zhu Zhiyun. He desired to cultivate their relationship and showcase their martial soul fusion technique in the future. Any rift between them would severely hinder his claim to the throne. However, while he could not harm Zhu Zhiyun, he was certainly free to entertain thoughts regarding the youth she gazed upon. Had Tang Yin been aware of Davis's intentions, he would have dismissed him as insane. He had not even met Zhu Zhiyun before the banquet, knowing her name only moments ago. Eating a piece of cake should not have resulted in such complications. Tang Yin would never have indulged if he had foreseen the trouble it would bring. It was not fear of Davis, but rather the inconvenience that troubled him. Tang Yin's perception of his surroundings was certainly not lacking. Yang Wudi, standing beside him, also noticed a gaze directed toward their direction. To their surprise, it belonged to the Crown Prince Davis, leaving them both bewildered. Tang Yin inquired, "Master, why does that eldest prince keep staring at us? Have you incurred debts with him while conducting business with the royal family?" Yang Wudi, puffing with indignation, retorted, "You little rascal, how could I, in my dealings, stoop to engage with a mere 19-year-old brat? I thought perhaps you had offended him on some occasion. Goodness, in all these years, I have merely visited Xinglua City a few times. This is the first time I have laid eyes on that so-called prince. How could I have wronged him?" The master and disciple deliberated for quite some time, yet remained oblivious to any slight they might have caused the prince. Opting for prudence, they discreetly departed the hall. Indifferent to the ongoing banquet. Chapter 27. Master and Disciple Davis, after watching Yang Wudi and Tang Yin exit the hall, finally withdrew his icy gaze. "So, my dear Zhu Yun, do you know that lad from earlier?" Davis regarded Zhu Zhiyun with a teasing tone. Zhu Zhiyun managed a strained smile and shook her head. "How could I? Today is our first encounter. He is merely an intriguing fellow." Davis chuckled with a knowing grin. "Oh, since my fiancée finds him amusing. If he bears no significant status, once we are wed, I shall allow him to enter the palace to accompany you." A man transformed into a father-in-law could naturally draw near his wife, for in Davis's eyes, a father-in-law hardly counted as a person. Zhu Zhiyun recalled Tang Yin's visage and felt a pang of guilt. She was unaware that her fleeting emotional expression might irrevocably alter the course of a young man's life. All she could do at that moment was pray that the youth possessed a background formidable enough to instill fear in Davis. Should Tang Yin overhear such sentiments, he would likely retort that one is courting death, and before the emperor of Xinglua, he would transform Davis into a father-in-law. Meanwhile, Dai Yulin was mingling with Zhu Zhumin in the hall, consolidating support for his faction. Dai Mubai trembled in a corner, while Zhu Qing stood helplessly beside him. Though merely 10 years old, she understood that her fate was, barring unforeseen circumstances, entwined with that of the third prince before her. Yet, witnessing his current demeanor, she felt nothing but uncertainty about the future. Davis did not hasten to exit. He first observed the performances of his two younger brothers, then strode toward the emperor of Xinglua, with Zhu Zhiyun cautiously following in his wake. Davis bowed and asked, "Father, who were that elderly gentleman and the young lad who just departed?" The emperor of Xinglua, having noted his son's hostile gaze toward the youth, replied, "The elderly gentleman you mentioned is Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the Pai clan, who has recently ascended to the rank of Soul Douluo. As for the young boy by his side, he is the direct disciple of the clan leader, and his talent is among the most exceptional I have ever witnessed. At the tender age of 14, he has already attained a soul power of 39 levels. Tang Yin's age is a matter exaggerated by Yang Wudi. The fluctuations of soul power emanating from Tang Yin cannot be concealed from the scrutiny of a titled Douluo, yet age can be deceptive, unless one is intimately familiar. The true age can only be discerned through methods such as bone appraisal. In the Douluo continent, soul masters generally mature at a rapid pace. Although Tang Yin is merely 10 years old, he stands at an impressive height of 1.60 meters. An exaggeration of 4 years merely renders him slightly shorter than his peers. Upon learning of the identities of Yang Wudi and Tang Yin, Davis refrained from incurring their displeasure lightly. There are only about 40 soul Douluos within the entire Star Luo Empire, and even his father occasionally ventures forth to establish relations with a soul Douluo. Meanwhile, upon hearing of Tang Yin's identity, Zhu Jian felt a wave of relief wash over her, marveling at Tang Yin's talent. After all, at the age of 16, on the cusp of 17, he had only just attained the 40th level. Having learned from past experiences, Zhu Jian maintained a stoic expression. I do not comprehend the enmity you harbor towards Yang Wudi's direct disciple, but I must impart a crucial piece of information. The Peji clan has deep ties with the previously sealed Haoyan sect. On multiple occasions, I have sensed a foreign title Douluo's aura manifesting within Star Luo City. I have an instinct that Yang Wudi's disciple shares a unique connection with this mysterious title Douluo. As Davis listened, his apprehension grew. He realized he might have inadvertently offended a title Douluo, a misstep that could be deemed the gravest error of his life. The thought of Tang Yin seeking revenge, potentially turning the tides against him with his younger brother, swiftly dissipated from his mind. Fear not, a title Douluo would not intervene over such trivial matters. You and your younger brother shall assist me in hosting our esteemed guests. With his father's assurance, Davis felt a measure of comfort. Yes, father. After bowing, he departed alongside Zhu Jian. For a fleeting moment, Zhu Jian envisioned the visage of that unparalleled master she had long fantasized about, superimposing it upon Tang Yin's youthful yet extraordinary countenance. On the outskirts of Star Luo City, at the residence of the Peji clan, a carriage approached swiftly from the direction of Star Luo City, halting at the entrance of their dwelling. Tang Yin gracefully dismounted from the carriage, stretching languidly. Yang Wudi followed suit, also indulging in a stretch. Master, I am famished, Tang Yin announced, his stomach coincidentally rumbling in agreement. It was still early, with the bright moon hanging majestically in the inky night sky, casting a golden glow upon the earth, accompanied by twinkling stars, resembling gems embedded in the dark tapestry above. Yang Wudi affectionately ruffled Tang Yin's hair, saying, even the master feels a yearning for sustenance. For someone like him, who had transcended the need for daily meals, energy was easily derived from his rigorous training. Eating had become merely a means of satisfying his culinary cravings. Soon, a whole roasted lamb was delivered to Yang Wudi's abode, accompanied by a fragrant soup made from various edible parts of the lamb. This was no ordinary sheep raised by farmers, but a 10-year-old rock sheep, cultivated into a spirit beast. Rock sheep thrived in environments with exposed magma, feeding on it. Yet, remarkably, their flesh was the antithesis of their diet, tender, succulent, and juicy, nourishing the internal organs and bestowing longevity upon those who consumed it, making it a favored delicacy among the affluent. After having only tasted a few bites during the banquet, Tang Yin eagerly awaited Yang Wudi to sip the soup before he began to feast with gusto. With effortless dexterity, he tore off a large chunk of the crispy, spice-laden skin, awakening his appetite, while his other hand deftly wrapped the meat in a leaf of lettuce, sending it directly to his mouth. His practiced technique revealed that this was not his first indulgence. After savoring several morsels of lamb, he lifted the bowl of soup to his lips. The soup, enriched with several edible spiritual herbs alongside the rock sheep, lacked the usual gamey taste, instead offering a delicate fragrance, akin to swallowing a medicinal herb. Yang Wudi observed Tang Yin quietly, watching him devour the entire lamb with fervor, occasionally sipping from his own bowl of soup. This was already the 4th year of Yang Wudi's mentorship over Tang Yin. Initially, his first impression of Tang Yin had been tainted by the rift between him and Tang Hao, yet the young boy's character had won him over. Over the years, Tang Yin had gradually filled the void left by his late son in Yang Wudi's heart. After nearly finishing the entire lamb, Tang Yin contentedly patted his round belly and leisurely wiped his mouth. Little Yin, are you truly not attending the collective soul hunting tomorrow? Yang Wudi inquired again. Master, do you really wish for me to partake in such a tedious game? Tang Yin replied, exasperated. The thought of spending time in the Star Doe forest with a throng of young ladies and gentlemen was unappealing. He preferred to wash up and retire for the night. Little Een, you must venture out more often. You are already 10 years old, and not having a single friend is quite concerning, Yang Wudi admonished earnestly, noting that even he, with his peculiar temperament, had 3 close friends. Tang Een has always felt a disconnect from his peers. For how could a revered soul master bother with the trivial exchanges of a mere soul master like Carla? However, upon hearing his teacher's words, Tang Yin felt a surge of defiance. Who says I have no friends? Oh, could you enlighten me about who your friend is? De Huang is indeed my friend. Upon hearing the name De Huang, Yang Wudi's expression turned peculiar, for he recognized that De Huang was the name of a dog. Tang Yin murmured softly, who says dogs cannot be friends? Chapter 28, Breakthrough. If one is unwilling to go, then there is no need to go. Yang Wudi ceased his persuasion and instead turned the conversation to Tang Yin's cultivation. You have remained at the pinnacle of the 39th level for quite some time now. Do not deliberately suppress your soul power. When the time is right, let it unfold naturally. As Yang Wudi observed his disciples' training, he recognized what true genius truly was. Each stage's bottleneck is a threshold for a soul master. Countless individuals remain stagnant at the peak of each stage. There are, by Yang Wudi's knowledge, no fewer than 10 formidable soul masters at the 89th level, the rank of Soul Douluo, each of whom has languished at this realm for no less than 5 years. Yang Wudi himself took 3 years to break through to Soul Douluo, while many others remain at the Soul Sage level, with a vast majority possibly never achieving a breakthrough in their lifetime. The soul energy within Tang Yin resembled water contained within a bottle. While an ordinary person must not only fill the vessel but also breach the tightly sealed cork, Tang Yin, devoid of such a hindrance, could continually expand the capacity of his own vessel, his physical foundation deemed formidable. Yes, master, tonight it shall be, Tang Yin readily agreed. Upon returning to his chamber that evening, Tang Yin seated himself cross-legged within the cultivation room, initiating the operation of heaven and earth as his furnace to transcend to the 39th level of soul power. The accumulated energy, having been quietly nurtured over several days, began to stir with the movement of the celestial furnace, manifesting his innate furnace in the void, emanating a soft azure glow that bathed the entire cultivation room in a cerulean hue. His internal meridians, enriched by prolonged exposure to spiritual herbs and soul energy, had grown supple and resilient. The soul power, concealed within his dantian, coursed through his meridians, continuously washing over his body, nourishing his vital organs while a portion seeped through the capillaries into his skin. At this moment, a brilliance illuminated Tang Yin's right hand as the fateful spear, which had accompanied him for 4 years, hovered in the air. 3 purple soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. As the torrent of Tang Yin's soul power surged, the spear of fate began to tremble. Akin to withered wood finding spring, vibrant green light blossomed upon the vine-like essence of fate, reminiscent of the former glory of the world tree. Presently, Tang Yin was incapable of such a feat. This was merely an ephemeral shadow. To fully restore the branch of the world tree, now forged into a spear, would necessitate the sacrifice of the entire Douluo divine realm along with the core essence of its 108 affiliated planes, as if shackles had been shattered. Another purple blossom emerged atop the essence of fate, and at that moment, Tang Yin's soul power reached the 40th level. The entire process of breakthrough had transpired in merely half an hour. Rising from the cultivation room, he shed his slightly damp garments, revealing robust muscles that, illuminated by the moonlight, were sharply defined enough to entice certain affluent ladies in Douluo City, who would lavishly spend again an evening in the company of Tang Yin. Untying his meticulously arranged hair, he allowed his long locks to cascade over his shoulders as he made his way toward the bath, which was already prepared with warm water. Immersed in the soothing liquid, Tang Yin relaxed his spirit and body. Having reached the 40th level, he pondered what kind of additional soul ring he should seek. At this moment, Tang Yin possesses 3 soul skills, the first being the Dragon of Wood, the second the Radiant Domain, and the third, the Ethereal Shadows. Among these abilities, one is a control-type skill, another serves as a domain-enhancing skill, and the last is an offensive capability. Presently, my combination of the first 3 soul rings can effectively contend with most soul masters of the same rank. However, there exists one type of soul master that poses a considerable challenge. For some reason, when I contemplate this particular type, my thoughts drift to the young lady I encountered today, the eldest daughter of the Zhu family, the bearer of the nether spirit cat martial soul. This thought flitted away, for she is already betrothed to another, and I, being a paragon of virtue, would harbor no peculiar inclinations. The speed of agile attack-type soul masters is exceedingly rapid. Should I face one who maximizes both speed and striking power, I would find it exceedingly difficult to manage. My only recourse would be to employ my second soul skill to prevent them from closing in, followed by a targeted strike utilizing my first soul skill. However, this method of combat demands a substantial amount of my soul power, placing me at a disadvantage in battles of equal standing. Thus, I must seek a fourth soul skill that either enhances my speed or grants me the ability to teleport, thereby compensating for my shortcomings. Tang Yin does not adhere to the extreme path of his teacher, Yang Wudi, for he recognizes the significant shortcomings of his mentor, particularly his vulnerability to control-type abilities. An overwhelming offensive capability becomes futile if one cannot close the distance to the opponent. Similarly, even if one maximizes their speed, they may still be easily outpaced. The balanced approach remains the preferred choice for the majority of soul masters. Take Zhao Wujia as an example. His 7 soul skills, excluding his martial spirit's true form, encompass a diverse range of capabilities including offense, control, locking, and purification, enabling him to handle a wide array of complex situations single-handedly. However, due to the nature of his martial spirit, Tang Yin, who also follows a balanced style, can push his abilities to their limits, akin to having an extraordinary advantage. Emerging from the bath, he dried himself with a towel, donned a pair of shorts, and reclined on his bed, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The night passed without incident, and upon awakening, Tang Yin realized he had slept in, the clock indicating it was already 8 in the morning. After refreshing himself, he took the bow and arrows he had crafted to the training grounds, where he began to draw the bowstring and shoot arrows. The bow, forged from iron mother, weighed over 200 pounds, a feat too strenuous for an ordinary individual to even lift, let alone draw and shoot. Infused with an unknown metal, the bow's body possessed both rigidity and elasticity, while the bowstring was crafted from the tendons of a century-old black-backed water rhinoceros, making it a costly piece of craftsmanship. With a sharp whoosh, an arrow sliced through the tranquil air, striking the bullseye 200 meters away with precision. The target was already adorned with a multitude of arrows, the least accurate shot nearly grazing the 9th ring. As for the reason the bullseye was not fully occupied, it was due to Tang Yin continuously drew arrows from his quiver, releasing them without a hint of aiming, and swiftly retrieved the next arrow. Tang Yin has not neglected his training with the bow. Although his second martial soul, the Dragon Phoenix bow, remains unadorned by a soul ring and has yet to be wielded by him, the journey of mastery is not achieved in an instant. Thus, acquiring archery skills in advance proves beneficial. Hence, Yang Wudi sought out a middle-aged man in Douluo City, whose martial soul was the Break Army bow, to serve as a mentor for Tang Yin. Despite possessing only the rank of Soul King, he was more than capable of imparting archery techniques to Tang Yin. Their master-disciple relationship flourished for 3 years, culminating last year when Tang Yin succeeded in striking the 10-ring position 5 times consecutively. At that point, the middle-aged soul master of the Break Army bow requested to resign from his role, declaring that he had nothing further to teach the boy in archery. After releasing the final arrow, Tang Yin stretched his muscles, relieved to find no lingering soreness from prolonged training. Tang Yin swiftly organized himself, donning a set of dark, form-fitting attire. He tied his hair into his simple ponytail and secured a headband in place. After placing a few essential items into the storage armament of his protective gear, he entered the room where Yang Wudi resided. The storage soul guide of Tang Yin was a gift brought back by Tang Hao for his 8th birthday. The R guard, approximately 30 centimeters in length, gleamed in a silvery hue, adorned with 9 gemstones intricately connected, providing a storage capacity of 30 cubic meters. By activating the formation within, one could either retrieve or deposit items. Teacher, Tang Yin greeted Yang Wudi, who was seated at the dining table. Oh, have you broken through? Yang Wudi quickly discerned from the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Tang Yin that he had reached the 40th level. Let us dine. We shall depart shortly. Chapter 29. Preparation for this soul-hunting expedition. In addition to the company of Yang Wudi, Tang Hao would rendezvous with Tang Yin in the Stardow Forest. After a brief preparation, Yang Wudi and his disciple, Tang Yin, mounted the tamed century-old soul beast, the Gale Griffin, and soared toward the Stardow Forest. Although 3/5 of the Stardow Forest lies within the territory of the Xinglua Empire, such demarcations are arbitrary, as no faction possesses governance over the forest. Here, strength alone reigns supreme. The Gale Griffin's speed surpassed that of the unicorn-drawn carriage Tang Yin had previously used by more than double. Covering the vast distance of thousands of miles in merely half a day, they paused at a small town on the forest's outskirts, arriving at the designated meeting point with Tang Hao, a 3-story tavern. As it was midday, the establishment was bustling with soul masters dining, filling the 2 floors designated for guests to capacity. Upon entering the tavern, Yang Wudi and Tang Yin ascended directly to the 3rd floor accommodation, halting before the last room. Knock, knock, knock. 3 firm raps echoed, and the door swung open from within, revealing none other than Tang Hao. Tang Yin had not seen Tang Hao for over a month. During this time, Tang Hao had not undergone any significant changes. He merely appeared slightly more haggard, his beard having grown a bit longer due to his incessant toils. "Father," Tang Yin greeted as he approached. "I have reached level 40. The three entered the house and shut the door. Young Woody remained silent. Although he had taken Tang Hao's son as his disciple and their animosity had dissipated, the relationship between the two men remained markedly distant. Tang Hao had been residing near the Douluo forest for a month. Ever since Tang Yin reached level 39, he began searching for a 4th spirit ring for him within the forest. "What type of spirit ring do you require for your 4th? Tang Hao inquired directly. "Father, I need a spirit ring that can enhance my speed," replied Tang Yin. Tang Hao nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, your speed is commendable. However, without the enhancement of soul skills, it may eventually become a disadvantage. During my exploration of the Douluo forest, I encountered the silhouette of a thorn dragon in the mixed zone, estimated to be around 9,000 years old, which aligns perfectly with your requirements." Tang Yin firmly declined. "Father, the age is too low. I aspire to attach a millennium-level soul ring to my 4th soul ring." "No." Both Tang Hao and the silent Yang Wudi protested in unison, exchanging a glance before swiftly diverting their gazes. Tang Hao shook his head and explained, "Little Silver, you are unaware that there exists a vast chasm between 10,000-year soul beasts and 1,000-year soul beasts. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, as opposed to a 9,000-year one, entails far more than just a mere difference of 1,000 years in cultivation. It also involves the phenomenon known as soul resonance." "Soul resonance?" Tang Yin echoed, intrigued by this unfamiliar term. "Indeed," replied Tang Hao, 10,000-year soul beasts have developed a semblance of intelligence. Upon their demise, the remnants of their souls linger upon the soul rings, and those who absorb these rings often endure mental shocks, which we refer to as soul resonance. Most individuals, when absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring at their 5th ring, may succumb to madness or even suffer catastrophic consequences, such as bleeding from the orifices and dying suddenly. After hearing Tang Hao's explanation, an undercurrent of unease washed over Tang Yin. "You are merely being overly cautious," interjected the spirit within him, Zishi. Yang Wudi and Tang Hao were familiar with Zishi's presence. Little Silver's absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring will not result in soul resonance. In fact, it will prove more convenient than absorbing from a 1,000-year soul beast with lesser intelligence. "Why is that?" Yang Wudi inquired, perplexed. Zishi patiently responded, "It is due to Little Silver's martial soul. You cannot fathom the allure that such life energy holds for us soul beasts. Moreover, the method of forming a contract is quite equitable from our perspective. To a soul beast, even a tidal Douluo is but a fleeting moment in time, merely 200 years. Exchanging 200 years of servitude for the life energy of 20,000 years or more is an offer that any sensible soul beast would not refuse." Upon finishing, Zishi cast a glance at the once proud, now submissive Tongyu divine bamboo. Realizing it was being observed, the bamboo bent its resilient form in deference. "You mean?" Yang Wudi began to comprehend. "Precisely as you surmised. You must locate a suitable 10,000-year soul beast, subdue it, and then allow Little Silver to summon his martial soul, activating that special contractual bond. With the intelligence of the 10,000-year soul beast, it will naturally be able to weigh the pros and cons. If that fails, Little Silver's current mental fortitude is sufficient to withstand the soul resonance of a 10,000-year soul beast, and should he falter, I will intervene." Zishi's words served as a potent encouragement. Tang Hao and Yang Wudi had no grounds for dissent, as their intentions were solely for Tang Yin's benefit. "It seems we must resume the search for a soul beast," Tang Hao declared, rising to his feet. "With time still on our side, let us venture into the forest." The scene shifts to this morning at the Royal Beast Taming Arena in Douluo City. The arena's open space had amassed numerous young nobles, resplendent in their elaborate attire. Even in their combat garb, they adorned themselves with intricate patterns and precious gemstones. Their aura as soul masters was unapologetically ostentatious, eager for the world to recognize not only their noble lineage but also their esteemed status as soul masters. They were generally divided into 2 factions, each further subdivided into smaller groups for discourse. It was not long before the 3 main protagonists arrived. Davis and Dai Yulin walked side by side, each unwilling to yield an inch in their rivalry. Zhu Zhiyun walked heavily behind Davis, burdened by her thoughts, while Zhu Zhumin beside her maintained an air of tranquility, revealing no hint of inner turmoil. Bringing up the rear were the youngest, Daimubai and Zhu Qing. Daimubai, having shed the fear that once marred his countenance, still appeared pale and devoid of color, moving mechanically without any expression. Zhu Qing, the youngest among them, felt increasingly bewildered by the weakness displayed by her nominal fiancé, further deepening her confusion as she too walked in a daze. Davis stood with his supporters, a group that revolved around him, and Zhu Zhuyun like stars encircling the moon. Although Dai Yulin's supporters were evidently fewer than those of his elder brother, he bore no trace of concern. Just the night before, having united with Zhu Zhumin, he had established a bond of soul communication with her. After a few days of cultivation, they would be able to unleash the fusion technique of their martial souls. The ethereal white tiger and the phantom spirit cat, known as the ethereal white tiger. From the reports of spies within Zhu Zhumin's estate, it was revealed that Zhu Zhuyun had not been with Davis yesterday. Instead, she had returned to her room, her face etched with worry. Our soul power may not match yours, but we shall be the first to execute our martial soul fusion technique. My dear elder brother, allow me to resolve you first in this soul hunt, Dai Yulin contemplated. As for Dai Mubai, he thought, apologies, but what threat could a mere trembling fool pose? Accompanying the numerous noble hunters were 8 soul kings, 5 soul emperors, 3 soul saints, and a soul Douluo. The soul Douluo, one of the esteemed protectors of the Star Luo Empire, wielded an 85-level martial soul known as the Celestial Umbrella. He was firmly aligned with the Imperial faction and would not interfere in the royal struggles of the Star Luo Empire. His sole mission was to ensure the safety of the group from soul beasts, barring any artificially created mishaps. The participants were divided into 3 factions: the Grand Prince faction led by Davis, the Second Prince faction led by Dai Yulin, and the Protectorate team led by Elder Xuanji. As for Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing, supporting them was akin to believing in the national football team's victory in the World Cup. Only a fool would make such an irrational choice. The two stood together like outsiders, isolated in their solitude. Let us depart. With Elder Xuanji's command, the group ascended onto the backs of the standard Iron Eagle soul beasts, soaring towards the Star Doe forest. Before boarding the Iron Eagle, Davis extended an invitation to Zhu Zhuyun. My dear Zhuyun, might you share an Iron Eagle with me? Zhu Zhuyun hesitated, offering a reluctant refusal. Your Highness, I am still somewhat unaccustomed. Davis cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Zhumin nestled in Dai Yulin's embrace, a cold smirk forming in his heart. You deceitful wench. Your sister rejoiced beneath my second brother's touch yesterday. What difference is there between you two? He thought. Just wait, once I ascend to the throne, your days of ease will come to an end. Despite his malevolent thoughts, Davis maintained a facade of noble gentility, speaking softly. Forgive my abruptness. There is ample time ahead for our relationship to develop. The brief interlude concluded. Nearly 50 Iron Eagles ascended together, stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured the sky as they soared toward the Star Doe forest, a truly magnificent sight. Chapter 30. An unexpected encounter in the mixed region of the Star Doe forest. 3 figures, a small one and 2 larger ones, navigated through the thickets with agility. Numerous low-level spirit beasts, frightened, crouched on the ground, paralyzed by fear. The trio comprised Tang Yin, Tang Hao, and Yang Wudi. They had been in the Star Doe forest for some time and had just passed the location of the 9,000-year thorny dragon. Tang Yin also felt that the thorn dragon perfectly met his requirements. From the 9,000-year-old thorn dragon spirit beast, he sensed a peculiar fluctuation of soul energy, reminiscent of the power generated by the formation when utilizing a storage soul guide. However, the age ultimately fell short, and the trio could only search nearby for similar beings. Fortune, however, was not in their favor. The thorn dragon, a creature imbued with unique attributes, was exceedingly rare, with some titled soul masters encountering one only once in their lifetimes. No matter how much of a protagonist Tang Yin was, it was improbable for him to encounter a second thorn dragon that matched his criteria in such a short span. After a fruitless search, the 3 of them ventured further, and Tang Yin noticed that the surrounding spirit beasts were dwindling, yet their presence grew increasingly formidable. Tang Hao raised his gaze to the sky and noticed that the sun was rapidly descending. The starry forest of the night posed considerable danger for Tang Yin, prompting him to decide to set up camp for some much-needed rest before embarking on a solitary quest. He chose a relatively open grove, where the blue-silver grass carpeted the ground, and several ancient trees clustered together, forming a natural barrier. Yang Wudi skillfully erected the tents for the 3 of them and lit a campfire in the center. Tang Yin scattered insect-repellent powder around, meticulously inspecting the area to ensure there were no signs of large soul beasts before finally returning to the warmth of the fire. Yang Wudi had already set a pot over the flames, filled with dried soul beast jerky, complemented by some wild mushrooms and seasonings, creating a rare delicacy in this desolate wilderness. The dinner was prepared exclusively for Tang Yin, as Yang Wudi and Tang Hao had no need for sustenance. As the broth began to bubble and steam wafted into the air, the tantalizing aroma confirmed to Tang Yin that the meal was nearly ready. He retrieved a bowl and a spoon from his wrist storage soul guide, along with a large flatbread. This flatbread, made from flour, oil, salt, and a touch of soul beast meat, was dried for portability, though it proved challenging to chew when consumed alone. Tang Yin crumbled the large flatbread into diminutive pieces, delicately drenching them with delectable mushroom broth, allowing the savory liquid to permeate the fragments and soften them. Once they cooled slightly, he scooped a spoonful into his mouth, where the fragrant broth burst forth, mingling exquisitely with the rich aroma of the bread, a taste that was truly exceptional. After devouring 3 substantial bowls, leaving only a few remnants, Tang Yin reclined against the sturdy tree behind him, savoring the moment in utter bliss. Suddenly, a tremendous commotion erupted from the sky, instantly alerting both Yang Wudi and Tang Yin. Despite the moonlight being rather dim, the two managed to discern the colossal avian soul beast that obscured the heavens above. As Tang Yin prepared to summon his fateful martial soul, Yang Wudi intervened to halt the process. "Do not be anxious, little Yin. This avian creature is a standardized iron eagle soul beast unique to the royal beast taming arena of the Star Luo Empire. It seems that your reluctance to partake in the collective soul hunting expedition is inescapable," he remarked. Yang Wudi conveyed his aura to the leading Sioux, New Jersey soul Douluo above, who, upon recognizing the presence of an old acquaintance from the Star Luo Empire, felt a sense of relief. The Sioux, New Jersey soul Douluo summoned his martial soul, enveloping everyone in a protective embrace, as nearly 50 flying eagles ascended in an orderly formation, under the aegis of the Sioux, New Jersey umbrella martial soul. The entire collective soul-hunting team descended smoothly to the ground. The elder in the lead approached Yang Wudi, revealing himself to be the Sioux, New Jersey elder. "I have been entrusted by His Majesty to serve as the guardian of this soul-hunting expedition. Upon passing through this area, I noticed a campfire alight, which indicates the presence of soul masters seeking shelter. I did not expect to find you, Leader Yang." Yang Wudi replied with a smile. "My disciple fortuitously achieved a breakthrough last night, and today I have brought him here to acquire his soul ring." Tang Yin was rendered speechless. How was it possible to encounter such a group of individuals in the vast expanse of the Stardow Forest? Upon recognizing an old acquaintance, Davis approached with the intent of clarifying the misunderstanding from the previous night. A smile adorned his face as he tempered the defiance in his eyes, addressing Tang with a compliment. "Young brother Tang, your exceptional talent is truly remarkable. At merely 14 years of age, you are on the verge of becoming a soul sect member, a true prodigy of youth." Tang Yin shares a disposition akin to that of Yin. He possesses the remarkable ability to discern the intricacies of a person's heart through their subtle details. Even the trivial thoughts of Davis are not concealed from him. Nevertheless, Tang Yin has no intention of confronting him, for the incessant buzzing of a fly can be quite bothersome. Thus, he merely responds, generally, "Thank you for your concern. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I shall take my leave to rest now." With that, he strides towards the tent. Davis, relieved that Tang Yin seems unaffected by the events of the previous day, breathes a silent sigh of relief. Zhu Zhuyun, upon encountering Tang Yin once more, finds herself increasingly intrigued by the youth. Unbeknownst to her, this curiosity shall ensnare her deeper into a whirlpool of complexities. Her identity has already dictated her fate. Reason cautions her that Davis is her only reliance for the latter part of her life, assuming she survives. After a conversation between Yang Wudi and the elder Sioux, New Jersey, a camp is established by this team comprised of noble soul masters and guardians. The encampment is not situated too closely to Tang Yin's position, maintaining a respectful distance. However, this vast area possesses ample space to accommodate all. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing remain as outsiders, standing idly by as they observe others erecting tents. Though they too have brought tents, their privileged upbringing renders them unaccustomed to such labor. The Soul Kings present are dispatched by various families to safeguard their young masters. Possessing ample experience in wilderness survival, thus erecting a few tents poses no challenge for them. Observing Dai Mubai's unchanging expression, Zhu Zhuqing retrieves a tent from her storage soul guide and suggests, "Shall we assemble one together?" Her voice, though youthful, carries the weight of resolve, for she must fortify herself to shoulder her own future. Dai Mubai remains unmoved, offering no response to Zhu Zhuqing's proposal. With her inner strength, she refrains from further persuasion and proceeds to set up the tent alone. Yet, she is still too diminutive, despite being a soul master and taller than the average person. Her 10-year-old stature measures only 1.50 meters. She cannot reach the top of the tent, and Dai Mubai shows no inclination to assist. Despite the task requiring merely a simple gesture, Tang Yin returned to the tent and soon emerged, perched upon a tree, observing the actions of the myriad individuals below. After conversing with him, Davis joined his supporters for discussions, among whom was a familiar figure from the previous day, the youngest son of the Bloodsword Marquis. His father had been rather zealous yesterday, although Tang Yin and this young noble appeared to be of the same age. His spiritual prowess surpassed that of the Marquis's son by 10 levels. One could only imagine the expression on the latter's face upon discovering that Tang Yin was, in fact, for years his junior. On the other hand, Tang Yin found little of interest regarding the second prince. However, he was taken aback by the close proximity of Dai Yulin and Zhu Zhumin. Were they not merely acquaintances, but rather childhood friends? Subsequently, the remarkable pairing of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing came into view. The indifferent youth and the quietly diligent girl presented a stark contrast that Tang Yin could no longer overlook. This girl was destined to strive alongside him for a shared future, however uncertain it might be. Yet, in his despondence, was Dai Mubai not merely resigning himself to fate? What of the girl? Would she be left to face the burgeoning alliance of her elder siblings alone? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson as she strained to tiptoe, attempting to secure the tent's apex. "Allow me to assist you," Tang Yin offered, taking the tent frame from her hands and effortlessly fixing it in place. Upon witnessing a stranger come to his aid, Dai Mubai instinctively murmured a word of gratitude. "Thank you." Tang Yin fell silent, pondering over the words of Xian Yonyo. However, the cultured and amiable Tang Yin refrained from uttering any foul language, merely pretending not to have heard Dai Mubai's remarks, treating them as if they were mere air. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, blushing from the encounter with the boy who had pilfered the cake yesterday, expressed her gratitude with a shy, "Thank you." Tang Yin waved his hand dismissively, deeming it a trivial matter. Dai Mubai, noticing that the youth ignored him and instead engaged in light-hearted conversation with his fiancée, felt an urge to assert his dignity. However, recalling his current vulnerable position and the fact that the elder before him was enjoying a pleasant discussion with Elder Xuanji, he swallowed his pride. His face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. The other young masters and ladies observed the scene with keen interest, their minds conjuring up unwholesome images. Suddenly, Yang Wudi, who had been conversing with Elder Xuanji, seemed to pause, then politely excused himself, saying, "Senior, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Elder Xuanji, who had been wearing a benevolent smile, was momentarily taken aback but maintained his composure as he replied, "You may go." He sensed the aura of a title de law. It appeared that the title de law had intentionally made his presence known. If he wished to remain concealed, I would not have detected him. Is this a warning? It seems the emperor was correct. Behind the Paji clan lies a title de law, Elder Xuanji contemplated. Tang Yin, who had intended to exchange a few words with Zhu Zhuqing, received a message from the spirit within him, informing him that Tang Hao was waiting for them outside and urged him to hurry and regroup. Tang Yin bid farewell to Zhu Zhuqing and swiftly dashed into the depths of the forest. Chapter 31, Gale and Dragon. As Tang Yin dashed forward, Yang Wudi materialized behind him. The master and disciple had not traveled far when they spotted Tang Hao not too distant ahead. The trio convened. And the reason for not meeting at the camp was, of course, due to the interference of the noblemen from Xinghua. Among them was a formidable soul de law of level 85. Yang Wudi remarked. Tang Hao remarked, "I am aware that the aura I intentionally unleashed was detected by him. The Star Luo Emperor has likely long suspected the presence of a title de law behind you. Setting that aside, have you found a suitable spirit beast for Shaoyin?" Yang Wudi inquired. Tang Hao nodded and said, "Indeed, I have discovered a 10,000-year soul beast in a canyon, likely a wind-attributed dragon soul beast. However, its condition is rather peculiar, exhibiting significantly greater strength than an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast." After listening to Tang Hao's account, the three of them proceeded toward the direction of the canyon. The canyon was situated 50 li away from the campsite chosen by Tang Yin and the others, and their speed through the forest was somewhat diminished. To accommodate Tang Yin, it took them half an hour to traverse this distance. The canyon itself was narrow, just wide enough for 5 adult men to walk side by side. They entered the canyon in a formation resembling the number 1, with Tang Hao leading, Yang Wudi following, and Tang Yin positioned in the center. Within the canyon, fierce winds howled as the gales swept past the nearly vertical cliffs on either side, producing a haunting cacophony akin to the wails of spirits. Tang Hao did not unleash a soul power barrier to shield himself from the raging winds. Standing at the center, Tang Yin struggled to move as the fierce gales lashed against his exposed skin like a razor's edge. Had it not been for his rigorous physical training since childhood, his skin would have been no less resilient than the hides of thousand-year defensive soul beasts. Tang Yin did not employ his soul power. With each step he took, he sensed that before his advancing leg loomed a tumultuous sea of surging waves. Despite his unsteady gait, he resolutely maintained his pace. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the canyon suddenly opened up, the fierce winds transforming into a gentle breeze, revealing a relatively expansive plain before the trio. Tang Yin had discerned the source of the wind in the canyon. A peculiar stone, illuminated by the moonlight streaming down from above, revealed its azure hue. It measured approximately 20 meters in length and width, standing 3 meters tall, and was continually emanating a fierce azure gale. Perched atop this stone was a colossal azure dragon, its length exceeding 30 meters, coiled with a girth of 5 meters. A pair of fully formed dragon horns adorned its head, far surpassing the diminutive horns of a mere vinewood dragon. Its 4 sturdy claws firmly anchored its body to the azure stone. Each azure scale shimmered under the moonlight, with faint runes barely visible upon their surfaces. The dragon's head rested upon its own serpentine form, and upon noticing the intrusion of outsiders, a murderous intent flickered in its bright yellow vertical pupils. This soul beast was known as the Gale Dragon, and it seemed to be undergoing a bloodline evolution, which explained its peculiar state. Xiaoyin, it's time to act. This time, Tang Hao did not intend to intervene in the hunt for the soul beast, and Yang Wudi stood by with his hands clasped behind him, showing no inclination to engage. Now at level 40, Tang Yin was eager to test his capabilities. Uncertain of the extent of his power, grasping the destiny lance, he lowered his stance, 3 purple soul rings slowly revolving beneath him as he restrained his aura. Preparing for an imminent strike, the Gale Dragon warily observed the human youth before it, who had adopted an aggressive posture. Casting a cautious glance at the 2 individuals beside him, realizing that the elder human seemed disinclined to intervene, the dragon understood that it was to be treated as a sharpening stone for the youth. With that, the dragon redirected its focus entirely onto Tang Yin, and thus, a standoff ensued between man and beast. Tang Yin did not linger any longer with the swift wind flood dragon and took the initiative to strike first. The first purple soul ring beneath his feet illuminated, and 6 ethereal green dragon phantoms coalesced in the air. With a mere gesture, he directed 5 of these dragon phantoms to crash down upon the ground surrounding the swift wind flood dragon, creating 5 substantial craters. Simultaneously, Tang Yin, accompanied by the last spiraling dragon phantom, surged towards the direction of the swift wind flood dragon. As Tang Yin made his move, the colossal form of the swift wind flood dragon instantly departed from the azure stone upon which it had been resting. Tang Yin would not grant it such an opportunity. Harnessing his speed, he propelled himself upward with a powerful thrust of his left foot, soaring high to match the raging wind dragon in an instant. The wind dragon, elated, opened its maw wide, gathering a tempestuous breath of wind within, ready to unleash its fury. At that moment, Tang Yin could discern the serrated teeth of the dragon, glistening like daggers, exuding a foul odor that was almost nauseating. Observing the gathering energy of the dragon's breath, Tang Yin advanced rather than retreating, wielding his fate spear in a fierce horizontal sweep, activating his 3rd soul ring simultaneously. The 3rd soul technique, ethereal shadows. The spear's essence fragmented into countless shards, inflicting damage far greater than a mere strike, slightly misaligning the dragon's head. The expelled breath missed Tang Yin, striking the cliffside instead and dislodging a massive boulder. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the 6th dragon phantom struck the wind dragon, ensnaring its head with a multitude of vines. The creature writhed and struggled in midair before crashing back onto the azure stone. Once more, the wind dragon concentrated its breath to shatter the vines binding its head. As it attempted to rise, numerous vines surged forth from the crater created by the 5 dragon phantoms, seeking to fully restrain the wind dragon. Realizing its precarious position, The wind dragon unleashed a brilliant flare from its scales, severing all the vines with a gale of azure wind. Tang Yin, witnessing this, swiftly retreated. Despite his rapid movement, the fierce wind left 2 gashes across his face, activating his second soul technique, Radiant Sanctuary. As he withdrew, a kaleidoscopic light emanated from above, enveloping the area in a domain that diminished the wind dragon's attributes within a 20-meter radius, having its formidable presence. The wind dragon, recognizing the limited range of Tang Yin's skill, swiftly distanced itself. Thus concluded their initial clash. This encounter revealed Tang Yin's shortcomings in speed. Against a colossal yet agile soul beast, he struggled, let alone when faced with a smaller, more nimble agility-type soul master. First soul technique, Dragonwood. Tang Yin once again tentatively unleashed his first soul skill, summoning 3 ethereal dragon apparitions to assault the Gale Dragon. This time, the dragon did not retreat, exhaling 3 orbs of dragon breath that collided with the dragon apparitions, resulting in a tremendous explosion in the air. The Gale Dragon, despite its confidence in its swiftness, lacked the resources to endure indefinitely like Tang Yin, as long as this youthful human could not subdue it. The 2 venerable elders by his side would inevitably take action against the 1,000-year-old dragon hatchling. Escape was not a viable option. Despite the Gale Dragon's belief in its own speed, the serene demeanor of the 2 elders indicated that no matter how swift it was, it could not surpass them. In the heat of battle, should one side lose patience, its vulnerabilities would become increasingly apparent. The Gale Dragon swiftly revealed a textbook error in its offensive strategy, sacrificing its advantage in speed in a reckless gamble. As Tang Yin beheld the swiftly approaching Gale Dragon, a surge of joy filled his heart. Without a second thought to the soul control, he unleashed his full potential. Upon entering Tang Yin's domain, the Gale Dragon's speed noticeably diminished. Yet it remained unmatched by Tang Yin. In the blink of an eye, the 20-meter distance closed as the Gale Dragon transformed into a piercing arrow, intent on impaling Tang Yin. Closer and closer it came. The golden vertical pupils of the Gale Dragon found no trace of panic on Tang Yin's face, but rather a hint of a smile. The Gale Dragon sensed impending doom, yet its current velocity rendered it unable to halt. Countless vines erupted from the earth, almost preemptively predicting the flight path of the Gale Dragon. Tang Yin had no illusions that his first soul skill could fully restrain the might of a 10,000-year soul beast in full assault. Under the comprehensive attribute enhancement of the Rainbow's sacred domain, Tang Yin raised his spear, Fate, and met the oncoming strike of the dragon head-on. The immense force shattered the tiger's mouth of his hands, blood staining the spear's shaft, while the tremendous recoil made him feel as if his internal organs were on the verge of dislocation. However, Tang Yin did not harbor thoughts of defeat at this moment. The Gale Dragon's speed had significantly slowed. Enduring the pain, he swiftly retreated, releasing his grip on Fate, and propelled himself with a kick against the retreating spear. The third soul ring illuminated once more. Unlike the previous strike, this time, the ethereal bamboo manifested, directly augmenting the spear of Fate. Thousands of afterimages erupted, inflicting countless wounds upon the Gale Dragon, with several shards piercing through its formidable exterior and into its interior. With a resounding crash, the colossal dragon body collapsed to the ground, raising a massive cloud of dust. At this moment, the Gale Dragon was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 32, Refining Objects. The body of the Gale Dragon trembled, yearning to rise once more, but the ethereal shadows had inflicted damage upon its spine, rendering it incapable of standing again. Tang Yin gazed upon the ailing Gale Serpent Dragon, refraining from delivering the final blow. Instead, he settled into a cross-legged position, embarking on the journey of healing his own wounds. The Fate Spear was positioned horizontally before him, as an abundance of life energy commenced the process of mending his injuries. Tang Yin bears few external injuries, the most severe being the gash in his tiger's mouth, inflicted by an immense force. The gravest affliction he suffers appears to be the internal damage resulting from the powerful impact. The pale blue furnace behind Tang Yin began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, replenishing the soul power that Tang Yin had lost. Vital energy coursed through his meridians, mending the damage to his internal organs. Remarkably, it took merely half an hour for Tang Yin to recover from a state of near ruin to that of his prime. The vitality of a 10,000-year soul beast proved to be extraordinarily robust. Even in its last breath, it did not succumb within that fleeting half hour. After Tang Yin's recovery, he approached the swift Gale Flood Dragon, thrusting the Spear of Destiny towards it. The swift Gale Flood Dragon resigned itself, closing its eyes. Memories of its millennia-long existence flitted through its mind like a series of projected images. Born in a secluded valley, its parents were the dominant beings there. A pair of swift gale earth dragons with a cultivation of 2,000 years. However, their tranquility was shattered when a formidable thorn crocodile, boasting 4 millennia of power, invaded their home, resulting in the death of its parents and forcing it to narrowly escape. Wandering in the wilderness, it stumbled upon this canyon, where a unique azure stone emitted an aura that stirred a profound enhancement within its bloodline, filling it with joy. The location was remote, scarcely visited by other soul beasts, allowing it to cultivate in solitude, progressing from 100 years to 1,000, and eventually reaching 2,000 years. Upon attaining a cultivation of 6,000 years, its bloodline ascended to the higher echelon of the swift gale flood dragon. In vengeance, it returned to slay the thorn crocodile that had taken its parents, piercing its own flesh with each of the creature's bone spines, and systematically devouring its blood and flesh from the tail upward, forcing it to endure the horror of being consumed alive. Ultimately, the thorn crocodile succumbed to overwhelming fear and agony, and the swift gale flood dragon returned to the canyon, quietly awaiting the next evolution of its bloodline. Days turned into weeks of patient waiting until it became a 10,000-year soul beast, on the brink of another bloodline advancement when Tang Yin and his companions appeared, extinguishing the flood dragon's final thoughts. However, the anticipated relief of death did not come. Instead, a surge of pure life energy flooded its body. It felt its once numb form regain a flicker of vitality, gradually restoring its control. "Become my soul ring," Tang Yin declared. The swift gale flood dragon regarded him with confusion. This human was indeed peculiar. He could have easily killed it to absorb its soul ring, yet instead chose to heal it, and then proposed to make it his soul ring. The fateful spear, thrust into the body of the gale dragon, conveyed a destiny contract to it. Upon receiving this contract, the gale dragon was left utterly bewildered. "Wait, my dear brother. Why present such generous terms only to beat me first?" Originally poised for a valiant sacrifice, the gale dragon, without the slightest hesitation, signed the contract. Its colossal form transformed into myriad specks of starlight, coalescing into a black soul ring that encircled Tang Yin. Tang Yin sat cross-legged, commencing the absorption of the energy contained within the ebony soul ring. Tang Yin's physical strength now allows him to endure soul rings ranging from approximately 10,000 to 15,000 years. The lifespan of the swift gale flood dragon does not exceed the limits of what Tang Yin can withstand. The time required to absorb the soul ring was minimal. In merely half an hour, Tang Yin completed the absorption process, and he has now ascended to the rank of a level 40 soul master. After Tang Yin adjusted his breath, he did not rise. He was particularly intrigued by the azure stone. Suddenly, the furnace of his destiny behind him expanded, its immense suction drawing the entire stone into its depths. Yang Wudi, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. He was aware that his disciple practiced a unique technique, which caused a faint blue furnace to manifest behind him during cultivation. He had inquired with Tang Hao, who merely informed him that this was a gift from Tang Yin's first master, without divulging further details. It was only now that he understood the furnace's capabilities extended beyond mere cultivation. Flames roared fiercely, commencing the process of refining the large stone within the furnace. This endeavor was not a task to be accomplished in a day or two. Tang Yin skillfully controlled the primordial fire of creation within the furnace, continuously expelling the impurities from the azure giant stone. The gray residue produced from the refining process was discharged from the furnace, falling to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. 3 days later, at the encampment of the Douluo collective soul hunting team, their soul hunting expedition had gone remarkably well. After a night of rest, they successfully located the required soul rings for Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun in the Douluo forest the following day, and by the third day, they found a suitable soul ring for Dai Yulin. The spectral white tiger of Dai Yulin and the spectral spirit cat martial souls of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun had long been family inheritances. Their clan had, over millennia, devised the most fitting soul ring configurations for their respective martial souls. Zhu Zhuyun's fourth soul ring came from a ghost tiger with 5,000 years of cultivation, granting her the soul skill named Spectral Slash. This skill enhanced the ferocity of her attacks. When executed, her hands would come together above her head, and the claws of her fingers would swiftly merge into a blade approximately 1 foot in length. Upon infusing it with soul power, the blacklight blade would align in a straight line, delivering a devastating downward strike with immense destructive force, making it a formidable close-range single-target attack skill. Zhu Zhuqing's second soul skill, like Zhu Zhuyun's, was an offensive skill known as Spectral 100 Claws. By leveraging her body's rapid rotation and the penetrating sharpness of her claws, she could unleash over 100 attacks on the same target in a remarkably short time, exhibiting incredible speed and destructive power. After activating Spectral 100 Claws, every attack launched by Zhu Zhuqing bore a piercing effect, even if the wounds she inflicted were not deep, as long as they broke the skin. Her soul power would seep in, wreaking havoc on the enemy's internal meridians. At this juncture, the group's objectives had been fulfilled, and they began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. One of the female soul masters complained, "Finally, it's over. 3 days without a bath. I feel utterly filthy." "Mind your words." A companion beside her tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Look at how dark the Grand Prince's expression is. Don't bring misfortune upon yourself." The female soul master caught sight of Davis's iron-like countenance and promptly fell silent, stepping aside. At that moment, his expression was undoubtedly grim, for just the day prior. During Dai Yulin's acquisition of the fourth soul ring, he had witnessed the formidable martial soul fusion technique executed by Dai Yulin and Zhu Zhuqing. The terrifying aura emitted by the nether white tiger had instilled in him an overwhelming sense of pressure. Despite Davis's soul power consistently surpassing that of his younger brother by 4 levels. Bearing this immense pressure, Davis sought out Zhu Zhuyun that evening, proposing that they train together to explore the potential of martial soul fusion. However, as anticipated, Zhu Zhuyun once again declined his offer, unbeknownst to her. The intuition that guided her to refuse was rooted in a deep-seated conviction that acquiescing at that moment would lead to a lifetime of regret. Finally, Davis erupted in frustration. "Zhu Zhuyun, what on earth are you holding back for? Did you not witness the martial soul fusion technique displayed by my younger brother and your sister yesterday? Let me be clear. If I fail, we both face dire consequences." This conversation ultimately concluded with Zhu Zhuyun's silence, leaving Davis powerless in the face of her unwillingness. This was the reason behind his lingering dark expression. In gratitude for the 500 coins gifted by Yafani Russell, we proceed to Chapter 33, The Swift Dragon's Break. Within the canyon, 3 days later, Tang Yin's refinement of materials was nearing its conclusion. The site where the azure boulders once stood had now transformed into a mound of dark gray refuse, resembling a small hill. Within the fateful furnace of Tang Yin, the transformative flames have dimmed slightly compared to before. At this moment, the furnace has returned to its usual size, and the once massive azure stone inside has now shrunk to the size of a palm, its hue resembling that of white jade, with sharp angles and each facet polished to a smooth finish. During the process of refining the colossal azure stone, Tang Yin gained a profound understanding of its essence. This magnificent stone is imbued with a rich concentration of wind elements, originally a vortex of wind, shaped by the unique geographical environment that compressed the elements into a crystalline structure composed of wind energy. Over countless ages, the slightly diminished wind elements intermixed with surrounding stones, resulting in the azure giant that Tang Yin beheld. The Gale Dragon's ability to evolve its bloodline relies on absorbing the wind elements within this stone, enhancing its mastery over the wind and compensating for its inherent deficiencies. Should the Gale Dragon completely absorb the wind element crystal, it would transform into a true dragon, becoming a member of the Wind Dragon King's lineage, the White Dragon. Within Tang Yin's being, the Gale Dragon has endured countless trials at the hands of Zishi over the past 3 days, molded into various shapes, yet it stubbornly refuses to submit. Amused by the obstinate dragon, Zishi remarked, "It's all right, since I cannot move freely these days. Having you as a delightful toy will bring me joy for a while." The Gale Dragon was on the verge of tears, having initially believed it was merely engaging in a leisurely 200 years of labor to gain a substantial 2,000 years of cultivation. Logically, it should have been the most formidable spirit within the Soul Ring, yet upon witnessing Zishi's ability to transform into human form, it was utterly bewildered. "Who are you?" it thought. Subsequently, it was subjected to a thorough beating, entangled and humiliated like never before. Although it wished to yield, the presence of the onlookers, the Vine Dragon and the Spirit Bamboo, stifled its pride, compelling it to resist with a defiant neck. Now, the Gale Dragon finds itself in a perilous predicament. Unable to retreat, Tang Yin extracted a white wind element crystal from the extinguished furnace of his destiny, transferring the majority into the space inhabited by his soul beast. "Sister Zishu, present this crystal to that swift wind dragon. It should prove quite beneficial for it," he conveyed to Zishu. She accepted the wind element crystal, tossing it lightly in her hand, only to notice that the head of the swift wind dragon in her other hand bobbed in sync with the crystal's ascent and descent. What is this? Do you desire it? Let out a roar, and this crystal shall be yours, Zishu teased. The swift wind dragon immediately capitulated, roar. Give it to me. Meanwhile, the nearby vinewood dragon and the Tongyu divine bamboo remarked, Brother, what happened to your previous resolve? If the swift wind dragon were aware of their thoughts, it would merely scoff at them. Dignity? What folly! I intended to submit all along. Now, I can transform into a true divine dragon. And there is no need for pride. Tang Yin gathered the remaining white crystal stones, and with the addition of another small piece, their total weight was quite substantial. Tang Yin rose and addressed Tang Hao, who stood beside him, saying, Father, these stones contain the purest essence of wind elements, which should provide considerable assistance to the cultivation of wind element soul masters. Could you possibly make a trip to deliver them to Uncle Baihe? Tang Hao gazed at Tang Yin, and even his hardened heart softened in that moment. How could he be unaware that it would be far more convenient for Tang Yin to directly approach Yang Wudi to deliver the items to Baihe? The request for Tang Hao to personally convey them was not merely an errand. It was an opportunity for him to offer these exceedingly precious treasures in his own name as restitution for the losses suffered by the Mingji clan in the past. Yang Wudi, understanding Tang Yin's intentions, glanced at Tang Hao, whose expression had now transformed to one of gentleness, and remarked, Very well, Xiaoyin. Let us see if your fourth soul skill meets your expectations. Tang Yin also withdrew his thoughts and began to test his fourth soul ring. Tang Yin pressed down his right hand, grasping the spear of destiny as it materialized in the void. For soul rings, purple, 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 and black rose around him. And at this moment, Tang Yin's aura was even more formidable than it had been 3 days prior. Fourth soul skill, Swift Dragon Break. A luminous mist emanated from Tang Yin, enveloping his form, while a veil of white fog clouded his eyes. He inclined slightly, only to vanish instantaneously from his original position. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yin reappeared atop a cliff 100 meters away, his spear of destiny striking the rock face with a force that dislodged massive boulders. Moments later, a white line traced the distance between his former location and his current one, reminiscent of the contrails left by a jet soaring through the heavens. In a swift motion, another white shadow flitted past, as Tang Yin returned to the side of Yang Wudi and Tang Hao. My fourth soul skill is named Rapid Dragon Break, which grants me a fleeting enhancement of 1,000% in speed, allowing me to surge forward with precision targeting, Tang Yin explained. Observing the lack of significant reaction from Yang Wudi and Tang Hao, he added, Targets that I have pierced multiple times will bear a mark visible only to me. Once the mark is fully stacked and detonated, it will render the target briefly immobilized, disregarding any disparities in soul power. This revelation immediately astonished both men. One should not underestimate the implication of disregarding soul power differences. In simpler terms, it equates to absolute control. This was no jest. Tang Hao promptly suggested, Xiaoyin, unleash your fourth soul skill upon me, and let's assess the impact of your immobilization on a title Douluo. Without hesitation, Tang Yin complied, sparing no pleasantries. While Yang Wudi swiftly moved aside, Tang Yin's fourth soul ring radiated brightly, and at that moment, he resembled a streak of white lightning, darting past Tang Hao from various angles. Tang Hao meticulously sensed Tang Yin's soul skills, realizing that while the speed was indeed formidable, he must never allow himself to be in close proximity to a title Douluo. Should he be caught off guard, a mere exertion of soul power could inflict severe injury upon Tang Yin. However, this was not the moment for testing weaknesses. After traversing back and forth over 20 times, Tang Yin halted 100 meters away from Tang Hao and signaled him. In response, Tang Hao promptly summoned his Haotian Hammer Martial Soul and activated his first soul skill. In Tang Yin's eyes, the dragon-shaped rune mark, intricately formed by several strokes on Tang Hao's body, transformed entirely into a brilliant white. As the first yellow soul ring beneath Tang Hao's feet illuminated, Tang Yin swiftly detonated the mark on Tang Hao, causing the glowing yellow soul ring to extinguish instantly. Tang Hao, intending to execute a hammer strike, appeared to lose strength abruptly, and the obsidian Haotian hammer fell directly to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Although Tang Hao's spellcasting was interrupted, he genuinely felt a sense of joy for Tang Yin. Despite the fact that Tang Yin could not yet approach the realm of title Douluo, though in a few years he would be able to draw near. Once Tang Yin reached the same level of title Douluo as himself, the force that had disrupted his spell would be sufficient for Tang Yin to vanquish him 100 times over. This indicates that within the same rank, Tang Yin is utterly unmatched, even though he is currently just entering the Spirit Master realm. When Yang Wudi observed Tang Yin successfully executing the immobilization of the accomplished title Douluo Tang Hao, he too felt a profound sense of accomplishment. My disciple, Tang Yin, possesses the potential for greatness. Tang Hao retracted his martial spirit, and Tang Yin once again returned to his side. Tang Hao nodded and said, "Indeed. Your soul skill can momentarily restrain a title Douluo. However, when you encounter a formidable opponent who surpasses you by 3 ranks, specifically those at the soul sage level or above, it is unwise to engage them in close combat using your 4th soul skill. They possess the capability to inflict harm upon you through their oppressive aura, and the risks of accumulating marks far outweigh the potential benefits." Tang Yin was acutely aware of the shortcomings of his soul skill. Yet he remained uncertain whether the complete absorption of the wind elemental crystal by the Gale Dragon would compensate for this flaw. "I understand, Father. I shall be more vigilant in the future." The trio departed from the canyon, making their way towards the campsite. Chapter 34. The Beast Tide. At this moment, the canyon was devoid of the fierce gales, only shrouded in a dim ambience. It took little time to exit the gorge. Upon entering the surrounding forest, which was bathed in the morning light, an eerie silence enveloped the area, starkly contrasting the usual bustling sounds of nature. Even Tang Yin, with his limited perception, sensed an unsettling change. In that instant, Tang Hao swiftly deduced the situation and exclaimed, "This is not good. It's a beast tide." The causes of a beast tide are manifold. Commonly, they arise from the fierce confrontations of supreme beings or the violent clashes of 10,000-year soul beasts, which disturb the surrounding fauna, prompting a mass exodus that propagates outward in a cascading wave, akin to a tumultuous surge sweeping across the entire forest. Do not be misled into thinking that a mere throng of thousands of soul beasts scurrying about can qualify as a beast tide. The true terror of a beast tide lies in the phenomenon where entire forests might shift in unison, accompanied by a multitude of beasts roaming the ground. The skies may become obscured by flying soul beasts, nearly blanketing the heavens. When such a beast tide occurs, human civilization stands on the brink of annihilation. Historical records from the Douluo calendar recount that over 2 millennia ago, the nearly unified Douluo Empire was engulfed by such a beast tide. All gathering places of soul beasts erupted in chaos, with the Star Do Forest, the Sunset Forest, and the Ming Do mountain range collectively invading human cities, leading to the cataclysmic collapse of imperial structures and nearly severing the thread of human civilization. During that time, as soul beasts wreaked havoc, the fallen ones also emerged to exacerbate the turmoil. A generation of prodigies, destined to become celestial beings, arose to unite various clans, quell the catastrophe, and establish the Spirit Hall. They absorbed the faith of the continent, transcending the 100 levels and ascending to the heavens, marking the first year of the Douluo calendar. Today, people can only glean fragments of that catastrophic era from the scant records that remain. The beast tide encountered by Tang Yin and his companions did not reach such a formidable level, yet even the most diminutive of beast tides necessitated Tang Hao's cautious approach. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he swiftly leaped to the highest point with Tang Yin, and Yang Wudi followed closely behind with remarkable agility. Indeed, disturbances began to emanate from the distant forest. Beneath the sunlight, at the horizon where the earth meets the sky, a distinct black line materialized. A result of countless beasts galloping, their hooves trampling the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. This black line on the skyline was rapidly advancing towards the diagonal flank of Tang Yin and the others, indicating that they would not face the full brunt of the beast tide directly, but would only be subjected to the residual waves of its impact. Observing the direction of movement, it appeared not to be heading towards them. Yang Wudi, after careful consideration, articulated his assessment. Indeed, Tang Hao affirmed Yang Wudi's conclusion. It seems their previous path aligns with the direction where we had previously camped. Tang Yin, upon recalling the campsite he had previously occupied, was instantly reminded of the Zhu sisters. At that moment, he harbored no particular thoughts about them. His mind merely lingered on their frequent appearances before him over the past few days. Tang Yin had interacted with very few individuals, and he remembered each one distinctly. Even his uncle, whom he had met only once, came to mind, particularly how the wind element crystal would benefit his cultivation. He could sense the trepidation reflected in the furrowed brows of Tang Hao and Yang Wudi regarding the impending beast tide. With only a single soul Douluo to safeguard them, how could they ensure the safety of not just the sisters but others as well? Consumed by concern, Tang Yin gazed into the distance at the approaching beast tide. The initial dark line expanded ominously, sweeping across like a sloped wave, its overwhelming might rendering him feeling as insignificant as an ant. Meanwhile, Elder Xuanji, who had been waiting for quite some time, sensed that something was amiss. He awaited the arrival of the iron eagles bred by the Star Luo Empire. These creatures, having undergone generations of training at the Imperial Beast Taming Arena, retained some wildness yet were instinctively attuned to the commands of the whistle. However, the whistle had been sounded for quite a while, and the absence of the lead eagle and its flock raised alarms of an unforeseen incident. Elder Xuanji's unease intensified as he sensed that a significant event was about to unfold. He commanded, "Everyone, follow me swiftly, abandon all belongings." The group was momentarily taken aback, but promptly proceeded in the direction they had come from. Though they consisted of 49 soul masters, theoretically swift in their movement, Elder Xuanji felt his anxiety escalating as they had already covered over 30 miles. A faint tremor coursed through the ground, imperceptible to all but Elder Xuanji. Initially startled, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, "Run! It's the beast tide!" Without hesitation, he summoned his Xuanji umbrella martial spirit, shielding the three princes and the future princess within its protective embrace, and then fled rapidly into the distance. The others, initially slow to react, were jolted back to reality by the sudden, intensifying vibrations, lamenting the lack of speed bestowed upon them by their parents. Although Elder Xuanji had sensed the danger in advance, the speed of the beast tide was overwhelming. He was not a soul master known for his swiftness, and the only soul emperor among them, who possessed flying capabilities, could not hasten their escape significantly. In no time, the 49-member team was overtaken by the beast tide, swiftly engulfed within its chaotic embrace. The youngest son of the Blood Sword Marquis became the first casualty in the beast tide, trampled underfoot by a millennia-old golden mammoth, his entire body reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. The Soul Emperor dispatched to safeguard him had no time to intervene. As the anguished cries of the Blood Sword Marquis' son echoed in the air, he found himself surrounded by several ancient soul beasts. Despite unleashing his defensive soul skills, he succumbed swiftly under the overwhelming force, becoming mere blood and entrails beneath their hooves. Tragedy unfolded in the crowd. Yet there were fortunate souls shielded by a towering ancient tree, spared from being trampled by the multitude of beasts. Elder Xuanji protected 6 individuals with his martial soul, choosing to fly low as he braved the onslaught of thousands of soul beasts. Each impact drained his soul power, though minimal. He remained uncertain whether he could endure until the tide subsided. At this moment, the 3 pairs of competitors found themselves devoid of thoughts of mortal combat. The terrifying spectacle had imparted a visceral understanding of mortality. They witnessed comrades, who had conversed just the day prior, being pulverized into minuscule pieces by soul beasts. Confronted with the specter of death, each harbored their own reflections. Davis and Dai Yulin both resolved to survive, determined to eliminate the other to avoid such a fate. However, Dai Mubai was consumed by fear, thinking only of escape. "It is too terrifying. I must flee. I must escape." Zhu Zhumin, like Dai Yulin, wished to live, and thus felt compelled to eliminate the 2 daughters of that woman. Zhu Zhuyuan remained melancholic, while Zhu Qing was engulfed by profound terror, yet found no semblance of support. In the midst of the beast tide, which was progressing in a predictable manner, Elder Xuanji exhausted his final vestiges of soul power as the tide neared its conclusion. The threat posed by soul beasts of no more than a millennium in age had significantly diminished, both in number and density. Weary, Elder Xuanji released his protection over the 6, weakly stating, "Take care of yourselves. I am spent and can no longer shield you." With a decisive plunge, he fell into the tide of beasts, crushed to oblivion. Although Elder Su New Jersey was a revered figure of the Star Luo Empire's royal court, his demise, in his valiant attempt to protect the princes, stirred no emotion among them. One prince was consumed by thoughts of escape, while the other 2 regarded Elder Su New Jersey merely as a servant. His death was inconsequential, even though he was an esteemed 85th level soul Douluo. Their respect was solely for his formidable power, not for the man himself. The 6 descended from the sky, each seeking their designated landing spot. Dai Yuling and Davis landed upon the same tree, while Zhu Zhumin and Zhu Zhuyuan settled on adjacent branches. Dai Mubai also landed gracefully. However, an unexpected incident occurred with Zhu Zhuqing. Elder Su New Jersey had not flown at a great height, yet he maintained an elevation of 40 meters, a range where the density of soul beast was minimal. His lateral movement towards the edge of the beast tide allowed him to protect the six while enduring until the tide's conclusion. After half an hour of relentless assault, Zhu Zhuqing, the most psychologically fragile among them, was on the brink of mental collapse. At this moment, she was far from the icy girl relentlessly pursued by her older sister in the original tale. Once Elder Su New Jersey lifted his protective barrier, Zhu Zhuqing attempted to control her descent onto a branch, but even with all her might, she could not land accurately. Her right foot slipped, and she plummeted towards the ground, where soul beasts continued to race by. With only a meager 21st level of soul power, her landing would undoubtedly spell doom. Driven by an instinctive will to survive, she summoned her martial spirit at the last moment. The front claws of her spectral feline shot forth, grasping the nearest tree branch, leaving deep gashes on the rough bark. Fortunately, she was light enough, still suspended above the ground. Feeling utterly drained, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her face and cast her gaze toward Dai Mubai, who was closest to her. Zhu Zhuyun, witnessing this scene, grew anxious for Zhu Zhuqing's safety. She bent down, worry etched on her face, and upon confirming that Zhu Zhuqing was unharmed, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she thought, as she gently caressed her own heaving chest, calming her nerves. Dai Mubai, however, did not reciprocate Zhu Zhuqing's hopeful gaze from below. With a resolute demeanor, he turned away without a hint of hesitation. In his white tiger form, he maneuvered through the thicket, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the forest. The last flicker of hope extinguished in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Initially taken aback by Dai Mubai's actions, Zhu Zhiyun soon felt a surge of anger. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée. Such a simple task could have been accomplished with but a gesture. What a scoundrel! Zhu Zhiyun quietly cursed under her breath as she prepared to rescue Zhu Zhuqing. Davis and Dai Yulin, ever wary of one another, remained indifferent to Zhu Zhuqing's fate. The escape of Dai Mubai drew little of their attention. While unexpected, it fell within the realm of reason. Preoccupied with Zhu Zhuqing's safety, Zhu Zhiyun was oblivious to the presence of her half-sister, who had positioned herself behind her. Zhu Zhuqing had already entered the state of martial soul manifestation. With 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rising beneath her feet, the first yellow ring quietly illuminating. With her first soul skill, the ethereal stab, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly launched her attack. Her ethereal feline claws elongated rapidly as she darted towards Zhu Zhiyun's rear, leaving behind 3 violet afterimages that sliced through the air with a piercing sound. A chill ran down Zhu Zhiyun's spine, a visceral sense of danger enveloping her, an innate ability unique to the ethereal cat. This instinct compelled Zhu Zhiyun to instinctively evade to the side. Zhu Zhuqing had anticipated this reaction. As a fellow wielder of the ethereal cat martial soul, she was well aware of its sensitivity to danger. Zhu Zhuqing's claws were deftly aligned with Zhu Zhiyun's evasion. With a tearing sound, the claws shredded the outer layer of Zhu Zhiyun's black leather attire, piercing the smooth, delicate skin of her back. 3 crimson gashes marred her flesh, and the intense pain drew a muffled groan from her lips. Her expression contorted in agony. However, Zhu Zhuqing had underestimated Zhu Zhiyun's speed. This unexpected ethereal stab only left Zhu Zhiyun grievously wounded, failing to pierce her heart and deliver a fatal blow. Simultaneously, as Zhu Zhuqing attacked, Davis and Dai Yulin seized their moment, aware that even amidst lingering danger, this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate their adversary. In the midst of the beast tide, even Soul Douluo-level powerhouses had fallen. No one could question the deaths attributed to the chaos. White Tiger King transformation. Davis and Dai Yulin's 3rd purple soul rings illuminated in unison, their muscles swelling dramatically, black stripes emerging upon their forms. All their attributes were augmented by the soul rings, doubling their prowess. A roar echoed through the air, for colossal tiger paws clashed together, emanating a roar befitting the king of beasts. The 2 combatants engaged in close-quarters combat upon the narrow trunk, exchanging blows that occasionally tore flesh from one another. The battle was fiercely contested, yet Davis, benefiting from a superior soul power, gradually began to gain the upper hand. Zhu Zhumin, realizing a fatal strike was not forthcoming, opted for a maximization of advantage, executing a horizontal kick aimed at Zhu Zhiyun's chest. As Zhu Zhiyun turned, she was met with a sweeping leg strike, hastily raising her claws to shield her chest to prevent her ribs from being shattered. Utilizing the force of the kick to retreat quickly, she simultaneously unleashed her phantom claw technique, stabilizing her form before advancing swiftly towards Zhu Zhumin. In her overconfidence, she momentarily forgot that the struggle for family inheritance had commenced. Her half-sister, not particularly close to her, launched an attack without any hint of caution. The searing pain from the wound on her back significantly slowed her down, rendering her inferior to her sister, while blood continued to seep from her injury, making her body increasingly heavy. Zhu Zhumin seized the opportunity. If Zhu Zhuyan chose to flee, it would afford her some time, enough for Davis to defeat Dai Yuan, after which Zhu Zhumin would undoubtedly prevail. However, in her instinctive oversight, Zhu Zhuyan neglected Davis's presence, leading her to make a grave error in judgment. Zhu Zhumin's third soul ring ignited, activating her third soul skill, Phantom Cyclone. This was the soul skill granted by her unique purple soul ring, enabling her to whirl rapidly, creating a circular purple tempest. In her weakened state, Zhu Zhuyan was once again repelled by Zhu Zhumin, and the excessive blood loss hindered her ability to maintain balance, sending her tumbling towards the ground beneath the tree. To make matters worse, a colossal armored rhinoceros was charging in her direction, should fate remain unchanged. She would meet the same grim fate as Elder Xuanji under the beast's massive weight. Observing her success, Zhu Zhumin leaped towards Dai Yuan to aid her fiancé. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing her two elder sisters embroiled in fierce conflict, saw her eldest sister fall, poised to become the first casualty in this inheritance game. Meanwhile, Davis, leveraging his soul power advantage, had nearly cornered Dai Yuan into a desperate situation, leaving deep, bone-exposing wounds on his chest, left arm, and face. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuyan ambushed, Davis sensed the unfolding calamity. He understood that to secure victory, he needed to eliminate Dai Yuan before the outcome between Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhumin was decided, thus thwarting their potential soul fusion. Yet, he underestimated Dai Yuan's strength. Now at level 40 with 4 soul rings, Dai Yuan's power far exceeded his own by more than a mere doubling. Dai Yuan was acutely aware that relying solely on his strength would not suffice to vanquish his elder brother. All he needed to do was to delay, to hold on until Zhu Zhumin could provide support, allowing the two to execute their martial soul fusion technique. Despite Davis's relentless defense, even after utilizing his 4th soul skill twice, he could not significantly injure Dai Yuan. Instead, he found himself on the verge of soul power depletion. Cursed be it. Observing that Zhu Zhumin and Zhu Zhuyan had already determined their outcome, Zhu Zhumin refrained from pursuing victory and instead rushed to provide assistance. This decisive action only heightened Davis's impatience. His 2nd soul skill, the White Tiger's fiery light wave, erupted from his mouth as a sphere of milky white light aimed directly at Dai Yuan's head. In a moment of urgency, Dai Yuan employed his own 2nd soul skill, the White Tiger's fiery light wave, to counter the attack. Although he found himself at a disadvantage, the close-range explosion left him with several grotesque scars upon his face. Nonetheless, he swiftly evaded the blast's tremendous force and successfully rejoined Zhu Zhumin. At that moment, Dai Yuan, looking disheveled, wore a wild grin on his bloodied face, which appeared both fierce and terrifying. "Ha! My dear elder brother, in the end, I have triumphed," he exclaimed as he embraced Zhu Zhumin tightly, the intensity of his grip causing her pain. Yet, in that instant, she felt the exhilaration of victory. She was on the verge of becoming the crown princess, with aspirations to ascend to the role of the revered Empress Xinglua. The white light surrounding Dai Yuan began to intertwine with the purple aura enveloping Zhu Zhumin, their soul powers merging. The two formidable beast martial souls commenced their fusion. A white tiger, radiating a haunting purple glow, emerged, its broad back sprouting wings that mirrored its fur. The sharp fangs protruding from its mouth could effortlessly rend flesh, while its sinister eyes instilled a sense of dread. The fusion of the evil eye white tiger and the nether spirit cat bestowed upon it a wind attribute, the purest and most extreme form of wind. From the tiger's mouth echoed Dai Yuan's voice. "Brother, to perish beneath the legacy of our family's martial soul fusion technique is your honor." Meanwhile, the 3 combatants, locked in their fierce struggle, remained oblivious to the white figure that darted past just as Zhu Zhuyan was about to be trampled by the imposing giant rhinoceros. Chapter 36. Limitations. Tang Yin secured the fateful spear behind him and caught the falling Zhu Zhuyan from midair, enveloping her soft and curvaceous figure in his embrace. Tang Yin had originally planned to leave the Stardow Forest alongside Tang Hao and Yang Wudi when the Beast Tide was about to conclude. However, as the Beast Tide reached its climax, Tang Hao suddenly remarked, "An old fellow has passed away. The young lady from the Zhu family is in peril." The young lady from the Zhu family, was she not one of the two individuals he had been concerned about when the beast tide erupted? Upon hearing that a familiar acquaintance was in danger, Tang Yin promptly inquired about the direction and hastened towards the scene, only to arrive just in time to witness Zhu Zhiyun being knocked down from a tree. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, his mentor gestured towards Tang Hao, saying, "Tang Hao, congratulations. It seems you are about to become a grandfather." As for the identity of the young lady from the Zhu family, it held little significance for Tang Hao. After all, he had once been a formidable figure capable of pursuing the Pope himself a decade ago. Zhu Zhiyun, who had originally resigned herself to her fate with closed eyes, suddenly felt herself cradled in a pair of strong, sturdy arms. Her head resting on the shoulder of her savior, she could sense the powerful heartbeat resonating from his chest, and the faint fragrance wafting from his attire made her believe it was the most delightful scent in the world. In that moment, she felt as though her dream had come true, albeit in a manner more unexpected yet infinitely more romantic. A peerless master had rescued her at the brink of death, and they were destined to fall in love at first sight, living happily ever after. Amidst her beautiful reverie of the future, Zhu Zhiyun pressed her body closer, savoring the warmth and safety she had found. Tang Yin furrowed his brow, perplexed by the antics of the young lady from the Zhu family in his arms. Did she not comprehend the perilous situation they were currently in? Moreover, what was the cause of her flushed cheeks? Was it the warmth of his embrace that rendered her so? Tang Yin, resting her left hand on Zhu Zhiyun's thigh, playfully tapped her bottom while admonishing, "Do not fidget." As Tang Yin gracefully descended, he paid no heed to the formidable armored rhinoceros charging towards him. Once again, he unleashed his swift dragon strike and darted towards the tree. A familiar sound reached Zhu Zhiyun's ears, abruptly shattering her reverie. This well-known sound prompted her to search her mind for the figure belonging to it, and soon, the exquisite features of the unparalleled master overlapped perfectly with the visage of Tang Yin she had encountered a few days prior. She gently opened her half-closed eyes, her long lashes fluttering delicately as Tang Yin's countenance, resembling a flawless jade, came into her view. For reasons unknown, upon realizing that her savior was Tang Yin, a sense of unease did not wash over Zhu Zhiyun. Instead, there was an inexplicable feeling of relief. When had she begun to harbor such feelings for this young man? Was it during his clandestine indulgence in a solemn setting? Was it when she learned he would be harmed by Davis? Or was it when he had just saved her from the brink of death? Perhaps it was all of these moments, or perhaps none at all. This enigmatic youth fulfilled all her fantasies about her future. Perhaps that was the true reason. Zhu Zhiyun felt that her feelings for Tang Yin did not constitute love, at least not in her current understanding. Lost in her musings, she even forgot about Tang Yin's audacious actions. The white figure returned to the tree, gently laying Zhu Zhiyun upon its branches, and then Tang Yin cautioned her, "Do not move. You are gravely injured. Wait for my return." With that, he transformed into a beam of white light, rescuing the fatigued Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing perceived her savior as a good person, and if given the choice between Davis and Tang Yin as her fiancé, she would undoubtedly choose Tang Yin without hesitation. After placing Zhu Zhuqing beside Zhu Zhiyun on the branch, Tang Yin prepared to tend to Zhu Zhiyun's wounds. Despite Zhu Zhiyun's wandering thoughts, she was teetering on the edge of life and death. Her mind had slipped into a self-preservation mode, allowing her to momentarily forget her suffering and subconsciously guiding her thoughts towards a more beautiful realm, akin to the fleeting reflections one experiences before death. Yet, as long as there remained a breath of life, Tang Yin could bring her back. The spear of destiny infused her body with a substantial amount of life energy, mending her injuries. The horrifying wounds, deep enough to expose bone, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The torn muscles and meridians started to reconnect, as life energy transformed into blood to replenish Zhu Zhiyun's corporeal losses. A tingling sensation surged from her back, eliciting a soft, kitten-like whimper from her, causing her full bosom to undulate gently. At that moment, she seemed to sense something. Her dark eyes fluttered open, only to find Tang Yin curiously gazing at her chest, his expression tinged with astonishment. Upon realizing that Zhu Zhiyun had noticed, Tang Yin swiftly diverted his gaze. Zhu Zhiyun felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, though it was evident that her embarrassment outweighed her ire. A delicate flush adorned her cheeks, and her head nearly nestled into the ample bosom before her, an unintentional gesture that added an exquisite charm to her demeanor. Yet, there was no one to admire it. After the last vestige of life energy coursed through Zhu Zhiyun's body, she regained her optimal state, a novel experience she had never encountered before. Rising to her feet, Her eyes reflected a blend of gratitude, curiosity, reverence, and an indescribable sentiment as she gazed at Tang Yin and expressed, "Thank you for saving my sister and me." Tang Yin waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was merely a trivial matter, but he inquired about their future plans. Zhu Zhuyun glanced at her companion, Zhu Zhuqing, before directing her gaze towards the horizon, where Davis was fleeing from the relentless pursuit of the merged martial souls of Dai Yuling and Zhu Zhumin. The fearsome, ghostly white tiger. The moment Davis laid eyes on the ghostly white tiger, he pushed his speed to the very limits of his physical capacity, racing toward the direction from whence the beast tide had receded, fully aware that it represented his sole chance of survival. In his heart, he harbored an intense loathing for the three individuals pursuing him, most notably directed towards his fiancée, Zhu Zhuyun, alongside Dai Yuling and Zhu Zhumin, who had forced him into this desperate predicament. Cursed woman, if you perish, it will only benefit you. Were it not for you, I, Davis, would not have been reduced to such a state. He lamented as he sprinted. The ghostly white tiger, now less than 50 meters behind him, was closing in with astonishing speed, its wings propelled by the ultimate force of wind, catching up to him in the blink of an eye. At this moment, both Dai Yuling and Zhu Zhumin were evidently relishing the thrill of the hunt, a blatant humiliation for the proud Davis. Brother, I've grown somewhat weary of this game. I have experienced just a taste of your plight. Now it is time for our farewell, dear brother. Dai Yuling cackled as she decreed Davis' demise. The ghostly white tiger opened its gaping maw, unleashing a concentrated wave of wind energy towards Davis. In an instant, the energy wave pierced through his chest. Zhu Zhuyun shook her head and replied, I do not know. To be frank, I have no desire to engage in fratricide against my own sister. Even when Zhu Zhumin attacked me, I had no intention of taking her life. Yet, this is the tragic fate of the legitimate daughters of the Zhu family. It is a curse. From the moment of our birth, we have been the executioners of our own sisters. As she spoke these words, tears streamed down her cheeks. Next to her, Zhu Zhuqing clutched Zhu Yun's hand tightly, fearing that her sister would abandon her as well, especially since her fiancé had just fled, leaving her to fend for herself. Have you never considered taking control of your own destiny? Tang Yin remarked at this moment. His back turned to the sisters Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. His elongated figure cast a mysterious and imposing silhouette against the waning sunlight. Chapter 37, A Gift of Bone. Could one truly master their own destiny? Zhu Zhuyun whispered this phrase, a future she so ardently yearned for. Together with Tang Yin, she gazed into the distance at the setting sun. Its gentle glow was not blinding, yet it rendered her moist eyes somewhat dreamy. There was no escape, no escape. Ultimately, Zhu Zhuyun found herself returning to the harshness of reality. Throughout the illustrious history of the Yuming-Zhu family, there had indeed been young ladies who, unable to withstand the pressures of familial competition, chose to flee. However, with a legacy spanning millennia and countless formidable experts at their disposal, and considering that the Yuming spirit cap possesses remarkable reconnaissance and tracking abilities, she, with her mere 40 levels of soul power, could never extricate herself from the confines of fate. Tang Yin turned around, slightly raising his head to meet the gaze of Zhu Zhuyun. At this moment, his height was slightly shorter than Zhu Zhuyun's, only reaching the tip of her nose. Tang Yin extended his right hand to gently wipe away the tears from Zhu Zhuyun's eyes. Zhu Zhuyun felt no offense from Tang Yin. His gesture was entirely natural. With unwavering conviction, he spoke to her. You can escape, as long as you desire to. He continued. I believe the Yuming-Zhu family will not turn against their heir for the sake of a title Douluo. Title Douluo? Zhu Zhuyun was taken aback by his words. Yet she recalled what Emperor Xing Luo had mentioned, that behind the Pa family stood a title Douluo support. Connecting this with Tang Yin's current statement, she felt she had come to a true realization. Indeed, if you and your sister were to take my father as your master, wouldn't that free you from your destiny? Your father? Zhu Zhuyun was even more astonished. She had never considered that Tang Yin's father could be a title Douluo. Tang Yin affirmed Zhu Zhuyun's conjecture. My father is indeed a title Douluo, known as the titled Hao Yin. As the young lady of the Yuming-Zhu family, how could she be unaware of the significance of the title Hao Yin? Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Are you referring to the Hao Yin sect? The most prestigious sect in the world. Her tone was laced with astonishment and excitement. Enough, you young lad. Do not boast about your father in front of the young lady. Young Wudi interjected, unable to bear the two girls' admiration for Tang Hao any longer. In truth, Yang Wudi and Tang Hao had arrived long ago, witnessing Tang Yin tending to the injuries of the Zhu family girl. Hee, young Wudi chuckled, his imposing visage revealing deep creases. What did I tell you? You were about to become a grandfather. Tang Hao stood silently beside them, and after a considerable pause, he remarked, why are you, a mere teacher, so fervently excited about my son finding a girlfriend? Young Wudi, taken aback by this statement, found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly confess in front of Tang Hao that he regarded Tang Yin as his own son. After young Wudi revealed himself, Tang Hao no longer concealed his presence and followed suit, stepping out from the shadows. Tang Yin paid no heed to young Wudi's words and promptly approached, greeting, father, teacher. Zhu Zhuyan also brought her sister to pay their respects to Tang Yin's two esteemed elders. The younger generation respectfully acknowledged. We have met clan leader Yang and His Excellency Hao Din. Their address was rather formal, refraining from employing more intimate terms due to Tang Yin's presence. Please rise. Tang Hao spoke in a gravelly voice. It was only then that Zhu Zhuyuan and Zhu Zhuqing stood up and beheld Tang Hao's appearance. At this moment, Tang Hao appeared to be around 40 years of age, his towering and robust physique resembling a small mountain. His countenance was resolute, yet his gaze exuded a gentle warmth, devoid of the imposing authority typically associated with a formidable individual. This was in stark contrast to the aura of the titled Douluo, the Emperor Xingluo, that they had encountered previously. Tang Hao also scrutinized the two young ladies before him. Their appearances were indeed remarkable. Even the 10-year-old Zhu Zhuqing displayed hints of the beauty she would one day possess. Tang Yin did not oppose the previous proposal. Accepting these two apprentices merely reduced the time he spent on undertaking tasks. Moreover, both Tang Yin and Tang Sen had matured, resulting in a significantly lower frequency of his missions. More importantly, his son harbored feelings for these two young ladies, and as a father, he felt compelled to support him. After all, it was his son who would eventually provide for the family, so taking care of his future daughters-in-law seemed entirely reasonable. As for why there were two, he felt no obligation to take on the role of caretaker for his sister-in-law. As you heard from Xiaoan moments ago, if you pledge yourselves to me as your master, the Yumingzhu family would not dare act against you. Tang Hao further added that even if the Emperor of Xingluo were to employ a martial soul fusion technique, he would be utterly ineffective against him. In this moment, Tang Hao possessed the confidence to assert this. Although the Emperor of Xingluo had achieved the title of Douluo and alongside his wife, could wield a martial soul fusion technique capable of challenging a level 95 super Douluo, Tang Hao's soul power stood at level 94. Thanks to Tang Yin's healing, his internal injuries had nearly healed, and with the formidable Hao Yin 9 absolutes and the great Sumeru hammer at his disposal, he was far stronger than at this stage in the original narrative. With the endorsement of a titled Douluo, Zhu Zhuyan found her previously anxious heart beginning to settle. However, Zhu Zhuyan did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she gazed at Tang Yin with a complex expression and asked, why do you wish to assist me in this manner? Tang Yin gently touched his head and answered Zhu Zhuyan's question with ease. We are friends. Friends? She pondered, reflecting on the moments spent with Tang Yin. Yet she could not recall a specific instance that solidified their friendship. Nevertheless, it mattered little. She was now indeed his friend. Are we friends too? Zhu Zhuyan asked eagerly, fearing that Tang Yin might overlook her. Of course, we are good friends. Tang Yin did not comprehend the essence of friendship in his eyes. Anyone he felt a modicum of affection for could be deemed his friend, even if they were unaware of his existence. Zhu Qing, would you care to stay? Zhu Zhuyan inquired of Zhu Zhuqing. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing replied, of course. How could I possibly forfeit the opportunity to escape the clutches of my family's fate? Was she to return and wed Daimu Bai, who could so easily abandon her? Zhu Zhuyun and his sister, Zhu Zhuqing, performed the customary vow of apprenticeship to Tang Hao, thus solidifying their teacher-student relationship. The area, having recently endured a beast tide, should still be relatively safe. The three of you shall remain here for the night, while my teacher, Xiaoyin, and I must depart for a while. Following the beast tide, numerous treasures are likely to emerge, as the trampling among soul beasts results in significant casualties. If we can procure a soul bone from this chaos, it would indeed be a tremendous gain. Yang Wudi and Tang Hao were evidently poised to seize this opportunity, for even a lower-grade soul bone could fetch a handsome price. After Tang Hao and Yang Wudi departed, Tang Yin found himself seated opposite Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing, their gazes locked in silent contemplation. It was not long before a flicker of recollection crossed Tang Yin's mind. He retrieved a pair of skeletal claws from the storage space within his soul-guiding wristband. Each claw, adorned with 5 elongated dark golden talons, extended nearly 3 feet in length, their tips glimmering with a sharp brilliance. These were the skeletal claws of the dark golden terror bear, which Tang Yin had acquired years ago. At the time, he had not fully integrated the claws into his being, deeming their influence on his personal development to be minimal. Consequently, he had extracted them using the immense life energy of the Destiny Lance, allowing them to languish within his storage soul-guiding device for many years. Now, with Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing being his only 2 true friends, he realized that the skeletal claws would resonate splendidly with their martial spirits. Perhaps bestowing them upon his friends would enable the claws to reach their fullest potential. It was only fitting that friends share gifts. This is for you, a token from my father as a welcoming gift. How could Zhu Zhuyun fail to recognize the extraordinary value of the skeletal claws presented before her? They were, after all, renowned as the most precious external soul bones, capable of growing alongside a soul master. We cannot accept this. It is far too valuable, she immediately protested, while Zhu Zhuqing, who had instinctively reached out to take the gift, withdrew her hand. We are friends, do not forget this. What you truly need now is strength. The protection of a title de law is but temporary. Ultimately, you must rely on yourselves to break free from the confines of your family's fate. With a single remark, Tang Yin silenced Zhu Zhuyun's refusal. Indeed, the current version of herself craved strength. Any opportunity to become stronger must not be overlooked. Zhu Zhuyun accepted the left paw bone of the dark golden terror claw bear, yet she hesitated to absorb it. A sudden thought to distance herself from Tang Yin emerged, planting a seed deep within her mind. Chapter 38. The cause of the beast-tide turmoil. Absorb it now. I shall guard you, Tang Yin declared, rising to retrieve her martial soul, adopting a vigilant stance. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuyun could not reject Tang Yin's goodwill and began to absorb the precious soul bones. Zhu Zhuyun's was the left paw bone, while Zhu Zhuyun's was the right paw bone of the dark golden terror claw bear. Coincidentally, the sisters favored different hands, making this distribution ideal for maximizing their strengths. Each sister pressed the paw bone against her respective palm, and the soul bone instinctively sensed its proper place, initiating a natural fusion into their bodies. A flash of dark golden light surged as a powerful force coursed through Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuyun. The agony of their bones fracturing caused them to blanch simultaneously, yet neither interrupted the absorption process. Tang Yin contemplated using her martial soul's ability to ease their suffering, but ultimately refrained. They could only rely on themselves. Meanwhile, as Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuyun absorbed the soul rings, a decisive meeting concerning the fate of soul beasts commenced far away, deep within the core of the Stardow Forest. It is often said that the heart of the Stardow Forest is guarded by 200,000-year soul beasts. But what is unknown is that their active domain is but a small basin compared to the vast life lake itself. Even the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, both 100,000-year soul beasts, are unworthy to tread upon the true core. At that moment, the genuine life lake was shrouded in a green mist, not a toxic miasma, but the purest form of liquefied life energy. Amidst the fog, 6 humanoid figures sat cross-legged upon the surface of the lake, each exuding an aura of terrifying power. The 6 figures were subtly led by a middle-aged man, around 40 years of age, with long black hair cascading behind him, straight brow bones, and golden eyes that commanded respect without anger. His features were stern and resolute, devoid of frivolity. The remaining 3 men and 2 women were arranged around him in an orderly manner. They had just awakened from slumber. The mere aura they emanated sparked a minor upheaval among the soul beasts. They belonged to a realm of existence that humanity had yet to comprehend. The terrifying beast tied over 2,000 years ago had been ignited by their quest for a certain treasure. After the cataclysmic battle, they fell into slumber, and the reason for their awakening now remained a mystery. Thien, why have you roused us? That insect's power has yet to be siphoned sufficiently. A man, towering nearly 2.5 meters, resembled a small mountain as he sat, his face marred by 5 terrifying claw marks. This discontented figure was known as Tian, a middle-aged man with black hair and golden eyes, whose true form was that of the Black Dragon King with golden eyes, possessing an unfathomable power cultivated over 800,000 years. The man who boldly addressed Tian by name was no ordinary being. He was Xiong, a formidable soul beast with the essence of the dark gold terrifying claw bear, boasting a cultivation exceeding 400,000 years. Even at his peak, Tang Hao could not guarantee victory over him. The claw marks on Xiongju's face were a reminder of the time when Di Tian compelled him to submit. A fact that still irked him. These 6 individuals were the true sovereigns of the Douluo forest. Among the remaining 4, a green-haired woman named by Ji possessed a delicate beauty and exuded an aura reminiscent of Tang Yin, albeit less pure yet far more potent than the current weakened Tang Yin, dressed in a pristine white top that transitioned to green at the hem. Her fitted attire accentuated her figure, while her long, straight legs remained concealed beneath her skirt. Her cultivation was at least 500,000 years, with her true form being that of an emerald swan, the most powerful healing-type soul beast. Another woman, Ziji, sported long, wavy purple hair and was adorned in a purple-black scaled armor. She was tall and curvaceous, with long, straight thighs and a glimpse of her fair shoulders and the alluring valley above her bosom. Her true form was the hellish Dragon King, with a cultivation of over 200,000 years. As one of the 2 dragons among the 6 and the beloved of their leader Di Tian, she was often referred to as the Demon Queen. The remaining and somewhat effeminate man, known as Wan Yao Wang, was a demonic eye tree with a cultivation of 450,000 years. The red-haired man, the weakest among them with a mere 200,000 years of cultivation, was the 3-headed scarlet demon hound, called Shi Wang. Disregarding Xiongju's complaints, Di Tian spoke slowly, revealing an unexpected piece of news. The master has awakened. Upon hearing this, astonishment and disbelief washed over the faces of those present. Didn't you say the master required at least another 10,000 years of rest before awakening? Inquired the effeminate man, his voice equally soft. This is precisely what I am about to elaborate on, Di Tian replied, surveying the assembly, discerning that some harbored their own ulterior motives, though he chose not to dwell on it. The master informed me that she sensed a presence capable of aiding her recovery within the Douluo forest. The first occurrence was approximately 4 years ago when the presence was still weak, the second was 2 years ago, and the third just days ago. The master deduces that the individual behind this presence is an exceptionally gifted human soul master with an astonishingly rapid progression. The next time he advances, he is likely to return to the Douluo forest to acquire soul rings. Our task is to bring him here and ensure he agrees to assist the master in her healing. Xiongju was forthright. He shouldn't have left the Douluo forest yet. Why don't we all set out together, find him, and bring him back? I refuse to believe that a soul master of no more than level 30 can resist our will. Unacceptable. Bridget did not endorse Xiongju's proposal. As an anomaly among soul beasts, she is an emerald swan, regarded as a natural tonic by all soul beasts. Her ascension to the formidable age of 500,000 years was facilitated by the countless soul beasts she has aided, who have in turn sheltered her growth. She has mediated countless disputes among the various factions within the Douluo forest, and had soul beasts been capable of faith, had they the potential to ascend to divinity, Bridget would likely have already coalesced a divine status and soared to the heavens. The compassion of a woman, Xiongju scoffed. When Bridget had just reached the 10,000-year mark and arrived at the lake of life, he was bathing by the water's edge. The moment he laid eyes on her, his initial thought was to consume her for a substantial power boost, enabling him to seek vengeance against Di Tian. However, he was swiftly dealt a severe blow by Di Tian, and from that moment on, Bridget became Di Tian's right hand. In truth, Di Tian was also safeguarding Xiongju. Although Bridget was not particularly strong at the time, her fortuitous aura was potent enough to ensure that anyone who attempted her harm, such as Xiongju, would meet their demise in the subsequent heavenly tribulation. Bridget is correct. Following our great battle in the past, 2 deities ascended from Douluo continent, undoubtedly leaving legacies among mortals. If we were to rashly reveal ourselves, it would surely attract the attention of the divine realm, which would be detrimental to our soul beast clan's resurgence. Thus, we must refrain from direct action, Di Tian elucidated. Instead, let that little monkey and the bull python at the entrance keep a watchful eye. The king of all beasts proposed. By the way, where is that arrogant rabbit's wife and daughter from back then? Were they not also residing by the lake? Let us give it a try. After so many years of waiting, we need not rush, Di Tian decided with a nod. Qi Wang, please inform them to be vigilant regarding this fluctuation in energy. We must continue to remain concealed. With that, Di Tian produced a silver scale, inscribed with a trace of the essence left by Tang Yin, and handed it to the red-haired man, Qi Wang. On the outskirts of the Lake of Life in the Douluo forest, Erming buried his head beneath the water, showcasing his plump and alluring posterior while cradling his head in his arms, adopting a posture that screamed invisibility. Fortuitously, There isn't anyone named Brother Jia among the Titan great apes, otherwise. Meanwhile, the Tianqing bull python coiled nearby, displaying utmost subservience. Devoid of any arrogance typical of a 10,000-year soul beast, they had maintained this position for 3 days, ever since the oppressive aura emanated from the core of the lake of life. Brother, do you think they will emerge? After Uncle entered back then. There was no news at all. Erming communicated telepathically. The uncle he referred to was the arrogant rabbit mentioned by the king of all beasts, the father of Xiaowu and the husband of Ero, when he had entered the core of the lake of life to contest for that ultimate treasure. His volatile temperament had led him to antagonize nearly all ferocious beasts. He was ultimately torn to shreds by Xiong Jun, who was equally tempestuous at the time, and his flesh was consumed by the other ferocious beasts. Although Deming felt trepidation, he maintained composure in front of Erming. Do not panic. If they choose to act against us, I will hold them off while you escape. Transform into your human form and seek out Sister Xiaowu. She mentioned previously that she seemed to be studying at a junior college called Nottingham. The Scarlet King arrived at the outskirts of the Lake of Life and spotted the figures of Deming and Erming. Without lingering too long, he tossed a silver scale to Deming and conveyed the words of Emperor Tian before returning to the heart of the Lake of Life. Everything returned to its usual tranquility, leaving only Deming and Erming, their eyes locking in a gaze reminiscent of squinting green beans. Chapter 39. Departure. It seems they are not here to trouble us. Once Erming discerned there was no danger, he lifted his head and plopped down into the water, creating a large splash, then communicated with Deming telepathically. Deming took the silver scale, feeling the lingering aura upon it, and pondered. We can keep watch over this side of the Stardow Forest, but it would be prudent to involve Sister Xiaowu, as we are searching for a human after all. I wonder when Sister Xiaowu will return. Indeed, when will Sister Xiaowu be back? I miss her too. As dawn broke anew, the Stardow Forest resumed its usual state, with the occasional call of birds echoing through the trees, depicting a vibrant scene of life and nature in full bloom. Tang Yin vigilantly guarded over the sisters Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Shuqing throughout the night. The sisters' resolve surpassed Tang Yin's expectations as they flawlessly absorbed the external soul bones through their own perseverance and determination. At this moment, they were recuperating to restore their depleted physical and spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the duo of Tang Hao and Yang Wudi returned from their expedition with unfortunate news. They had failed to locate suitable soul bones for Tang Yin and the Zhu sisters. On a brighter note, they had discovered 2 pieces of millennium-old soul bones, which could fetch a considerable sum, thereby securing the funds necessary for Yang Wudi to relocate his entire clan. Indeed, the Broken One clan was preparing for yet another move. Following their previous gathering, the 4 major single-attribute families resolved to unite for mutual support, forming a new sect named the 4 Extremes Sect. Tang Hao expressed that, should they not mind, he would be honored to accept the title of Honorary Elder, thereby enhancing the sect's heritage. Tang Hao believed that although the 4 major single-attribute families had severed ties with the Haotian sect, they should unite to establish a new sect and, as former allies, ought to extend some support. Moreover, his son had taken Yang Wudi as his master, rendering him, in a sense, a member of the 4 Extremes Sect. The chosen location for the 4 Extremes Sect was indeed the city of Tiando, where the strength of the Tiando Empire was relatively weak, with few powerful soul masters to rely upon, thereby providing a fertile ground for the development of the sect. This was also the reason why all 3 upper sects had established their foundations in Tiando. Upon the return of Tang Hao and Yang Wudi, Tang Yin explained the situation regarding Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Shuqing before promptly falling asleep, clearly indicating that keeping vigil was not an easy task for him at this moment. Tang Hao realized that his son was excessively generous to those around him, even offering such precious soul bones to individuals he had known for a short time. If this continued, he would inevitably face dire consequences. However, he soon considered the possibility that these 2 soul bones might be tokens of affection bestowed by Tang Yin upon the 2 young ladies. In that case, the soul bones would essentially be akin to a left hand giving to the right. Having reached this understanding, he ceased to dwell on it and patiently awaited the awakening of the 2 women from their meditation. Tang Yin felt as though he had been asleep for an eternity, roused by the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. As he groggily opened his eyes, he realized he was lying atop a blanket crafted from the fur of an unknown soul beast, its texture remarkably soft and warm against his skin. To his left sat Zhu Zhuyun and her sister, Zhu Shuqing. Rising to his feet, Tang Yin stretched languidly, easing his stiff muscles. How do you feel after absorbing the soul bone? He inquired of the 2 sisters. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhuyin replied, I feel that the power of this hand bone compensates for the inherent weakness in the attack of the nether spirit cat martial soul. Consequently, the subsequent soul rings can be chosen to enhance speed, thereby amplifying the strengths of the nether spirit cat martial soul. Tang Hao concurred, stating, My knowledge of your nether cat martial soul is rather limited, and I do not pride myself on my swiftness as a soul master. Yet, every soul master possesses their own strengths. For instance, my formidable power has been cultivated to its utmost potential. The trajectory of your martial soul's development is a path you must navigate yourselves. Aside from safeguarding you from familial influences, I can only impart to you certain techniques on how to wield your innate abilities. Tang Yin picked up the nearly roasted leg of lamb and took a hearty bite without reservation. After finishing, he made a momentous decision. Father, teacher, let us bid farewell here. Yang Wudi, feeling a pang of reluctance, replied, My child, why the suddenness? Aren't you going to pack your belongings? Tang Yin shook his head gently. Teacher, no. After the beast tied, I feel utterly inadequate. If I wish to grow stronger, I must venture out on my own. Remaining under your protection will only hinder my growth. The recent beast tide instilled in Tang Yin a profound sense of helplessness, a discomforting realization of his inability to control his own destiny. This feeling was also one of the reasons he sought to assist Zhu Zhuyuan and Zhu Shuqing. Since you have made your decision, as your father, I shall not dissuade you, Tang Hao advised. Remember to approach all people and matters with caution and reverence during your travels across the continent. Opportunities may be rare, but life is singular. Do not burden yourself too heavily. We old folks still have plenty of time left. Tang Hao's final words left Zhu Zhuyuan and Zhu Shuqing utterly perplexed. Yet Tang Yin and Yang Wudi grasped their significance. I shall find my own path during this journey across the continent. With swift efficiency, Tang Yin devoured the leg of lamb in his hand, tidied himself up slightly, and bid farewell to the others. I am leaving. He departed with an air of nonchalance, devoid of any lingering attachment. Having made the decision to leave, there was no reason to look back. Zhu Zhuyuan gazed at Tang Yin's receding figure, silently wishing, farewell. And may our next encounter be one where you do not forget me. As Tang Yin embarked on his solitary journey of self-cultivation on the other side, Zhu Zhumin supported Davis as they made their way towards the outskirts of the starry forest. Indeed, it was Davis. Let us rewind to the moment when Davis was struck by the spectral white tiger unleashed by Dai Yulin and Zhu Zhumin. Davis lay amidst a pool of blood, his chest bleeding profusely, breathless. Dai Yulin dispelled the spectral white tiger form, releasing Zhu Zhumin from his grasp, and approached to ascertain Davis's condition. Upon discovering that the final energy wave had pierced Davis's left chest, his demeanor shifted from tense to somewhat deranged. As the second prince, he too had grown under the weight of Davis's oppression, yet he had not succumbed to despair like Dai Mubai. For he was merely a year and a half younger than Davis, retaining a glimmer of hope that he would one day surpass him. Isn't this the essence of enduring hardship to reap rewards? He laughed. Davis, my dear brother, rise again and deliver me a beating like you did in our youth. He chuckled darkly. You wretched beast. The ultimate victor is I, Daiyu. Just as he proclaimed his imminent triumph, Dai Yulin's eyes widened in shock. Protecting his throat with trembling hands, blood gushed from his throat, and despite his desperate attempts to staunch the flow, it proved futile. In disbelief, he turned to Davis, who struggled to prop himself up with a hand pressed against his left chest, weakly uttering, Brother, before you depart this world, allow me to impart 2 lessons. First, when you kill, remember to deliver a finishing blow, rather than merely shouting at the corpse. Second, you must first understand your opponent. Do you not know that my heart is naturally positioned to the right? Just moments ago, Davis lay in a pool of blood, seizing the last flicker of hope for a reversal. As Dai Yulin approached, he summoned his final remnants of soul power to unleash a devastating white tiger radiant wave, delivering a fatal blow and achieving a successful counterattack. Zhu Zhumin could scarcely believe her eyes. By the time she realized the white tiger radiant wave had been activated, it was far too late to offer a warning. She inwardly cursed Dai Yulin as inept, lamenting how such a significant advantage had been squandered, destined to live in the shadow of his elder brother. Dai Yulin, consumed by resentment, met his end with eyes still filled with disbelief. Davis knew he had not yet fully escaped danger. His gaze shifted to Zhu Zhumin, who stood a short distance away. Zhumin, he began. You have been with my younger brother for only a few days. I imagine your feelings are not deeply rooted. Zhu Zhumin remained silent, her lips pressed together. Davis continued to coax her gently. Look, your sister and younger sibling have both perished, and my incompetent third brother has betrayed us. We are the only hope for the Star Luo Empire. Is becoming the Star Luo Empress not your sole aspiration? I can help you realize that dream. It was no wonder Davis emerged victorious. He had meticulously researched every opponent. Zhu Zhimin was swayed by his final words. Who ascended to the throne mattered little to her. Her sole desire was to become the Star Luo Empress. As she approached him, Davis felt the tide of success turning in his favor. Zhu Zhimin assisted the gravely injured Davis, her tone laced with concern. Are your injuries severe? Davis gently brushed his bloodied lips against hers, transforming her already rosy mouth into something alluringly sinister. My future empress, let us return home, he exclaimed with a victorious laugh. The true jester, Douluo's corpse, would soon serve as a feast for soul beasts, ultimately becoming part of the fecund soil of the Stardo forest. Chapter 40. War at the border between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Tens of thousands of troops from both nations had amassed, resulting in several skirmishes. Each side experienced both victories and defeats, yet both exercised restraint in avoiding an escalation of the conflict. The origins of this war were rather perplexing. It began when a detachment of soldiers from the Star Luo Empire was engaged in a campaign to eradicate a band of robbers hiding within a valley along the border. This squad was notably led by 3 soul masters, and under normal circumstances, one would not expect any mishaps. However, as they encircled and aimed to annihilate the bandit group, the bandit leader struck unexpectedly, killing one of the soul masters before fleeing. This incident proved to be a grave misstep. The deceased soul master held a distinguished lineage, being the only son of a general within the Star Luo Empire's border defense forces. The mission to exterminate the bandits was considered relatively safe, and his presence, alongside 2 fellow soul masters, was intended to maximize security. Upon learning of his only son's death, the general was engulfed in despair, mobilizing troops to pursue the fleeing bandit. In the course of apprehending bandits, the soldiers of the Star Luo Empire crossed the border, triggering the sensitive nerves of the already defensive Heaven Do Empire. The incursion resulted in the deaths of the Star Luo soldiers, ignited by the reckless actions of a thoughtless general, leading to a full-scale war. One could only lament the exceptional matchmaking mechanism of the Douluo continent. Even more absurdly, the general who instigated the conflict faced no repercussions and retained his command, leading an entire army. Initially, the Star Luo Empire was filled with excitement, as they believed they had finally encountered the coveted opportunity for military advancement. However, the battlefield was situated along the borders of the Barak Kingdom, aligned with the Heaven Do Empire, and the Hadrian Kingdom, aligned with the Star Luo Empire. The local nobility from both sides were reluctant to engage in warfare, favoring trade instead. After all, how could merchants provide for their lords amidst the chaos of battle? Yet, as representatives of 2 distinct factions, abstaining from conflict would be deemed politically incorrect. Consequently, the kings of both realms privately agreed to a decisive battle on the plains, vowing that regardless of the outcome, their forces would withdraw immediately afterward, allowing trade to resume and marginalizing the warmongers without altering the Lord's way of life. At this moment, within the camp of the Heaven Do Empire, Tang Yin casually sat on the ground, cradling his fateful spear, while observing the preparations of the generals leading the Heaven Do forces. This particular general was not a native of the Barak Kingdom. He belonged to the Central Legion of the Heaven Do Empire, commanding 1,000 ordinary soldiers and several dozen soul masters. Named Guiyang, he was in his early 20s. Inheriting the martial spirit of his family, the Eyeball, with his father being a revered military deity of the Heaven Do Empire, poised to take over the family legacy from his grandfather. Clad in a dark silver standard-issue general's armor and draped in a blue cloak, his helmet bore the insignia of his lineage, and his robust physique subtly reflected the legacy of his forebears. At 23 years of age, Guiyang had already served 3 years in the Heaven Do military, having enlisted immediately after graduating from the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. With a soul power of level 46, he was considered a rare genius among the nobility of Heaven Do. Tang Yin had recently become acquainted with him. At that time, upon witnessing the soldiers of the Star Luo Empire enter the Heaven Do Empire under the pretext of capturing bandits, Tang Yin observed their ruthless policy of annihilating defenseless villagers, plundering their possessions and setting their homes ablaze, leaving behind an unending chorus of cries of despair echoing across the land. Tang Yin mercilessly dispatched those soulless soldiers, marking yet another occasion of his lethal actions. He felt no discomfort, not even when the blood of the last soldier erupted like a fountain upon his face. The viscous, repugnant sensation mingling with the metallic scent of blood and the foul odor of excrement. He did not flinch, having spent over a decade in a sheltered existence. This was his first encounter with the grim reality of human suffering. The despair and agony concealed behind the phrases bandits like combs, soldiers like brushes, as recounted in literature, were vividly brought to life before him. After vanquishing the invading soldiers, Tang Yin tended to the wounds of the surviving villagers. At that moment, Guiyang, who had arrived late, discovered Tang Yin healing the villagers. Approaching him, Guiyang was taken aback to see that Tang Yin appeared no older than 11 or 12. After treating the villagers' wounds, Tang Yin glanced up at Guiyang, who towered over him. He inquired about the matter at hand. Guiyang held a favorable opinion of the young man who had aided the villagers and wished to recruit him into the military. Tang Yin did not hastily decline. Instead, he posed several inquiries to Guiyang. He inquired whether all Douluo soldiers resorted to such actions following their invasion of the Heaven-Do Empire. Guiyang nodded affirmatively, explaining that the lower-ranking soldiers of Douluo possessed little in the way of promotion opportunities, and plundering the commoners of Heaven-Do constituted one of their few avenues for supplementary income. Would Heaven-Do reciprocate with similar actions? Guiyang fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, he finally responded, "At least my subordinates would not engage in such conduct." Thus, Tang Yin was appointed as the honorary commander of the Second Corps of the Central Direct Army of the Heaven-Do Empire. Tang Yin consented to temporarily join Guiyang's forces to assist Tian-Do in repelling the invasion of Xingluo. Private Tang Yin, Cheng, loyal, sang sincere. Loudly, once Guiyang had prepared the troops, they immediately set off towards the front lines. Tang Yin rode alongside Guiyang on a magnificent unicorn, inquiring about the intricate details of the impending conflict. The king of the Balik Kingdom informed us that we are to engage in a decisive battle against the Harlan Kingdom, a vassal of the Starry Empire, in the southern expanse of the Yapping Plain. Regardless of the outcome, a ceasefire will ensue immediately thereafter. Tang Yin was taken aback. Are you suggesting that this battle holds no significance whatsoever and is merely a pretext for both sides to negotiate a ceasefire? Indeed, Guiyang replied, his tone somewhat subdued. Both kingdoms were reluctant to continue the conflict, even though I would relish the opportunity to deliver a resounding blow to the invaders. The lack of cooperation from the Kingdom of Balik leaves me with no viable options. Their decision to fight or not is of little concern to me. My primary worry lies with the fate of the refugees. Tang Yin interjected, do not tell me that those plump, indulgent noble lords will return to assist the destitute refugees who cannot contribute taxes. The Spirit Hall will dispatch aid. Reluctantly, Guiyang conceded, revealing the harsh truth. Tang Yin fell into silence. He had traversed the continent for over a year, and his experiences had profoundly altered many of his original perceptions. At present, the continent is dominated by the triumvirate of the Heaven-Do Empire, the Douluo Empire, and the Spirit Hall, each plagued by internal decay to an extreme degree. However, the Spirit Hall, albeit flawed, retains a semblance of integrity among its lower-ranking soul masters due to their faith in the angel god. As for the mid to high-ranking soul masters, Tang Yin has had little interaction and thus refrains from judgment. In stark contrast, the empires themselves are thoroughly rotten to the core. It is commonplace for minor lords to oppress their subjects within their territories. Whenever Tang Yin witnesses such injustices, he intervenes to administer punishment. Should he encounter a lord bold enough to seek revenge, he swiftly brings an end to their nefarious existence. 6 months prior, Tang Yin was placed on a bounty list by a count from the Tian-Do Empire, his head valued at a staggering 500,000 gold soul coins. However, merely 3 days later, both the bounty on Tang Yin and the count who issued it vanished into thin air, quite literally, as the war reached its climax. It was ironically the Spirit Hall that was left to clean up the aftermath, much to the amusement of the two great empires who deemed this entirely natural. Guiyang advised, young brother, this time you need not charge into battle directly. That is my responsibility. Although you have never revealed your soul rings before me, I sense your formidable strength. Should misfortune befall me, I hope you can assist in bringing these soldiers out of the battlefield alive. Tang Yin fell into silence, pondering for a considerable time before he spoke. You are unlike the other nobles I have encountered. I have promised to assist you in bringing this war to a close. Did you not assert that neither side would dispatch soul saints or stronger combatants to the battlefield? I assure you, as long as you do not confront the most elite group of soul emperors, I can guarantee your safety. Chapter 41. The breaking army. When Guiyang led his troops to the scene, both sides had already arrayed themselves across the vast expanse of the Yama Plain. Due to the lack of fervent desire for conflict, the main attacking legions consisted solely of the direct armies of their respective kingdoms. The ace forces, the Tiando and Xingluo armies, were positioned on the flanks and were not required to engage actively. Tang Yin found himself in awe for the first time, gazing at the troops of the starry Luo Empire, lined up like a dense black line, reminiscent of the beast tide he encountered a year prior. Throughout the year of his cultivation, he had revisited the memory of that beast tide countless times. Its relentless momentum imparted deeper insights with each reflection. According to his mentor, Yang Wudi, a formidable soul master relies not solely on the soul skills bestowed by soul rings but often forges unique soul skills that resonate with their own martial spirits. A nearby example is his great-grandfather, Tang Chen, who established the Haotian Nine Absolutes and the Great Samurai Hammer. It is rumored that one of the esteemed elders of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the sword Douluo Chenshin, also possesses a unique soul skill of his own. His own master, Yang Wudi, has embarked on a similar path, blending the characteristics of his martial spirit with his inherent might in pursuit of forging a distinct path of his own. Tang Yin has personally witnessed the formidable spear of soul shattering wielded by Hao Tian Jiujue and Yang Wudi, both of which have significantly contributed to Tang Yin's own cultivation. Perhaps this war marks the inaugural step in my journey towards self-discovery. In the hidden passage of Tang Yin, the resounding beat of drums echoed ominously, reverberating through the air as the clarion call for battle was sounded. Both armies advanced, deploying their foremost contingent of heavily armored cavalry, clad in armor weighing 100 pounds. Their steeds, infused with the bloodline of soul beasts, were also fully equipped, leaving only their eyes, gleaming with a crimson light, exposed. These elite warriors represented two kingdoms. Even if they harbored reluctance to engage, appearances had to be upheld, lest they fail in their duties. Over 1,000 heavily armored cavalrymen arranged themselves into a tight formation, each knight clutching a 5-meter-long lance under their arm, guiding their steeds forward. With a considerable distance still separating the two forces, neither side opted to hasten their advance, instead opting for a measured pace. As the armies drew within 2,000 meters of one another, their commanders simultaneously ordered an increase in speed. The power of the steeds surged forth, transforming the previously light tread of hooves into a rapid thundering, as the soul beast bloodline within the Kirin horses was awakened, propelling them to their utmost velocity within 50 steps. The knights on horseback leaned forward, their breastplates nearly brushing against their steeds, as they released their grip on the lances just before impact. With a thunderous crash, the heavy cavalry collided with one another, the front ranks of knights nearly toppling as they met. Soul masters from both sides summoned their martial spirits before the clash. Yet in the face of such a formidable formation, those without the rank of Soul King were no different from ordinary men. The initial contact lasted but a fleeting moment, yet nearly 100 knights fell in the melee. After retreating 500 meters, both sides regrouped and prepared for a second charge. The leaders of both factions, the strongest among them, locked eyes with one another, instinctively summoning their respective martial spirits. Judging by the configuration of their soul rings, they each possessed the strength of the soul sect. As the second cavalry formation engaged, a bear and a tiger collided fiercely, embodying the summoned spirits of the two commanders. The velocity of the second charge was markedly less than the first, yet the ensuing scene was far more gruesome. As the frenzied combatants engaged in close-quarter brawls after controlling their steed speed, the central forces of the Xingluo Empire, driven by fervor, could no longer remain passive. Particularly displeased with Hadrian Kingdom's clandestine agreement with Balak Kingdom, they yearned for a larger conflict to unfold. A commander from the side contingent of the Xingluo Central Army, acting independently of the Hadrian Kingdom's marshal's orders, led his troops into a reckless charge against the forces of the Tiando Empire, directly confronting the formation where Gu Yang stood. Men, prepare to face the enemy. Gu Yang commanded immediately, ensuring his entire army was ready for the impending confrontation. Tang Yin opened his eyes, which had been closed for a prolonged period. At this moment, his gaze was devoid of any emotion, encompassing the approaching forces of the Star Luo Empire in their entirety. Tang Yin dismounted, and at that moment, an extraordinary aura enveloped him, causing the hems of his garments to flutter as if stirred by an unseen wind. He stood there, attuned to the neighing of the war horses nearby, the rustle of the banners, and the tremors of the earth heralding the approach of the enemy. Beside him, witnessing Tang Yin's peculiar act of dismounting, Gu Yang promptly called out, "Younger brother, hasten to mount. It is perilous." Tang Yin paid no heed to Gu Yang's calls. He had already sensed the distinct change in his current state, and he knew he must seize this opportunity. Tang Yin's right hand descended in a poised grasp, the fateful spear firmly in his hold, as 4 soul rings of deep purple and black ascended in unison. Beside him, Guiyang was taken aback, his eyes widening at the sight of Tang Yin's extraordinary soul ring configuration. By my word, what a prodigious talent have I chanced upon during a mere excursion to extinguish a fire. The soldiers surrounding them were acutely aware of the significance of such a color scheme in soul rings, realizing that their odds of survival in this war had been considerably enhanced. Tang Yin took a step forward, becoming one with the battlefield. His breath resonated like the invigorating the spirits of those around him, while his robes billowed like fluttering banners. He embodied the might of thousands of troops. With the soul power of level 45 unleashed in its entirety, no soul rings illuminated his form, yet his soul power was rapidly depleting. To counteract this terrifying consumption, the very fabric of the universe began to churn, drawing in vast amounts of spiritual energy from the surrounding environment. The fusion of soul power and mental fortitude, of energy and momentum, intertwined in a harmonious dance, marking Tang Yin's inaugural step upon his destined path. He shattered the ranks of 1,000 armies. Tang Yin forcefully stepped forward, creating a depression in the ground beneath him, launching his body 10 meters into the air. Bathed in sunlight, he appeared as the sole deity of war in this realm. Like a true god of battle, the fateful spear, gripped tightly behind him, traced a graceful arc through the air, aimed directly at the central army of the Xinglua Empire, which was charging forth. In midair, he resembled a piercing arrow, crashing ferociously into the somewhat disordered formation caused by the assault. Behind Tang Yin, it seemed as though countless legions followed in his wake. One man became a force. One man became an army. One man shattered the enemy. This momentum was formless and colorless, although it appeared to be just Tang Yin alone. The central army of the Xinglua Empire, facing him, could distinctly feel the terrifying onslaught approaching. It seemed they were not confronting a single individual, but rather a ferocious battalion capable of completely engulfing them. Tang Yin plunged into the ranks of the Douluo Empire's army, instantly creating chaos and disarray. The air was filled with anguished cries as the soldiers fell into disarray. The commander who had issued the charge became Tang Yin's primary target. He bore the brunt of the overwhelming force and succumbed to a mental breakdown, ultimately perishing from a hemorrhage. Even after penetrating the formation, Tang Yin's momentum remained unyielding. Centered around him, the Douluo soldiers were swept aside like waves, with none surviving at the epicenter of the turmoil. Morale shattered immediately. The surviving soldiers, abandoning their offensive, fled in panic, for their commanders lay slain, leaving them without guidance. A whole regiment of soldiers proved no match for Tang Yin alone. The marshal of the Hadrian Kingdom, who had yet to question the central army of the Douluo Empire for their unilateral advance, was taken aback by this scene. He initially suspected that the Baloch Kingdom had dispatched a soul sage to massacre ordinary soul masters, preparing for a counterattack, only to discover that the figure on the battlefield was merely a youth. How in the world did he accomplish this? The Marshal of Hadrian could not comprehend how such a vast army collapsed upon contact. Yet, this was not his immediate concern. He needed to contemplate how to conclude this battle. The disobedience of the Douluo Empire's central army had led to massive casualties. And although it was not directly his responsibility, neglecting the situation would surely invite the wrath of the Douluo Empire upon him. Guiyang had been worried about Tang Yin and was poised to charge forth on horseback the moment Tang Yin emerged. However, upon witnessing Tang Yin single-handedly dismantle the entire regiment of the central army of the Douluo Empire, he fell into a state of disbelief. Could a single individual truly achieve such a feat? No. Could a mere soul sect accomplish this? Even though Tang Yin's soul ring configuration far exceeds that of an ordinary individual, Guiyang remains unwilling to believe that a soul master of the same rank could achieve such feats. The central army of the Douluo Empire, having been decimated, does not feel fear, but rather fury. The commander, having never suffered such indignity, promptly dispatches the vice commander with a contingent intent on slaying Tang Yin on the battlefield, utterly unconcerned about the ramifications of escalating the conflict. Even the king of the Hadrian Kingdom lacks the authority to issue such orders. Chapter 42. Mediation. As the scattered forces of the Douluo army lie before him, Tang Yin does not rush to pursue the remnants, but instead revels in the extraordinary state he currently inhabits. The theoretical perfection of the power behind this strike, as demonstrated by Tang Yin, is the result of harmonious convergence of timing, terrain, and human synergy, producing an effect rivaling the full might of a soul sage unleashing their martial soul in its true form. The clash between the two armies on the battlefield inexplicably augments the strength of Tang Yin's strike, akin to a field-enhancing force. As if he were a general leading a legion of thousands. His outward aura once again retracts as he stands resolutely, recalibrating his state. The formation of the Douluo Empire's central army shifts once more as a squadron of knights emerges, charging towards Tang Yin. The leading commander displays no restraint in his imposing presence. As the vice commander, he rides a winged, silver-eyed lion, a century-old soul beast of pure bloodline, while 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, silently rotate beneath him, betraying his rank as a soul emperor. His appearance bears no significant alterations, evidently not a beast martial soul user. Yet the 2 crimson-black short tridents in his hands are remarkable, unmistakably his martial soul. The tridents measure no more than 3 feet in length. Adorned with a tuft of red tassels at the grips, their double blades etched with dark red blood grooves and embellished with several orange-red gemstones. Exuding an aura of sanguine malevolence, a testament to the countless souls claimed beneath his martial soul, many of whom were likely innocent beings. Having witnessed Tang Yin's overwhelming prowess firsthand, he remains astonished, but he attributes the rout to the weakness of the soul master leading the charge, who failed to withstand this young man's soul skill. The winged silver-eyed lion beneath him unfurls its wings slightly, significantly increasing its speed. At this moment, the vice commander surges ahead, leaving his subordinates behind. As he approaches Tang Yin, an unsettling realization dawns upon him. Although Tang Yin has now reigned in his aura, the 4 soul rings at his feet remain visible. From a distance, they are somewhat indistinct, but as the vice commander draws closer, the truth becomes apparent. What manner of creature is this? Purple, black. The colors of his 4 soul rings are identical to those of the vice commander's own, yet he is a soul emperor. Before he can process this revelation, the distance between them vanishes in an instant. The winged silver-eyed lion is now less than 100 meters from Tang Yin, and at its current speed, it will reach him in the blink of an eye. Tang Yin moved forward, undeterred by the vice commander who had strayed from the battle formation. Instead of retreating, he pressed on. As the 4th black soul ring illuminated, a white mist enveloped his form, which swiftly transformed into a piercing arrow, leaving only a white afterimage in its wake. With the acceleration granted by his 4th soul skill, he matched the speed of the swiftly advancing silver-eyed lion. The formidable aura he had reigned in surged forth, causing the vice commander's eyes to widen, almost bursting with the weight of an unbearable mental assault. At that moment, he comprehended why an entire army would crumble before Tang Yin as if made of mere paper. Not only the leading soul master, but even he, a soul emperor, felt an immense pressure. This was an attack born of mental prowess. Most soul masters in the Douluo continent had little understanding of spiritual power. They merely recognized that those with steadfast will during the absorption of 10,000-year soul beasts had a higher success rate. The spiritual power of all soul masters naturally develops over time, with few methods available for dedicated cultivation or assessment of one's spiritual capabilities. Tang Yin's unique technique, the purple extreme magic eye, was indeed a rare means to enhance spiritual power, though it also augmented visual acuity. Nevertheless, the vice commander, being a seasoned soul emperor, despite lacking formal training in spiritual power, possessed a will forged through years of battle, far surpassing that of an ordinary soul emperor. As a glimmer of cold light approached, the experienced vice commander swiftly wielded his dual halberds, intercepting the fateful spear aimed at him. The violent clash halted both Tang Yin and the vice commander mounted on the silver-eyed lion, sending clouds of dust into the air. The Tiando Empire reacted swiftly. Although the central army commander did not recognize Tang Yin, he noted that the latter had emerged from Gu Yang's ranks and was thrilled to see him shatter the Douluo army's first unit, with the enemy counterattacking. How could they not come to support? In response to the deployment of the vice commander, the Tiando side similarly dispatched one of their own to aid Tang Yin. However, before the reinforcements could arrive, the tremendous impact from the collision between Tang Yin and the Douluo vice commander caused both sides' advancing troops to falter, their momentum abruptly stifled. Even the fierce conflict between the heavy cavalry of the Baloch Kingdom and the Hadrian Kingdom on the central battlefield momentarily paused, with all eyes drawn to Tang Yin. The Douluo vice commander was incredulous. Though not a beast martial soul master, he was a dual halberd wielder who prioritized strength training. He was confident that among soul emperors, there were only a few who could match him in raw power. Yet he found himself evenly matched with a mere soul master youth. Pushing aside the fateful spear, the vice commander swiftly leaped into action, his fourth soul ring glowing beneath him. Dark, malevolent energy coiled around his dual halberds, and blood-red hues began to seep from the blades, as if fresh blood were on the verge of spilling forth. With his fourth soul skill, Blood Fiend dual halberds, he prepared to unleash a devastating attack. The deputy commander of the Starry Legion raised his hands high, striking fiercely downwards at Tang Yin. Too slow. Tang Yin once again unleashed the Dragon's Break, swiftly gliding past the side of the vice commander of the Luo Legion. The vice commander reacted with alacrity, immediately retracting one hand for defense. However, Tang Yin's dash inflicted no harm upon him. In Tang Yin's eyes, a dragon-shaped rune mark manifested upon the vice commander, and with this single contact, the mark illuminated a quarter of its entirety. With a resounding crash, the vice commander struck the ground with his dual halberds, creating a deep crater beneath him. Just as he prepared to launch a second assault on Tang Yin after his initial strike failed, an extraordinary phenomenon arose. The sky above was adorned with a resplendent golden hue, a brilliance fundamentally distinct from that of the sun. The third soul skill, the breath barrier, resonated through the battlefield with a mellifluous voice. A colossal chrysanthemum unfurled in the heavens, and all present felt their movements ensnared by an invisible force. The celestial anomaly was indeed the result of this magnificent flower. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a figure materialized before the onlookers. Tang Yin's gaze fell upon the newcomer. Clad in androgynous attire, it was impossible to discern their age or gender. However, Tang Yin deduced from their voice that they were likely a male cross-dresser. The individual donned a resplendent crimson robe, a privilege reserved solely for titled Douluos, adorned with intricate gold and silver patterns. Most notably, a gem the size of an infant's fist, radiating a golden brilliance, embellished the chest, exuding an air of opulence. 9 soul rings, swirling in hues of yellow, purple, and black, rotated slowly beneath them. Tang Yin couldn't help but gasp, recognizing the formidable presence of a titled Douluo. With a commanding yet measured tone, the voice of the Pope echoed through the assembly, instructing an immediate cessation of hostilities and a restoration of the pre-war order. The commanders of the Baloch Kingdom and the Hadrian Kingdom breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that only the Spirit Hall could halt this impending war. Although the commanders of the Tiando and Xinglua legions harbored resentment, the sight of someone adorned in the exclusive crimson robe of a titled Douluo compelled them to suppress their grievances. After all, they were not titled Douluos themselves. The newcomer was none other than Elder of the Spirit Hall, known as Ju Douluo, wielding an impressive level of 95 soul power. The proximity of the Spirit Hall to the two kingdoms was a significant factor in their reluctance to engage in battle. Previously, the Spirit Hall had been indifferent to minor skirmishes, but with the outbreak of large-scale conflict, they had dispatched a titled Douluo to mediate. The initiation of this decisive battle by the two monarchs was indeed a ploy to elicit intervention from the Spirit Hall. While this maneuver could potentially exacerbate tensions between the two great empires and the Spirit Hall, it offered considerable advantages for the kingdoms involved. Under the oppressive aura of the titled Douluo, the opposing forces, once fervently engaged in combat, began to retreat toward their respective sides. They exchanged furious glances, filled with animosity towards those who had slain their former comrades, yet none dared to strike again, for none possessed the courage to confront the wrath of a titled Douluo. Tang Yin exchanged a glance with the vice commander of the Xinglua Legion, harboring no fondness for the bloodstained soldier before him. He proceeded directly towards the side of the Heavendo Empire. His martial spirit was already retracted, for he had no desire to display his talents in front of a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall. Any information about him would inevitably circulate afterward. It was better for the Spirit Hall to gather it themselves. The vice commander of Xinglua cast a wary look at Tang Yin's retreating figure, his eyes filled with profound apprehension. Under the mediation of the chrysanthemum Douluo from the Spirit Hall, this absurd war came to an end. Neither side emerged unscathed. Only the hapless commoners, devoid of worth, had perished. The refugees from both nations, having lost their homes due to this conflict, awaited the Spirit Hall's assistance. Chapter 43. A change in circumstances. The war had concluded, and Tang Yin had accomplished his objectives. Participating in this battle proved to be the most rewarding experience of his travels over the past year, surpassing even the fortune of 50,000 gold soul coins and a spatial soul guide. he had obtained 2 months prior from an ancient relic. Throughout this year, Tang Yin had accumulated nearly 100,000 gold soul coins, alongside countless peculiar gemstones, rare metals, and precious herbs. The storage soul guide he discovered in the ruins resembled a small alchemical furnace, adorned with 4 rhombus-shaped gemstones at its corners. When the lid atop the furnace was lifted, it could contain items within a space of 20 cubic meters, and it was now brimming with treasures. Of the 100,000 gold soul coins, aside from the unexpected windfall from 2 months ago, all were the fruits of Tang Yin's arduous labor and the elimination of nefarious nobles. The wealth of those vile aristocrats, whom Tang Yin had dispatched, was entirely donated to the charitable institution of the Spirit Hall. As for the issue of corruption, Tang Yin felt powerless to intervene. Directly giving aid to the local populace would only bring them further harm. Most of Tang Yin's wealth was derived from a band of ruffians. There were always those with poor judgment who, captivated by Tang Yin's remarkable appearance, sought to sell him as a male concubine to the noble ladies of the city. How could Tang Yin, the fortunate benefactor, be anything but gracious in such dealings? Upon Tang Yin's return, Guiyang immediately dismounted to greet him, arms wide open. His voice booming, "Our little hero has returned." After a brief embrace, Guiyang placed his arm around Tang Yin's shoulders, and together they mounted their horses, preparing to retreat. "My young brother, your shot truly astonished me. Even a Soul Emperor would find it challenging to single-handedly topple a division of the central army of the Xinghua Empire. In truth, the force of that shot was not as formidable as you might imagine. It was merely the result of the battlefield's enhancement that bestowed such power." Tang Yin elucidated. Guiyang waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for modesty, my young brother. Your efforts in this battle have been paramount. Upon our return to the camp, I shall certainly report your accomplishments to the commander, who has also witnessed your performance and will undoubtedly be generous in his rewards." "That is unnecessary. Should it be a title or nobility, I would not accept it. I have no desire to become a noble of any nation. As for any monetary rewards, I would appreciate it if General Gu could distribute them to the refugees on my behalf, as a token of my assistance to you." Tang Yin did not wish to squander his time on socializing. He found little of value in conversing with the nobility of the Tiando Empire. His assistance to Guiyang was not motivated by the prestige of the latter's family, but rather by his admiration for Guiyang as an individual. After all, Tang Yin had no knowledge of the Gu family's influence within the military ranks of the Tiando Empire. This brought to mind his disdain for the aristocracy, and he sighed. Conceding, "Well, I recognize that my young brother possesses extraordinary talent and is destined to become a legendary figure across the continent. I shall not press further. By the way, is there a need to keep your soul ring a secret?" Guiyang recalled how Tang Yin had previously refrained from revealing his soul ring, suggesting he harbored some concerns. "No need," Tang Yin replied with calm assurance. "Should I reveal it, I have no fear of others discovering it. Furthermore, some from Xinghua have already seen it. Concealing it would be quite impossible. If anyone inquires, simply speak the truth." Tang Yin continued, "I shall not accompany you back to the military camp. Your commander may be waiting for me, so let us part ways here." "Very well," Guiyang said, foregoing any pleasantries of retention. "By the way, I still do not know your name after all this time. Please, enlighten me. A year hence, I shall be reassigned to Tiando City. When that time comes, I shall treat you to a drink." Guiyang's current posting in the Baloch Kingdom was, in a sense, gilded, given its proximity to the Spirit Hall. Even in the event of a conflict with the Xinghua Empire, the situation would not be dire, as this battle had proven. "I am Tang Yin, Brother Gu. Until we meet again." Tang Yin bid farewell with a fist salute. As he activated his fourth soul skill, he swiftly vanished into the distance. Guiyang gazed at Tang Yin's retreating figure, softly murmuring his name. "Tang Yin, we shall meet again, without a doubt." In the course of the past year, Tang Yin's journey had traversed the eastern expanse of the Douluo continent. He had experienced the unique northern charm of the Tiando Empire and had ventured into the great mountain ranges, embarking on adventures alongside mercenaries. Presently, his path was directed southwest, toward the desolate western wilderness of the Xinghua Empire. This territory, a remote enclave within the empire, was a cacophony of diverse factions, where only a few small cities maintained order through the combined efforts of the Imperial Army and the Spirit Hall. It was, in essence, a haven for criminals and the epicenter of rampant black market dealings. In such a place, one's strength was the currency of influence. No title could confer advantages. Departing from the border of the Baloch Kingdom, Tang Yin journeyed for 2 full months, traversing nearly the entirety of the Xingluo Empire before reaching the desolate western wilderness. After crossing a great river, he was greeted by desolation. The land was overrun with withered, yellowing grass, and under the dim sunlight, there was not a trace of vitality to be found. Tang Yin continued his journey, traversing the desolate expanse until he finally beheld a forest. Though the woods were lush and verdant, they did not exude the vibrant vitality and bustling life reminiscent of the starlit great forest. Instead, they imparted an eerie and peculiar atmosphere. Tang Yin sensed that something was amiss, yet he could not quite articulate the source of his unease. Furrowing his brows in perplexity, he found himself at a loss. Naturally, in such moments of uncertainty, he turned to his mother, for he was her cherished son. "Mother, I have an unsettling feeling about this forest, though I cannot pinpoint what is troubling me. Can you discern anything?" Yin had been residing within Tang Yin, restoring her physical form and nurturing her soul. Moreover, she was ever ready to intervene in times of danger, which was the primary reason Tang Hao felt secure allowing Tang Yin to venture forth. A figure gracefully emerged, revealing a yin's exquisite form suspended in the air. A decade had elapsed, yet her visage remained as enchanting as the day she was resurrected. While time acts as a sculptor for ordinary women, it left no trace upon Yin. Standing beside Tang Yin, Yin directed her gaze toward the path he was observing. With her delicate, jade-like fingers, she gently gestured forward, and the withered wild grass began to regain vitality, the robust life force of the blue-silver grass manifesting splendidly. As the sovereign of the blue-silver grass clan, Yin commanded absolute authority, and not a single blade of blue-silver grass would dare defy her commands. Those blue-silver grasses blessed by her touch could swiftly ascend to the realm of soul beasts. Even the bearer of the blue-silver grass martial soul would gain soul power and a chance to cultivate if enlightened by Yin during their awakening. A vibrant path of blue-silver grass unfurled in the direction of a yin's fingertip, connecting to the distant expanse of the forest. Yin closed her eyes, attuning herself to the fluctuations of life energy. After a prolonged moment, she shook her head at Tang Yin and said, "I detect no abnormalities. I can sense the vitality of the forest and the essence emanating from the blue-silver grass. Little Yin, if you feel there is an issue, it would be prudent to depart. Safety is paramount." After considerable contemplation, Tang Yin ultimately resolved to prioritize safety. "All right, mother, let us depart." Just as Tang Yin took a step back, a ripple surged through his form, and in a distortion of light, he vanished before Yin's eyes. Yin gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Her son had abruptly disappeared, leaving her momentarily disoriented. She immediately activated the mark that connected her to Tang Yin, hoping to return to his essence, but discovered that her usual method, which had never failed regardless of distance, faltered for the first time. Yin's eyes reddened, yet as a mother, she maintained her fortitude. In times like these, she could not afford to panic. She turned her gaze toward the distant woods, but there were no trees to be seen. The path of the blue-silver grass extended to the edge of an abyss that seemed unfathomably deep. "I must remain calm," Yin urged herself, striving to steady her emotions and contemplate a remedy. Now that she had separated from Tang Yin, she could persist for a considerable duration, and with each passing moment, she drew closer to the threshold of the 70th level, which would enhance her ability to exist independently. In the short term, she need not fear for her physical state. Even in the worst-case scenario, one so dire she scarcely dared to envision it, she would merely revert to her form as a blue-silver emperor and enter a state of slumber. Fretting idly was not a solution. "I must seek out Brother Hao, for he has traversed this area before." Yin refrained from blindly attempting to rescue Tang Yin alone, as the silent and skillful means by which he had been taken, capable of concealing all traces of his presence, were beyond the reach of her current strength. Yin resolved to find Tang Hao first and devise a plan. Chapter 44, Matters of Nodding in the Heavendo Empire, in the Fasnuo Province, Nodding City, at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, on the Back Mountain. The Back Mountain was seldom visited, but due to the friendship between Yu Xiaojiang and the Academy as principal, it had become a dedicated training ground for Tang San. At this moment, Tang Hao was instructing Tang San in his cultivation. At the age of 11, Tang San had already attained the 29th level of soul power, just a step away from the 30th, an advancement a full year ahead of that depicted in the original narrative. This progress was also attributable to the improvements in his current living conditions. Every medicinal bath herb that Tang Hao prepared for Tang San was also shared by him. Through the repeated nourishing effects of these herbal baths, Tang San's physical strength was able to rival that of the original Tang San before the forging of his ice and fire body, who was a three-ring soul master at the time, enhanced by the external soul bone from the man-faced demon spider. His diet was significantly superior compared to that in the original narrative. Tang Hao was acutely aware of the vast energy requirements for cultivating the Haotian hammer. In addition to providing Tang San with meat from soul beasts, he also bestowed a sum of golden soul coins to Master Yu Xiaojing to improve Tang San's meals. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that when Tang San forged hidden weapons, the use of the forging hammer inadvertently allowed him to cultivate his Haotian hammer martial soul, thus not detracting from his training time. Tang San was clad in a blue uniform of Nodding Academy, adorned at his waist with the exquisite 24 bridges on a moonlit night, a gift from his master. Standing at approximately 1.70 meters, he possessed a sturdy physique complemented by a tousled mane of jet black hair. However, the sole drawback was his rather unremarkable appearance. Tang San grasped the obsidian Haotian hammer, which illuminated with azure patterns as he wielded it. Raising the colossal hammer high above his head, he struck the ground with tremendous force. Upon the hammer's impact with the earth, a violent collision ensued, allowing Tang San to utilize the rebound to lift the hammer once more and strike again. This technique was the chaotic wind hammer method, which he had diligently practiced. With his current physique, he could only execute the 23rd strike. Any further attempts would impose significant strain on his body. After delivering the 23rd blow, he endeavored to perform the 24th strike. But the overwhelming force nearly threatened to tear his muscles apart. At that moment, Tang Hao intervened, preventing Tang San from completing the 24th strike. Well done, little San. Your mastery of the chaotic wind hammer method has greatly improved. Now, your focus should shift to enhancing your physical capabilities. You are nearing the 30th level. It is time for you to attempt to absorb a soul ring that is over 2,000 years old. Tang San eased the tension in his aching muscles. Feeling a twinge of anxiety upon hearing Tang Hao's words, over 2,000 years? However, his teacher had informed him that the maximum age for a soul ring absorbed by a soul master of the 30th rank was 1,800 years. When Tang San was absorbing his second soul ring, Tang Hao had initially offered him a millennium-old crimson gold tiger, but at that moment, Yu Xiaojing had vehemently dissuaded Tang Hao, fearing that a millennium soul ring would overwhelm Tang San's body and jeopardize his foundational strength. Tang Hao examined the bones and muscles of Tang San and concluded that such strength could not withstand the power of a millennium soul ring. Consequently, he replaced it with a 900-year-old iron-armored thorn turtle. True to his status as a protagonist of the Douluo continent, Tang San's fortune was not to be underestimated. The 900-year-old iron-backed turtle not only bestowed upon him a soul skill known as Haotian Guardian, which is defensive in nature, but also endowed him with an external soul bone reminiscent of the thorns on the back of the iron-armored thorn turtle. The thorns numbered an impressive 81, each measuring a foot in length, tapering from the base to a fine, needle-like point at the tip. Typically, these thorns adhered to the skeletal structure behind Tang San, but when called upon, they would extend from his back to enhance his defensive capabilities. Furthermore, under the master's command, they could detach from his body to execute ranged attacks. Tang Hao remarked, "Your teacher's words are not entirely accurate. His information is derived solely from the archives of the Spirit Hall. He is unaware that all of your brother's soul rings were absorbed beyond their age limit, with the fourth soul ring exceeding 15,000 years. Given the extensive refinement your body has undergone over time, it is not inconceivable to endure a soul ring of 2,000 years. I understand, Father." Upon hearing Tang Hao's explanation, Tang San found it difficult to refute further. During Tang San's rigorous training sessions, Yu Xiaojing would not be present to observe, nor would Xiao Wu come to watch him cultivate. The time spent frolicking at Nodding Academy far exceeded her hours of practice. However, over a year ago, two girls began to appear by his father's side. They would watch attentively during each training session, and Tang San had sparred with them on several occasions, achieving mutual victories without the use of hidden weapons. The girls bore a striking resemblance to one another, seemingly a pair of sisters who obediently followed their father, Tang Hao. While he received instruction, the sisters would diligently listen alongside him. It was later that he learned the elder sister's name was Zhu Zhuyun, while the younger was Zhu Zhuqing. They were new disciples of his father and shared a significant bond with his younger brother, Tang Yin. The last detail came to light when Tang San inadvertently overheard a conversation between the sisters, where Zhu Zhuqing referred to Tang Yin as brother-in-law. And Zhu Zhuyun did not contest this title, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. This revelation left Tang San, who had remained single for 40 years across 2 lifetimes, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that his younger brother could win a girl's heart at merely 10 years of age. Nonetheless, he did not envy Tang Yin, for he already had Xiao Wu by his side. As in the original narrative, Tang San, due to his status as a transfer student, resided in Dormitory 7. Although not a working student, he mingled effortlessly with everyone present and subsequently met Xiao Wu, marking the beginning of their bond. Despite having never lacked parental affection, Tang San harbored an obsessive yearning for familial connection. During breaks, he remained at the academy, where he and Xiao Wu became each other's closest friends. Now, he not only had a biological brother, but also an adopted sister. If their family could be united, Tang San would consider himself the luckiest person in the world. Zhuyun, come and spar with Xiao San. Remember, this time Xiao San will be on the offensive, so focus on enhancing your speed and evasion techniques. Tang Hao commenced the arrangement of cultivation tasks. Over the course of the past year, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Xing, under Tang Hao's tutelage, not only engaged in specialized training alongside Tang San, but also ventured into the forest to hunt soul beasts, honing their skills in discerning these creatures and evading their pursuits. Moreover, guided by Tang Hao, they experienced their first act of taking a life, targeting a group of nefarious degenerates notorious for their heinous crimes along the border of Tiando and Xingluo, where they wreaked havoc through arson, pillaging, and murder. After capturing them, Tang Hao incapacitated their limbs and cast them before the 2 sisters, compelling them to end the lives of these wretched beings. That night, neither sister found solace in sleep. Despite the malevolence of their victims, the sensation of blood splattering upon their faces etched an indelible mark upon their memories. This ordeal is an indispensable lesson for every soul master. The fear of extinguishing an enemy's life signifies the utmost irresponsibility towards oneself. Just as Zhu Xing prepared to spar with Tang San, a beam of blue light swiftly ascended towards the back mountain. Tang Hao immediately sensed the familiar aura belonging to Yin. A wave of joy washing over him as he momentarily entertained the thought that she had come seeking his warmth. Indeed, Yin had come for him. The blue light coalesced into her form, and nearby, Tang San and Zhu Zhuyun, who were preparing for practice, halted their activities to gaze at the suddenly materialized Yin. "Mother," Tang San exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. In recent years, he had scarcely seen Yin due to his rigorous training, which had separated him from Tang Yin. Naturally, he had little opportunity to encounter Yin, who resided within Tang Yin. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing were also witnessing Yin for the first time. And upon hearing Tang San refer to the gentle blue-haired woman, they instantly grasped her identity, his mother, the wife of Tang Yin. At that moment, Yin's expression was one of great urgency, and she merely nodded in acknowledgement of Tang San's greeting. Observing her demeanor, Tang Hao reined in his smile, his expression turning grave. As an unsettling intuition took hold of him, he suspected that something had befallen Tang Yin. Otherwise, Yin, who had always been by Tang Yin's side, would not appear so distressed or come to seek him alone. As anticipated, Yin's words confirmed Tang Hao's apprehension. "How? Xiao Yin is missing." Chapter 45, The Phantom Shadow. As Tang Yin took a step forward, he felt the space around him distort, with even the light in the air contorting into peculiar shapes. Everything around him began to transform. The desolate grasslands disappeared, replaced by a fantastical realm. Instantly, Tang Yin sensed something amiss. He attempted to reach out to Yin, but his efforts were in vain. However, the experiences he had gathered over the past year had honed his composure. Realizing he might have stumbled into his secret domain, he quickly regained his calm, relaxing his body and allowing the energy to transport him. The unknown is always the most terrifying. Tang Yin remained oblivious to where he would be sent. After an indeterminate period, his sense of time weakened, and as his consciousness began to blur, a blinding light engulfed him, plunging him into momentary dizziness. When Tang Yin opened his eyes once more, he found himself within a forest. This forest bore little difference from the vast starry forest he had previously encountered. The lush canopies obscured the sky above. In the dim light, Tang Yin struggled to discern his bearings. Drawing upon his wilderness survival knowledge, he resolved to seek a suitable campsite. Tang Yin had already noted the peculiarities of this forest. Unlike others, it was devoid of any soul beasts, not even a single 10-year-old spirit creature. Consequently, The riverside emerged as the most fitting location for a campsite, in forests inhabited by soul beasts. Camping by the river is perilous, for one cannot predict when a formidable soul beast might arrive to quench its thirst, turning a campsite into a tempting morsel for a wandering creature. Yet here, with no soul beasts in sight, the water resource became essential for Tang Yin. As a fourth-ring soul master, he could absorb the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. Water had little significance for him. However, in this seemingly inhospitable place for cultivation, the importance of water was markedly amplified. No wonder it was so eerily quiet. Tang Yin summoned his martial soul, only to be astonished to discover that his soul rings seemed to be sealed by an invisible force, severing his connection with Shi and the others. This was intriguing. Was this formidable being capable of such feats, acting with intent, or had he unwittingly wandered into this realm? Tang Yin is currently uncertain whether he has been deliberately abducted to this place. However, the only piece of good news he has gathered is that there remains a glimmer of hope for his survival. Rivers typically meander through valleys, yet in the dense jungle, Tang Yin is unable to ascertain their precise location. It seems that some form of forbidden magic envelopes the skies, extinguishing his desire to leap and survey the general terrain. Tang Yin, guided by fate, traversed the dense jungle ahead, navigating through a forest with scarcely any path. In this secret realm, only his soul skills were prohibited. The innate qualities of his martial spirit remained at his disposal. The Destiny Spear not only possessed a rich life energy, but also had the ability to discern the fluctuations in the vitality of surrounding flora. Following the direction indicated by the spear, Tang Yin could distinctly perceive the surrounding moisture intensifying as the air he breathed grew increasingly humid, and droplets of water began to condense on the leaves and branches of the nearby plants. Tang Yin realized that he was not far from his destination. After walking for a quarter of an hour, the sound of water indeed reached his ears from a distance. He quickened his pace, and the gentle murmur of the stream became increasingly distinct until a brook appeared before him. Upon reaching the water's edge, Tang Yin uncovered a staggering secret. There were indeed other living souls in this vicinity. On the moist earth beside the stream, a distinct trail of footprints was etched into the soil, clearly made by high-heeled shoes. It appeared that another individual was a woman, although one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of a man with peculiar inclinations. The footprints in the mud were somewhat blurred, suggesting that they had been there for a while, yet it was still possible to discern their direction, which seemed to lead upstream along the brook. Tang Yin harbors the utmost goodwill towards all strangers, extending sincerity to everyone unless they reveal their malevolent side directly before him. This trait has led to numerous misfortunes during his travels across the continent, often resulting in the deceitful loss of some gold soul coins. However, Tang Yin remains indifferent, for material wealth holds little significance for him. As for those who might conspire against him, they should be aware that the violet haze surrounding him serves as a constant alert, rendering their escape from her watchful gaze nearly impossible. Despite having never met this unfamiliar stranger, Tang Yin's heart brims with anticipation. As he ascends further, the waterfall's drop becomes increasingly pronounced, with the water crashing against the colossal rocks, producing a resounding cacophony. Instinctively, Tang Yin's gaze shifts towards the forest on his right. From the depths of the inky woods, a strange phantom suddenly darts forth, aiming directly at Tang Yin's face. Tang Yin was not slow to respond. As the strange, ghostly figure peered at him, he had already taken precautions. Swiftly retreating, he thrust his spear of destiny upward, striking the ghostly visage that flew towards his face. At that moment, Tang Yin finally discerned the true form of the apparition. Its body was composed of a swirling mass of dark gray mist, which formed a grotesque and anguished face directed at him, resembling the expression of a person enduring the utmost agony in their final moments. The instant the spear of destiny made contact with the grayish specter, it disintegrated into wisps of visible yet intangible mist, rushing directly into Tang Yin's brow. As Tang Yin perceived the ineffectiveness of his attack, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and his entire demeanor shifted. A formidable psychic force radiated from him, and the grayish-black mist collided with his forehead as if it were striking an impenetrable wall, making no progress whatsoever. Failing to penetrate, the shadowy apparition sought to coalesce and flee, but Tang Yin would not permit its escape. The powerful mental barrier enveloped it entirely, and the formed grayish-black specter flailed against the intangible psychic shield, yet to no avail. Tang Yin held the ghostly figure enveloped in psychic energy, scrutinizing it closely. He soon discerned that the misty visage possessed a mouth contorted in a fierce roar, sending ripples through the psychic barrier. A psychic assault, perhaps? It seems this forest is not entirely devoid of peril. Tang Yin cast his gaze towards the direction where the shoe prints extended. Feeling a sense of concern for the individual who had seemingly stumbled into this place, much like himself, Tang Yin harbored suspicions that such monstrous entities, akin to this eerie mist, were not singular in existence. Continuing onward might lead to encounters with more of these aberrations. Nevertheless, he resolved to advance, believing that in this unfamiliar realm, the presence of a companion would significantly enhance their chances of survival. The mental barrier he wielded had begun to exhibit a slender fissure under the relentless assault of the grayish-black fog. Given sufficient time, it could undoubtedly break free entirely. Tang Yin would never keep a timed bomb by his side. Instead, he resolved to utilize this little creature for an experiment. Under Tang Yin's command, the mental barrier gradually constricted, compressing the entity into a swirling mass of eerie mist that could barely maintain its rudimentary features, almost transforming into a pure, ashen haze. At the pinnacle of compression, the mental barrier emitted a crisp pop, akin to the explosion of a balloon, and the gray-black mist dissipated into the atmosphere. Tang Yin took a moment to sense the remnants. Detecting not a trace of vitality, it appeared that the mist had succumbed to an irreversible demise. This enigmatic mist, indeed, could be extinguished. Tang Yin has generally discerned the characteristics of this enigmatic mist. Physical attacks prove ineffective against it, indicating that soul power holds little significance within this forest. It is the formidable mental strength and psychic assaults that are vital for survival in this realm. What kind of formidable being possesses the ability to conjure such an independent space? Tang Yin sighed and continued on his path. Unlike before, he slowed his pace, remaining vigilant for any imminent dangers that might arise from the depths of the forest. Following the stream upstream, he lost track of time as the terrain gradually leveled out. The once turbulent waters began to calm. It was then that Tang Yin noticed fish swimming in the water, albeit devoid of any signs of soul energy. Merely ordinary freshwater fish. Neat footprints came to an abrupt halt at one location, where the signs of a struggle were starkly evident. A large tree bore 4 puncture wounds made by sharp instruments, and the surrounding area displayed clear signs of corrosion, suggesting that the weapons used to pierce the tree were laced with potent venom. Tang Yin sensed that something was amiss. Following the traces, she finally located the person she had been seeking, yet her circumstances were rather dire at present. Chapter 46. The eye of the siege. Before her stood a woman clad in a flowing lavender gown, her back adorned with 8 elongated, spear-like spider legs. The marks upon the tree unmistakably bore witness to this woman's struggle. She was shrouded in an incomprehensible mist, rendering her form nearly invisible. Weakly, she knelt upon the ground, the 8 spider legs hanging limply behind her, sustaining herself only by the strength of her hands to avoid collapsing completely. Most alarming was the ominous presence at her forehead, where a cluster of malevolent mist coalesced into a pair of eyes that glimmered with a sinister crimson light. From this ghastly apparition extended a slender, ashen thread, intricately linking to the center of the woman's brow. Tang Yin was uncertain of their true intentions, yet he was aware that these creatures could inflict irreversible damage upon a person's spiritual consciousness. However, the vast expanse of sinister mist was far too daunting for him to approach. The woman alone was enveloped by no fewer than 100 swirling mists, not to mention the ominous fogs that lurked in the periphery. I must devise a means to rescue her. Tang Yin could not stand idly by in the face of death, even if he lacked complete certainty. He simply could not bear to witness another survivor perish before his very eyes. The sound of Tang Yin's approach was hushed, not disturbing the eerie mist, which afforded him ample time to contemplate his strategy. It was clear that I could not recklessly charge in. Such an action would not only fail to rescue her, but could also lead to my own demise. Engaging the monstrous entities from a distance was the only viable option, thus necessitating a ranged assault. Tang Yin immediately recalled his second martial soul, the Dragon Phoenix Bow. With a swift motion of his left hand, he summoned the bow, its vibrant crimson form coalescing and emanating a fearsome aura. This treasured weapon, forged from the essence of countless beasts, possessed the power to intimidate all malevolent entities. However, as he grasped the weapon, an uncomfortable realization struck him. The Dragon Phoenix Bow lacked accompanying arrows. Tang Yin had once speculated that the soul rings attached to the bow could transform into arrows, but he had yet to cultivate his second martial soul. Without a soul ring, The dragon phoenix bow was akin to a gun devoid of bullets, its utility overshadowed by that of a mere stick for kindling. Yet, there must be a solution. In moments like these, maintaining composure is vital. Haste only muddles one's thoughts. Ah, is there not an arrow readily available? Tang Yin grasped the spear of destiny with his right hand. Now measuring 2 meters in length, the spear glimmered in a vibrant emerald hue, while the brown, withered vines entwining it began to revive with the enhancement of Tang Yin's powers. The length of the spear was subject to Tang Yin's command, thus, transforming it into an arrow required a shorter form. Under the influence of his will, it shrank to a suitable 3 feet, perfectly designed for launching. After 2.5 years of diligent practice in archery, Tang Yin engaged in his first real combat, drawing the bow and nocking an arrow. He utilized his left eye as the sighting mechanism, while his right hand grasped the fateful arrow poised upon the dragon phoenix bow. With a deft motion, he conjured a bowstring from the void, which materialized strikingly before him. The dragon phoenix bow was not devoid of a bowstring. Rather, its string was crafted from the dragon tendons of the void dragon king, remaining imperceptible under ordinary circumstances. It only manifested in this realm during use. Its violet halo embodying the profound forces of spatial laws. Tang Yin focused on the woman enveloped in the enigmatic mist. As he drew the bowstring, he channeled all his mental energy into the thread of fate. The destiny, infused with his entire essence, radiated a blinding white light. Recalling the muscle memory from his training, Tang Yin aimed to release this fate, only to discover that he lacked the capacity to focus. The power of this arrow was overwhelming, far beyond what the current Tang Yin could withstand. The piercing light caused his left eye to squint into a mere slit, yet even so, a stream of blood tears trickled from it, a manifestation of his mental strain. Just a fraction more. Tang Yin was reluctant to surrender, gritting his teeth as he contemplated loosening the bowstring with his left hand. Yet, he knew that even the slightest alteration would shatter his mental sea, inflicting irreparable harm to his foundation. The cost of such an act would cause even the most benevolent of souls to hesitate, let alone someone like Tang Yin, who was far from a saint. The connection between a martial spirit and its master's bloodline was profound. In his moment of distress, the dragon phoenix bow seemed to sense his plight. From its crimson body, a perfectly round white gem soared and directly entered Tang Yin's left eye socket. The essence of the white gem instantly materialized in Tang Yin's mind. It was the eye of the mythical beast, Xieji. The Xieji, varying in size from that of a cow to a sheep, resembled a qilin, with a coat of dense, dark fur and bright, expressive eyes, typically adorned with a single horn upon its forehead. According to legend, the Xieji possessed remarkable wisdom, comprehending human speech and understanding human nature. With its eyes wide open, it could discern right from wrong, identifying good and evil, loyalty and treachery. Should it uncover corrupt officials, it would use its horn to topple them, devouring them thereafter. Its ability to distinguish truth from falsehood symbolized courage and fairness, embodying the ideals of justice and integrity within the realm. This eye, imbued with a fragment of the Xieji's divine aura, had the capacity to pierce through all illusions of the world, representing true justice. More importantly, it bestowed upon Tang Yin's depleted mental sea a surge of formidable spiritual power. The languid aura surrounding Tang Yin dissipated in an instant, his left eye transforming into a stark expanse of white, contrasting hauntingly with the still fresh traces of blood and tears, rendering him even more otherworldly. The arrow of fate in his hand shot forth with unrelenting force, empowered by the divine might of the Xieji, swiftly dispersing the eerie mist that dared to obstruct its path as it surged toward the encircled woman in the purple gown. With a resounding crash, the arrow of destiny embedded itself into the largest manifestation of the ominous mist hovering before her, pinning it to the ground. In the aftermath of the explosion, the mist surrounding the woman detonated one by one, resembling a vibrant display of blossoms unfurling. As the last remnants of the mist were banished, the woman in the flowing purple dress, who had been desperately propping herself up, suddenly relinquished her grip, her spider-like limbs retracting into her form, causing her to collapse onto the earth. Remarkably, the woman at the epicenter of the explosion emerged unscathed. The blast of the mist seemed to have no effect on her, the only aspect that appeared to bear the brunt of the tumult being her exquisite purple gown. The eyes of Tang Yin's mythical creature, the Xieji, shone like a beacon in the enveloping darkness. At that moment, the expanse of alabaster skin beneath the purple-skirted woman was laid bare before him, captivating his gaze. Surrounded by an enigmatic mist, He had yet to discern the woman's form, but now he recognized her nearly flawless physique as if it had been sculpted by divine hands. Her skin was as delicate as cream, her slender waist perfectly proportioned, and the allure of her alluringly curved legs, visible beneath the hem of her skirt, exuded femininity and charm. The gentle contours of her legs came to a graceful halt at her ankles, concealed only by a pair of purple high-heeled shoes that held the last vestige of mystery. As a virgin who had remained single for 11 years and 6 months, Tang Yin had never encountered such a scene. Initially pale from exhaustion, a subtle flush now colored his cheeks. Rationality warned him against such thoughts. Yet his gaze involuntarily shifted from the remnants of her attire to the pristine skin beneath. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to suppress the tumult within and approached the woman. Chapter 47. An attempt at rescue. Yin, do not fret. Speak slowly. What has transpired? Tang Hao soothed Yin's distress. In an instant, Tang San, who had felt overlooked and disheartened, was struck with shock upon learning that his younger brother was in trouble. Always the epitome of understanding, Tang San had been remarkably tolerant of his younger brother's mischievous and energetic nature, especially since their separation at the age of 6 due to cultivation. Although their bond had somewhat faded over the years, the blood ties still instilled a sense of panic in Tang San upon hearing of Tang Yin's predicament. Upon realizing that Tang Yin was in danger, Zhu Zhiyun's anxiety was palpable, her hands gripping the fabric of her clothing tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Beside her, Zhu Zhuqing sensed her sister's unease but was at a loss for how to comfort her. She too was unfamiliar with the depth of love and concern. Yet, she placed her small hand atop Zhu Zhiyun's clenched fist, doing what she could to provide solace. Yin endeavored to steady her emotions and began recounting the events leading to Tang Yin's disappearance. We were in the desolate expanse of the far west, having crossed a great river. At the edge of the wasteland, we encountered a forest that struck Xiaoyin as peculiar, prompting him to urge me to investigate. I found nothing amiss, but prioritized his safety and urged him to leave quickly. Just as he stepped back, his form became ethereal, vanishing before my eyes, severing our connection. The strange forest also disappeared with him, leaving only a bottomless chasm in its wake. Yin was consumed by guilt, loathing her helplessness as she witnessed her child vanish before her, with their fate uncertain. All she could do was watch, powerless to intervene. Tang Hao cradled the swaying Yin in his arms, his sturdy chest providing her with the sense of security she so desperately needed. Yin, rest assured. No matter where Xiaoyin may be, I will undoubtedly bring him back, Tang Hao assured, then began to analyze the reasons behind Tang Yin's disappearance. The place you mentioned is indeed one I have traversed. There exists a peculiar entity in the vast western wilderness, and the rift is situated nearby. If Xiaoyin inadvertently wandered into that realm, with his current strength, as long as he remains cautious, he should be able to endure until I rescue him. However, if Xiaoyin is not within, then, despite his thoughts, Tang Hao remains silent at last. It cannot be. It cannot be, Yin retorted. Even if Xiaoyin is not in the place you speak of, he will be unharmed. Yin, Xiaoyin will be safe. Without a doubt. Tang Hao embraced Yin, whose body trembled with excitement, even more tightly. As Yin's emotions gradually stabilized, she suddenly pushed Tang Hao away and said, her tone both urgent and composed, "What are we still doing here? If we delay even a moment, Xiaoyin will be in danger." Observing Yin's swift return to calmness, Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to her rapid shifts in demeanor. Recognizing the urgency of rescuing Tang Yin, he set aside his bewilderment. Tang Hao addressed Tang San, saying, "Little San, I regret to inform you that your brother is in peril. During this period, focus solely on your cultivation." He then turned to the two sisters, Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing, and instructed Zhiyun and Zhuqing, "I need you both to remain in Nanning City for a while. I must go retrieve Xiaoyin." Tang Hao hurriedly instructed the matters he needed to address, then, alongside Yin, transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the south. On the rear mountain of the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, only a pensive young girl, a curious little girl, and an unremarkable Tang San remained. In the desolate expanse of the extreme west, the wasteland where Tang Yin had vanished. When Tang Hao and Yin returned to this place, the previously rejuvenated blue-silver grasses had withered in just a few days, bearing no distinction from the desolate weeds that had once thrived. Tang Hao was no stranger to this place. He was aware that nearby lay a peculiar prison known as the City of Slaughter. Within the confines of this infamous location, he had earned the illustrious title of the 8th god of killing over the span of a millennium. Ayin, wait for me here. I shall first investigate whether Xiao Yin is present in that vicinity. All right, make haste and return swiftly, but do exercise caution, Ayin replied. Her concern for Tang Hao evident as she reminded him to prioritize his safety. Tang Hao descended upon a small town, exuding an air of familiarity as he effortlessly made his way into a tavern. The interior of the establishment was adorned in shades of black, casting an eerie ambience even in the daylight. Within the tavern, a few patrons were scattered about, their features obscured in the dim light. Upon his entrance, they ceased their activities and turned their gazes toward Tang Hao. Tang Hao spoke no further, gripping a massive, obsidian Hotian hammer. 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and red, ascended in succession as he unleashed the domain of slaughter, advancing purposefully toward the bar. The onlookers were struck with awe. Yet the presence of a tidal Douluo wielding such a fearsome domain rendered them paralyzed with trepidation. Even the self-proclaimed bullies among them were so terrified that they lost control, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Upon reaching the bar, the bartender within appeared pale as a ghost, his trembling hands struggling to steady even a small glass. Tang Hao paid no heed to him and struck the bar before him with a mighty blow, revealing a shadowy aperture through which a chilling breeze incessantly poured forth. This was the entrance to the city of carnage. Being no stranger to this realm of violence, Tang Hao was acutely aware of the potential dangers lurking within this opening. With a graceful leap, he plunged into the abyss. As he entered the city of carnage, a squadron of fearsome knights stationed at the threshold immediately sensed the impending threat. Their gazes fixated upon the dark depths of the passage that connected to the outside world. Tang Hao emerged from the shadows, not rushing to engage, but instead placing the Haotian hammer heavily upon the ground. He proclaimed, "Summoned the King of Slaughter to present himself before me." Upon entering the city of slaughter, all soul rings would typically be sealed by the unique restrictions of this place. However, Tang Hao, possessing the domain of slaughter, remained unfettered by such rules. His 9 soul rings pulsed in harmonious rhythm, instilling a profound sense of dread among the formidable knights. The captain of the knights stepped forward, trembling with trepidation, and addressed him, "Esteemed Lord of Slaughter, may I inquire what brings your illustrious presence here? I stand ready to offer my utmost assistance. I demand that the King of Slaughter be summoned to meet me," Tang Hao reiterated. Tang Hao reiterated once more. An overwhelming aura of terror erupted instantaneously, forcing the knight captain and his steed to stagger backwards several paces, only stabilizing his stance with the assistance of a nearby knight. The captain swiftly instructed his loyal guard, "Hasten to inform the King of Slaughter and declare the return of the God of Death." The knight's profound fear of Tang Hao stemmed from his status as one of the few individuals capable of inflicting immeasurable damage upon the city of slaughter. Even the King of Slaughter must heed the demands of a deity of death. Before long, a figure clad in blood-red dark armor approached. His flowing white hair framed a masked visage obscuring his features. A pair of immense bat-like wings unfurled from his back, exuding an aura thick with bloodlust and malevolence. He was the sovereign of the city of slaughter, whose true identity bore a significant connection to Tang Hao, the god of death. Unbeknownst to all, the god of death had returned to familiar grounds for reasons yet to be unveiled. Tang Hao inquired, 10 days ago, did a boy of approximately 11 years of age, wielding a brown long spear, inadvertently wander into this place? The King of Slaughter pondered for a moment before shaking his head and replied, "No. I keep a vigilant eye on the countless individuals entering here each day, and not a single one resembles the boy you have described. Is this not the only wretched place in the vicinity? How could a living soul simply vanish?" Tang Hao raised his voice, still clinging to the hope that Tang Yin had mistakenly entered the city of slaughter, for the unknown is the most terrifying of all. Noticing Tang Hao's heightened emotions, the King of Slaughter hastily sought to calm him, stating, "You are aware, God of Slaughter, that there exists but this one entrance. The possibility of any accidental intrusion is non-existent. Perhaps the individual you seek is simply not here." Chapter 48. Inner thoughts. With no clues to be found in the city of slaughter, Tang Hao returned empty-handed. He understood that the King of Slaughter had no reason to deceive him. Inciting his wrath would only lead to greater losses for the city. Upon reuniting with Ayin in the desolate wasteland, Tang Hao could only shake his head at the hopeful gaze she cast upon him. Little Ayin was not there. That peculiar forest must hold a different tale. A glimmer of hope ignited within Ayin's heart, yet her eyes once again dulled with despair. She sat upon the barren ground, knees drawn close, arms encircling her legs, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the gaping chasm ahead. Tang Hao was also beset by a sense of unease. The sudden disappearance of Tang Yin left him in a state of disquiet. Yet, he could not afford to reveal his turmoil. As the head of the family, he was the pillar of support for Yin. No matter the circumstances, he must not, and would not, allow even a hint of fear to manifest. After gazing at the fissure for an extended period, Yin shattered the silence. I shall wait here for Xiao Yin. Her tone was resolute, imbued with the tenacity of a mother. Tang Hao wished to convey to Yin that continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. Yet the subsequent words from Yin compelled him to swallow back the words of counsel that were on the brink of escape. I granted Xiao Yin life, and in turn, Xiao Yin bestowed upon me a new existence. Without Xiao Yin, I would still be languishing in that dark cave, lost in a stupor. If I do not wait for Xiao Yin to emerge alive, I would merely return to my former state. Tang Hao gently settled beside Yin, resting her head on his shoulder. Let us wait together until Xiao Yin returns. There existed an unbreakable bond that tethered Tang Hao to this place. How could he possibly leave with a tranquil heart? The night had fallen. The moon now hung at its zenith, marking the midnight hour. In the border town of Notting, nightlife was scarce, and silence enveloped the streets. Even the grandest structure, the Hall of Martial Spirits, was dimly lit. At the back mountain of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, Tang Sen lay alone on the grass, gazing at the luminous moon above. Beside him was a girl in a pink dress. She possessed silky black hair, meticulously styled into a scorpion braid that cascaded past her calves. Her pink attire clung closely to her developing form, accentuating her delicate waist. Her exquisite visage was fair and captivating, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. She was Tang San's adoptive sister, Xiao Wu, a soul beast with the form of a soft-boned rabbit, cultivated in the Star Dough Forest for 100,000 years. Xiao Wu's voice was lively and melodious. Xiao San, do you have something on your mind? I've noticed you've been rather gloomy these past few days. Have I? Tang San replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed at having his thoughts so easily discerned. Of course, you haven't been tinkering with your hidden weapons lately, and during your lessons. You seem lost in thought, completely out of sorts. Is it that obvious? Tang San forced a bitter smile before confiding, Xiao Wu. I once told you that I have a biological brother. He has encountered trouble. Xiao Wu was taken aback. Is that what's bothering you? Not entirely, Tang San continued. When we were very young, my father was not kind to my brother and me. His attitude changed when my brother went out at the age of 1.5. That day, I learned for the first time that my father was not an ordinary blacksmith. He returned at night with my brother, and from that moment on, my father transformed into a true parent. My brother told me that our mother resides within him. Xiao Wu gasped in astonishment. Your mother? She had never before heard Tang San mention her, and she knew that his father was the titled Douluo who had arrived at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy that year. Yes, it appears my mother has suffered severe injuries, and my brother possesses something that could aid her recovery. After addressing Xiao Wu's questions, Tang San continued to share his thoughts. On the day of our martial soul awakening, I saw what my mother looked like for the first time. She was so beautiful, and my father had a dignified and stern visage. My brother is far more handsome than I am, at times. I can't help but think that they are the true family. My younger brother possesses an extraordinary talent, surpassing my own. Since the tender age of 6, we have embarked on separate paths of cultivation, yet I frequently hear from our father about my brother's remarkable abilities, while seldom receiving any praise for myself. This has left me feeling rather inadequate. Recently, when my brother encountered a predicament, our father rushed away in haste, and my mother, whom I had not seen in a long time, merely acknowledged me with a nod. I understand their anxiety given my brother's uncertain fate. Yet I yearn for their concern as well. I often find myself pondering how much better it would be if I were in my brother's place. In that fleeting moment, Tang San pondered momentarily, shaking his head as if inquiring of Xiao Wu, am I being too selfish? Having never experienced familial affection in his previous life, he held a deep appreciation for the love of his parents. His heart yearned for more moments with Tang Hao and Yin. However, the favoritism they exhibited towards his younger brother left him feeling somewhat unbalanced, unable to comprehend why everything seemed to revolve around his sibling. Those who have tasted love often find themselves craving even more, such is the nature of humanity. Beside him, Xiao Wu refrained from commenting too extensively on the relationship between Tang San and his family. Although she possessed a lively and playful disposition, she was far from lacking in emotional intelligence. Xiao San, don't be disheartened. You still have your teacher in me, Xiao Wu, she said, gently patting her modestly rising chest. Do not forget, you promised to take good care of me. Tang Xin chose not to dwell on these troubling matters. He still had a mentor and a younger sister, as well as the dream of rebuilding the Tang sect in this world. How could he allow himself to be disheartened by such trivialities? Yet, deep within his heart, a seed of doubt had been sown. You are right, Xiaowu. Let us return. Tang Xin rose from his seat, giving a light pat to his backside. Xiaowu, with a playful bounce, placed her hand on Tang Xin's shoulder, wholly unconcerned with the distinction between genders. Could you promise me one thing? Excluding lending money. Oh, come on, Tang Xin. Meanwhile, in a modest and nodding city, a young girl sat by the window, her delicate hand propping up her chin. Her exquisite features were accentuated by the moonlight, adding an ethereal glow. Having recently celebrated her 17th birthday, Zhu Zhuyun had blossomed into a striking young woman, more enchanting than the year prior. However, the depths of her captivating black eyes revealed a tumult of emotions, as her current state was far from ideal. Sister, are you still worried about brother Tang Yin? Zhu Zhuqing, clad in a black nightgown, approached her sister with genuine concern. Zhu Zhuqing was deeply troubled by her sister's condition. Ever since learning about Tang Yin's misfortune, Zhu Zhuyun had been consumed with worry, neglecting food and rest, visibly losing weight. Zhu Zhuqing had lost count of how many times she had found her sister lost in thought. Upon hearing her sister's inquiry, Zhu Zhuyun forced a smile. I'm fine. Zhuqing, you should go to bed. Zhu Zhuqing, dissatisfied with this dismissive response, feigned anger. Zhu Zhuyun, just look at yourself. With that, she picked up a small mirror from the table and held it up to her sister. For the first time in days, Zhu Zhuyun beheld her own reflection. Her once radiant visage now appeared gaunt, and her restless nights, coupled with her heavy heart, dulled her once bright eyes, overshadowed by dark circles, giving her an air of dejection. How have I come to look like this? Noticing the shift in Zhu Zhuyun's expression, Zhu Zhuqing pressed on. With this disheveled appearance, do you think brother Tang Yin would still hold affection for you? Would he fancy such an eyesore? Master and mistress have already gone to rescue him. What need is there for you, a sole master, to fret so? Indeed, what purpose did her anxious fretting serve? In response to her sister's admonition, Zhu Zhuyan offered a conciliatory smile. All right, Zhuqing, let us not dwell on this. I have been remiss, and I am quite fatigued. Let us retire for the night. The sisters embraced and fell asleep. However, come morning, Zhu Zhuqing awoke to find Zhu Zhuyan absent. Upon the bedside, she discovered a note penned in elegant script. Sister, you do not yet understand the feelings of love. I must go find him. Forgive my sudden departure. Zhu Zhuyan's message left Zhu Zhuqing pondering, her small head unable to grasp the nature of love that could so enthrall her sister. Chapter 49. The Enigmatic Woman Within the Secret Realm. Tang Yin approached the woman, striving to avert his gaze from her graceful figure. He knelt beside her and gently placed his hand to assess her breath, discovering a faint yet discernible sign of life. With his right hand, he brought his index and middle fingers together and rested them upon her carotid artery, where a subtle pulsation confirmed that she was still alive. Tang Yin's foremost concern was not the external injuries of the woman, but rather the extent of damage that the ominous mist could inflict upon her spiritual sea. The restoration of the spiritual sea is not a trivial matter, given Tang Yin's current cultivation level. It would require no less than 5 years to mend the shattered spiritual realm, and for those of higher cultivation, the duration could be even more protracted. The urgency to save the woman was paramount. Tang Yin retrieved a blanket from her storage soul guide and laid it upon the ground, gently placing the woman upon it. During the process of moving her, Tang Yin distinctly caught the fragrance emanating from the woman's flowing purple hair and felt the exquisite softness of her skin beneath her fingertips. The torn garment revealed expanse of alabaster skin, prompting Tang Yin to take off her own clothing to provide some modesty, allowing her to maintain a clearer focus. However, this was not a moment for distractions. Once the woman was settled, Tang Yin drew forth the fate spear and began her treatment. A gentle stream of life energy emanated from the spear's tip, gradually infusing the woman's body under Tang Yin's guidance. This soothing life force coursed through her meridians, swiftly healing the minor abrasions and bruises on her skin, while also gradually mending the bodily injuries sustained during the battle. At this moment, Tang Yin finally discerned the woman's visage. Her forehead was smooth and radiant, while her gently curled, violet-hued hair cascaded gracefully behind her. The brows that had previously been furrowed in pain now relaxed, revealing a serene expression. Beneath her elegantly arched brows, her eyes, adorned with charming lower lids, were softly closed. Although her complexion appeared somewhat pale, her lips remained strikingly vibrant, the subtly upturned curve of her upper lip adding an extra touch of allure. How exquisite she was! Tang Yin could not help but acknowledge that this woman was the most exquisite he had ever encountered, surpassing even his mother, Yin, in beauty. Prior to meeting her, Yin had held the title of the most beautiful woman in Tang Yin's eyes. Although the sisters Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing were also strikingly lovely, they paled in comparison to his mother, perhaps merely due to their youth and the fact that they had not yet fully blossomed. However, the woman before him evoked a singular sensation within Tang Yin, one unlike any he had ever experienced with the opposite sex. Yet, how could a love-struck youth comprehend the notion of love at first sight? In that moment, Tang Yin found himself momentarily entranced, as reason and instinct engaged in a fierce struggle within him. This was perhaps the overwhelming impact of a beautiful older sister upon an innocent young boy. Who among the youth has not dreamed of the arrival of a wise and enchanting older sister in their life? Although Tang Yin harbored some peculiar feelings for the comatose elder sister he had just met, his primary concern was to tend to her wounds and subsequently devise a plan to escape this strange realm. The treatment of her physical injuries was swift. However, addressing the intricacies of her spiritual consciousness posed a significant challenge for him. The human body places immense importance on safeguarding the spiritual realm, instinctively activating self-protective mechanisms against external spiritual probing and attacks. Nevertheless, in cases of severe injury, these protective mechanisms weaken, allowing Tang Yin relatively easy access to her spiritual consciousness. The only dilemma troubling him was how to convince this sister that he was indeed there to heal her. The fragility of one's spiritual consciousness is profound. Once Tang Yin entered her realm, it would be exceedingly simple to extinguish her life, especially for someone like him, who could project his mental strength with ease. No one would trust a stranger, and Tang Yin reflected that he would not readily permit another's consciousness to enter his own spiritual domain, unless that person were among his closest confidants. Tang Yin's forced intrusion would only exacerbate her injuries. Lying upon the blanket, the purple-haired woman emitted a soft groan tinged with pain, indicative of the torment wrought by her mental anguish. The fact that she could articulate her suffering signified to Tang Yin that her sister's consciousness had begun to revive. Although she was not yet capable of waking fully to engage in direct conversation, the ability to hear Tang Yin's words and respond in some manner was sufficient. Tang Yin leaned down, whispering into the ear of the violet-haired woman, "Can you hear me? If you can, please respond." Her voice remained filled with anguish. Hoarse yet not harsh. "I shall now assist you in healing your spiritual consciousness. If you consent, please bend your left index finger." Tang Yin gazed at the woman's left hand, where her delicate, snow-white index finger struggled to bend slightly, serving as a response. A silent plea for salvation emerged from her pain. Tang Yin's heart quivered, and without further delay, the eyes of the mythical Xieji radiated a brilliant white light. Under the augmentation of the Xieji's gaze, his intangible mental energy transformed into a visible white thread, connecting to the woman's brow. Tang Yin's consciousness, upon entering this connection, plunged into the woman's spiritual sea. As he first crossed the threshold into her mindscape, he was taken aback. Contrary to his expectations of fragmentation, the woman's spiritual realm was astonishingly formidable, rendering Tang Yin's own spiritual force akin to a diminutive vessel adrift in a vast, obsidian ocean, perilously close to being overwhelmed. Yet, this immense power bore an unsettling quality. The pitch-black expanse of her spiritual sea was suffused with anguish, resentment, and solitude, an array of negative emotions intertwined, materializing into a grotesque and terrifying entity, a mass of flesh pulsing with malevolence, eroding her will and rationality. This phenomenon was indeed peculiar. Tang Yin had never encountered such a mental sea before. Reflecting on those creatures that were obsessed with the human mental realm, he instinctively concluded that the woman's current condition was a consequence of those very monsters. Tang Yin guessed correctly about half of the situation. The creatures are known as grievous spirits, monstrosities formed through the amalgamation of countless grievances and souls. They possess the ability to invade a person's consciousness, magnifying their most painful memories ad infinitum. Individuals with fragile minds may succumb to madness after enduring relentless torment. However, these grievous spirits are not devoid of merit. Born from pure spirit intermingled with resentment, they inflict psychological harm while simultaneously enhancing one's mental fortitude, serving as an exquisite tonic for the psyche. It is indeed a conundrum. Faced with such a formidable entity, Tang Yin dared not act recklessly, opting instead to observe closely in search of a fleeting opportunity. Within the dark abyss of the mental sea, tumultuous waves surged, and even as a mere bystander, Tang Yin could acutely sense the agony and helplessness. He could scarcely fathom the harrowing past of this strikingly beautiful sister. A flicker of light stood out starkly against the obsidian expanse of the mental ocean, and Tang Yin felt as though he were a lost vessel at sea, exhilarated by the sight of a lighthouse, hastening towards that glimmer. Though the light was faint, it persisted tenaciously, undeterred by the roaring waves that sought to extinguish it. Tang Yin's current endeavor is not to mend the realm of consciousness, but rather to purify the lingering resentments. Though he is uncertain whether the energy of fate possesses such capability, he is nonetheless eager to give it a try. In Tang Yin's eyes, the image of the beautiful older sister was shrouded in a thin mist, rendering her somewhat indistinct, a woman enveloped in mystery. Chapter 50. Bibi Dong's consciousness remained somewhat hazy, as she endured excruciating agony. Not long ago, she had entered the secret realm of Luocha to undertake her second divine trial, stepping into a forest designated as the testing grounds for the Luocha deity. Her second trial required her to eliminate or completely absorb 1,000 vengeful spirits. Upon entering the secret realm, she was ambushed by a vengeful spirit. Despite lacking soul power and soul skills, her strength as a titled Douluo was more than sufficient to handle a single spirit. As she countered the vengeful spirit, Bibi Dong realized that these entities lacked a physical form, rendering any of her physical attacks utterly ineffective. Drawing upon her considerable experience, Bibi Dong promptly summoned her second martial soul, the soul-devouring spider empress. With her martial soul manifested, 8 dark green spider legs sprouted from her back, each tip sharp and dripping with a lethal poison. Reacting with remarkable speed, Bibi Dong ensnared the attacking spirit with 2 of her spider legs. The attack of the soul-devouring spider empress was inherently infused with mental energy, allowing her to grasp the spirit. Upon capturing the spirit, she attempted to absorb it. As a surge of overwhelming energy flooded into her spiritual sea, her mental power surged dramatically. Yet before she could revel in her excitement, an immense pain enveloped her, and memories of past traumas replayed incessantly in her mind. The harm done by her closest kin, the betrayal of her beloved, and the dark, imprisoning images she had long feared to revisit all surged forth. Bibi Dong struggled to regain control of her mind, desperately trying to reclaim dominion over her spiritual sea. Fortunately, the energy of a small vengeful spirit was limited, and after a brief period, she managed to return to normalcy. With one hand pressed against her forehead and the other bracing against a tree trunk, her slightly bent form inadvertently revealed the graceful curve of her waist and hips. Even at that moment, she had yet to fully recover from the mental anguish, adjusting her posture against the tree as her full bosom gently heaved with each deep breath. This entity should not be absorbed lightly. After absorbing a single vengeful spirit, Bibi Dong understood the formidable nature of these beings, although they could enhance her mental power. She predicted that absorbing more than 50 would drive her to madness. Fortunately, the second trial of Luocha stipulated either the extermination or absorption of the spirits, and Bibi Dong remained confident in her ability to complete this divine trial. After an afternoon of hunting, combined with the spirit she had absorbed, she had vanquished 81 spirits, having achieved nearly 1/10 of her objective. However, after a day of slaughter, she realized her stamina was depleting rapidly, her bodily functions deteriorating. Quickly recognizing this, she ceased her trial. It was imperative to locate a water source and establish a camp. For Bibi Dong, a titled Douluo, there was no need for food or water, as her inner soul power sufficed for all her needs. Yet this realm was different. The air within the Luocha secret realm was devoid of any soul power, necessitating that Bibi Dong procure sustenance in the form of water and food. In her earlier, weaker days, Bibi Dong had learned wilderness survival skills, and she adeptly found a stream, following it upstream to seek out its source for her camp. Realizing she required nourishment, Bibi Dong understood the necessity of finding a place to rest, as sleep was essential for her mental restoration. In the upper reaches of the stream, she discovered a tranquil spot with a clear bank, ideal for her encampment. After catching several fish from the river and preparing them simply, she placed them over the fire she had kindled. Perhaps due to her long absence from cooking, the fish were charred, lacking any seasoning, and her poor grilling skills rendered them quite unpalatable. Nonetheless, Bibi Dong endured the unpleasantness and consumed the charred fish to replenish her energy. Having spent a prolonged period in the spirit hall without venturing outdoors, she had not prepared any survival tools. Her storage ring contained only clothing and golden soul coins. Gathering some soft branches and leaves from the forest, she fashioned a rudimentary tent, laying her clothes beneath it. Exhausted, she quickly succumbed to sleep. Even in slumber, she dared not sleep too deeply, vigilantly guarding against the potential attack of vengeful spirits. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. After a brief rest, she re-entered the forest to hunt for more spirits. For safety's sake, she devoted an entire day to clearing out the spirits in her vicinity, increasing her tally from 81 to 420. With the surrounding spirits eradicated and a full day of hunting behind her, she returned to her camp, consumed another charred fish, and promptly fell asleep. The fish remained burnt, and it was evident that Bibi Dong had no intention of improving her culinary skills. In the Luocha's secret realm, discerning the passage of time was straightforward. The sky shifted between shades of gray and black, marking the passage of a day. As the gray sky darkened, Bibi Dong was abruptly awakened. She sensed an unsettling atmosphere, a bone-chilling cold sweeping through her, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Rising from her tent, she summoned her soul-devouring spider empress, only to confront a scene that sent chills down her spine. Within a 15-meter radius centered around her tent, countless vengeful spirits surrounded her, the campfire extinguished under the oppressive atmosphere, leaving only charred remnants and wisps of white smoke. A notably larger vengeful spirit emerged, its hollow eyes glinting with a crimson glow, piercing through the darkness. At the command of this spirit leader, a multitude of spirits surged toward Bibi Dong. Realizing she was ensnared, she understood that to survive, she must break free. Although the spirits commanded by the vengeful spirit leader were fewer in number, Bibi Dong instinctively recognized that this leader was no ordinary foe. Engaging it directly would be a foolish endeavor. With decisive resolve, she charged in the opposite direction. Under her control, the 8 legs of the soul-devouring spider empress sliced through any spirit that dared approach her, drawing her closer to the completion of her second Luocha trial. Yet, escaping from the heart of the dark storm was no simple task. After a day of relentless combat, her physical and mental energies were severely taxed. As she plunged deeper into the forest, a vengeful spirit, seizing an opportunity, infiltrated her mind. The familiar surge of mental enhancement hit her, but it was swiftly followed by an overwhelming agony that widened her beautiful eyes in terror, blood vessels erupting in her gaze. Her once lovely visage contorted in pain. She staggered, stabilizing herself by embedding her spider legs into a nearby tree. Enduring immense suffering, Bibi Dong dispatched 2 spirits that sought to close in on her, yet more spirits continued to flood in. One after another, they invaded her mind, their collective malevolence fracturing her mental defenses inch by inch. After stumbling forward for dozens of steps, Bibi Dong could no longer bear the torment, collapsing to her knees, her hands desperately propping up her body, fighting to remain upright. The vengeful spirit leader floated leisurely before her, extending a dark, thin thread from its being, connecting to her brow. Instantly, all the spirits wreaking havoc within Bibi Dong's spiritual sea found a guiding force, coalescing under the vengeful spirit leader's command, corroding her mental realm. Within her already troubled heart, consumed by resentment, Bibi Dong found herself powerless against the tidal wave of assault. Past agonies resurfaced, a torrent of bitter emotions coalescing into a dark ocean, spreading like a plague within her spiritual sea. Obsession and madness began to seize her emotional stronghold. Yet unwilling to succumb, she clung to the last flicker of hope within her, resolutely fighting to survive. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a voice beckoned Bibi Dong from the abyss of her consciousness. If you agree, bend your left index finger. Bibi Dong, uncertain whether she was merely imagining things, instinctively bent the index finger of her left hand, clinging to her last glimmer of hope. Unbeknownst to her, it was the unintentional whisper that solidified Tang Yin's final resolve. Subsequently, Bibi Dong felt a surge of foreign mental power invade her mind, yet she offered no resistance. Subconsciously, she believed that the voice's owner could save her. Although the vengeful spirit king had been slain by Tang Yin, its invasion into Bibi Dong's spiritual consciousness was nearly complete, and such a degree of erosion could not be resolved in a mere moment. Tang Yin utilized the life energy within his martial soul, employing the righteous aura of the Xieji's eye as a means of assistance to help Bibi Dong purify her grievances. Centered around that flickering light, a luminescence of green and white intertwined gradually expanded, creating ripples that not only repelled the encroaching darkness, but also continuously radiated outward. This endeavor proved remarkably effective. Yet it exacted a tremendous toll on Tang Yin. Uncertain if he would encounter that monstrous group again, he withdrew from Bibi Dong's sea of consciousness after expending half of his mental energy. At this moment, although Bibi Dong's mental realm remained shrouded in darkness, a small green island emerged within this obsidian ocean. Little did anyone know, a flower known as the violet bloom would eternally blossom here. Chapter 51. The aftermath. As Tang Yin emerged from the depths of Bibi Dong's spiritual sea, his consciousness returned to his corporeal form. A fine sheen of perspiration glistening upon his forehead. The expenditure of half his mental energy was no trivial matter for him at this juncture. It is worth noting that Tang Yin had recently assimilated the eye of a divine beast, the Xieji, which had remarkably augmented his spiritual power, surpassing his previous capabilities manifold. After a brief period of meditation to recuperate, Tang Yin turned his attention to Bibi Dong's condition. Her complexion had markedly improved under Tang Yin's purifying influence. Her suffering had been alleviated significantly, leaving her in a state of unconsciousness due to sheer mental fatigue. At the moment Tang Yin administered his healing, the wild fervor and obsession that had plagued her mind were swiftly quelled, and the soothing sensation of healing elicited an involuntary moan from Bibi Dong. The alluring sound, coupled with her expression of blissful satisfaction, was enough to ignite the imagination. Yet, this captivating scene went unnoticed, for the only living soul present, Tang Yin, was engrossed in her treatment. Just before Bibi Dong succumbed to slumber, a message signifying the completion of her tasks flooded her consciousness. The second phase of the Rakshasa trial, the task of vanquishing 1,000 vengeful spirits, was marked as complete, yielding a reward of an additional 100 years to the first spirit ring. The task of slaying a vengeful spirit king was also completed, granting a reward of 500 years to the second spirit ring. The ongoing task of defeating the Yasha Wraith at the heart of the Rakshasa forest remained unresolved. A cascade of accomplishments and rewards left Bibi Dong pondering in her last moment of awareness. When did I achieve all of this? Tang Yin had not received any notification regarding the completion of his task, and he remained oblivious to his current whereabouts. Nearby, he stumbled upon the campsite previously established by Bibi Dong, which seemed rather satisfactory. He had no desire to relocate, although a fierce battle had recently transpired here. It had effectively purged the surrounding area of all monsters, rendering this locale perhaps the safest spot within the peculiar forest for the time being. Extracting his tent from his arm guard, he adeptly set it up and rekindled the extinguished campfire. Exhausted from a day of exertion, he felt a compelling urge to retreat into the tent and succumb to slumber. However, he hesitated, considering it unseemly to leave Bibi Dong alone outside. What if she encountered some unforeseen ailment, rendering his efforts futile? Tang Yin approached Bibi Dong, enveloping her in a blanket and lifting her gently into his tent. After emerging from the tent, he grasped his sleeping bag and entered the makeshift shelter of Bibi Dong, where he nestled into the sleeping bag and succumbed to slumber. A delicate fragrance wafted to his nostrils, and wearied from the day's exertions, Tang Yin drifted into a deep sleep without a second thought. Time passed unnoticed, and upon waking, Tang Yin found himself enveloped in an extraordinary comfort. As he began to pack away his sleeping bag, he discovered the source of the enchanting aroma from the previous night. Beneath a layer of soft leaves lay a garment, a delicate lavender dress. Its silhouette was exquisitely tailored, featuring a subtle V-neck design, with an opening at the hem, and adorned with lace embellishments around the waist and hips, exuding a unique and alluring fragrance. Tang Yin emerged from the tent with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. With an unwavering demeanor, he proceeded to prepare breakfast. He collected some dry twigs from the forest, rekindling the dim campfire, and set a pot atop it. After adding water to the pot, Tang Yin made his way to the riverbank, observing the fish dancing in the water. A veritable feast in motion. Tang Yin removed his shoes and socks. Brandishing the spear of destiny as a makeshift harpoon, he plunged into the water to fish. The overcast sky revealed nothing, while below flowed a crystalline river, extending endlessly in both directions. Among the scene was a lad of approximately 11 or 12 years. A bronze incense burner hanging from his waist, gripping a long spear as he lunged at a fish with all his might. However, the fish deftly twisted its body and escaped beneath him. Witnessing his failure to spear the fish, Tang Yin resorted to trickery. The tip of his spear shimmered with a minuscule orb of life energy, akin to a peanut. Instantly, the fish that had darted away turned back eagerly and bit the tip of the spear, allowing Tang Yin to effortlessly seize it. Having captured around 4 fish, Tang Yin deemed it sufficient and began to prepare his catch by the riverbank. Tang Yin discovered that although these fish lacked soul power, their heads were larger than those of certain spirit fish that did possess such power, and they were quite substantial in size, the smallest weighing at least 2 pounds. Skillfully preparing the fish, he cleansed the surrounding bloodstains with stream water before returning to the flickering campfire. The water in the pot had already reached a vigorous boil. With a small knife in hand, Tang Yin deftly sliced the 2 prepared fish into fillets, which then splashed into the bubbling water. Extracting numerous jars and bottles from his arm guard, he added various seasonings to the pot. The delightful aroma of the fish melded with the spices, creating an enticing fragrance that wafted from the boiling pot. With the remaining 8 fish skewered on branches, Tang Yin showcased the true essence of the thousand-hand Azura. He ensured that each side of the fish was perfectly roasted without burning, sprinkling seasoning meticulously over them. As the flames kissed the fish, a layer of fat oozed from the flesh, marrying with the outer layer to release a rich, savory scent. While the false thousand-hand Azura fumbled to extract metal plates from his belt to strike down adversaries, the genuine thousand-hand Azura remained composed, skillfully roasting 8 fish simultaneously. Within Tang Yin's tent, Bai Dong awoke from a deep slumber. As her eyes fluttered open, she found herself in an unfamiliar tent, her senses sharpening in an instant. She sat up, the garment that Tang Yin had draped over her slipping away, exposing expanses of her fair skin. Supporting herself on the soft blanket beneath her, her mind began to churn. She recalled the events leading to her unconsciousness, the vengeful ghost king, the erosion of her spirit, and the unfolding scenes of her mission playing out in her mind. A final thought jolted her consciousness, prompting her to assess her progress in the divine examination. The task of the Rakshasa divine examination was to slay the vengeful Yaksha at the heart of the Rakshasa forest. Upon seeing the series of rewards for task completion, and correlating them with the tent, the blanket beneath her, and the garment covering her, it became evident that another presence lingered alongside her. This individual had aided her in achieving the first 2 stages of the Rakshasa's second trial, rescuing her from the clutches of the Ghost King. Bai Dong was left in uncertainty as to how this person had entered her vicinity, or whether it was the doing of the Rakshasa god. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Could this individual be another heir chosen by the Rakshasa god? A rich fragrance wafted through the air, and after a prolonged period of starvation, Bai Dong's stomach emitted a mournful growl, causing a slight blush to grace her cheeks. It would be prudent to venture outside. Regaining her icy composure, she donned a new set of attire, an exceptionally large outfit that concealed her graceful form entirely. Since that incident, Bai Dong had developed an innate animosity towards men, harboring an intense psychological aversion to any physical contact. If the one who rescued her was indeed a rival for the divine position, she would undoubtedly strike when he was unprepared. The once kind-hearted saintess of the spirit hall had perished that day, leaving behind a vessel bent on avenging the angelic clan. Chapter 52. Conversation, Part 1. The fish soup in the pot exuded a milky hue, a layer of oil complemented by a spiritual herb, offering a feast for the senses. The 8 fish in hand were perfectly roasted, their golden brown skins sprinkled with spices, sizzling with juicy delight. Hearing a commotion, Tang Yin looked up to see the elder sister he had saved yesterday, revealing Bai Dong's true form. Her long, wavy violet hair cascaded down her back, with a few softly curled strands framing her forehead, adding to her allure. Her unadorned face remained exquisite, while the precious violet gem dangling from her earlobe accentuated her radiance. She had donned a loose, gray robe, the accompanying gray cloak draping over her delicate figure entirely. Yet, Tang Yin had observed her clearly the previous day, and the contrast between her current appearance and that of yesterday was even more striking. Humph, where could her thoughts have wandered? Tang Yin maintained a calm demeanor and spoke gently. You have awakened. Come, partake in some food. Bibi Dong gazed at the 11 or 12-year-old boy before her, her disbelief palpable. Could this mere child be the one who saved me? What strength does he possess to vanquish such a multitude of vengeful spirits? A profound wariness arose within Bibi Dong towards Tang Yin. She sensed that he must possess some extraordinary treasure. For it is unlikely that an ordinary individual could single-handedly defeat a throng of malevolent apparitions. With her guard raised, Bibi Dong settled by the campfire, as Tang Yin offered her a skewer of roasted fish. Instinctively, she accepted it, her body's hunger instinct overpowering her rational apprehension. Noticing Bibi Dong's hesitation to take a bite, Tang Yin tore off a piece of fish from the skewer he held and placed it directly into his mouth, chewing with ease. You should eat this one. It is safe, he said, extending the roasted fish towards her. Authenticity is the true weapon. Bibi Dong did not accept the offering. Her voice, melodious and reminiscent of a mountain spring cascading over rocks, carried an icy distance as she replied, no need. She understood that if this boy had intentions to harm her, he could have acted while she was unconscious the previous night, rather than tending to her wounds and aiding in her recovery. Lifting the skewer of roasted fish, she bit into a small piece of the tender flesh beneath its crispy, golden exterior. The texture was pleasantly crisp, yet not bitter. It was tender and not undercooked. The delightful juices bursting upon her palate. After 2 days of consuming charred fish, a flicker of surprise crossed Bibi Dong's violet eyes. It is quite delicious, she conceded inwardly, compelled to acknowledge the boy's culinary skills. Even during her time in the wilderness, she had never tasted such exquisite food. However, Bibi Dong would never allow her enjoyment to show. She continued to eat slowly, her expression remaining inscrutable. Tang Yin is a meticulous individual, and though Bibi Dong remains oblivious to the discernible nuance in her gaze, Tang Yin has already perceived it. Despite this exceedingly vigilant woman, Tang Yin harbors no aversion. Her foremost priority is to find a way out. For her mother must be extremely anxious outside. Have a bowl of soup, Tang Yin said amiably, offering Bibi Dong a bowl. Despite the fact that they had only just met and were yet unfamiliar with each other's names, Bibi Dong, however, did not stand on ceremony, having already enjoyed roasted fish. She saw no harm in partaking of the soup. As they dined, a silent understanding prevailed between them, allowing them to relish the meal in tranquility. Once they had finished, without even tidying the dishes, Tang Yin candidly inquired, "Sister, did you also find yourself in this place by accident?" "Sister?" A peculiar expression crossed Bibi Dong's face, clearly indicating her discomfort with the term. This child before her could not be more than 12 years old, although on the Douluo continent 12 is an age when one could already assume parental roles. It remains quite early for a soul master. She was at least 30 years older than this child, and the address felt strange to her, though not unwelcome. Surely, being called aunt would not have been preferable. Furthermore, from Tang Yin's words, Bibi Dong gleaned a significant insight. If this child was not deceiving her, it is likely that he had been drawn into the overlapping realms of the Rakshasa secret realm and the Douluo continent, and he was probably not the alternate heir chosen by the Rakshasa god. Yet, to err on the side of caution, Bibi Dong, displaying an expression of inquiry, responded with a hint of testing undertones. "You too have stumbled upon this place? Could you elaborate on the circumstances that led you here?" Tang Yin felt no need for concealment. His principle in dealing with others was to be sincere and to connect hearts with honesty. "Yesterday, while I was in the desolate expanse of the far west, I chanced upon this peculiar forest. As I prepared to depart, I sensed a sudden distortion in the space around me, which subsequently led me here." Tang Yin reminisced, speculating that what I had seen was merely a projection of this forest, not its true visage. By the time I became aware of it, I was already enveloped within its depths. Bibi Dong had come to believe much of what Tang Yin had said. The Rakshasa secret realm indeed bordered the city of Slaughter, which coincidentally lay within the far western wasteland. The likelihood of this young spirit inadvertently wandering into such a place was exceedingly high. Moreover, he seemed oblivious to how to exit the secret realm and was likely unaware of the specifics of the Rakshasa divine examination. Otherwise, he would not have posed such a question. "I too stumbled into this place, albeit a few days prior to your arrival, and during this time, I have unearthed several clues," Bibi Dong remarked, choosing not to divulge the true nature of this realm to the young spirit before her. "The divine position is a deadly temptation for a titled Douluo, particularly for one whose strength remains uncertain." "Is there a way out?" Tang Yin inquired, his eyes glimmering with hope. Bibi Dong, glancing at the sincerity reflected in his hopeful gaze, replied leisurely, "I am not entirely certain, but if an exit exists, it is most likely over there. Do you know anything about the monsters from last night?" Bibi Dong abruptly shifted the topic. Tang Yin was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, "Are you referring to those enigmatic mists?" Enigmatic mists, a remarkably fitting term. A smile graced Bibi Dong's lips, as if she approved of Tang Yin's choice of words. Yet, this smile left Tang Yin utterly captivated. "Cursed woman. In truth, I found myself perplexed. Those mysterious mists seemed to inflict harm upon one's psyche, yet paradoxically appeared to significantly bolster an individual's mental fortitude. How could such contradictory effects coexist? Last night, while assisting Bibi Dong in healing her spiritual sea, I encountered this very conundrum. I was certain that the bizarre and colossal manifestation of spiritual power did not originally reside within this elder sister's spiritual sea, being inextricably linked to those creatures. This brings me to the point I wish to discuss with you next. Bai Dong interjected, in fact, this is not contradictory at all. These enigmatic mists serve as an exceptional tonic for mental strength. However, as the saying goes, every medicine has its poison. Moreover, these mists are not merely a remedy but rather a lethal toxin. They taint a person's spirit, driving one to complete insanity. Tang Yin finally comprehended the terror of those monsters, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over him. He felt fortunate for his prudence, yet his heart ached for the sister before him. He pondered the agony she must endure amidst the simultaneous onslaught of so many eerie mists that tainted the mind. Bibi Dong sensed the shift in Tang Yin's emotions and noticed his gaze fixed upon her. An absurd thought flickered through her mind. Is he mourning for me? She quickly shook her head in denial, bitterly mocking herself. How could anyone grieve for her? Dismissing her own thoughts, Bibi Dong continued. I once ventured deep into the forest and uncovered a great secret hidden at its heart. Do you remember that largest eerie mist? Tang Yin nodded to indicate his understanding. As I approached the heart of the forest, an unsettling feeling washed over me, prompting a swift retreat. I suspected that the eerie mist was pursuing me. Tang Yin comprehended Bibi Dong's implication. Are you suggesting that within the depths of the forest lie secrets guarded by these enigmatic mists? That secret may very well hold the key to escaping this woodland? Sensing that Tang Yin had taken the bait, Bibi Dong refrained from hastily reeling him in, instead opting to prolong the suspense, lest the fish slip away. The sole purpose of Bibi Dong weaving such a deception was to harness Tang Yin's prowess to assist her in vanquishing the vengeful Yacha, thus completing the second trial of the Rakshasa god. While she remained oblivious to how Tang Yin had rescued her from a throng of vengeful spirits the previous night, she was acutely aware that anyone capable of extricating her from such a multitude must possess remarkable abilities. For a fleeting moment, Bibi Dong had entertained the notion that Tang Yin was merely an ancient being masquerading as a youth. However, every disguise bears its flaws, and merely observing Tang Yin's movements led her to surmise that his bone age was certainly not beyond 20 years. This was a fundamental issue that even a titled Douluo could not resolve, a fact well understood by Bibi Dong. The enigma of Tang Yin's strength persisted. One might argue he was formidable, yet a boy of no more than 12, regardless of his innate talents, could only reach so far. Even that offspring, whom she was reluctant to name, possessing an extraordinary innate soul power of 20 and a divine martial soul, had only just breached the 40th level at 12. Conversely, one could argue he was not strong. Bibi Dong mused that in her prime, devoid of soul power, she would not dare claim to emerge unscathed from the clutches of those hundreds of vengeful spirits. Given Bibi Dong's current state, had Tang Yin's strength not been shrouded in mystery, she would have long since dispatched this young imp to accompany Qian Xuanji. Thus, I assert it is highly probable that to escape, one must thoroughly investigate that place. Without understanding the true nature of this realm, our chances of departure remain bleak. Bibi Dong seized upon Tang Yin's most pressing desire, to escape the Rakshasa secret realm. In his present predicament, Tang Yin had no grounds for refusal. Should he doubt Bibi Dong and choose to investigate from scratch, it would necessitate the expenditure of considerable time, an outcome he deemed intolerable. The dangers within are manifold, and I cannot ascertain the risks. Do you wish to join me? Sensing Tang Yin's wavering resolve, Bibi Dong pressed her advantage. After a moment of deep contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, Tang Yin offered his response. Let us go together. Before embarking on their exploration, they must familiarize themselves with each other's abilities to avoid chaos during combat. Here, soul power cannot be utilized. I notice you are not particularly aged. How is it that you possess such strength? Bibi Dong inquired, posing the question that intrigued her most. Tang Yin's face betrayed a moment of hesitation. He found himself uncertain whether to unveil the secret of his twin martial souls to the woman before him. In their exchange, it was inconceivable that the astute Tang Yin would fail to notice the underlying motives in every word spoken by Bibi Dong. Yet, absorbed in his urgent desire to depart from the abyssal secret realm, he lacked the tranquility to ponder deeply. And it was entirely reasonable that his character had fallen into Bibi Dong's cunning trap. Aware that this young man had begun to harbor suspicions, Bibi Dong sought to allay his doubts by presenting her sincerity. I am a titled Douluo. Titled Douluo. Upon hearing her declaration, Tang Yin was taken aback. He could scarcely fathom that this seemingly youthful woman was, in fact, a title Douluo. Tang Yin had always believed that his father's achievement of a title at the age of 44 was an extraordinary feat. Little did he expect that the person before him was also a title Douluo, and from her appearance, she seemed to be considerably younger than his father. Tang Yin scrutinized Bibi Dong, finding it impossible to discern any trace of the formidable title Douluo in her demeanor. He considered himself somewhat perceptive. In the presence of Tang Hao, he could feel the unique aura of authority that marked a true powerhouse, a quality absent even in his mentor. The title Douluo from the Spirit Hall, whom he had encountered recently, had exuded an unrestrained aura of power, leaving a vivid impression on Tang Yin. However, in Bibi Dong, the only sensation he could associate with her was a striking whiteness. Were he versed in Buddhist teachings, he might have uttered a phrase of repentance. Bibi Dong, unfazed by Tang Yin's seemingly impolite demeanor, regarded him with a playful glint in her eyes, her alabaster hand propping up her delicate face, and asked, "What? Do I not seem like one?" Tang Yin shook his head honestly. Bibi Dong's expression remained unchanged, and the imposing aura of a title Douluo transformed into an invisible force that shot into Tang Yin's eyes. In the moment when Tang Yin locked eyes with Bibi Dong, his expression shifted dramatically. He felt as though he were a myriad, poised to be crushed beneath her foot. While this enchanting elder sister before him appeared as a goddess, gripping the very throat of his fate, wielding dominion over his life and death. Yet, even an ant possesses its own fangs. Tang Yin was not one to passively await his demise, willing to be slaughtered, even in the face of a title Douluo. He summoned forth a force of his own to counter her might. This power, though feeble, valiantly resisted Bibi Dong's overwhelming presence, refusing to submit. A flicker of surprise flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. She had not anticipated that Tang Yin could withstand her authority. However, recalling how he had previously saved her, she found solace in the realization that he must possess extraordinary qualities. As she withdrew her oppressive aura, Tang Yin felt a lightness in his body, and his gaze towards Bibi Dong carried a newfound respect. During his year of wandering the continent, he had come to understand the immense prestige of a title Douluo, recognizing that respect for the strong is a fundamental principle. "Senior, I apologize for the earlier offense. Please do not regard me with such eyes." Bibi Dong did not relish this form of respect. Outside, she was the venerated Pope, with countless powerful individuals bowing before her daily. The familiar interaction with Tang Yin brought her a sense of ease. "Calling you senior feels rather odd. Why not simply refer to me as sister?" Then, Tang Yin received yet another astonishing revelation. This elder sister before him was, in fact, a dual martial soul possessor. Chapter 54. The Heart of the Rakshasa Forest. Bibi Dong directly divulged her secret of possessing dual martial souls to Tang Yin. Believing that one cannot catch a wolf without first sacrificing a child, she did not consider the Yaksha's curse to be a trifling matter. The previous two phases of the task had been far from benign, and the final stage would undoubtedly be no different. Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's earnestness, Tang Yin felt there was no need to conceal any longer. "Sister, this is how I rescued you last night." As he spoke, two weapons materialized simultaneously in his left and right hands, and Bibi Dong instantly recognized that this young lad was indeed a possessor of twin martial spirits. Watching Tang Yin draw his bow and knock an arrow, her left eye, the eye of the Xieji, radiated a brilliant white light, concentrating unmatched power upon the lance of destiny. How could he wield two martial spirits simultaneously? In her quest to comprehend the complexities of dual cultivation and usage, Bibi Dong had perused extensive literature and dedicated years of research to unravel the mysteries of twin martial spirit cultivation, achieving the remarkable ability to seamlessly switch between them in battle. The image of a term flashed in her mind: martial spirit fusion technique. The method of utilizing Tang Yin's martial soul is known as the self-martial soul fusion technique. In the legend of the three dragon kings of Douluo continent, the character Wu Si Duo, possessing the evil eye white tiger and the nether spirit cat martial souls, is capable of merging the two to manifest the nether white tiger. Similarly, Tang Yin's dragon phoenix bow, when wielded alongside fate, exhibits a remarkable parallel. Tang Yin had no intention of releasing this arrow. After demonstrating it to Bibi Dong, he explained, "The power of this arrow is immense. I utilized it just yesterday, and I am left with but one final opportunity to employ it within the next month. The majority of its formidable strength last night stemmed from the eye of the Xieji, which consumed nearly half of my energy. Given my current recovery rate, I estimate it will take another 20 days to fully replenish." Fortunately, he still had one arrow in reserve, For Tang Yin at this moment, time was of the essence. Bibi Dong grasped why Tang Yin had been able to rescue her from the grasp of hundreds of vengeful spirits the previous night. Had that arrow been aimed at her, she was certain that without the protection of soul power, she would have been grievously injured by its piercing force. This must be your most powerful technique. Remember, save this arrow for a critical moment, Bibi Dong advised. Tang Yin patted his chest with assurance and proclaimed, "You can count on me. By the way, esteemed elder sister, my name is Tang Yin. May I inquire about yours? The surname Tang, you say?" Bibi Dong holds a particular fondness for it, for without Tang Hao's decisive strike, she would not have been able to eliminate that being born with the extraordinary speed of 1,000 springs. Tang Hao and Bibi Dong can be regarded as natural allies. In the original narrative, their relationship was rather strained, likely due to Tang Hao's reckless actions against the spirit hall. However, the circumstances have changed. As a mere wage earner now, Tang Hao lacks the time to wreak havoc on the spirit hall. Moreover, Tang Yin has cautioned Tang Hao against indiscriminate killing, warning that any such actions would nullify their future pact of vengeance. With Yin still alive, Tang Hao's resentment has considerably diminished. As for my name, you shall come to know it in due time. For now, you may call me Sister Dong. Bibi Dong refrained from disclosing her name to Tang Yin, fearing that such knowledge would impose undue pressure and render their relationship awkward. Her apprehensions were well-founded. After a year of traversing the continent, Tang Yin has gained a deeper understanding of the spirit hall. As a future adversary, it is essential for him to gather information. And within the limited knowledge he has acquired, there lies details about Bibi Dong. The current pope is named Bibi Dong, the former saintess of the spirit hall, and her mentor was the previous pope, Qian Xuanji, the very architect of his mother's demise. Had Tang Yin known that this formidable title Douluo before him was indeed Pope Bibi Dong, he would have certainly fled at once. Should she learn that he is the son of Tang Hao, she might very well seek to use him as a pawn in her quest for revenge, leaving him with nowhere to lament his fate. Yet, such concerns are clearly unfounded. Bibi Dong would merely commend Tang Hao's actions, offering guidance to this junior who is, in a way, a half-acknowledged benefactor. However, the information disparity prevents Tang Yin from grasping this reality. Understanding Bibi Dong's reluctance to reveal her name, Tang Yin expressed his empathy, recognizing the individuality inherent in a title Douluo. "Sister Dong," Tang Yin called out, his demeanor embodying innocence. "Let us not linger any longer. Let us set forth without delay." In response to Bibi Dong's command, Tang Yin instinctively chose to comply, believing that with the assistance of a title Douluo, he would soon be able to depart from this place. To save time, he did not bother to pack his belongings and directly followed Bibi Dong into the depths of the forest. The concept of time within the Rakshasa secret realm was nebulous, with the grayness of day and the darkness of night blending indistinctly, resulting in an exceedingly narrow field of vision within the Rakshasa forest. According to the intelligence Tang Yin had received, Bibi Dong was well acquainted with the path, so he merely needed to trail behind her. Leading the way, Bibi Dong summoned her soul-devouring spider emperor martial spirit, its 8 agile spider legs swaying behind her as they cleared the obstacles ahead, allowing Tang Yin to traverse with relative ease. Meanwhile, Tang Yin remained vigilant, keeping his Xieji eye activated, continuously scanning his surroundings for any sudden attacks from vengeful spirits. Perhaps due to the previous night's encounter, where he had eradicated a gathering of vengeful spirits, he had yet to catch sight of even a shadow of one during their journey. However, as they proceeded, the environment gradually transformed. Tang Yin noticed that the closer they approached the center of the forest, the sparser the branches and leaves of the towering trees became, along with the undergrowth. After about a quarter of an hour, Bibi Dong no longer needed to clear the path, and they were able to walk unobstructed. It was only when every leaf from the surrounding trees had vanished that Bibi Dong finally came to a halt. Tang Yin surveyed his surroundings, which could only be described as a scene of desolation. The scorched earth resembled land charred by relentless flames, and although the towering trees were thick with branches, not a single green leaf adorned their limbs. The roots of these trees blended seamlessly with the ashen soil, creating a lifeless expanse steeped in silence, devoid of even a whisper of wind, a setting both eerie and ominous. "Sister Dong, are you certain that the place we seek is indeed here?" Tang Yin could discern no clues that would lead him out of this place. Rather than directly responding to his inquiry, Bibi Dong turned back and asked, "Do you not perceive anything amiss here?" In stark contrast to the previous forest, this desolate area bore no resemblance to the Lusha forest that Tang Yin had encountered earlier. Upon his initial entry, the surroundings had also been eerily silent, yet it lacked the unnerving quality that now enveloped him. To illustrate it vividly, this place resembled a deceased Lusha forest. The stillness was unnaturally profound. Tang Yin came to a realization. Such silence could only signify the presence of a far more terrifying entity concealed within. As the oppressive atmosphere descended upon him, the eye of Ishieji, located in his left eye, emanated a faint glimmer amidst the enveloping darkness, struggling against the void. The unseen shadows did not hinder Tang Yin's vision. Under the enhancement of his Shieji eye, everything in the darkness appeared as clear as daylight, and he absorbed the surrounding scene in its entirety. Tang Yin understood the reason for Bibi Dong's halt. Before them, the sparse dead trees had vanished, revealing a vast expanse of open land. Upon the once gently sloping terrain lay a gaping abyss, unfathomably deep. The chasm seemed to devour all light. And as Tang Yin's Shieji eye penetrated several meters into the pit, the radiant white light it emitted encountered an invisible barrier. The intense beams were gradually consumed by the encroaching darkness, fading until they were no more. "It has arrived," Bibi Dong stated calmly, standing ahead. Shortly after her words, an overwhelming sense of crisis gripped Tang Yin, causing every muscle in his body to tense. The instinct to battle compelled him to focus his gaze unwaveringly on the abyss. Indeed, the white light of his Shieji eye was relentlessly engulfed by the black mist, inch by inch expelled from the depths of the chasm. When the last glimmer of white was extinguished, Tang Yin could no longer discern any semblance of what lay within the abyss. Yet, Bibi Dong, positioned before him, perceived everything with crystal clarity. Tang Yin, possessing only the cultivation of a soul master, is utterly outmatched by Bibi Dong, who has already attained the rank of a titled Douluo, especially when his spiritual power has yet to fully unleash the potential of the Xieji's eye. Bibi Dong's spiritual energy, nourished and amplified by countless vengeful spirits, although distorted, grants her the clarity to perceive the tumultuous events unfolding within the abyss. A thick, swirling black mist continuously spills forth, and innumerable vengeful spirits materialize at the mouth of the chasm. However, they do not surge forth to assault Bibi Dong and Tang Yin. Instead, they gather and coalesce at the entrance. An instinctual sense of foreboding grips Bibi Dong, compelling her to intervene and disrupt their convergence. Yet an inexplicable force restrains her from acting. Tang Yin, though oblivious to the circumstances within the abyss, experiences an unsettling premonition as he finds himself suddenly immobilized. The gathering of the vengeful spirits persists, their grotesque forms amalgamating, each visage reflecting the torment and malice of their final moments, twisting together to form a flowing black gown, followed by a torso, and finally a head. Ultimately, a dark entity, resembling a woman and composed of countless vengeful spirits, materializes before Bibi Dong. The black gown is adorned with ghastly, contorted faces that seem to strain against their confines, yearning to break free and unleash chaos. The exposed gray arms are etched with arcane patterns, radiating a haunting purple luminescence. Countless strands of black mist cascaded behind her head, coalescing into a visage that, though haunting, bore a hint of exquisite beauty. Yet, the two crimson streaks resembling tears upon her cheeks marred this allure, while the slight upward curve of her lips appeared rather sinister. She was the final phase of the second trial of the Rakshasa, manifesting as the ultimate form of a vengeful spirit, ostensibly the greatest foe of the Rakshasa forest. Known as Yasha Yuan. Upon her completion, Yasha Yuan extended her delicate right hand, her slender palm making a gesture of elevation before gently clenching it. The violet patterns upon her arm radiated brilliance, and the surroundings began to shift as dense black vapors amassed behind Yasha Yuan, forming one black ring after another. When the ninth black ring materialized, the surrounding darkness nearly dissipated, and the restraints binding Bibi Dong and Tang Yin suddenly vanished. The two bore witness to Yasha Yuan's transformation from inception to her complete form. The slightly weaker Tang Yin surmised that the creature's power was unlikely to be inferior to that of a titled Douluo, while Bibi Dong, as a titled Douluo herself, perceived the gravity of the situation with acute clarity. Her expression was grave. With each black ring Yasha Yuan formed, her strength augmented. Upon the emergence of the eighth black ring, Bibi Dong felt that Yasha Yuan's might rivaled her own at the zenith of her power. After the ninth black ring coalesced, even Bibi Dong could not discern the extent of Yasha Yuan's strength. The moment the restraints on Bibi Dong and Tang Yin vanished, Yasha Yuan struck without warning. Her mouth opened wide, the skin at the corners tearing under immense force, transforming her petite mouth into a gaping maw. A piercing shriek erupted from her obsidian-like mouth. the sound waves powerful enough to disturb the very air around them, hurtling towards Bibi Dong and Tang Yin. The two reacted swiftly, their mental energies forming an invisible barrier around them, ripples cascading upon the barrier as the sonic waves approached. The shriek emanating from Yasha Yuan's gaping mouth continued unabated, requiring no respite for breath. A crack has manifested in the ethereal barrier of spirit energy before Tang Yin, awakening him to the realization that an unyielding defense would ultimately lead to their disadvantage. He and Bibi Dong lacked the fortitude to exhaust Nightshade in this, her domain. None could predict whether the abyss beneath her might furnish her with a continuous source of power. After reinforcing his barrier, Tang Yin grasped the fateful artifact of his right hand behind him and began to gather his strength. Upon sensing Tang Yin's intent to strike, Bibi Dong understood her mission was to eliminate Nightshade. Mere defense would only lead to depletion. Her violet eyes gleamed with determination, a manifestation of concentrated spirit energy. The 8 spider legs behind her unfurled, the dark green appendages resembling spears, radiating a chilling brilliance. With a surge of force, Bibi Dong propelled herself like an arrow, aiming directly for Nightshade's vulnerable underbelly. She too recognized the connection between Nightshade and the abyss. To vanquish her, severing her energy source was imperative. As the two advanced, Nightshade perceived their offensive momentum. She traced a perfect arc in the air with her hands, positioning them at her chest, and rapidly inscribed several seals. A dark circular ring emerged behind her, manifesting a colossal black shield capable of withstanding damage from all directions. Upon collision with the black shield, Bibi Dong's 8 green spider spears pierced fiercely into its surface, causing numerous fine cracks to appear. Yet, her spears remained embedded, resulting in a deadlock. Nightshade outstretched her hands against the opposing side, dark energy coursing from her palms into the black shield, gradually mending the intricate fissures. Though the shield was healing, the 8 spider spears remained firmly ensnared within it. Realizing her predicament, Bibi Dong forcefully clapped her palms forward, striving to break free from her restraints. But it felt as though she had struck a mire. The once solid black shield yielded, enveloping her hands and solidifying, effectively immobilizing her. A fleeting look of concern crossed Bibi Dong's face as she beheld Nightshade's eerily restored visage, the corners of her mouth curling into a sinister smile, as if her scheme had succeeded. Chapter 56, A Fierce Battle. A moment of negligence had ensnared Bibi Dong in a transient predicament. Yet, her years of combat experience led her to make a calm assessment and decision. The soul-devouring Spider Emperor spirit began to dissipate. The energy-sapped spear tips embedded in the black shield could no longer exert control over her. Seamlessly switching to her first spirit, the Death Spider Emperor, Bibi Dong drove her 8 venomous, sinuous legs into the scorched earth, then curled the tips inward, anchoring herself firmly to the ground. The tremendous spirit energy surging from her hands was no less potent than the vengeful force of Nightshade, significantly diminishing the constraints upon her. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Bibi Dong used her waist as a fulcrum, performing a swift backflip. Indeed, her hands were liberated from the black shield, and she quickly retreated with newfound force. At this moment, Tang Yin completed his buildup of power and, seizing the instant when Bibi Dong retreated, launched an assault on Yasha Yuan. The gap in the enormous shield before Yasha Yuan had yet to mend when Tang Yin's strike landed. Armed with the formidable Fate Spear, he thrust towards the aperture created by Bibi Dong's 2 hands. The dark shield enveloping Yasha Yuan's form resembled the fragile shell of an egg. A mere hairline fracture would suffice to diminish the effort required to shatter it. Maintaining control over the shield necessitated a certain duration. And while she had managed to soften its surface to restrain Bibi Dong's hands through her cunning, Tang Yin's attack arrived with such unforeseen swiftness, perfectly synchronized with Bibi Dong's own onslaught, leaving her bereft of any opportunity to react. A crackling sound reverberated through the air, followed by the shattering of glass. As the formidable black shield before Yasha Yuan was obliterated, Tang Yin's fate and power remained undiminished as he lunged toward the vengeful Yasha, striking with unrelenting force. The strange smile on Yasha's face had not yet faded when her entire body was propelled backward by an immense force. Countless vengeful spirits had perished. Yet an even greater multitude surged forth, released from the bond with Yasha, blotting out the sky in their numbers, far exceeding 10,000. After being sent flying several dozen meters, Yasha finally regained her balance, her fractured form slowly regenerating, while the dark ring behind her transformed into 7 distinct circles. Her expression twisted with malice, and her pitch-black eyes brimmed with curses, intent on consuming Tang Yin. Tang Yin now finds himself besieged by a horde of vengeful spirits. Fortunately, the lingering power of the broken Thousand Army still lingers. In Tang Yin's eyes, the vengeful spirits are engaged in a fierce battle with the cavalry behind him. Although the cavalry has a slight advantage, the sheer number of vengeful spirits is overwhelming, causing the domain conjured by the broken Thousand Army to fracture inch by inch. Tang Yin, wary of lingering in battle, swiftly retreated. He felt a sense of relief for having severed the connection with the abyssal wraith. With the energy provided by the multitude of vengeful spirits awaiting him, and Bibi Dong would only herald death. As Bibi Dong struck successfully, she silently praised herself while once more launching an assault on the abyssal wraith. Her martial spirit had transformed into the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, which proved significantly more advantageous against the wraith in the absence of soul power. The abyssal wraith, witnessing the relentless onslaught from the pair of adversaries, felt a surge of fury. Once, she too had been an heir to the position of the Rakshasa god, but after failing her trial, her body was eternally bound to this realm. In accordance with the principle of utilizing waste, the Rakshasa god had fashioned her soul into a monstrosity, destined for the next heir's trial. Having endured countless torments, her original intellect had vanished completely, leaving only a primal instinct for vengeance against the living, particularly loathing those of the opposite sex. A piercing scream erupted, distinct from the previous ones. The crimson tear marks on the abyssal wraith's face deepened and thick. Dark blood flowed continuously from her obsidian eyes. Bibi Dong, poised and ready, unleashed the majority of her tainted psychic power, coalescing it into a sphere of black energy that surged violently towards the wraith. Even enhanced sonic attacks faltered under the ferocity of Bibi Dong's strike. Having learned from her earlier miscalculation, she spared no effort in deploying her most formidable assault. Her tainted psychic energy was immensely potent. Yet Bibi Dong was acutely aware that repeated usage would lead to her complete madness, her will being devoured, leaving her no longer herself. The black energy collided with the wraith's face, indenting the ashen skin and nearly dissipating it into a cloud of darkness. Two more black rings shattered, and once again, the severely wounded wraith managed to recover completely. Before the abyssal wraith could react, Bibi Dong's relentless barrage descended like a tempest. Although the wraith possessed formidable strength, her intellect was inferior even to that of a millennia-old soul beast. In Bibi Dong's eyes, her attacks resembled those of a child just learning to fight, armed, yet wielding their weapon with instinctual flailing, devoid of strategy. In mere moments, two more black rings shattered. Meanwhile, Tang Yin engaged with the swarm of vengeful spirits. Having distanced himself from the abyss's core, thus suffering fewer attacks, yet he remained vigilant. His psychic energy, as fine as a thread, clung to destiny. Each thrust of his spear resulted in the demise of a vengeful spirit. Occasionally, a sweeping strike coupled with a concentrated burst of psychic energy would clear a swath of spirits before him. While Tang Yin was engaged in confronting these vengeful spirits, he remained acutely aware of the battle between Bibi Dong and the Yasha vengeful spirit. He possessed a clear understanding of his own limitations. His strength was insufficient to withstand the Yasha vengeful spirit, so he focused on assisting Bibi Dong in her assault, while simultaneously clearing the battlefield of lesser foes, awaiting the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow when the boss's health dwindled. As the Yasha vengeful spirit retained 3 dark rings, a surge of formidable energy erupted from her, propelling Bibi Dong's body away with great force. Tang Yin seized the opportunity with alacrity, unleashing the full extent of his mental prowess through the eye of the Xieji. The scarlet dragon phoenix bow materialized, and the surrounding vengeful spirits dared not approach him in the slightest. Destiny transformed into a lethal arrow as an unseen force surrounded him, stirring a few strands of hair upon his forehead. Drawing the bowstring taut, all of his mental energy from the eye of the Xieji was concentrated upon destiny, aimed directly at the impending fury of the Yasha wraith. Releasing his grip, the arrow soared forth towards the Yasha wraith. As the Yasha wraith prepared to exact her vengeance upon the woman who had cornered her, an imminent threat struck. Within her obsidian eyes, she beheld a streak of white light piercing directly into her brow. The force of justice proved to be the greatest counter to her malevolence, causing her form to begin disintegrating. Countless vengeful spirits fled from her corporeal vessel, yet in their moment of escape, they dissipated into the ether. The body constructed of vengeful spirits collapsed, revealing the Yasha wraith's true essence. It was a grotesque, blood-red soul, marred by a foul, viscous black substance clinging to it. In the throes of mental anguish, she wailed incessantly, on the brink of utter collapse. Chapter 57. Choice Bibi Dong, situated in close proximity to the Yasha Wraith's final form, remained vigilant against the still-living entity. In her mind, she had not received the notification of the completion of the second trial. The task of vanquishing the Yasha Wraith remained ongoing. The tumultuous and chaotic mental energy had surged within her spiritual sea. A black storm relentlessly battering the Green Isle at its center, the surging waves of darkness encroaching upon her territory, consuming the remnants of her reason. Bibi Dong struggled against the overwhelming turbulence, unwilling to succumb to despair, for there were matters she must address in a state of clarity. Under the relentless assault of the frenzied mental energy, her vigilance faltered momentarily. Exhausted, Tang Yin knelt upon one knee, gripping the dragon phoenix bow in one hand while propping himself up with the other, gasping for breath. The toll of that arrow had been substantial. Nearly all his mental energy from the eye of the Xieji had been expended, and he had depleted the majority of his internal reserves. Fortunately, the arrow's might was immense, not only shattering the Yasha Wraith, but also obliterating the lesser spirits that had approached him. Those vengeful souls within the abyss that fell under the illumination of destiny were annihilated, their essences disintegrating into nothingness. After taking a brief respite, Tang Yin directed his gaze once more towards the direction of Yachi Yuan. He observed that the soul of Yachi Yuan was on the brink of collapse, while the esteemed titled Douluo, Bibi Dong, was hunched on the ground, cradling her head, seemingly enduring an immense torment. Tang Yin had no time to concern himself with Bibi Dong's condition. He had to focus on whether that terrifying creature would perish completely. Given the current state of himself and that sister, they possessed no means to handle any unforeseen circumstances. The righteous light emanating from the eye of the Xieji seared the soul of Yachi Yuan like a raging fire. Without external energy to sustain her, she would soon dissipate from this world. But where could she find energy that resonated with her? The vengeful spirits in the abyss had all met their tragic end beneath that one arrow, and now, apart from her, only that despicable couple remained. Wasn't there a readily available source? Driven by the instinct for survival, Yachi Yuan surged forward with her utmost speed. She sensed the energy within Bibi Dong's mind that complemented her own. When one encounters a final lifeline before death, one instinctively clings to it. Tang Yin had no time to react as the vengeful spirit of Yasha transformed into a streak of luminous light, piercing directly into Bibi Dong's forehead. Despite her desperate efforts to maintain her composure, Bibi Dong collapsed rigidly the moment the vengeful soul entered her sea of consciousness. Tang Yin, weary and fatigued, approached Bibi Dong. At that moment, the black mist that had been almost entirely dispersed around them completely vanished, and the gray haze in the sky began to gradually dissipate. Within the abyss formed by the resentment of the nightmarish fiend, a nebulous circle of white light emerged. Tang Yin felt a surge of joy in his heart, instinctively believing he had found the exit. Casting a glance at the unconscious Bibi Dong on the ground, he did not hesitate to lift her onto his back and made his way towards the exit. Tang Yin lifted Bibi Dong's thigh, feeling an astonishing elasticity emanating from his palm. Her head rested languidly against his shoulder, her purple locks brushing against his neck, causing a slight tickle. Even through the voluminous robe, the softness of her bosom was palpable. As Tang Yin leaped from the cave's entrance, a force propelled both him and Bibi Dong out, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Just as confusion began to envelop his thoughts, a line of text appeared abruptly in the sky. Items from this secret realm are prohibited from being taken outside. Below this line of text, there exists a slender row of digits, steadily counting down the seconds. At this moment, the time distinctly reads 0:58. How could Tang Yin be unaware of the items within the secret realm? Aside from the vengeful spirit lingering in Bibi Dong's mental sea, what else could there be? At this moment, Tang Yin found himself grappling with a difficult decision. He longed to leave, for his mother awaited his return, and her anxiety over his absence would be profound. Yet, a glance at Bibi Dong, whose face was marred by pain, a once valiant comrade who had fought alongside him, reminded him of her grave injuries. Without prompt medical attention, her condition would only worsen. This was a profound interrogation of the soul. As the countdown ticked from 5 to 4, then to 3, each second in Tang Yin's world stretched into an eternity. When the countdown reached a single digit once more, he clenched his teeth and made his choice. Lifting Bibi Dong into his arms, Tang Yin hurriedly departed the forest. Racing towards the direction from whence they had come, Tang Yin ultimately chose to remain. He could hardly envision how he would confront a version of himself that could forsake a comrade with whom he had fought side by side, for the sake of personal desires. This was incongruent with his principles. Every individual possesses their own path, a personal conviction that serves as a guiding tenet for navigating life. Take Tang San as an example. In his eyes, anything he deems to be right is inherently just. Is this not a form of path in itself? Tang Yin moved with remarkable speed. As the mist in the air began to dissipate, the path he had traversed was cleared of all obstacles, allowing his return journey to take merely a fifth of the time it had initially consumed. After gently placing Bibi Dong upon the ground, Tang Yin settled into a cross-legged position, channeling his spirit outward to once again penetrate the depths of Bibi Dong's consciousness. Unlike the previous encounter, this time Bibi Dong was utterly ensnared in a state of unconsciousness, and Tang Yin could not afford to hesitate. The scene before him sent a shiver through his heart. The remnants of the vengeful spirit of the Yiksha merged into a black ocean, its dark crimson hue resembling the eyes of a monstrous entity. These elements intertwined, grotesque and distorted, as viscous, ink-like liquid writhed incessantly, threatening to engulf the verdant isle that Tang Yin had painstakingly constructed. Upon noticing his presence, these monstrous beings surged toward him, seemingly perceiving him as a delectable source of nourishment. Tang Yin, overwhelmed by the activation of his CSI, summoned the Dragon Phoenix Bow, instilling a sense of intimidation among the oblivious monsters. At this juncture, all Tang Yin could do was to remain in a stalemate with them. Without the energy supply from the CSI, he was incapable of executing the fusion technique of his martial soul. Furthermore, this was not the outside world, but rather the spiritual sea of Bibi Dong. Should he act recklessly, it was highly likely that Bibi Dong would end up as a mere fool. Amidst his helplessness, Bibi Dong, in a state of self-preservation, took her own action. A dark green spider approached Tang Yin within the confines of the spiritual sea, seemingly driven by instinct, exhibiting a natural inclination towards self-rescue as it steadily drew closer to him. Tang Yin immediately recognized what it was. Could this be the second martial spirit of Sister Dong? How did it manifest? At that moment, the Dragon Phoenix Bow in his hands began to radiate intense heat. Tang Yin sensed this change and gradually comprehended the current situation. The soul-devouring Spider Emperor, which had been drawing closer to him, transformed into an arrow of deep green hue. At the arrow's tip, 8 dark green spider spears converged towards a central point, creating an extraordinarily sharp arrowhead. In this instant, Tang Yin truly understood the essence of the Dragon Phoenix Bow. Shortly after Tang Yin's departure, the abyss remained. The countdown persisted, and when all the digits finally reached 0, the once white halo abruptly transformed into a sinister shade of purple. A voice, laden with temptation, resonated through the desolate expanse. Such a compassionate and charming young man. How delightful this has become. Chapter 58. The third trial of the Rakshasa within Bibi Dong's spiritual sea. Unlike Tang Yin's self-fusion of martial spirits, utilizing the soul-devouring Spider Emperor as an arrow incurred almost negligible consumption on her part. Tang Yin knocked an arrow to his bow, and as he drew the string, a bold conjecture took shape in his mind. The Dragon Phoenix Bow possesses the capability to execute a martial soul fusion technique with all beast martial soul masters. To Tang Yin's knowledge, the likelihood of 2 individuals achieving a martial soul fusion technique is exceedingly rare. Apart from the conditions of soul compatibility and mutual understanding, there are almost no other avenues. Clearly, the martial soul fusion technique of the Dragon Phoenix Bow falls under the former category, with its absolute dominance over all beast martial souls. The Dragon Phoenix Bow stands as the sovereign of the beast realm, where the superior chooses to merge with the inferior, a decree akin to divine mandate. Unassailable by the lesser being. With a resounding twang, he released the bowstring, sending a stream of dark green light piercing directly toward the dark crimson mark. That was the domain inhabited by the vengeful spirit of the Yacha, who was currently utilizing this black spiritual energy to mend her own wounds. Prior to this, a nascent consciousness of a black creature had been ruthlessly obliterated by the Yacha's vengeful soul, which had usurped its territory. This also explained the reason behind the black creature's assault on Tang Yin. The Yacha certainly recognized him as the man who had so mercilessly reduced her to this state with a single arrow. However, she was now incapable of erasing Tang Yin's spirit in one fell swoop. Under the oppression of the Dragon Phoenix Bow, she could only conceal herself within the black creature, though the dark crimson glow betrayed her location. The arrow, transformed from the soul-eating Spider Emperor, plunged into the body of the Yacha's vengeful soul, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail from her. The passive soul-devouring skill activated, and the soul-eating spider emperor unceremoniously consumed this lingering spirit as sustenance. Following the devouring of the Yacha's remnant soul, the entire arrow began to turn a pitch-blackened crimson. Sensing impending trouble, the soul-eating spider emperor scurried back to Tang Yin's side, nuzzling against his pant leg like a devoted companion. Tang Yin once again positioned the soul-devouring spider emperor upon the dragon phoenix bough. The once formidable creature, now reliant on the bough's might, lay there, commencing the digestion of the vengeful souls within. Under the powerful intimidation of the dragon phoenix bough and its enhancement of the soul-devouring spider emperor, the dark crimson hue of the emerald arrow began to fade, returning to its natural coloration. With the absence of the dominating black entity, the monster fell into a tranquil state. However, the verdant island had already been largely consumed by these dark spiritual forces. Once the soul-devouring spider emperor had digested sufficiently, it transformed into its spider form. Tang Yin gestured for it to depart. Reluctant to leave, the soul-devouring spider emperor, akin to a devoted hound, found itself hastily moving its 8 legs, wishing fervently for an additional 8. After its departure, Tang Yin approached the dilapidated Emerald Island, mustering his remaining strength to mend it. The life energy within the Fate Spear dissipated, enveloping the surroundings in a comforting aura of vitality, granting Tang Yin a modicum of rejuvenation. Lacking the aid of the Xieji's eye, Tang Yin, drained of spiritual power, could not purify further black spiritual energy. He merely managed a simple restoration of the final sanctuary within Bibi Dong's spiritual sea using life energy before his spirit departed from her domain. As his consciousness returned to his corporeal form, the tension that had gripped him released, and an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. In a mere half-day, Tang Yin had endured a fierce battle against the vengeful Yasha, faced difficult choices, and engaged in the healing of Bibi Dong. It was the first time he felt such profound exhaustion, still in the throes of his incomplete growth. As Tang Yin's consciousness descended, his body succumbed to the embrace of slumber. In the final fleeting moment of awareness, he could only perceive a softness, reminiscent of a mother's embrace. Instinctively, he clutched something tightly, and a few tears cascaded down the corners of his eyes. Choosing to remain and rescue Bibi Dong, did this not also amplify the worries of Yin outside? Bibi Dong was the first to awaken from her slumber. As her consciousness stirred, she felt a heaviness upon her chest, as if something were weighing her down, making it difficult for her to breathe. Upon opening her dazed eyes, she discovered Tang Yin lying atop her. Tang Yin's head rested precisely against the left side of Bibi Dong's chest. Initially, she was engulfed in anger. But upon witnessing the weariness etched on Tang Yin's youthful and handsome face, with traces of tears clearly visible on his eyelids, all feelings of ire dissipated within her. Bibi Dong reclined on the ground, her mind drifting back to the moments preceding her complete loss of consciousness. For a brief instant, she found herself forgetting certain events. She recalled that after Tang Yin dealt a severe blow to the Nightshade Wraith, chaos erupted within her spiritual sea, leading to a disturbance in her consciousness. Subsequently, the lingering soul of the Nightshade Wraith invaded her spiritual realm, vying for control against a dark entity. Bibi Dong sensed that her demise was imminent. In her dazed state, she glimpsed the fissure leading to the exit and felt Tang Yin lift her onto his back. She perceived the warmth radiating from him. Leaning against his shoulder, experiencing an unparalleled sense of security. In her mind, she believed Tang Yin would ultimately abandon her to escape alone, despite his evident urgency to flee the Roxas' secret realm. Though the reasons eluded her, she had seized upon this very notion while manipulating Tang Yin. Bibi Dong succeeded. Tang Yin joined her in vanquishing the Nightshade Wraith, and she had not entirely deceived him, for the exit to the secret realm did indeed manifest. Yet, in her final moment of lucidity, though her vision was obscured, she could feel the turmoil within Tang Yin's heart. Ultimately, he chose to lift her once more. It was the second time he had saved her. With this profound act of kindness, Bibi Dong felt her heart soften, and she found no trace of disdain for the young spirit resting upon her. More critically, on a subconscious level, she perceived nothing amiss in this dynamic. Instinctively, Bibi Dong extended her delicate hand to caress Tang Yin's face, noting the rough texture of the dried tear streak on his cheek. What could be the source of his sorrow? Lost in thought, she was suddenly jolted back to reality. Her cheeks flushing as she gently placed Tang Yin's head on the nearby grass and swiftly distanced herself from him. A sudden sense of unease washed over Bibi Dong, prompting her to swiftly examine the divine assessment information in her mind. The second phase task of the Roxasa examination. To eliminate the nightshade wraith at the heart of the Roxasa forest was marked as complete. 33. The reward, an increase of 1,000 years to the third soul ring's lifespan. In addition to this information, new messages awaited her. As the inheritor of the Roxasa divine position, would she choose to initiate the third examination? Time for selection expired. And as Bai Bai Dong failed to make a timely choice, the third examination of the Roxasa automatically commenced. Upon reading the contents of her third trial, Bai Bai Dong's eyes widened in astonishment, as if to exclaim, "Roxasa deity, what jest is this?" Chapter 59. Sincerity after the vanquishing of the vengeful specters. The entire forest began to pulsate with renewed vitality. This realm was originally a miniature world created by the Rakshasa deity, where all creatures, both avian and terrestrial, could materialize at a mere thought, an embodiment of the Creator's magnificent power. Perhaps this was indeed the rightful essence of this world. Though night had fallen and the sky was enveloped in darkness, the shimmering light of the stars and moon illuminated the riverbank where Bibi Dong and Tang Yin resided. These celestial bodies were not fashioned by the Rakshasa deity. Rather, the sun and moon, in their eternal cycle, served merely as projections of a dimensional plane. Even a first-tier deity like the Rakshasa could not afford the extravagance of maintaining the true alternation of day and night. The pangs of hunger emanating from her body signaled to Bibi Dong that it was time to prepare a meal. Lacking both the energy and time to explore the rejuvenated Rakshasa forest, she opted for nearby resources, retrieving several fish from the river. After a brief preparation of her freshly caught catch, she kindled a campfire, mindful of her previous misadventure in charring the fish. Once skewered, she positioned them at a safe distance from the flames. With nothing else to occupy her, she hugged her knees, the flickering firelight casting a glow upon her exquisite visage. Yet her violet eyes lacked the spark of vitality, as though she had descended into a contemplative reverie. Time slipped by unnoticed until a familiar voice pulled her back from her daydream. "Your fish are burnt," Tang Yin remarked as he turned the charred fish over, deftly slicing away the scorched portions with a small knife. Bibi Dong observed the earnestness with which the young man attended to the cooking, her gaze lingering on his face before shyly averting her eyes. Fixating on the lively blaze before her, she finally summoned the courage to voice a question that had long lingered in her mind. "Why do you not leave alone?" Tang Yin sprinkled seasoning over the fish. And compared to Bibi Dong's response, his was rather simple. "If I leave, you will perish." Yet, it was evident that he was in a great hurry to depart. Bibi Dong pressed for clarity, unable to comprehend why Tang Yin would make such a choice. Did the life or death of an inconsequential person truly hold such significance? "I cannot accept the notion of being a bystander to death." Tang Yin's words cast a pall over the atmosphere. Although Bai Bai Dong found it difficult to comprehend Tang Yin's response, she chose to respect it nonetheless. Without Tang Yin's kindness, this wretched being might have perished long ago. Bai Bai Dong evidently underestimated her own strength. Even in the absence of Tang Yin, she would remain herself. She would emerge from this trial stronger, albeit with significant mental turmoil. The only forces that could sustain her rationality were the few rays of light she had steadfastly held onto within her heart. Tang Yin broke the silence. "The fish is ready, let us partake." As he spoke, he extended a skewer of grilled fish toward Bibi Dong. She accepted it, murmuring a soft thank you, barely audible, leaving one to wonder if Tang Yin had heard her at all, as he offered no response. It seemed that the forest had returned to a semblance of normalcy, and I resolved to search for further clues to our escape on the morrow. When the acrid scent of charred fish roused Tang Yin from his slumber, he sensed a shift in the surrounding environment. Possessing a keen awareness of life energy, he discerned that the atmosphere had become indistinguishable from the outside world, which was undoubtedly a positive sign, indicating that for the time being, this place was safe. In truth, this was a realm of trials. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Tang Yin turned his gaze toward the woman beside him. Bibi Dong was delicately savoring the grilled fish, the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon her flawless profile, accentuating her fair and captivating features. "I have concealed much from you," he admitted. "But one thing I have not misled you about. We can leave this place after vanquishing the Nightshade Wraith. Is there truly a chance for our escape?" she inquired. Tang Yin could sense that the esteemed title Douluo before him had finally revealed a modicum of sincerity. He harbored a profound disdain for such duplicitous exchanges. Although he comprehended and could engage in them, he simply found this mode of communication distasteful. Bibi Dong shook her head. "I am uncertain. But you must prepare yourself psychologically for a prolonged stay of several years here." The mention of years left Tang Yin feeling utterly despondent. Noticing the disappointment in his tone, Bibi Dong inquired, "Would you share with me the reason for your eagerness to leave?" She found herself genuinely intrigued by this young boy. Tang Yin set aside the grilled fish he held, languidly reclining on the ground as he gazed up at the myriad stars adorning the night sky. "My mother has been by my side since my earliest days. She is gentle and has always treated me with kindness." Upon hearing Tang Yin suddenly mention his mother, Bibi Dong felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, akin to a needle's prick. "As I embarked on my journey of cultivation, I became separated from my other family members. Yet my mother remained steadfastly by my side. Her sudden absence must surely cause her great distress. I truly understand her, although she may appear gentle and accommodating. Resembling an ordinary woman lacking decisiveness, she becomes resolute in times of crisis. I can already envision her frantically searching for me after my disappearance." Bibi Dong sat quietly, listening intently to Tang Yin's musings. Prior to this moment, she had been unable to discern his age. His composure and genuine demeanor were traits one would not typically associate with the youth of his years. It was in this instant that Bibi Dong recognized that this version of Tang Yin was indeed a child. A fleeting sense of guilt welled up within her, an emotion that had long been absent from her heart. In truth, there is no need for excessive concern. The passage of time within this secret realm differs markedly from that of the outside world. While a year may elapse here, merely a month has passed beyond our borders. Tang Yin raised his hand to wipe the corners of his eyes. The tears that had just gathered now brushed away. "It matters not. There will inevitably come a time for departure. Trust me, within 3 years at most, I shall provide you with a definitive answer." After a moment of silence, Tang Yin lay there, awaiting the dawn of a new day. Regarding Bibi Dong's final promise, the present Tang Yin could only choose to believe. Bibi Dong quietly gathered the remnants of the uneaten grilled fish. What thoughts occupied her mind remained a mystery to all. The sincerity that Bibi Dong displayed towards Tang Yin was, after all, merely a limited sincerity. Chapter 60. Harmony in the End. Bibi Dong did not reveal her true identity to Tang Yin. How could she, as a candidate for the Rakshasa god, be unaware of when they might depart from this place? The exit to leave the secret realm would naturally appear upon the completion of the third trial of the Rakshasa. Yet that task, when Tang Yin spoke of requiring several years, was it not a mere pretext? Even Bibi Dong herself was uncertain of when she would fulfill this absurd divine examination. The long-awaited sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing reached Tang Yin's ears, prompting him to open his eyes. He approached the riverbank to scoop up some fresh water, which revived him considerably, and his sluggish thoughts began to stir. Unable to leave this place in the immediate future, Tang Yin resolved to explore his surroundings first. Within the rejuvenated forest, various animals roamed freely, exhibiting little aggression. Herds of elk, the occasional rabbit darting through the thickets, and cattle grazing peacefully. Tang Yin spent merely half a day circling the perimeter of the forest. With the sun now at its zenith, its rays filtering through the dense foliage to cast dappled patterns upon the ground blanketed with blue-silver grass, Tang Yin returned to the camp, burdened with a freshly hunted sheep. Emerging from the dense forest, he beheld a striking silhouette. Today, Bibi Dong had donned her original flowing purple gown, and the sunlight cascaded upon her violet tresses. Each strand of her cascading hair shimmered delicately, as if dancing in the gentle breeze. She sat by the riverside, cradling her knees, gazing at the flowing stream. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, creating a breathtaking tableau. The return of Tang Yin stirred Bibi Dong, who was lost in thought. She turned to see the sheep resting on Tang Yin's shoulder, her gaze soft and serene. "You have returned." Tang Yin gently set the sheep down and stretched his arms. For him, handling sheep was no arduous task, as one of his favorite delicacies in the wild was the mountain goat. Though not as skilled as a master butcher, he had certainly honed his craft through practice. With but a small knife, he skillfully skinned the sheep in a mere 3 minutes, resulting in an almost intact hide alongside a perfectly skinned carcass. Bibi Dong, watching nearby, was captivated. It had been a long time since she had observed the process of food preparation up close. He meticulously removed the entrails and rinsed them in the stream, cleansing away the blood and dust collected during the preparation. Constructing a simple grill from gathered twigs, he placed the marinated meat over the glowing embers and commenced the grilling. The flames seared the surface of the meat, crackling as the juices oozed from within, congealing upon contact with the air, and the aroma wafted, tantalizingly fragrant. Bibi Dong sat quietly beside him, observing Tang Yin as he grilled the sheep. "There is no soul power here. How do you plan to spend these 3 years?" This posed a question that caused Tang Yin to pause in his actions. At 11 years of age, he realized that the 3 years spent in this secret realm would not enhance his soul power. What could he possibly achieve during this time? Tang Yin closed his eyes, contemplating his future. A lesson from his childhood resurfaced from the depths of his memory. Cultivation is also the refinement of the heart. When the heart is unsettled, all affairs falter. When the heart is like water, the waves of the sea are calm. Master, what does this mean? The 4-year-old Tang Yin gazed up at the elderly man beside him, whose height was not significantly greater than his own, his large eyes brimming with curiosity. The old turtle, with a fond smile, gently patted Tang Yin's head, his aged voice imbued with kindness. Little Yin, you need not understand the meaning of this phrase just yet. When you grow older and find yourself in confusion, reflect on what I have said, and you will know what to do. Oh, Master, I understand now. Tang Yin nodded, somewhat comprehending, etching the words into his young mind. In times of confusion, he would remember his master's words. By the way, what does confusion mean? The distant memory was both hazy and vivid. Master, I now know what I must do. Tang Yin's movements once again became fluid, and remarkably, during his contemplation, the entire lamb remained perfectly unburned. Bibi Dong observed as Tang Yin emerged from his reverie, realizing he must have arrived at an answer within himself. I wish to cultivate, he declared. Surprised at his willingness to share this with her, Bibi Dong was nonetheless filled with confusion. How can one cultivate in a place devoid of soul power? Their relationship had not yet reached a level of complete openness, prompting Bibi Dong to suppress her curiosity. There would be ample time in the days ahead to uncover the truth. As the lamb roasted from noon until the sun dipped below the horizon, the two hungry souls, having gone an entire day without sustenance, were tantalized by the mouth-watering aroma. Once cooked, Tang Yin deftly sliced off a leg of lamb and offered it to Bibi Dong, who sat beside him. Thank you, she murmured, her voice still soft. Yet Tang Yin clearly heard her words. No need for such formality. We have faced life and death together, he replied, taking a piece of lamb for himself. Due to their prolonged stay, Tang Yin refrained from using his limited seasoning as he had during the previous fish roast. Unlike ordinary sheep, the lamb here lacked any unpleasant odor typically associated with its kind. Instead, it exuded a unique fragrance, with the meat being tender and juicy, even without any seasoning. It presented a delightful flavor all its own. As Tang Yin savored his meat, a grave concern crossed his mind. Would their sustenance over the next 3 years consist solely of flesh? To make meat the cornerstone of one's diet would surely foster a sense of aversion as a connoisseur of cuisine. Tang Yin certainly did not wish to reach a point where the mere sight of meat would induce nausea. Such an existence was unbearable. Just as Tang Yin was lost in these tumultuous thoughts, a chill, delicate sensation brushed against his face, prompting him to instinctively glance towards the source of this feeling. Bibi Dong observed as Tang Yin fell into a dazed state once more, her hand, bearing a piece of mutton, inadvertently pressed against his cheek. A droplet of grease coalesced and began to slide down his face, perilously close to soiling his attire. Beside him, Bibi Dong, as if compelled by some unseen force, extended her hand to wipe away the grease from Tang Yin's face. Tang Yin felt the chilling touch of Bibi Dong's hand, while Bibi Dong too could not help but perceive the supple skin on Tang Yin's face. Although he was already 11 years old, his youthful visage retained a remarkable plumpness. A Yin's favorite pastime was to gently pinch Tang Yin's cherubic cheeks. Their gazes locked, and Bibi Dong found herself momentarily forgetting to withdraw her hand. Ultimately, it was the inexperienced Tang Yin who faltered first, a noticeable blush rising on his fair cheeks, his little heart racing erratically. The memory of that heart-fluttering moment resurfaced, prompting Tang Yin to turn his head away, breaking the eye contact with Bibi Dong. Realizing she should retract her hand, Bibi Dong feigned nonchalance and calmly remarked, "You have some oil on your face. Let me help you wipe it off." Unbeknownst to her, hidden within her high heels, her 10 dainty, snow-white toes were engaging in a rhythmic dance of curling and stretching, as if striving to carve out a spacious abode within the confines of her footwear. What am I doing? Bibi Dong questioned herself internally. Tang Yin's voice was as delicate as a whisper, seemingly meant for his own ears. Thank you. Thank you. The awkward interlude swiftly passed, and the main theme was the meal. A sheep was completely consumed before the famished duo. Sated, Tang Yin reclined on the soft grass, gazing at the newly risen stars and moon. Bibi Dong took the initiative to tidy up after the meal. In that moment, Tang Yin appeared to forget that this woman was a titled Douluo, and Bibi Dong seemed to momentarily disregard her own identity. Everything felt so natural and harmonious. The next day arrived swiftly, and Tang Yin rose early, having already devised a plan the previous night. He retrieved a suitably sized, relatively straight branch from the woods. And at its thinner end, he extracted a spool of earth spider silk from his soul guide incense burner. The earth spider was a non-venomous arachnid spirit beast, known for producing remarkably resilient silk, a rare and invaluable material for soul master garments. Tang Yin once captured a 900-year-old burrowing demon spider. During his journey, he heard tales of the fortune to be made from its silk, and so he coerced the creature into producing a considerable amount of it before granting it freedom. He distinctly recalls the trembling of its 8 legs as he released it. However, Tang Yin is not a heartless lord, possessing a kind nature. He bestowed upon the spider a life energy potent enough to enable it to surpass the millennium mark as a reward. Before long, he forgot about the venture of selling spider silk, viewing it as a fleeting whim, yet now it has proven beneficial. He took a segment of the spider silk, fashioned a simple float from a slender twig, and crafted a hook resembling the curve of a fishhook from metal scraps, thus embarking on his fishing endeavors. The reason behind Tang Yin's choice of fishing as a means to cultivate his spirit is a long tale. Yet, the most striking scene etched in his memory is that of countless anglers seated along a river, where soul beasts rarely wandered, all in pursuit of a single fish. Each face exhibited a myriad of expressions. Some were agitated by their lack of success, others were elated at the catch of a precious soul fish, while some remained motionless, their emotions concealed. This tableau of humanity stirred something within Tang Yin, yet at that time, despite his high talent, his understanding was insufficient to grasp its significance. In hindsight, it truly represents a remarkable form of cultivation. Today, with the sun absent from the sky, Tang Yin chose a suitable spot, perched upon a large stone, and cast his hook, devoid of bait, into the water. The hook sliced through the surface, creating a gentle splash. Tang Yin closed his eyes, immersing himself in the sensations of his surroundings. As Bibi Dong emerged from his tent, she spotted him seated by the riverbank, fishing with an unwavering focus. Unable to comprehend his intentions, she refrained from interrupting him and instead ventured forth in search of sustenance for the day. Upon entering the dense thicket, Bibi Dong stumbled upon an array of provisions arranged at the entrance. There lay rice, vegetables, fruits, and meticulously prepared meats, accompanied by pots and pans, demonstrating a thoughtful consideration for her needs. Amidst her puzzlement, a prompt from the divine examination echoed in her mind, providing clarity prior to completing the divine task. All ingredients would be supplied by the mystic realm. As Bibi Dong picked up the neatly arranged provisions, yet another notification resounded. In a bid to enhance the experience for the participants of the divine trial, a wooden cabin had been prepared and was now accessible. Suddenly, a quaint wooden cabin materialized before her, yet she found herself unfazed. This was the realm of divine trials, and the Rakshasa god was the creator of this world. Setting her belongings beside the cabin, Bibi Dong ventured inside to take a cursory glance. The cabin was modest in size, with a small living area immediately upon entry, where bright crystal lamps hung from low wooden beams, controllable by a delicate switch below. Adjacent to this space was the bedroom, which housed but a single grand bed, spanning 2 meters in width. Stepping out of the cabin, Bibi Dong commenced her preparations for the day's meal. Clumsily handling the ingredients, she kindled a fire to cook. After a series of stumbles and missteps, she finally set aside the completed dish. During this time, her curiosity was piqued as she glanced at Tang Yin. Noticing that he had remained in the same position for the entirety of the morning, sitting there in stillness, utterly motionless. At such a tender age, Tang Yin was naturally inclined towards activity. Sitting cross-legged by the riverbank, he contemplated abandoning this tedious method of cultivation at least thrice throughout the morning, yet he ultimately persevered. He firmly believed that one who falters midway cannot become a formidable individual. However, as the minutes and seconds slipped away, Tang Yin found himself calming down. What did he gain from this experience? Certainly something, though not in terms of cultivation. Rather, it was a lesson in life skills. He discovered that fishing was quite an accessible endeavor. Within that single morning, at least 5 fish had taken a bite at his unadorned hook. Thus, Tang Yin could never fathom how some could return empty-handed from fishing. Was it not simply a matter of having hands? As the morning wore on and hunger began to gnaw at him, Tang Yin recalled that Bai Dong had prepared a meal readily available for him. But, Sister Dong, you are so lovely. How is it that what you create is? Let us take a moment to observe what Bai Dong had conjured after 2.5 hours of labor. A pot of what resembled a thick porridge. accompanied by slightly charred meat slices and an unidentifiable medley of green vegetables simmered together, with the only semblance of normalcy being a bowl of fruit salad. Where did this food come from? Tang Yin tactfully shifted the topic with a less disheartening question. The secret realm provides for our lodging and meals, Bai Dong replied, gesturing towards a wooden cabin that Tang Yin had only just noticed, one that had not existed earlier that morning. Let us eat. The taste may not be the best, but we shall make do, she muttered, lowering her gaze as she began to serve herself from the pot. Tang Yin harbored no lofty expectations, after all. It had been quite some time since the esteemed Douluo had last prepared a meal. It was rather normal for the presentation to fall short. He filled a bowl with rice and took some vegetables and meat, devouring them hastily. Upon the first bite, Tang Yin's eyes sparkled. Although Bibi Dong's culinary skills were not visually appealing, the flavor exceeded his expectations remarkably. Observing Tang Yin's voracious appetite, Bibi Dong, who was consuming her food delicately, found herself puzzled. Isn't this flavor vastly inferior to what you usually create? After finishing his meal, Tang Yin sat nearby, watching Bibi Dong eat. Why do you gaze at me so? Aren't you supposed to be training? Bibi Dong paused, looking at Tang Yin in confusion. Tang Yin shook his head. The meal today was prepared by you. It is only right that I wash these dishes. Having finished her meal, Bai Dong set down her bowl, and Tang Yin began to tidy up the pots and plates. Once everything was in order, he returned to his favorite spot, picking up his fishing rod to engage in his meditative practice. Days passed by in this manner, and Tang Yin's cultivation gradually deepened, starting from a period of fruitless efforts. After meditating in silence for half a month, his entire disposition began to undergo a transformation. Regardless of whether the sun shone brightly or torrential rains poured, Tang Yin remained seated, attuning himself to the grass and trees around him, feeling the river flow steadily onward, experiencing the gentle breeze caressing his cheeks, and the rain soaking his garments. Seasons changed, spring gave way to autumn, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years elapsed. Tang Yin remained seated upon the large stone, no longer wielding a fishing rod, but instead resting his destiny spear upon his legs. Compared to his former self 3 years prior, Tang Yin had undergone a significant transformation, though he preferred to remain inconspicuous. The innate brilliance of his youthful genius rendered him somewhat conspicuous. Through years of introspection and growth, his demeanor had evolved. He now exuded the poise of a seasoned expert rather than that of a mere youth. At this moment, Tang Yin had been silently perched there for a day and a night, his appearance slightly gaunt from lack of nourishment, yet he remained motionless, the spear resting unwaveringly across his thighs. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. How radiant they were, glimmering with an inner light akin to a river of stars. His arms, stiff from prolonged stillness, did not hinder him from lifting the destiny spear, though his movements were mechanical and slow as the spear pointed towards the stream before him. An astonishing phenomenon unfolded. The once rushing waters began to decelerate, eventually coming to a complete halt. A leaf, freshly fallen, was carried by the wind to his side, only to suspend itself in midair. This technique was known as eternity. Chapter 62, Contemplation. In Tang Yin's perception, the world was devoid of color, sound, flavor, or sensation. All thoughts felt illusory, save for this moment. It was eternal. After 3 years of quiet contemplation by the riverside, Tang Yin finally grasped his personal second technique of spear mastery. This time, Tang Yin did not experience the same exhilaration he felt during his initial understanding of the breaking army. Instead, a profound tranquility enveloped him. However, the tension that had gripped his spirit gradually eased in that moment. After exhaling a deep breath, and once the functionality of his limbs returned to a semblance of normalcy, Tang Yin rose to his feet and made his way towards his dwelling. Bai Dong was already preparing the day's meal, and upon seeing Tang Yin finally arise, a sense of relief washed over her heart. The transformation of Tang Yin over the past 3 years has not escaped the keen eyes of Bibi Dong. She has witnessed Tang Yin's gradual growth as he pursues his own path of cultivation in a realm devoid of favorable conditions for training. Bibi Dong herself is not without astonishment. Tang Yin's innate talent is unparalleled among those she has encountered. Although he has not made any progress in soul power during these 3 years, Bibi Dong, with her formidable strength, can discern that Tang Yin's prowess has significantly surpassed that of their initial meeting. The youthful elegance he embodies often leads Bibi Dong to ponder how many hearts this exceptional young man will capture in the future. For a fleeting moment, Tang Yin's figure overlapped with the indelible image imprinted in Bibi Dong's mind. However, she quickly banished this thought. chastising herself for even considering that this boy could be compared to Yu Xiaojiang. The visage of Yu Xiaojiang in her memory has become increasingly blurred, and she has nearly forgotten his voice and laughter. Bibi Dong recalls that upon entering the secret realm, during her second encounter with peril, the face she beheld amidst the descent was not the embodiment of the obsession she had clung to throughout 2 decades of darkness. Over these 3 years, Bibi Dong has earnestly contemplated whether she ever truly loved Yu Xiaojiang. She believes she did. The infatuation of youth often strikes unexpectedly, and Yu Xiaojiang was the only individual who appeared distinct during her formative years. Did she love him deeply? As she wrestled with this question, uncertainty clouded her judgment. Yet the anguish within transformed into an obsession, whispering to her subconscious, Bibi Dong, without Xiaojiang, you would have long succumbed to madness. She is tormented. As the intertwining of reality and fantasy in her existence breeds a sense of restlessness. Every day during mealtime, Tang Yin would sit beside her, and the two would partake in food that could hardly be deemed exquisite. In those moments, Bibi Dong would feel an undeniable sense of comfort, occasionally even grappling with the impulse to rest her head upon the shoulder of this young man, a place where she sensed the elusive safety she had long sought. It was a feeling of security that had rooted itself in her subconscious, as 2 life-saving acts had led her to regard Tang Yin as someone capable of offering her protection, despite her own superior strength. Yet, reason prevailed, quelling such urges. What on earth was I thinking? After a period of deep contemplation, Bibi Dong succumbed to a state of resignation. If no resolution could be found, why not meander through the haze of uncertainty? Living alongside this young lad, after all, brought her a sense of ease. Here, there were no detestable angels, nor individuals to whom she felt tethered. In this existence, she was the authentic Bibi Dong, living for herself rather than the puppet pope, seemingly exalted, yet secretly manipulated by a cadre of ancient entities. Tang Yin stood beside Bai Dong, casually inquiring, Sister Dong, what shall we have for dinner today? His tone exuded an effortless familiarity, reminiscent of a husband returning home to ask his busy wife in the kitchen. I have prepared some lamb. After a day of rigorous training yesterday, you must be quite fatigued, Bai Dong replied, pausing her tasks, her voice imbued with the tender concern of a wife for her returning husband. Yet, neither of them was aware of the subtle atmosphere enveloping them. Even Tang Yin, whose perceptiveness was keen, found himself unable to see clearly amidst the situation. Tang Yin could not help but entertain other thoughts about the enchanting and formidable woman before him. The initial flutter he felt upon their first encounter had taken root and blossomed over the 3 years of their companionship. Yet he dared not voice the youthful affection that stirred within him. The monotony of cultivation found solace in his interactions with Bibi Dong. Reason warned Tang Yin of the peril she represented. Her entire being seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering her elusive, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the dense underbrush, poised to strike at the unsuspecting little rabbit that dared to approach. When one harbors feelings for another, their intellect often diminishes as a torrent of hormones floods the body, igniting excitement, tension, and emotional volatility. Rational individuals become sentimental, and those already inclined towards sentimentality delve deeper into their emotions. Just as Bibi Dong had once found herself enamored with Yu Xiaojiang in her youth, Tang Yin now found himself captivated by this woman, who was significantly older than he. This concealed infatuation simmered beneath the surface, gradually surfacing during their 3 years together. Tang Yin cherished standing beside Bibi Dong, cautiously savoring her presence while fearing detection, always donning an air of nonchalance. Yet, how could Bibi Dong remain oblivious to Tang Yin's admiration? Did she find it repugnant? Not at all. She relished the moments spent in his company. Did she feel affection? Bibi Dong believed not. She lacked the impulsive yearning that characterized her youthful infatuations, a sentiment so peculiar that even she found it difficult to articulate. 5 decades of experience could not provide answers to the perplexing question that lay before her. Today's lunch had been prepared, and the two remained seated together, partaking of the meal before them. In truth, had it not been for her concern for her mother, Bibi Dong mused that staying here would not be unpleasant. She lifted her captivating gaze to meet Tang Yin's, caught off guard by a sudden advance. However, she swiftly regained her composure and calmly remarked, Your mother is quite worried about you. The day of your departure is not far off. Tang Yin raised his gaze, earnestly observing the pair of violet eyes filled with untold tales belonging to Bai Dong. Sister Dong, are you still unwilling to reveal your name to me? Instinctively, Bai Dong felt an urge to disclose her true identity, as a voice within her persistently urged her to speak. Just say it. It is merely a name. You have concealed enough from him. He treats you so kindly, healing you every night. Can you still consider yourself human if you continue like this? It was Tang Yin who had proposed the nightly treatments for Bai Bai Dong's spiritual realm. At that moment, his Xieji had been fully charged, and the abundant mental energy reminded him of Bai Bai Dong shrouded in dark spiritual force, prompting him to offer his assistance. Bai Bai Dong did not decline. The comfort derived from the absence of torment made it impossible for her to refuse. As a form of compensation, from that moment forward, Bai Bai Dong took charge of Tang Yin's daily needs. The wooden cabin bestowed by the Rakshasa deity was singular, and it was unreasonable for Bai Bai Dong to monopolize it alone. After some discussion, they decided to split the large bed in half, sharing the cabin together. On the first night, after treating Bai Bai Dong, Tang Yin turned away, closed his eyes, and forced himself to sleep, though he could not conceal the turmoil within. Meanwhile, Bai Bai Dong lay not far off, silently observing Tang Yin's silhouette without uttering a word. Do not rush, you will come to know. Ultimately, Bai Bai Dong refrained from disclosing her identity to Tang Yin, her reasons differing from those of 3 years prior. This time, a sense of fear lingered in her heart. The implications of her words carried a hint of rejection, leaving Tang Yin feeling somewhat disheartened, yet he managed to smile gently. It is all right. This attempt at confession came to an abrupt end with the conclusion of lunch. In the high skies of Douluo continent, a vast expanse of azure stretched as one ascended, where light and space intertwined to form a resplendent tapestry of colors. Above this luminous veil lay the divine realm, a place that countless cultivators yearn for in their quest for immortality. Once, a colossal black dragon sought to transcend barriers and break free from the constraints imposed by the Douluo plane, only to be forcefully repelled back to the mortal realm by an overwhelming pressure. In the divine realm, the ethereal essence of immortality wafted through the air, while a multitude of divine priests and hunters patrolled the periphery, vigilantly monitoring the movements of the 108 planes and safeguarding against threats from the surrounding cosmos. The deeper one ventured into the center, the higher the hierarchy of the deities, accompanied by an even denser aura of celestial energy. Near the heart of the divine realm stood a palace, its architecture adorned with an eerie and bewitching hue of purple, exuding a sinister and terrifying presence. Within the palace, ghostly flames flickered ominously, casting shadows upon the obsidian walls, which bore the weight of the most venomous hatred and suffering, their vengeful energies seeping into the very fabric of the place. At the center of this grand hall sat the throne of the Rakshasa deity, crafted from black obsidian and embellished with precious gems offered by various planes. The throne's backrest was intricately carved with a lifelike Rakshasa, brandishing a demonic scythe, its grotesque visage both hideous and fearsome. Reclining languidly upon the throne was a woman, idly toying with a crystal orb. Her beauty was breathtaking, with seductive crimson lips brimming with lethal allure, and her form, shrouded in nearly transparent violet garb, could ignite the deepest desires within any man. She embodied the essence of hatred and malevolence, governing suffering and sin as a first-tier deity in the Douluo divine realm, Rakshasa. Within her grasp, the crystal orb projected scenes unfolding in the Rakshasa secret realm. On that fateful day, a mortal exuding an intense aura of vitality approached her trial ground within the Douluo plane. The life energy of the divine realm was overseen by her superior's wife, the goddess of life, a fact that astonished her. Such pure life energy was a rarity in the mortal world. Embracing the notion that even the smallest morsel is still meat, Rakshasa deftly manipulated the secret realm to engulf the mortal, intending to replenish her life energy. However, to her surprise, a black turtle shell appeared in the void, shielding the mortal from her grasp. Her attempt to consume him had failed utterly. This turn of events displeased her. Not only was she contending with the Azura god for faith, but now even a mere mortal dared to defy her. Just as she contemplated her next move, an ancient voice resonated in her mind. You cannot kill him. This trial is not for you. Such celestial prowess was unprecedented for the Rakshasa, igniting her curiosity towards this mortal's identity. Yet, the protective shell enveloping him not only shielded his corporeal form, but also obscured the secrets that belonged solely to him, rendering even a deity of her rank incapable of discerning them. Recalling the terrifying elder, the Rakshasa found herself suffocated by frustration, and her thoughts drifted to the Shura god's heir, ensnared by her blood-red nine-headed bat king. Within the palace of the king of slaughter, anguished wails echoed incessantly, as the formidable knights stationed outside and the emissaries of the slaughter city trembled, seemingly tormented by some immense suffering. At that moment, The king of slaughter was enduring excruciating pain, and the source of the guards' quaking lay in their dread of becoming instruments for his wrath once he regained his composure. Having vented some of her pent-up frustration, the Rakshasa resumed her observation of the mortal, watching as he tended to her disciple and witnessing their collaboration in vanquishing the vengeful Yaksha. Upon witnessing her disciple sustain yet another injury, the Rakshasa devised a captivating little game, eager to see what choices this youth, endowed with a significant background, would ultimately make. Tang Yin's choice took her by surprise. Yet she found it all the more intriguing. In the realm of deities, where days stretched endlessly with idleness, the arrival of a novel plaything was simply irresistible. During Bibi Dong's unconscious state, the Rakshasa god tailored a third divine test for her, to fall in love with the little spirit who had saved her twice. She gave no thought to anything beyond the sheer amusement of it all. What she did not anticipate was that Tang Yin would first develop feelings for Bibi Dong. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. She observed the two of them in their daily interactions, witnessing Tang Yin's careful, unspoken affection, while Bibi Dong remained blissfully unaware. Lost in this tranquility, why was their relationship so tepid? This simply wouldn't do. The Rakshasa god, watching through the crystal as Bibi Dong rejected Tang Yin's confession, felt a twinge of displeasure. Allow me to stoke the flames for you. Within the Rakshasa's secret realm, night descended. Tonight's meal was prepared by Tang Yin, a long-awaited delicacy that prompted Bibi Dong to indulge. After dining, as Tang Yin lay on the grass, he reflected on the tentative confession from earlier that day. A sense of unrest lingering in his heart. Gazing up at the starry sky, he felt a familiar presence beside him and turned to find Bibi Dong, freshly finished with her chores. In the span of 3 years, Tang Yin had matured considerably. He now stood nearly as tall as Bibi Dong in her high heels. Yet, Bibi Dong's visage remained unchanged. Time left no mark upon her features, and she remained as beautiful as the first day they met. Tang Yin's confession was not born of impulse. Rather, his meticulous nature led him to perceive the profound dependence Bibi Dong had developed towards him. With a heart untainted by complexity, he believed that such emotions could only arise from love. To restore the capacity for love in a wounded soul, one must undergo a significant transformation to uncover the depths of their heart. Bibi Dong sat quietly beside Tang Yin, basking in the tranquility he offered her. Her dark spiritual energy had been nearly purified, and the clarity of her thoughts brought her comfort. Although she might now grasp many truths, she remained content in her current state, blissfully embracing the peace that enveloped her. What Tang Yin spoke of, she too yearned for. Yet, this was the demonic realm, and the trials would inevitably come to an end. The Rakshasa deity, as the task issuer, had interwoven itself into their slowly blossoming affection. Suddenly, Bibi Dong, seated beside Tang Yin, felt her entire body turn limp and powerless, unable to maintain her posture, and she collapsed straight down. All her strength was sealed within her, leaving only her thoughts to function. Instinctively, she glanced at Tang Yin, but this time, instead of a sense of security, it brought her a long-forgotten dread. Chapter 64. Enchanted. At this moment, lying on the ground, Tang Yin's eyes were bloodshot, and a morbid flush adorned her cheeks. Each labored breath resonated heavily in Bibi Dong's heart. Having endured that nightmarish experience, Bibi Dong immediately recognized Tang Yin's current state. The colorless and odorless power of desire had been unleashed by the Rakshasa deity into this confined space, and the force of the laws was nearly insurmountable for both Tang Yin and Bibi Dong. Naturally, to make the game more intriguing, the Rakshasa deity had decided to let the boy who confessed during the day take matters into his own hands. Tang Yin's will and reason were being relentlessly engulfed by the terrifying desires that consumed him. At that moment, his eyes were filled with a desperate intensity, and his hands were firmly embedded in the earth beneath him, like wild grass taking root. Yet, the fragrance emanating from Bibi Dong was no longer a soothing balm for his troubled mind. It had transformed into a poison that lured him toward the abyss of his desires. A malicious beast incessantly devoured his sanity, roaring within the confines of his mind. What are you enduring? Have you not longed to possess this woman? The opportunity lies before you. Act without hesitation. What pretense are you maintaining? You fantasized about sharing a bed with her from the moment you met. Why feign the demeanor of a virtuous man now, clinging to the last vestiges of his reason? Tang Yin sought to harness the power within the eye of the Xieji, yet desire, a fundamental emotion of nature, elicited no response from it. You must go now. He gritted his teeth, feeling as though he might falter at any moment. However, how could Bibi Dong respond at that juncture? Observing Tang Yin's distorted visage, A flicker of vulnerability broke through Bibi Dong's defenses. After enduring a quarter of an hour of struggle, the ferocity etched on Tang Yin's face faded, and even the unhealthy flush began to dissipate. At that moment, apart from the slight bloodshot in his eyes, he appeared no different from his usual self. Tang Yin had succumbed entirely to the throes of desire. He rose, his limbs somewhat stiff, and approached the immobile Bibi Dong. Gradually, he leaned down, pressing his body against hers, using his hands to support his upper frame. Bibi Dong had completely lost control over her body. Her head, once turned away, could not be repositioned. Tang Yin raised a hand, adjusting Bibi Dong's tilted head, his eyes, now governed by desire, devoid of their former tenderness. Tang Yin's only hand supporting his upper body gradually bent. As the distance between the two continued to diminish, Bibi Dong felt a wave of warmth radiating from her lower abdomen. Acutely aware of Tang Yin's heated breath brushing against her face as he drew nearer, Tang Yin extended his hand, delicately lifting Bibi Dong's exquisite chin, as if savoring the imminent spoils of victory. The haunting specters of the past were poised to re-emerge, yet this time, the protagonist appeared less detestable. With a sense of resignation, Bibi Dong closed her eyes, her mind consumed by a singular thought. After this encounter, the slate between us shall be wiped clean. The hand that had elevated her chin began to descend, gliding over the delicate skin of her neck, ascending towards the peaks of her form. However, Bibi Dong awaited in vain for the next move. Instead, she felt a warm liquid splatter upon her face, the acrid scent of blood assailing her senses. Mere inches away, the labored breaths of Tang Yin grew heavier than before. Trembling, Bibi Dong opened her eyes, the scene before her etching itself indelibly into her memory. Tang Yin's hand, which was reaching for her chest, was forcefully pinned to the grass beside her head by another hand wielding a small knife, causing warm blood to splatter, staining her face in the process. At that moment, Tang Yin's heavy breaths echoed not only with the struggle against desire, but also with the excruciating pain of her palm being pierced. Why? With a flicker of regained reason, Tang Yin struggled to articulate, "I cannot become a beast." Tang Yin let out a heart-wrenching howl toward the heavens, the excruciating agony tearing at his spirit, nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. Yet, with a surge of determination, he rolled off Bibi Dong and tumbled onto the grass beside him. In that fleeting moment, fate revealed itself. With his remaining hand, Tang Yin grasped hold of destiny, anchoring himself fiercely to the ground. A spurt of crimson blood erupted from his lips, as he felt the torment he endured surpassing the grip of desire, his consciousness regaining clarity. However, the overwhelming pain triggered his body as protective instinct, plunging him into unconsciousness. Bibi Dong's head could now slightly turn, and she witnessed firsthand Tang Yin's desperate act of self-mutilation to preserve a purity that had long since vanished. Had he contemplated his future? Had he considered the ramifications of such actions? Tears blurred Bibi Dong's vision. The figure of Tang Yin collapsed in a pool of blood, becoming increasingly indistinct. Yet within her heart, that hazy silhouette grew ever clearer, as specks of light coalesced to form the image of Tang Yin. The sense of dependence that should have dissipated in the wake of this upheaval only intensified, enveloping her more profoundly. Tang Yin emerged like a radiant beam of light, breaking free from the shackles of darkness, illuminating her heart, which had long been enveloped in shadows, allowing her frigid heart to feel a tinge of warmth. The emotions concealed within her soul could no longer be suppressed. For the first time in 3 years, Bibi Dong confronted her innermost feelings. This sentiment could be succinctly encapsulated in a single word: love. Indeed, this was the essence of love. How wonderful it felt, how exquisite. No matter how others might describe the sensation of love, it pales in comparison to experiencing it firsthand. At that moment, the alert tone of the Rakshasa mission echoed in her mind. The third test of Rakshasa, to fall in love with Tang Yin, was complete. Reward: a life unlike any other, pending collection. Paying no heed to this peculiar reward, Bibi Dong's sole focus was on when her body would regain its mobility. As time wore on, she gradually regained control over her limbs and, with little time to spare, stumbled toward Tang Yin. In her disheveled state, Bibi Dong gazed at Tang Yin, who lay on the ground, his pristine white attire nearly stained crimson. A wave of anguish gripped her heart. She extended her delicate, alabaster fingers to feel his carotid artery. The faint pulse that throbbed beneath her touch brought her a measure of relief. In that moment, she dared not let her guard down, as the entirety of her knowledge in wilderness rescue surged to the forefront of her mind, prompting her to tend to Tang Yin's wounds with urgency. From her storage soul guide, she retrieved a rare, millennia-old healing herb, intending to administer it to Tang Yin. Yet, with him unconscious, he lacked the capacity to chew. In a moment of desperation, Bibi Dong placed the herb in her own mouth. It dissolved instantly. With trembling hands, she gently pried open his lips and leaned down, kissing him, transferring the precious liquid into his mouth. True to its reputation, the ancient herb activated upon entering Tang Yin's body, restoring a hint of color to his pallid face and showing signs of healing at his wounds. As the herb took effect, Bibi Dong removed the dagger embedded in his hand and used her silken garments to dress his wounds. She dared not touch the penetrating injury in his chest, lacking specialized medical knowledge and the abilities of a healing soul master. Even her status as a titled Douluo and a Rakshasa candidate left her feeling powerless. Though Tang Yin remained unconscious, the immediate threat to his life had passed. As the tension within her mind eased, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her, and despite her desire to remain vigilant, her body succumbed to slumber under the weight of divine energy. Thus, she lay in Tang Yin's embrace, the two of them amidst a pool of blood, creating a poignant tableau. Chapter 65, Dreamfall, Part 1, Divine Realm, Rakshasa Divine Mansion. She originally sought to witness a live performance of spring, yet found herself captivated by a most intriguing spectacle. With a clever scheme in mind, she had already penned the script for the future of this pair of lovers, who, though deeply enamored, had yet to acknowledge one another. The enchantress placed a slender finger in her mouth, gently sucking it, her voice resonating seductively within the expansive hall. How delightful this is! Accompanying this was a wave of licentious laughter. Bibi Dong's consciousness plummeted into an endless abyss, overwhelmed by a profound sense of weightlessness. Darkness engulfed her, obscuring any semblance of an endpoint, and her foggy mind was incapable of coherent thought. Time lost its meaning as she remained oblivious to how long had passed. Her memories began to blur, fading away like wisps of smoke. First to slip from her grasp was the innocence of her youthful days, a life woven into fairy tales that felt like a fleeting dream. Next came the unbearable 20 years of torment. Memories that usually clung to her were now elusive. Finally, the 3 years spent with Tang Yin began to dissipate. Bibi Dong struggled desperately against the encroaching oblivion, unwilling to forget, yet her consciousness slipped further from her control until a blinding light appeared before her, and all past events vanished into nothingness. A distinctly different life commenced. Within the confines of the operating room, a girl emitted her first cries as she entered this world. This realm, devoid of martial souls and spirit power, was predominantly covered by oceans, rendering it a blue planet known as Blue Star. Upon hearing the infant's wail, the young woman on the operating table relaxed her taut nerves, utterly exhausted. She collapsed onto the bed, her hair damp with sweat clinging to her face. Her beautiful features etched with fatigue, yet her lips bore a smile of contentment. The girl was named Bibi Dong, the reincarnation of Bibi Dong. As days turned into weeks, Bibi Dong gradually grew. From her earliest memories, she noticed that, aside from her parents, there was a couple of similar age to them who frequently visited. When she reached the age of 2, she observed that the aunt's belly was expanding day by day. Later, Bibi Dong learned that the uncle and aunt were a married couple, neighbors of her family and close friends of her parents. One day, having just begun to speak, Bibi Dong approached the aunt with curiosity, extending a finger to poke at her belly, only to be promptly stopped by her mother. Perhaps her mother had been a bit too forceful, causing Bibi Dong's eyes to redden with unshed tears, her pitiful expression evoking sympathy. The aunt gently patted Bibi Dong's head and smiled, saying, "Little Dong, don't be sad. How about Annie has a little sister to keep you company?" Upon hearing that someone would accompany her, Bibi Dong clapped her hands in delight, momentarily forgetting her earlier displeasure. Subsequently, the aunt seldom visited her home, yet Bibi Dong held on to the words spoken by her, eagerly awaiting the arrival of her younger sister. Days turned into weeks, and one day, Bibi Dong's father unexpectedly returned home, taking her to a hospital. There, through a pane of glass, she beheld the sister she had longed for. To her surprise, it was a boy, just born and crinkled, prompting Bibi Dong to mutter under her breath, "How unattractive." The infant was named Tang Yin. As Tang Yin grew day by day, the wrinkled little old man transformed into a delicate porcelain doll, his bright, sparkling eyes radiating charm. By this time, Bibi Dong had already begun attending kindergarten, yet she returned home early each day. As soon as she dropped her little backpack, she would rush next door to visit her brother. Tang Yin seemed to sense that his sister would come to see him at this hour, often sitting in his crib, waiting for her arrival. Bibi Dong would regale Tang Yin with tales of her daily experiences at kindergarten, regardless of whether he could comprehend her words. However, Tang Yin was astute. He would cry when Bibi Dong was unhappy and beam with joy when she was delighted. Their parents wholeheartedly supported the close bond between the two children, often teasingly suggesting that they might one day transition from friends to family. Tang Yin has learned to walk, and he always trails behind Bai Dong, babbling incoherent syllables that even he does not comprehend. Occasionally, when Bai Dong grows weary of his antics, she pouts, her chubby cheeks puffing up, displaying an unmistakable expression of displeasure. In such moments, Tang Yin would stagger over to her side, tiptoe, and plant a gentle kiss on her inflated cheeks. Together, they grew up slowly under the nurturing love and care of their parents. Both enrolled in the same elementary school, with Tang Yin in the 1st grade and Bai Dong in the 4th. Boys of Bai Dong's age often resort to juvenile antics to garner the attention of pretty girls, tugging at braids, playing pranks, and bestowing nicknames. During recess, a plump boy was surrounded by a group of 3 or 5 peers, loudly exclaiming something unintelligible. Bai Dong, seated nearby, paid no mind and focused on her craft. Suddenly, the chubby boy approached her, loudly questioning, as if to ensure all could hear. Bai Dong, why do your parents call you that? Isn't that the action that leads adults to have children? His booming voice elicited laughter from a majority of the class, although few harbored malice. It still caused Bai Dong to lower her head in embarrassment. Seeing his mockery had drawn attention, the boy pressed further. Look, monkey butt. The laughter intensified, especially from the group of boys surrounding her, each taunt striking her heart. This was not the first occurrence. Yet Bai Dong still hoped someone would rescue her from this torment. However, no one came to her aid, and she could only wait for the school bell to ring. But this was a long recess, and she wondered how long that would take. Unbeknownst to all, a small figure pushed through the crowd. It was Tang Yin. Today marked his official first day of elementary school. He had intended to hold Bai Dong's hand as they entered the campus together, but whether it was shyness or concern, she dashed into the school the moment she got out of the car, leaving him standing alone. Their mother, who had accompanied them, noticed the disappointment etched on Tang Yin's face. She gently patted his head, offering comfort. Don't be upset. Perhaps your sister had something urgent to attend to. I've prepared a snack for you. Find a moment to deliver it to her. Holding a box of cookies, Tang Yin spotted his sister encircled by a group of boys much taller than himself, relentlessly mocking her. Bai Dong's head was nearly buried beneath her desk, her eyes reddening with tears, a veil of mist forming in her gaze. Tang Yin felt a surge of heat in his head, an emotion known as anger erupting uncontrollably. Instinctively, he hurled the box of cookies in his hand at the portly boy who was laughing the loudest, then lowered his head and charged directly at the boy. Caught completely off guard, the overweight boy suffered a devastating blow to his nose, which immediately gushed with blood. He clutched his nose with his chubby hands, letting out a pained cry. However, his cries quickly ceased as Tang Yin's headbutt arrived, knocking the boy flat to the ground. The onlookers scattered in an instant, with some shouting about a fight breaking out and someone bleeding, urging others to summon a teacher. The boy who had been knocked down felt dizzy as he fell. His head struck a nearby desk. Once he regained some clarity, he noticed his hands smeared with his own blood, which he had inadvertently spread everywhere. Upon realizing he was bleeding, the formerly arrogant boy's bravado evaporated, and he began to wail uncontrollably, mumbling incoherently about dying. Meanwhile, his companions had already fled in different directions. Tang Yin paid no heed to the chubby child wailing on the ground. He approached Bai Dong, thumping his chest with a hint of bravado in his voice. Sister Dong, I have vanquished the villain. Bai Dong looked up and beheld her childhood companion, Tang Yin, who appeared towering in stature at that moment, despite being shorter than her. The teacher arrived, and upon seeing the bloodied and tear-streaked face of her student, the veins on her forehead visibly throbbed with anger. After escorting the sobbing child to the school infirmary, Tang Yin's fervor waned, and as he regained his composure, he realized the gravity of his misdeed. His face turned pale as he helplessly gazed at his sister, Bai Dong. The once formidable figure crumbled, reverting to the innocent child who had always trailed behind his sister like a shadow. Bai Dong gently patted his head, reassuring him, "It's all right. We will face this together." Unfortunately, the box of cookies he had intended to deliver was shattered on the ground when he hurled it as a projectile, rendering it inedible. Nevertheless, the gains from this encounter far surpassed the loss of a mere box of cookies. After grasping the situation's intricacies, the teacher decided to summon the parents to address the matter. She obtained Tang Yin's parents' contact information from his homeroom teacher and subsequently called Bai Dong's father and the mother of the chubby child. Upon hearing that his son had gotten into a fight on his first day of school, Tang Yin's father was initially incredulous. However, upon learning that his son had clashed with an upperclassman and that his friend and colleague, Bai Dong's father, had also been summoned for a discussion, he began to understand the situation. The two fathers drove to the school, with Tang Yin's father unable to suppress a smile, while Bai Dong's father wore a stern expression, as though his prized cabbage were threatened by a hungry pig. Upon their arrival, after hearing the details of the incident, Tang Yin's father proudly patted his son's shoulder in front of everyone, his encouragement unmistakable. He leaned in to whisper to Tang Yin, "What a brave lad." A furious outburst for a fair maiden. "After school, I shall secretly treat you to some grilled sausages." Although Tang Yin did not comprehend the phrase "a furious outburst for a fair maiden," he understood that this time, instead of reprimand, he was to be rewarded. And the last remnants of his fear dissipated entirely. He glanced at Bai Dong, silently vowing to protect her from now on. The mother of the chubby boy was displeased, her square figure accentuated by her sharp features, and her voice boisterous. "Your son has beaten mine to this extent, and you stand there grinning. If you do not provide an explanation today, this matter is far from over." Bai Dong's father, maintaining a serious demeanor, retorted, "You think you have a leg to stand on? If I hadn't asked, I wouldn't have known that your son has been bullying my daughter for quite some time. With a parent like you, it is no surprise your child has already begun his reign of terror in school." Seeing that the woman was about to retort, Tang Yin's father interjected, his expression now grave and solemn. "If you wish to pursue this further, we shall meet in court." Faced with such a resolute stance from the opposing parent, the middle-aged woman, who thrived on bullying the weak, dared not escalate the situation further, silently swallowing her defeat. Following this incident, Bai Dong experienced no further harassment, although rumors circulated that she had a much younger husband. Unfazed by such gossip, Bai Dong continued to meet with her companion after school, waiting together for one of their elders to pick them up. Years passed, and as Bai Dong approached her transition to the second year of junior high, she found herself feeling somewhat melancholic. Leaning on her desk in her room, she stared blankly at the stickers adorning the wall, seemingly lost in thought. Tang Yin stealthily approached Bai Dong, intending to play a prank on her. However, upon noticing her melancholic demeanor, he abandoned the idea and instead took a seat beside her, inquiring with curiosity, "Sister Dong, do you have something on your mind?" At nearly 14, Bai Dong was blossoming into her full height of 1.7 meters, towering over the still-developing Tang Yin, who appeared almost like a child in comparison. "In just 2 years, I will be entering high school, and then we will have to part ways," she reflected. Their school combined elementary and junior high. And being 3 years older, Bai Dong was destined to separate from Tang Yin. She had grown accustomed to a life with him by her side. After much contemplation, Tang Yin assured Bai Dong, "Sister Dong, trust me, we will not part ways." In Tang Yin's gaze, Bai Dong perceived a spark of determination. "Very well. I believe you." From that day forth, Tang Yin seldom sought out Bai Dong. Out of curiosity, she visited him once and discovered him engrossed in his studies. It was then that she grasped the method he had spoken of. Within a mere year, Tang Yin achieved a remarkable leap in his academic qualifications and embarked on his junior high journey alongside Bai Dong. The two excelled in their studies and were fortunate enough to be admitted to the same high school, happily assigned to the same class. In that year, Tang Yin experienced a remarkable growth spurt, soaring to a height that nearly matched the elegant Bai Dong, who stood at an impressive 176 centimeters. Bai Dong, with her graceful figure, enchanting beauty, and serene disposition, had unknowingly become the ethereal muse in the hearts of countless young men since her middle school days. Yet, she was invariably accompanied by a youthful boy, whose striking features and seemingly younger appearance sparked a flurry of rumors throughout the campus. During their second year of high school, upon learning of this situation, Tang Yin's and Bai Dong's homeroom teacher sought to separate them, believing that their remarkable academic talents should not be jeopardized by the frivolities of young love. Consequently, both students were summoned along with their parents. Yet the parents of Tang Yin and Bai Dong chose not to interfere in their children's affections, leaving the teacher with no recourse but to relent. That winter in their third year, the small southern city experienced an unusual snowfall. During evening study hours, Tang Yin nudged Bai Dong, who was diligently solving problems beside him, and silently gestured for her to step outside to witness the falling snow. Bai Dong had never turned down Tang Yin's invitations. The two stealthily slipped out of the classroom, And the homeroom teacher, dozing atop the podium, could only turn a blind eye to the pair, especially since they were the top 2 students in the class. Upon reaching the rooftop, Tang Yin and Bibi Dong walked side by side, marveling at the snowflakes that danced upon them, shimmering under the pure white glow of the lights. Bibi Dong extended a delicate finger to catch a descending snowflake, holding it before her eyes for a closer inspection. "How beautiful!" she exclaimed in awe. Tang Yin gazed at Bibi Dong before suddenly grasping her outstretched hand, enveloping it within his own. The chill emanating from her palm startled Bibi Dong, her bright eyes widening in surprise as they locked onto his. In that moment, Tang Yin felt his heart race, his voice trembling yet resolute. "Sister Dong, will you be my girlfriend?" The unexpected confession amidst the falling snow rendered Bibi Dong momentarily speechless, but her expression swiftly transformed into a radiant smile. Of course. There were no convoluted pursuits, everything unfolded as if destined. As Tang Yin beheld Bibi Dong's delicate visage, devoid of lipstick, yet her lips appeared strikingly rosy under the soft glow of the white light in the hallway, they seemed irresistibly alluring. Thus, he leaned in and kissed her, devoid of any technique or desire. Their lips met, encapsulating the innocence and beauty of youthful love. The surrounding snowflakes appeared to slow in that instant, as if time itself had paused to witness their moment, rendering it eternal. Since that snowy night of confession, their relationship blossomed into a deeper intimacy. At times, Tang Yin would place Bibi Dong's left hand upon his thigh, intertwining his fingers with hers. During evenings, as they left class together, he would stealthily plant kisses on her cheek when she least expected it. But was she ever truly unprepared? After each kiss, the enveloping darkness of night concealed a glimmer of joy in Bibi Dong's eyes. Thus, they journeyed together toward the Gaokao, the college entrance examination. When the results were released, both Tang Yin and Bibi Dong performed admirably, and fortune smiled upon them as they were accepted into the same university. Though their fields of study differed, the distance between them remained minimal. Their parents wholeheartedly supported their romance, and a playful jest from years past had, astonishingly, materialized into reality 15 years later. Tang Yin and Bibi Dong embarked on a graduation journey that belonged solely to them. At the seaside, they strolled barefoot along the sandy shore. The ocean breeze carrying the scent of the sea, gently lifting the hem of Bibi Dong's long dress and tousling her hair. Her exquisite features were bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, rendering her even more enchanting. Beneath the sunset, the couple embraced on the beach, their shadows elongated by the dying light. The gentle waves caressed the shore, while fishing boats returned home appeared at the horizon. The lips of their intertwined shadows met tenderly. They ventured to the picturesque water towns of Jianan, nestled together on a boat, drifting amidst the white walls and green tiles. Together, they traveled to the northwest, immersing themselves in the vastness described in the poetry they had studied, where the solitary smoke of the desert rises straight and the setting sun casts its reflection upon the river. They explored countless destinations, liberating themselves from the pressures of academia to fully express their innermost selves. Upon returning home, in the small space that belonged to Tang Yin and Bibi Dong, they entrusted their most cherished first night to one another. As they savored the sweetness of their newfound intimacy, their parents began to sense a shift. Prior to returning to school, both families gathered for a meal together. Tang Yin observed that his once amiable uncle, the father of Bibi Dong, perpetually wore a cold expression and would even snort dismissively upon seeing him, which stirred a sense of unease within Tang Yin. Fortunately, his aunt maintained a kind demeanor towards him. After all, having her daughter in the company of someone as familiar as Tang Yin could indeed be considered a form of fulfillment. Tang Yin's father playfully draped his arm over Bibi Dong's father's shoulder, a middle-aged gentleman whose face radiated with joy akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. "Old Bai, my son still possesses a bit of prowess, doesn't he?" Upon hearing his brother's boastful words, Bibi Dong's father felt a wave of irritation wash over him, and he could only utter a single word: scram. After a brief display of displeasure, Bibi Dong's mother interjected, "You are well aware of what kind of child Xiaoyin is, aren't you?" Immediately, the somewhat subdued old Bai retracted his stern expression, replacing it with an ingratiating smile. "My dear, I was merely testing the boy," he replied. While he held a firm belief in Tang Yin's capabilities, he still feigned a fierce demeanor, warning the young man, "Should you dare to abandon your responsibilities, know that uncle might have to resort to my belt." Tang Yin saluted solemnly, reminiscent of a sacred oath, proclaiming loyalty, fidelity. The awkwardness of the moment caused Bibi Dong, standing nearby, to blush. discreetly pinching the soft flesh at Tang Yin's waist, eliciting a grimace from him. The elders, too, were amused, their laughter filling the air. Days passed, and soon, Tang Yin and Bibi Dong boarded a plane bound for the capital. The university life commenced, and amidst their bustling studies, they found pockets of time to stroll together through the campus. On a cool autumn evening, the lingering heat of summer had yet to fully dissipate, and students on the playground dressed in light attire. Couples like Tang Yin and Bibi Dong were plentiful, yet the striking beauty of the two drew numerous admiring glances. Their attention was captivated by a band, whose modest equipment produced sound that, while not crystal clear, conveyed a spirited release of youthful exuberance through song. After the lead singer finished a number, an eager Tang Yin approached, conversing briefly before taking the guitar and microphone from him. After adjusting the sound, Tang Yin's mellifluous voice began to resonate softly. Circles etched like fingerprints upon my lips. Bitter memories of kisses are the roots of trees, flourishing through the seasons yet obscuring the dusk. In the cold night, I am left alone, awaiting the dawn. The most venomous hatred is the fate of being destined, yet divided. Regrettably, you have never felt the ache of my foolishness. In a wilderness of overgrown youth, I have managed to find stability. What accompanies me in your absence are the rings of time. His deep voice, intertwined with melancholic lyrics, gradually quieted the previously lively crowd, who now listened intently as Tang Yin sang softly. At the forefront, Bibi Dong, despite being enveloped in the throes of love, found tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She feared that the meaning of the song might foreshadow the future of their relationship. Tang Yin continued to sing, counting the circles of the years. I earnestly seal away my innermost thoughts. My pride is intricately woven, modified through countless separations. I confess I once dreamed of eternity, yet alas, no one has accompanied me in performing this script. After a harmonious chord, Tang Yin bowed to the audience, eliciting a wave of applause and cheers. Upon arriving beside Bibi Dong, Tang Yin was taken aback to discover that his beloved girlfriend was in tears, deeply sorrowful. The joy that had surged from the applause of his performance vanished without a trace. With a tone tinged with urgency, yet brimming with concern, he asked, "Sister Dong, why are you crying? If you did not enjoy the song, I shall refrain from singing it in the future." Bibi Dong wiped away her tears, defiantly shaking her head as she replied, "No, you must sing for me every day from now on." She did not perceive the song as a portent of their future. Time would reveal the truth. The sight of Bibi Dong, her delicate features resembling a pear blossom drenched by rain, was truly heart-wrenching. As they passed a milk tea shop, Tang Yin urged Bibi Dong to rest on a nearby bench while he dashed into the store. In less than 5 minutes, he emerged, holding 2 cups of milk tea. "Sister Dong, here is the milk tea I bought for you. Please do not remain upset. Consider it my humble apology." Tang Yin placed a cup of milk tea, infused with good habits, before Bibi Dong's crimson lips. Unable to refuse the heartfelt gesture, Bibi Dong lowered her head and took a sip, her previously somber mood brightening amidst the dual sweetness. It was indeed true that indulging in sweet treats could elevate one's spirits. From that day forth, whenever Tang Yin noticed Bibi Dong feeling downcast, he would invariably bring her a cup of milk tea. As the years rolled by, the pair successfully completed their university studies and gained admission to the graduate program at their alma mater. Upon fulfilling all academic requirements, they returned to their quaint hometown in the southern region. Tang Yin entered the local judicial system, while Bibi Dong took up a teaching position at a secondary school. The prospect of their marriage was eagerly proposed by both families. On the day of their wedding, Tang Yin was utterly captivated by Bibi Dong. After more than 20 years of daily companionship, their bond deepened remarkably. While many speak of the 7-year itch, Tang Yin felt an even greater love for his beloved sister. Their remarkable appearances attracted numerous admirers during their university days. Some concealed their feelings, while others, fully aware of the couple's relationship, unabashedly approached them, including individuals of considerable distinction. However, Tang Yin and Bibi Dong had always been transparent with each other, and the instances of romantic pursuit became playful anecdotes during their conversations. On one occasion, Bibi Dong jestingly remarked to Tang Yin, "I have received more advances than you. You must cherish me well." Tang Yin forcibly pulled Bibi Dong onto his lap, his hands restlessly squeezing her curvaceous form with a delicate yet firm grip. He buried his face into the crescent shape before him, causing Bibi Dong's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. What are you doing?" she stammered, a hint of shyness in her voice. Tang Yin's head remained nestled in a warm place, his voice somewhat muffled. "I am cherishing Sister Donger." On this day, Bibi Dong donned a splendid scarlet phoenix robe, woven from luxurious crimson satin. The fabric, adorned with intricate golden threads, showcased a vividly embroidered phoenix that seemed to take flight. Her long black hair was elegantly styled in an intricate updo, with a pure gold phoenix hairpin piercing through, complemented by additional adornments that exuded opulence. Rarely one to wear makeup, Bibi Dong today appeared resplendent, her natural beauty akin to a fully blossomed peony, at this moment, in Tang Yin's eyes. She was the most exquisite person in the world. As the wedding commenced, Tang Yin stepped into the spotlight, approaching Bibi Dong, who stood gracefully on the stage. The gathering of guests was intimate, comprising only relatives, classmates, and friends, alongside the parents' colleagues and companions. Under the witnesses of all present, Tang Yin took Bibi Dong's hand from Uncle Bai, and although their vows had long been exchanged, the depth of this moment etched itself into his soul. Never to be forgotten. In the presence of their families, the couple shared a kiss, feeling like the happiest individuals on earth. Later that evening, Bibi Dong, adorned in her phoenix robe, sat on the bed of their marital chamber. The vivid red of her attire blended seamlessly with the crimson sheets beneath her. And though this was not their first encounter, her heart fluttered with trepidation in this moment. Tang Yin entered and took a seat beside Bibi Dong, instinctively wrapping her in his embrace. Startled, Bibi Dong hurriedly pushed Tang Yin away. "I need to change my clothes." "No, this outfit is perfect," he replied. The endearing term donger made Bibi Dong feel utterly weak, and thus she allowed herself to be pampered by Tang Yin, surrendering to the moment. After their wedding, the couple's life settled into a tranquil routine. Tang Yin's work is rather effortless, as he often waits for Bai Dong in his little car at the entrance of her school. The two of them would first return home and then head to the nearby supermarket to purchase ingredients for that evening's dinner. Although it is Tang Yin who cooks, Bai Dong is always there to lend a helping hand, with no quarrels or refusals, only the sweetness of their shared moments. After one intimate bath together, Bai Dong found herself expecting. Tang Yin experienced the profound joy of fatherhood for the first time. As Bibi Dong's belly grew day by day, she began to feel an increasing sense of anxiety as her time to give birth approached. "Xiao Yin, if I become unattractive in the future, will you still love me?" she pondered, gazing at her pregnant belly, her thoughts often drifting back to the lyrics of the song Tang Yin had sung that memorable night. Wondering if the words would indeed come to fruition, Tang Yin realized that Bibi Dong cared for him deeply, and all he could offer was gentle words of comfort. Bibi Dong turned to Tang Yin and said, "Sing for me. Sing that song that brought me to tears." "All right," without accompaniment or a microphone. Tang Yin allowed Bibi Dong to lean against him as he began to sing softly. "The circle outlines a fingerprint, imprinted on my lips, memories of bitter kisses. Like tree roots, flourishing through the seasons, yet obscuring the dusk, on this cold night, I am left alone, awaiting dawn. We will surely remain happy together, we must." As the time for her delivery approached, Bibi Dong, accompanied by her two mothers, waited in the hospital for the arrival of their newborn. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but on the second anniversary of their marriage, Bibi Dong went into labor. Outside the operating room, Tang Yin paced anxiously, his thoughts not on the child soon to be born, but solely on Bibi Dong on the operating table. The four elders nearby observed Tang Yin's demeanor, but refrained from offering comfort. Such matters must be faced alone. The delivery proceeded smoothly, and both mother and child were safe. After a long wait, Tang Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The child was a boy, and Tang Yin chose a name that was simple yet profound, Tang Yin, meaning longing. The affection between Tang Yin and Bibi Dong has hardly been transferred to their child. Instead, their love for one another intensifies, making them yearn to be together every moment. Regarding this unexpected surrogate son, both sets of parents are more than willing to take on the responsibility. At the tender age of 3, Tang Yin began to form a nascent understanding of his rather unconventional parents. At this juncture, he was brought back to their care. During mealtime, little Tang Yin sat alone in his high chair, diligently feeding himself with a tiny spoon. Meanwhile, his parents, Tang Yin and Bai Dong, were engrossed in their own world, feeding each other morsels and exchanging affectionate gestures, almost as if they were engaged in an intimate mouth-to-mouth feeding ritual. Parched, Tang Yin called out several times before Tang Yin and Bai Dong finally acknowledged him, placing his water bottle on the small table in front of his chair, only to subsequently neglect him once more. Fortunately, Tang Yin's grandmother, Tang Yin's mother, was acutely aware of the frivolous nature of these young parents and, concerned for her grandson's well-being, came to assist in caring for him, thereby ensuring that he navigated the perilous early years of his life. As the years rolled by, the couple seldom quarreled, When Bai Bai Dong was upset, a few sweet words from Tang Yin and a cup of his beloved milk tea would suffice to placate her. Conversely, when Tang Yin found himself irked, Bai Bai Dong would don his favorite uniform as a playful reward. Through companionship, their love, which began in their youthful days, traversed the vibrant 20s, matured into the 30s, weathered the crises of middle age, and gracefully approached the twilight of their years. Tang Yin, now 81, and Bai Bai Dong, at 84, although still in fair health, have ultimately succumbed to the ravages of time. Once the epitome of youthful beauty, they have transformed into venerable elders. Their parents have long since passed away, leaving them as the closest companions in the world. In a quaint courtyard, Tang Yin, lazily basking in the sun on a rocking chair, is stirred from his slumber by an aged yet familiar voice, a voice he is never tired of hearing. "Old man, are you awake?" Tang Yin did not rise, merely responding in a hoarse voice, "Donger, not yet." Bai Bai Dong, resembling an elderly matron, moved a small stool and seated herself beside Tang Yin. "You, at the age of 80, still call out Donger." Tang Yinyu's tone remained unconventional. "I have said that I will sing for a lifetime. Let me sing for you, even if I grow old and my voice may falter." Suddenly, Bibiong interjected, "No, Donger, your singing will undoubtedly be beautiful. The most venomous hatred in the world is the bond of fate unfulfilled. Regrettably, you have never felt the pain of my clumsiness. My youth, overgrown with wild grass, has nonetheless passed in tranquility. What replaces your companionship is the passage of time." As she sang, Bibi Dong felt her eyes moisten. She softly inquired, "Xiaoyin, does it sound good?" For the first time, Tang Yinyu, who had never ignored her, offered no reply. Observing Tang Yinyu quietly resting in the rocking chair, Bibi Dong, now aware of the truth, could no longer contain the tears that streamed down her face. She dialed her child Tang Yin's number, the message simple, "Come back, your father has passed away." Bibi Dong lifted Tang Yin's still warm, aged hand and pressed it against her own weathered face, continuing to sing with a voice that bore the weight of time. Her beauty faded. Counting the rings of the years, I earnestly seal away my innermost thoughts, a myriad of my pride. I have revised the script of our parting countless times. I admit, I once fantasized about eternity, yet lamentably, no one accompanied me in this performance. I cannot fathom why I feel such deep emotions for this song, but it seems to be a reflection not of our future. Bibi Dong gently lowered Tang Yin's hand, nestled for the last time in his embrace, and slowly closed her eyes. "In the next life, we shall be together again." Chapter 67, The Fourth Trial as Consciousness Returned. The sudden influx of 80 years of memories left Bibi Dong's mind somewhat dazed. The whirlwind of those 8 decades nearly consumed her entire recollection. After an indeterminate time, Bibi Dong finally awoke fully from the haze between reality and illusion. Those blissful 80 years were like honey, sweet upon the tongue, allowing her to forget all bitterness. Bibi Dong understood clearly that the Tang Yin in her memories was undoubtedly the same soul she cherished. Apart from their identical appearances, his actions and character showed no signs of change. The memories of yesteryears transformed into an unending cascade of love, gradually filling her heart to the brim. The third trial of the Rakshasa god was the most precious reward she had gained from this endeavor. Upon returning to reality, Bibi Dong realized that Tang Yin was still in peril. Now was not the time to dwell in the past. Supporting her still dizzy head, she immediately checked on Tang Yin's injuries. She was uncertain how many days she had been unconscious, but the sky remained shrouded in darkness. The effects of the spiritual medicine had fully manifested, and Tang Yin's heart was beating steadily, though his breath was still faint. He had at least escaped the clutches of death. Gently caressing Tang Yin's cheek, she recalled how she had tenderly stroked his face in that other realm. Now, back in reality, this gesture felt both familiar and foreign. She gazed into Tang Yin's eyes, which shimmered with tenderness, imbued with Bibi Dong's affection. Little Yin must also retain memories of that time. In this world, we can continue to live our happiness. Just as Bibi Dong envisioned a future filled with joy alongside Tang Yin, a swirl of purple mist began to coalesce before her. Instinctively, she shielded Tang Yin behind her, her expression turning vigilant as she focused on the source of the mist. A light, mocking laughter rang out, laced with seduction. "Oh, my little heir of the Rakshasa god seems to have found herself a charming husband." Bibi Dong's eyes widened. She recognized the figure before her as the current Rakshasa god. Considering her previous inexplicable weakness and Tang Yin's peculiar condition, Bibi Dong could only surmise that all this mischief stemmed from the deity standing before her. In that moment, reason prevailed within her. She was acutely aware that she had no chance of contending with a divine being. All she could do was acquiesce to the presence of the Rakshasa god. May I inquire what brings the esteemed Rakshasa god to descend? Bibi Dong lowered her head, striving to appear more submissive. If she were still solitary and emotionally dead, she would not exhibit such deference to this Rakshasa deity. Yet, once a person develops attachments, especially when the one they care for lies injured behind them, Bibi Dong could only acquiesce. Indeed, emotions are the greatest vulnerability of humankind. The Rakshasa deity, with a playful glint in her eyes, perceived every nuance of Bibi Dong's thoughts. Before a being who had existed for countless ages, there are scarcely any secrets to be kept, not even for a titled Douluo. However, the Rakshasa deity chose not to unveil the truth. She preferred to guide her script slowly as the director. "Fear not, my dear Dong, the Rakshasa deity said. Approaching Bibi Dong, "It appears you have found love, but I fear you might be deceived. Allow me to ensure your safety." Before Bibi Dong could utter a word, her heart felt as if it were being squeezed. At that moment, the Rakshasa deity knelt, her divine hand lifting Tang Yin's chin. May nothing happen to him. Nothing at all, Bibi Dong fervently prayed within her mind. "Ah, our dear Dong has quite the discerning eye. This lad is indeed handsome, and his skin feels like jade," the Rakshasa deity remarked, though Bibi Dong scarcely absorbed her words. All she wished was for the Rakshasa deity to depart swiftly. As the inheritor of the Rakshasa's position, Bibi Dong understood the malevolence of this divine role. It was better to hope for an opportunity to strike and eliminate her than to believe the Rakshasa deity was benevolent. All right, do not be anxious." The Rakshasa deity rose, seemingly aware of Bibi Dong's thoughts, and intentionally distanced herself from Tang Yin, providing her successor with a semblance of security. "My purpose in descending this time is not only to guard you and test your young man, but also to assign you the task of the fourth trial." Bibi Dong found herself momentarily bewildered by the Rakshasa deity's words, yet she maintained her submission, not daring to reveal a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. "Please, speak on." The Rakshasa deity theatrically cleared her throat, casting a sidelong glance at the bowing Bibi Dong, her lips curving into a wicked smile. "The fourth trial, Bibi Dong, is to kill Tang Yin." As she uttered the final 4 words, the deity's tone turned chillingly cold, causing Bibi Dong's blood to freeze in an instant. It was not merely the deity's tone that struck fear, but the content of the fourth trial itself. "Impossible." Bibi Dong rose abruptly, her eyes fixed intently on the exposed figure of the Rakshasa deity, whose aura was both strange and terrifying. "What, do you intend to defy my command?" The Rakshasa deity glared at Bibi Dong, who felt an involuntary urge to prostrate herself, begging for forgiveness for her impudence. "I implore you, great Rakshasa deity, retract your command." Bibi Dong knelt directly, bowing her head at the feet of the Rakshasa god. "Oh dear, what are you doing?" Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's sudden act of submission, the Rakshasa god hurriedly helped her up, speaking with a tone tinged with reproach. "Little Donger, I do this for your own good. As a candidate for divinity, you ought to comprehend the nature of my divine position. Love will only lead to our ruin." The Rakshasa god continued to persuade her earnestly. "Look at your former self. So decisive and formidable, devoid of any weaknesses. Now, behold the present you, so submissive for the sake of a man. Do you not realize? I still prefer the rebellious version of you." Without a hint of hesitation, Bibi Dong spoke with a voice laced with bitterness yet unwavering resolve. "If the fourth trial requires me to kill Tang Yin, I would rather forfeit the divine examination." "Oh, you wish to abandon the divine examination?" the Rakshasa god questioned. "Do you remember the Yasha you killed in your second trial? She was your predecessor, the previous inheritor of the Rakshasa god position. She failed and was transformed by me into a wretched creature, serving as the trial for you, her successor." The Rakshasa god lifted Bibi Dong's chin, her chaotic gaze locking onto Bibi Dong's defiant eyes. "Are you willing to die for that little man?" Bibi Dong exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. "If my death can spare his life, then you may take it." Chapter 68. Unworthy. The Rakshasa god's tone reverted to its previous coldness, profound and heavy with emotion. Releasing Bibi Dong's chin, the Rakshasa god turned her back to her. "Let me inform you, should you take his life yourself, there exists a mere 20% chance he might survive due to his dense life energy. However, should I intervene personally, he will undoubtedly meet a fate worse than death." After a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong struggled to speak. "Why must you kill him?" "I cannot divulge the reasons. But you must understand that his presence here is impossible without my permission. I do not concern myself with the depth of your feelings for one another. But my successor cannot possess love." In Bibi Dong's eyes, The exalted deity of the Rakshasa bore a fleeting resemblance to the beastly figure seated upon the papal throne from her memories. An unnamed fury ignited within her, questioning, why? Why must someone intervene just as I have fallen in love? This was my plight and weakness, and even after achieving my title, I remain ensnared in this absurd fate. Then why must your third trial involve loving him? At this moment, each word that Bibi Dong articulated was imbued with profound bitterness. Your question is rather absurd. Is it impossible to love someone and still kill them? By taking his life, you could attain the chance for immortality if he loves you in return. I believe he would willingly embrace death upon learning of it. I would rather not have such immortality, Bibi Dong retorted. And the Rakshasa god appeared satisfied with her current emotional state, revealing her ultimate trump card. Bibi Dong, you may have misconstrued a crucial matter. What matter? Bibi Dong instinctively inquired. In this moment, you are Pope Bibi Dong, blessed with a daughter named Qian Renshua. You are not the Bibi Dong of your memories. The one who bore a son with Tang Yin. I shall cease my words here. Considering your defiance towards me, the difficulty of the fourth trial shall be escalated. You may ponder it at your leisure. With that, the Rakshasa god vanished in an instant, leaving behind a bewildered Bibi Dong. I am Bibi Dong, not Biddy Dong. No. I am Biddy Dong, but that is incorrect. Who am I, truly? The intense agony compelled Bibi Dong to clutch her head, her curled form collapsing weakly. The nightmare within her heart surged once more, and this time, the only one who could assist her, Tang Yin, lay grievously injured upon the ground. At this moment, Bibi Dong's eyes were devoid of life, as reality and memory collided yet again. In her recollections, she was Tang Yin's childhood companion, the two having grown up together. Intimately entwined, sharing everything, supporting each other until the end of life. Yet in her current reality, not only was she 30 years older than Tang Yin, but she had also schemed against him multiple times, exploiting him. Even his genuine affection could not elicit her sincerity. More importantly, she was now tainted, both in body and soul. The stark contrast between memory and reality enveloped Bibi Dong in an icy abyss. She could hardly fathom how Tang Yin would perceive her upon discovering the truth. Would he feel pity, offer solace? Or would he be repulsed, filled with disdain? She could not bear to wager, even though her understanding of Tang Yin suggested that the former was far more likely than the latter. Still, she dared not contemplate it. Why must this be my fate? The anguish within her heart rendered Bibi Dong unable to contain her tears. She buried her head in her knees, allowing her sorrow to stain her garments. That indelible memory resurfaced. The Bibi Dong, who had lived a life enveloped in love and care, had never endured such profound humiliation. The most heart-wrenching moment she had ever experienced was perhaps that night when Tang Yin sang her to tears. Bibi Dong knew that the sorrowful Bibi Dong would soon be embraced in Tang Yin's warm and secure arms, where he would lean close, whispering gentle, caring words of comfort, employing every means to lift her spirits. Yet, that blissful woman was Bibi Dong, not the pitiful and despicable Bibi Dong. The immense disparity between memory and reality made Bibi Dong feel akin to a shadowy rat lurking in a sewer, furtively lifting the manhole cover to spy upon the happiness and love of others. Following the emotional outburst came a chilling calm. The tears upon Bibi Dong's face had dried, and the blood of Tang Yin that stained her visage had turned a dark crimson. Does not counting those 80 years of memories truly matter? Does it not count? Bibi Dong endeavored to expel the emotions swirling within her mind, striving to persuade herself through absolute calm and rational thought. At this moment, she found herself as a nearly 50-year-old woman, and the age of that wretched child surpassed even that of little Silver. She felt like a madwoman, one who contemplated the heinous act of taking her own daughter's life, determined to annihilate the filthy spirit hall, to obliterate the hypocritical angel clan, and to destroy herself. She was utterly unworthy of Tang Yin. She deemed herself as dirty and despicable, unfit to stand alongside him. The future partner of Tang Yin would undoubtedly be someone like Bai Donger, who would love him alone. That person could never be Bibi Dong, unequivocally not Bibi Dong. Time and again, Bibi Dong painfully repeated these words, grappling with the agony of relinquishing a love that ran deep within her bones. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bibi Dong calmly examined the fourth trial, which had now become even more arduous. Within her once again deadened heart, there was no longer any tumult. The task before her had added a new stipulation, to instill hatred in him toward the one who would take his life. That loathed individual was undoubtedly Bibi Dong herself. Very well, let us come to an understanding. Should you be fortunate enough to survive, you will not be tormented by the feelings between us. Seated idly, Bibi Dong gazed vacantly at the horizon where the earth met the sky as night began to fade, heralding the dawn for this forest. Yet, Bibi Dong had extinguished the last flicker of light within her heart. Darkness had become her sanctuary, and the only thing that would sustain her existence henceforth would be this memory. The Rakshasa god, observing the drama she had orchestrated, found amusement in the unfolding scene. What could possibly surpass the spectacle about to transpire? Both individuals were deeply in love with one another, yet one, in a desperate bid to protect the other, would unwittingly have to commit the act of murder, leaving the oblivious victim to believe that her heart had faltered. To prevent Tang Yin from cherishing any remnants of affection for Bibi Dong should he manage to survive, the Rakshasa god had deliberately inserted a minor adjustment at the end. As for the kind of deception Bibi Dong would weave to mislead her beloved, that was no concern of the director, beyond her manipulative intentions. The Rakshasa god harbored another motive, vengeance. That old turtle had gone too far that day, inciting feelings within the Rakshasa god that compelled her to tread carefully. As the more she pondered, the more incensed she became. Narrow-minded and vengeful, after much contemplation, the Rakshasa god meticulously considered the words spoken by that old turtle. She could not strike directly, rather, she would trick another into doing so, which would be beyond her control. Thus, this meticulously designed divine trial became her instrument of retribution. Gratitude for the past, ephemeral as smoke, and the fleeting 100 book coins and appreciation. Thank you to the reader 20190101090159 for the 100 coin reward. Chapter 69, Emotional Injury. Tang Yin found himself enveloped in a profound sense of confusion. His consciousness hovered before an independent expanse, replaying a sequence of images that did not belong to his own memories. It was a fragment of a child's growth, when the reflection in the mirror caught his eye. He was astounded. Was that not himself? He followed this first-person perspective of Tang Yin, observing his own development. Then he beheld a familiar stranger, the sister named by Dong Erv, whose resemblance to someone he adored was striking. Was she not the very Dong Jia he had fallen for? This sensation was extraordinary, akin to experiencing it firsthand. What could it possibly mean? Perplexed, Tang Yin continued to watch until the pivotal moment at the age of 15, when he confessed his feelings to the 18-year-old Dong Jia. Suddenly, all images came to an abrupt halt. The experience was peculiar, resembling a glimpse into another's life. Yet it felt intimately personal. The most precise description would be that the current Tang Yin represented the primary consciousness, while this 15-year span of memories awakened echoes of a past existence, two disparate lives intertwined within the same soul. Fortunately, Tang Yin had not fully absorbed the entirety of 80 years' worth of memories, even if he could discern the primary from the secondary. At his current age and level of experience, he risked becoming lost within these recollections, unable to distinguish his true identity. What was this? After witnessing this life, the bewildered Tang Yin lay in the chaotic void, struggling to comprehend. As time flowed by, his consciousness gradually returned to his body, where a sharp pain surged, prompting him to recall everything that transpired before his unconsciousness. He opened his heavy eyelids, the blinding light proving somewhat disorienting. The fateful spear embedded in his chest was withdrawn. Its lingering potency, greater than the millennium herb Bai Dong had administered, slowly mending the wound that pierced his being. Having gone a long time without water, Tang Yin's lips were parched, his throat coated with viscous blood, as if sliced by a blade. The significant loss of blood rendered Tang Yin's thoughts sluggish and his body weak. Water. Tang Yin's frail voice emerged, a subconscious plea for help. Upon hearing his request, Bibi Dong instinctively considered fetching water, yet ultimately refrained, suppressing the tumultuous emotions surging within her. She cautiously approached the motionless Tang Yin. Each step taken felt like the fragile shackles she had placed upon herself were shattering layer by layer, yet her profound sense of inferiority perpetually bound her with new restraints. Amidst this turmoil and suffering, though each of those few steps was laborious, she eventually reached Tang Yin's side. Through her blurred vision, Tang Yin immediately recognized the figure drawing near as Bibi Dong. Seeing her unharmed, he revealed a relieved smile. Sister Dong, it is a relief to see you well. That smile struck Bibi Dong's heart like a heavy hammer, disorienting her. The understanding she thought she possessed crumbled under the weight of that simple expression. Why, despite your condition, do you still concern yourself with me? No, I must ensure your survival, even if the odds are but 20%, even if it means inciting your hatred towards me. I would accept any consequence. The fervent love ignited a powerful resolve within Bibi Dong. She now understood precisely what actions she must take to secure a sliver of hope for Tang Yin. The hesitation that once adorned her face dissipated, replaced by her customary icy demeanor. With determination, she swiftly drove the dagger toward the prone form of Tang Yin. Tang Yin felt a sudden shift before his eyes, a chilling sensation at his heart as it momentarily ceased its rhythmic beating upon contact with the frigid metal. The sharp pang of anguish surged through his nerves to his brain, causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief. The once indistinct figure crystallized into the familiar, yet unfamiliar visage of Bibi Dong, the object of his long-held affection for 3 years. The very sister to whom he had confessed his feelings at the tender age of 15. Her face, as cold as ice, was achingly familiar, yet at this moment, it seemed so alien. The once clear image faded once more into obscurity, not the vision itself, but rather the turmoil within Tang Yin's heart. Was it truly inconceivable? Bibi Dong's frigid words reached his ears, articulated with deliberate slowness, devoid of any trace of emotion. The rich vitality coursing through Tang Yin's body significantly alleviated the decay of life within him. There is nothing unbelievable about this, little ghost. You harbor some ulterior motives towards me, just like the other men, and it fills me with revulsion. The very words revulsion pierced Tang Yin's heart with a sharpness that was almost unbearable. The shattering of reality caused him to momentarily lose his composure, rendering him incapable of critically analyzing the flaws in Bibi Dong's words. Instead, his mind was a void, overwhelmed by the incessant echo of the word revulsion. Bibi Dong crouched down, her expression one of disdain as she lifted Tang Yin's chin. Helpless and drained, he could do nothing but submit to her whims. Wipe that lifeless expression off your face. You look as though you are on the brink of death. Before you depart this world, I shall indulge your curiosity. You wish to know my name, do you not? Very well, I shall tell you. I am Bibi Dong, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing Bibi Dong reveal her true identity, Tang Yin was struck with profound astonishment. Sister Dong, the Pope Bibi Dong. How could it be that I have fallen for the enemy of our family? Unbeknownst to Tang Yin's dimming eyes resembled an invisible giant hand, ruthlessly clutching at her heart. The blade that pierced Tang Yin's chest was, in essence, a wound inflicted upon herself. Bibi Dong bit her tongue, aware that she could not afford to reveal her true intentions. Otherwise, all her efforts would be in vain, and Tang Yin's final glimmer of hope would be extinguished by her own hands. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that her actions would render Tang Yin's existence a torment. Love is inherently selfish. Bibi Dong would rather bear the anguish and shoulder all the blame. Even if Tang Yin ceased to love her, she felt compelled to proceed thus. You wouldn't presume that I could ever fall in love with you, would you? How utterly ludicrous. It is merely your abilities that have captured my interest, employing subtle tactics to ensure your willing servitude. Little Yin, hasten to despise me, do so swiftly. Her inner turmoil desperately yearned for Tang Yin's hatred. Yet the fourth divine examination remained unresponsive. The sorrow etched on Tang Yin's face struck her heart time and again like a relentless blade. Confronted with the stark fracture between reality and memory, Bibi Dong found herself ensnared within reminiscences. Struggling to accept reality, Tang Yin closed her eyes, as scenes from the past began to shatter before the cruelty of her present. The fleeting touches upon her cheek, the healing embraces, the daily vigil before meals, and the simple, tender concerns all began to dissolve. That snowy night, the memory of the youthful and radiant Dong Jia, her smile blooming like a flower. A fatal blow had left a crack in Tang Yin's once fervent and sincere heart, a fracture born from love pushed to the extremes, transforming into hatred. Dong Jia. In a moment of hazy consciousness, Tang Yin uttered these 2 words. The words rendered Bibi Dong momentarily speechless, her tumultuous emotions bursting forth uncontrollably. Before her, Tang Yin's form gradually faded away until he was no longer visible. Witnessing his complete disappearance, Bibi Dong's emotions shattered entirely. Without regard for her dignity, she collapsed onto the ground, laboriously dragging herself to the very spot where Tang Yin had vanished, burying her head in the blood-soaked earth, where his lingering essence and warmth remained, as if he were still present. In this moment of anguished tears, Bibi Dong found no solace. No one knew the depth of torment she had endured in such a brief span. The notification of task completion brought her no joy, only an overwhelming sense of guilt. This choice had been a gamble for Bibi Dong, but the stakes were unfathomably high, and she could hardly bear to contemplate the consequences of failure. Xiaoyin, I am so sorry. I should never have fallen in love with you. It is all my fault, entirely my fault. In her disarrayed state, Bibi Dong began to ramble incoherently, her gaze fixated on the dagger stained with the blood of her beloved. The thought of ending her life flashed momentarily, but it lingered, refusing to dissipate. Ha! I should have perished long ago. What face do I have to live in this world, being such a wretched person? The torment on Bibidong's face twisted into madness as she raised the dagger, slowly plunging it into her own heart. It is well known that inflicting a wound gradually is far more agonizing than a swift cut, yet Bibidong chose the most torturous method to conclude her own life. She seemed impervious to pain, her expression unchanged. The blood gushed forth, rapidly staining the front of her garments. As she lost consciousness from the bloodshed, a line of poetry surfaced in her mind. I was born before you were, you lived while I grew old. In the divine realm, the puppet master, the Rakshasa god, watched this heart-wrenching drama unfold without a trace of pleasure, not even the satisfaction of avenging the old tortoise. She shattered the crystal ball in her hand with great force. Falling silent. Chapter 70. Return in the desolate expanse of the extreme western wilderness, the place where Tang Yin had vanished. The sky had darkened, and a chilling wind howled from an unseen abyss. Amidst the lifeless wasteland, a simple tent stood out starkly. A pile of firewood dispelled the darkness and cold, with 3 figures encircling the fire, enveloped in silence. After days of waiting, Ain appeared haggard, visibly emaciated, her usually gentle eyes now devoid of any sparkle. Though Tang Hao remained somewhat reticent, he exhibited the most composure among them, diligently adding corn, jerky, and vegetables to the pot suspended over the campfire. Ever vigilant of the cooking time, Zhu Zhuyan sat beside Ain, embracing her arm, her expression equally troubled. 2.5 months prior, she had departed from Tua City alone, burdened with concern for the boy she secretly admired, embarking on a journey toward the desolate lands of the far west. The path had been fraught with turmoil and peril, yet her current level of 42 was sufficient to navigate the myriad dangers she encountered along the way. Upon her arrival here, both Ain and Tang Hao were taken aback, though they soon came to terms with it. How could they not perceive Zhu Zhuyun's sentiments? Ain was willing to sacrifice everything for Tang Hao's affection, while Tang Hao was prepared to forsake his sect for Ain. Love has a way of rendering one impulsive, yet devoid of regret. Thus, the 3 awaited Tang Yin's return. Xiaoyan, do partake of some sustenance. Tang Hao observed that the food in the pot was nearly ready and turned to Zhu Zhuyan, stating, Here, only you require sustenance. As a title Douluo, Tang Hao had long since abstained from eating, while Ain was essentially a being composed of condensed energy, rendering the food's nourishment futile for her. A weary smile reluctantly graced Zhu Zhuyun's fatigued face as she replied, Teacher, I am not hungry. Tang Hao furrowed his brow. Feigning seriousness, have you chosen to disregard the teacher's advice? As he spoke, he had already scooped a bowl of thick meat porridge from the pot and presented it to Zhu Zhuyan. Zhu Zhuyan understood that Tang Hao's intentions were for her benefit. She accepted the porcelain bowl from his hands, took a spoon, gently blew on the contents, and placed it in her mouth. Lacking an appetite, Zhu Zhuyan ate slowly. Suddenly, Ain, with vacant eyes, trembled all over, and a familiar spark ignited within her gaze. The sense of connection she recognized re-emerging. Aware of its significance, Ain was filled with realization. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuyan quickly noticed the change in Ain. She too comprehended the situation in an instant, her face betraying unrestrained anticipation. Her tone imbued with delight. Madam Master, do we have news of Little Silver? Tang Hao remained silent beside her. Yet the anxious heart that had been burdened for 3 months gradually began to ease. Ain let out a soft acknowledgement, closing her eyes to deeply attune herself to the connection. The bond between her and Tang Yin felt faint, but as time flowed steadily, this tenuous link grew increasingly potent. Ain sensed that with just a single thought, she could return to Tang Yin's essence. Suddenly, her expression shifted once more. A wave of apprehension washed over her, causing both Zhu Zhuyan and Tang Hao to feel their hearts race anew. She sensed that Tang Yin's current aura was decidedly amiss, profoundly unsettling. With her deep understanding of life energy, she acutely perceived Tang Yin's troubling state. The sensation that Tang Yin now evokes in her is akin to the final struggle of a dying individual. It could not possibly end in calamity. Ain consistently shies away from confronting this reality, preferring instead to believe that her own inadequacies and misjudgments are to blame. Yet, truth remains immutable, impervious to a Yin's reluctance to acknowledge it. Not far from the trio, a distorted space manifested once more, transforming the surrounding scenery into a chaotic swirl of colors that was somewhat unsettling. The trio's gazes remained fixed upon it, and when tranquility was finally restored, Tang Yin, bloodied and battered, emerged before them. Blood continued to seep from Tang Yin's chest, and his faint breaths were on the verge of ceasing at any moment. However, none of this was truly fatal. The Rakshasa deity had grossly misjudged Tang Yin's physical condition, mistakenly believing him to be merely a concentrated essence of life energy. In reality, had the Rakshasa deity succeeded in consuming Tang Yin, whether physically or physiologically, it would have enabled her to surpass a level 1 deity, ascending to the rank of a divine monarch, or even beyond. What truly ails Tang Yin is the torment of his heart. Even the essence of the world tree cannot mend the afflictions of the soul. Upon witnessing Tang Yin in such a wretched state, Yin disregarded everything else and rushed to his side, tears of anguish streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She summoned a sphere of bluish-green life energy, pressing it against the wound on his heart from which blood flowed incessantly. The abundant life energy worked diligently to mend Tang Yin's injuries, replenishing the substantial loss of blood. However, the immense expenditure of energy soon rendered Yin's form ethereal. Tang Hao, stepping forward, hastily attempted to restrain her actions. Yin struggled, her emotions spiraling into hysteria as she cried out to Tang Hao, "Let me go. If anything were to happen to Xiao Yin, I. Her words faltered, her voice choked with despair, replaced by a soft, sobbing lament. Tang Hao held Yin tightly in his embrace. No matter how much she struggled, he did not loosen his grip for a moment, feeling the fabric of his chest dampened by her tears. Once Yin's emotions had calmed somewhat, Tang Hao began to explain. Yin, please remain composed. Xiao Yin's external injuries have already been treated. If you persist in this manner, you will only harm your own essence. Just imagine how heartbroken Xiao Yin would be if something were to happen to you. Tang Hao discerned that Yin's concern was causing her distress. Upon witnessing Tang Yin's injuries beginning to heal and the energy Yin had imparted starting to dissipate, he promptly intervened. The person in his embrace continued to weep uncontrollably. Seeing his son in such a state made Tang Hao feel that the once clear path to the future had become shrouded in uncertainty once more. Zhu Zhiyun observed Tang Yin's current condition, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Her feelings for Tang Yin had undergone a profound transformation over the past year, evolving into love. She had envisioned countless scenarios for their reunion, yet she had never imagined it would unfold in such a heart-wrenching manner. Do not move. You are gravely injured. Wait for my return. Have you never considered taking control of your own destiny? We are friends. Do not forget. What you need now is strength. The protection of the title Douluo is but a temporary respite. Ultimately, you must rely on yourselves to break free from the shackles of your family's fate. Though they had only known each other for a mere few days and exchanged only a few words, Zhu Zhiyun felt an extraordinary connection to Tang Yin. The gift of bones and the life-saving grace from that day had planted a seed in her heart, which had long since blossomed. Little Yin, you must not come to harm. Yin Shermu has been waiting for you, as has your master, and so have I. The last 3 words were a heartfelt sentiment from a young girl named Zhu Zhiyun. Chapter 71. A night of graying hair. Yin's emotions gradually settled. After the 3 of them moved the unconscious Tang Yin into the tent, Tang Hao instructed Yin and Zhu Zhiyun to rest well before stepping outside to keep watch alone. Inside the tent, however, Yin and Zhu Zhiyun did not rest. They first removed Tang Yin's blood-soaked clothing, and the shocking sight pained both of them deeply. After washing him with clean water, they retrieved a fresh outfit from Tang Yin's storage soul guide to change him into. At present, aside from appearing somewhat pale, Tang Yin was not in significant danger. After a flurry of activity, Yin and Zhu Zhiyun leaned against each other, prepared to rest, when an urgent voice emanated from within Tang Yin's body. Yin, what has happened to little Yin? I have lost contact with him for 3 whole years. This was the voice of Zishi. Ever since Tang Yin had been forcefully drawn into the Rakshasa secret realm by the Rakshasa god, her connection with him had been severed entirely, just like Yin's. Unlike Yin, however, her soul power was sealed within Tang Yin's body. The time she experienced was identical to Tang Yin's, so in her perception. 3 years had indeed passed. 3 years. Zishi's words left Yin perplexed. Could it be that the passage of time in the place little Yin was forcibly taken to differs from here? Yin meticulously scrutinized Tang Yin's visage and indeed noted that compared to 3 months prior, Tang Yin appeared significantly more mature. The youthful naivety had largely dissipated, revealing a handsome and refined countenance, with an air of heroism emanating from his brow. As the moon ascended and the sun descended, alternating between day and night, Yin infused Tang Yin with life energy twice more, though her body could scarcely endure much longer. Upon hearing her mother's voice, the coldness in her heart shattered. and all her grievances and anguish surged forth. Feeling the warmth emanating from Ayan's palm, 2 streams of tears cascaded from the corners of Tang Yin's eyes. Once again, night enveloped the scene, as Zhu Jian observed Ayan's form oscillating between reality and illusion, her heart heavy with concern. "Mistress, please take a rest. Xiaoyin will awaken." At the moment Tang Yin opened his eyes, Ayan felt as though her heart had been tightly squeezed. She merely shook her head and continued to gaze at Tang Yin in silence. Both Ayan and Zhu Zhiyun's eyes were filled with hope as they rested upon Tang Yin. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tang Yin lifted his heavy eyelids. "Little brother, do not frighten your sister like that again." Those once clear, gentle eyes, occasionally imbued with resolve and calmness, now appeared dull and lifeless, reflecting the desolation of a heart that had ceased to feel. Should Tang Yin perish in the realm of the Rasha, the soul beast within him would be eternally confined, never to see the light of day. 3 years, Xiaoyin, what trials have you endured to arrive at this state? Ayan approached, clasping Tang Yin's hand. Her tone laced with concern. "Xiaoyin, you have awakened." Having experienced the agonizing time of Ayan's sacrifice, he immediately recognized the torment in Tang Yin's gaze. Compared to his own period of despair, his child, Tang Yin, seemed to suffer even more acutely. The thought of Tang Yin's plight filled Ayan with profound remorse. Upon hearing Yin's words of surprise, Tang Hao rushed into the tent, only to catch a glimpse of Tang Yin's gaze. Although his demeanor had been calm, a tempest now raged within his heart. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and how could Yin, who had spent countless days and nights alongside Tang Yin, be seeing her eyes for the first time? After verifying some information with Zishi, she too found this situation astonishing. Fortunately, Tang Yin was no longer in mortal danger, and she silently breathed a sigh of relief. Mother, to be slain by the hands of a beloved, to have the coldness of reality pierce through a once fervent heart, this anguish was beyond even what Tang Hao could fathom, despite witnessing his wife's sacrifice before his eyes. Zhu Zhiyun wished to say more, but at that moment, a faint cough resonated through the silent tent, like a celestial melody. Tang Hao observed keenly, his heart heavy with anguish, lamenting his own powerlessness, feeling an unexpressed frustration within. Yin gently wiped away the tears from Tang Yin's eyes. Her tone as soothing as water. "Little Yin, do not cry. If you have any troubles, do not keep them bottled up. Share them with your mother." With that, Yin cast a discreet glance towards Zhu Zhiyun and Tang Hao, signaling them to wait outside the tent. "Mom, I want some water." Tang Yin's voice was frail, yet he felt a profound sense of security at that moment. After more than a year of wandering the continent, the once decisive Tang Yin now resembled a cherished child, his words laced with a hint of childish affection. Yin picked up the water she had prepared earlier, gently propping Tang Yin up, and slowly fed him. The parched throat found relief with each sip, and Tang Yin lay on the soft blanket, enveloped in silence for a long while. Yin did not rush him. Though unaware of the trials Tang Yin had faced, she could sense the turmoil in his heart. "Mom, what does it feel like to love someone?" Upon hearing this question, Yin paused momentarily, reminiscing about her own past with Tang Hao, and began to speak softly. "Love is wanting to gaze upon the one you cherish at every moment, accepting their flaws, respecting their choices, and being willing to offer everything, even your life." Each word Yin uttered pierced Tang Yin's heart, for he was acutely aware of his deep affection for Bai Bai Dong, a love that transcended mere physical desire. Otherwise, he could have easily indulged himself at that time. Yet what of Bai Bai Dong? Her cold words rendered his love utterly worthless. Can love be feigned? Yin began to comprehend that her child was wounded by love. "Little Yin, do you think love can be pretended?" Instead of directly answering Tang Yin's question, she countered with her own. Tang Yin reflected on those 3 years. How could he forget the elusive affection that Bai Bai Dong held for him? They were so close, yet so far apart. Although Bai Bai Dong continually evaded this sentiment, how could Tang Yin remain oblivious to it? Indeed, how could one feign love? Yet, why? The anguish within him compelled Tang Yin to shut his eyes. Ceasing to ponder this dilemma, though reluctant to accept it, was not Bai Bai Dong's madness and mockery also a genuine sentiment? She had asserted that everything was merely a performance for his sake. The stark contrast of thoughts tore through Tang Yin's mind, nearly fracturing his mental realm in two. The final words of Master Gui echoed in his consciousness. The word love brings much torment, refining both the spirit and the heart. Master, what do you truly mean by this? Tang Yin closed his eyes and softly said to Yin, "Mother, please return and rest for a while." Noticing that Tang Yin did not inquire further, Yin expressed her concern. "Little Yin, how is your health?" Tang Yin smiled gently. Mother, it's all right. Your current state cannot be sustained for long. The complete dissolution of your energy is what truly depletes me. Yin heeded Tang Yin's words and returned to his body. Before departing, Yin imparted a final piece of advice. Little Yin, you are still young, and the future holds great promise. Do not be tethered to the past. I understand. Good night, Mother. Until tomorrow. Tang Yin wore a slightly relaxed expression as he spoke to Yin. Upon realizing that Yin had entered his body, he concealed his earlier demeanor, gazing quietly at the top of the tent. Outside, Zhu Zhiyun secretly listened to the conversation between Tang Yin and Yin, while Tang Hao did not intervene, fully aware of Zhu Zhiyun's sentiments. Upon learning that Tang Yin might be wounded by love, a pang of bitterness welled up within Zhu Zhiyun. Little Yin, do you already have someone you cherish? After the dialogue within the tent concluded, Zhu Zhiyun refrained from entering, instead gazing at the starry sky, awaiting the dawn of a new day. Following a night of rest, Yin felt considerably better as she emerged from Tang Yin's body. She could hardly believe the scene before her. The youthful Tang Yin, whose once lustrous hair had turned completely white overnight. Chapter 72. Seeking Help. Beneath the crown of white hair, Tang Yin's eyes burned a vivid crimson, a testament to the inner turmoil and suffering that had drained the remnants of his vitality overnight. Upon the appearance of Yin, the scarlet hue in Tang Yin's gaze began to fade gradually. Concerned, Yin approached and enveloped Tang Yin in her embrace. Little Yin. Her voice quivered with emotion, stirring feelings of guilt within Tang Yin, who, regaining his composure, replied with a tone laced with anguish. I am sorry, Mother. I cannot forget. I truly cannot forget. It is all right. Yin gently caressed Tang Yin's white locks, offering soothing words. If forgetting is beyond us, then let us hold on to those memories. As long as you are well, that is what truly matters. In truth, besides your father and me waiting for you, Xiaoyan has also been here with us. Waiting for nearly 3 months. Xiaoyan. Tang Yin had yet to comprehend the situation. Yesterday, he was in such a weakened state that he failed to notice Zhu Zhiyun, who was hiding in the corner. Have you truly forgotten the elder sister of the pair of sisters your father took in? Father. I am sorry to have caused you concern, Tang Yin said to Tang Hao. Observing the smile on the young girl's face, Tang Yin lowered his gaze, concealing the melancholy that lingered in his eyes. At that moment, Shi offered an explanation. Tang Hao shook his head, expressing his deepest concern for you, particularly regarding your mother. How is your health faring? Tang Yin hesitated, and at that moment, the harsh words of rejection simply could not find their way to his lips. Tang Hao, upon witnessing Tang Yin's transformation, could only inwardly lament the folly of youth. He recognized that he held no ground to admonish Tang Yin for his shortcomings. Zhu Zhiyun, aware of Tang Yin's intentions, discerned his hesitation. It was evident that despite being wounded by love, his heart could not accommodate another woman at this moment. There is no need to be anxious. This is merely a consequence of your soul power being sealed for an extended period, and you shall return to normal in a few months. He was not inherently a callous individual. Describing his approach to matters of the heart as indecisive would not be an exaggeration. Tang Yin is perplexed by his current condition, although his physical injuries have nearly healed. He finds it bewildering that he is unable to harness the soul power within him. Xiaoyin, there is no need for further words. I understand. He reflects. His heart is filled with both compassion for Tang Yin and a simmering anger towards the unknown woman, mingled with a flicker of hope. Tang Hao felt a tightening in his heart, fearing that Tang Yin would henceforth transform into an ordinary individual. The notion of revenge had become inconsequential to him. His true concern lay in Tang Yin's potential inability to accept the decline from brilliance to mediocrity. The young girl's visage appeared haggard, her cheeks slightly gaunt, and her dark eyes shimmered with worry and profound longing, while an undeniable weariness was etched upon her brow. Her words alleviated the anxieties that plagued Tang Yin. After years of arduous cultivation, the prospect of becoming an ordinary person was a jarring reality difficult to fathom. It was indeed Tang Yin was taken aback by the presence of this serendipitous friend in such a moment. With a yin support, Tang Yin emerged from the tent, and his gaze immediately fell upon Zhu Zhiyun. However, upon hearing Yin recount how Zhu Zhiyun had traversed great distances alone to await him, Tang Yin fell silent, fully aware of the girl's sentiments after having endured such experiences. I don't know, he murmured. It feels as though I cannot harness the soul energy within me at present. Sister Zhiyun, I hesitated, wishing to clarify matters directly without causing any further delay for Zhu Zhiyun. Tang Hao retrieved a wooden wheelchair from his storage soul guide. Currently, Tang Yin was recovering from severe injuries and, lacking the nourishment of soul power, found movement quite inconvenient. During the 3 months of Tang Yin's absence, Tang Hao had made various preparations, taking into account Tang Yin's grave condition. Now, the wheelchair proved to be of great utility. Tang Yin gazed at Tang Hao as he produced a wheelchair, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Father, I am not yet so feeble as to require this." Tang Hao lacked the patience to persuade Tang Yin. He took Tang Yin from Yin's hands and forcefully pressed him into the wheelchair, saying, "After wandering for over a year, have you chosen to disregard your father's words?" Tang Hao gently pushed Tang Yin forward, and the 4 of them departed from the desolate wilderness. Along the way, Tang Yin suddenly spoke up, "Father, I need to relieve myself. Could you kindly take me aside?" Tang Hao guided Tang Yin towards the thicket of trees, while Yin and Zhu Zhuyun remained oblivious. Tang Hao gently pushed Tang Yin to a secluded spot, out of the sight of Yin and Zhu Zhuyun. As he was about to help Tang Yin to his feet, the latter, with his back turned, spoke in a subdued voice. "Father, could you do me a favor?" Tang Hao finally realized that Tang Yin did not wish to use the restroom, but rather to evade Zhu Zhuyun and Yin. "Silly child, whatever it is, just speak to your father. There is nothing I cannot assist with." However, the information contained in Tang Yin's subsequent words caused Tang Hao's pupils to dilate in shock. "I wish to know more about the past of the current pope, Bibi Dong, in as much detail as possible." If Tang Yin had inquired about this prior, Tang Hao would have assumed his son was merely seeking knowledge about the adversary he would face in the future. Yet, given that Tang Yin had just been emotionally wounded, anyone with even a modicum of awareness would connect the two. Could it be that? "Father, you are correct. The person who has been with me for 3 years is indeed Bibi Dong." Although Tang Hao had already come to this conclusion with a high degree of certainty, hearing it directly from Tang Yin's lips was still difficult to fathom. "Yin, I understand." He pushed Tang Yin out of the thicket, and the 3 continued onward. Soon arriving at a modest little town, the 4 took a rest at a dilapidated inn, where Tang Hao addressed Tang Yin and the others, saying, "Wait here. I shall go procure a carriage to take Yin to Heavendo City to find his teacher. San has likely been on the verge of breaking through to level 30 for some time now, and I need to assist him in acquiring his soul rings." At this moment, Yin's expression had improved considerably. She picked up a teacup from the table and poured a bowl of water for Tang Yin. "How, rest assured. With me here, Yin will be safe." Despite her words, a flicker of doubt lingered in Yin's heart. Tang Yin turned to Yin with a smile and said, "Mother, there is no need for self-reproach. This incident was merely an unforeseen accident." The observant Tang Yin discerned the guilt in Yin's tone. Indeed, this occurrence was a sudden mishap, and even with Tang Hao by his side, it would have been of no avail. His attentiveness could accommodate the needs of everyone around him, yet he remained oblivious to his own position. Upon hearing her son's words of forgiveness, Yin felt a weight lift from her heart. "Father, I do not wish to go to Tiando City." "Then where would you prefer to go?" Tang Hao had no reservations regarding any request from Tang Yin, nor did he inquire about the reasons behind them. Tang Yin looked up at the dust-laden wooden beams, his eyes filled with a facade of resignation. "I am weary. I wish to return to Shanghan village for a visit." "Very well, I shall procure a carriage." Tang Hao said little and turned to search for the carriage. Zhu Zhuyun, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Yin, I shall accompany you to Shanghan village." Chapter 73. Launched. Esteemed readers, as a newcomer presenting my first work, I assure you, with all sincerity, that this author shall not abandon the story. Rest assured and subscribe. This week, I shall occasionally provide bursts of updates, transforming into a diligent writing machine. In conclusion, I kindly request your subscriptions and votes. Chapter 74. Taking a day off today, I ventured out, and upon returning, I managed to write over 1,000 words before exhaustion set in. Consider this a brief respite for myself. I hope for your understanding, dear readers. Tomorrow, I promise to refrain from distractions and produce 4,000 words. Chapter 75. Returning to Shanghan. Zhu Zhuyun was uncertain how much courage it took to voice those words. Though it felt somewhat shameful, she understood that this was the most opportune moment to enter Tang Yin's heart. She did not wish to squander such an opportunity. To Zhu Zhuyun's declaration, Yin was not greatly surprised. She knew that the young girl's heart was already filled with thoughts of her son. A mother understood that Tang Yin, being in love, should not hinder Zhu Zhuyun any further. Yet, as someone who had experienced love, she recognized that those smitten are often impervious to advice. People often speak of being love-struck, yet having someone to cherish is indeed a rare and precious gift. Tang Yin was reluctant to see Zhu Zhuyun become further entrenched in her predicament, at least for the time being. He found it exceedingly difficult to open his heart to another. Just as he was about to speak, Zhu Zhuyun earnestly interjected, reminding him, "We are friends." As you have explicitly stated, her words effectively stifled any protest he might have voiced, leaving him with no justification to refuse her companionship under the guise of friendship. Even though both were acutely aware of their unspoken understanding, they chose not to shatter this fragile pretext, preserving a semblance of dignity. The small town was not expansive, and before Tang Yin and his companions had sipped more than a few cups of tea, Tang Hao returned with a horse-drawn cart. Initially, they had been traveling together. But Tang Yin, hindered by his injuries, could not proceed swiftly, while Tang San required soul rings for his advancement. As a father, Tang Hao felt compelled to maintain an equitable balance between the two. The cart was somewhat worn. Drawn by an elderly man who appeared weathered from years of toil under the sun and rain, his face etched with deep-set wrinkles. In reality, he was not older than Tang Hao. The latter, a soul master in the prime of his life, contrasted sharply with the old man, who seemed to be already halfway in the grave. Tang Hao had settled all expenses, a sum sufficient to ensure the elder's comfortable twilight years. Upon boarding the carriage, he bid farewell to the three companions. Zhu Zhiyun's decision to remain did not come as a surprise to Tang Hao. He harbored hopes that she would guide Tang Yin away from a relationship that held little promise for the future. Bibi Dong, the Pope, was a name Tang Hao had heard in his youth, indicating that she was not significantly older than himself. The notion that his son could develop feelings for someone 30 years his senior would strike anyone as absurd. Although Tang Hao, as a father, struggled to comprehend this, he chose to offer his support. Xiaoyin, take good care of yourself and heed your mother's advice. Xiaoyun, focus on your training and look after yourself. I will take care of your sister. Yin, I must take my leave. Tang Hao bid farewell to each of the three individuals. And when it came time to part with Yin, he uttered not a plethora of words. The myriad sentiments swirling within him ultimately distilled into a simple declaration, I am leaving. Yin felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet she understood that Tang Hao had many responsibilities ahead. Hao, please take care. Her single admonition held more weight than 1,000 phrases. With a firm push of his feet, Tang Hao swiftly vanished from the sight of the onlookers. The elderly driver, pulling the cart, remarked with admiration, "What an impressive soul master. Old man, can you discern my beloved's prowess?" Yin inquired, somewhat puzzled, as she sensed no fluctuations of soul power emanating from the elder. The old man shook his head with a smile. I am but an ordinary person, while I may lack any cultivation. I have traveled to many places and encountered numerous soul masters, yet I have never witnessed such remarkable speed as that of the soul master we just saw. Yin found herself bewildered. Such swiftness could not possibly belong to an ordinary person. Well then, it's getting late. We should set off. The carriage, guided by the old driver, swayed gently as it headed northward. Their journey was punctuated by intermittent stops, stretching over a span of more than 2 months. During this time, Tang Yin endeavored to employ the technique of heaven and earth as a furnace, and to his astonishment, he succeeded. However, just as he prepared to summon his martial spirit, he was urgently halted by Zishi. Xiaoyin, you are not yet ready to cultivate. Why? Tang Yin questioned, bewildered. He was aware that his current condition was not the result of the prolonged sealing of his soul power, as previously suggested by Zishi. It seemed as though she was concealing something from him. The soul power within you is sealed by me, and for reasons I cannot disclose at this moment. You must understand that it is for your own good. Xiaoyin, promise me that you will refrain from cultivation during this time. Consider it a vacation. An opportunity to relax. Zishi's cryptic words left Tang Yin in a state of confusion. He recognized that he and Zishi were now one. His cultivation would greatly benefit her. Yet, her insistence on his abstention from training must surely be grounded in her own reasoning, which he hoped would not lead to any harm. Very well, Sister Zishi, I promise you. Upon hearing Tang Yin's response, Zishi finally let out a sigh of relief. There was a reason she had sealed Tang Yin's soul power. At some unknown point, an unfamiliar, chilling, and even somewhat trembling presence had manifested within his body, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Tang Yin himself. The soul force of Tang Yin is intricately bound to him, evoking an instinctive fear within Zishi. In her desperation, she has resorted to the drastic measure of sealing the soul power within Tang Yin and advising him against cultivation, lest he break free from the seal. This is a manifestation of his inner demons, a trial that belongs to Tang Yin alone. The carriage has long since entered the territory of the Tiando Empire, and the distance to Shahan village is now quite short. Tang Yin can already discern the shadow of the back mountain where Yin once resided. As they approach Shanghan village, an unexpected sense of trepidation envelopes Tang Yin, a feeling of anxiety akin to that of returning home. The familiar path has not changed significantly compared to 6 years ago. The old, low wooden door at the village entrance still stands, though the inscription Shanghan village has become somewhat faded over time. The carriage halts at the village entrance, and the three disembark, making their way into the village. Reluctant to sit in a wheelchair, Tang Yin finds himself once again confined to it by Yin. While Zhu Zhuyan takes the wheelchair from Yin and pushes Tang Yin into Shahan village. Is this the place where you lived as a child? Zhu Zhuyan inquires, her gaze sweeping the surroundings, curiosity about Tang Yin's past mirrored in her eyes, much like Tang Yin's desire to learn about Bibi Dong's history. Villages like this are quite common across the continent, and most of the villagers have rarely ventured beyond their homes. The farthest they may have traveled is to a nearby small town. For the residents of Shanghan village, the largest city they may have encountered could very well be Nodding City. The presence of three unfamiliar outsiders quickly draws the attention of the villagers. Tang Yin's appearance has drastically changed, and coupled with the distance, few are able to recognize him. As the village chief, Old Jack, learns of the newcomers, he prepares to exit with his cane, only to encounter the three guests. The white-haired youth seated in the wheelchair greets Old Jack with a smile, saying, "Grandpa Jack. It has been a long time." Chapter 76. The ambition of the master. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberates from outside the door. Yu Xiaojiang, who is bent over his desk, hears the commotion and without a moment's hesitation, strides directly to the door. Upon opening it, he finds none other than Tang San standing there. "Little San, you've arrived. Come in," he welcomes, not at all surprised by Tang San's visit. For it was he who had instructed Tang San to come to his room that evening after their lesson earlier in the day. As for the reason behind this meeting, Yu Xiaojiang has chosen not to disclose it to Tang San. Tang San followed Yu Xiaojiang into the room, unaware of the reason behind his teacher's invitation to meet at such a late hour. Yu Xiaojiang brought over a chair for Tang San to sit on, to which Tang San hurriedly expressed his gratitude before taking a seat. Yu Xiaojiang returned to his desk and commenced the evening's discussion. "Xiao San, it has been a while since you broke through the 30th level, has it not?" Tang San was perplexed as to why his teacher had summoned him in the dead of night to discuss matters that had already been addressed in the past. Fortunately, by his side was Xiao Wu, his spirited younger sister, whose vivacious nature provided solace during his moments of melancholy. "Little San, how could you doubt yourself? Your talent is among the finest I have ever encountered. With innate full soul power and dual martial spirits, combined with an external soul bone, you possess a brilliance that surpasses all others I have known, both in talent and fortune. It's been quite some time since we engaged in such a leisurely conversation. Would you be willing to share more about your younger brother?" Initially, he had intended to ask his teacher for assistance from the dean in hunting for the third soul ring, but his request had been outright declined. Tang San grasped the concept effortlessly, immediately envisioning all the intricate details along with a few minor flaws, silently marveling at the undeniable prowess of his theoretically invincible master. Tang San gazed into the somewhat dazed eyes of Yu Xiaojiang and inquired about a question that had lingered in his heart for many years. "Master, what is the maximum level of innate soul power that a person can attain?" Tang San nodded, affirming, "Indeed, teacher. 2 months ago, I successfully transcended the 30th level threshold. My brother, Tang Yin, is my twin. His innate talent surpasses mine significantly." Yu Xiaojiang, on the verge of expressing the notion of a 10th level, restrained himself, realizing that it was unlikely for Tang San to inquire about such a rudimentary piece of knowledge without reason. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaojiang slowly articulated, "Typically, one's innate soul power cannot exceed the 10th level. A soul master must first augment their martial spirit with soul rings to progress further. However, coincidentally, do you recall my earlier advice to refrain from hastily attaching soul rings to yourself, Tang San?" He pushed a cup of tea towards Tang San, signaling him to take a sip. "You mentioned that your father left in haste due to your brother. But Tang Hao had stated upon his departure that he would take him to hunt a soul beast over 2,000 years old for his third soul ring. Yet, so much time has elapsed without any sign of his return, which inevitably weighs heavy on my heart. In essence, it is wise to heed the counsel of your father and your teacher." Tang San forced a smile, saying, "Teacher, you flatter me. The reason lies in my research on the core competitive strengths of the 10 great martial souls. One tenet asserts that once a soul master breaks through a bottleneck, there is no immediate need to acquire a soul ring. The soul power cultivated during this time can be stored within the body, leading to a more significant breakthrough upon absorption of the soul ring. Your father has mentioned that he has already selected a soul ring for you, Xiao-san. So there is no need to rush your training. Not long after Tang Hao and Ayin departed, Tang San successfully broke through to level 30 through the cultivation of the Xiantian skill. After acquiring a soul ring, he would be able to unlock the fourth layer of his training in Xiantian skill. In truth, there has always been a question I wish to pose to my teacher. Yet I could never find the right moment. Since you have broached the subject today, I shall speak my mind. Yu Xiaojiang felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. He understood that Tang San would not deceive him, yet he could not suppress the doubts that lingered in his heart. Tang San gazed at the hopeful expression in Daishi's eyes, his grip on the cup tightening before releasing. After tilting his head back to savor a sip of warm tea, Tang San slowly began to recount to Yu Xiaojiang the memories of Tang Yin that lingered in his mind. Tang San was somewhat perplexed. Indeed? Master, what is it? Master Yu Xiaojiang, though bewildered by his disciple's understanding, felt a tumultuous wave of emotion surge within him upon hearing Tang San's next words. My younger brother possesses an innate soul power of level 20. Level 20 innate soul power. In nearly 50 years of his life, he had never even heard of such a thing. He swallowed hard, unable to conceal his inner excitement. If he could also take Tang Yin as his disciple, who in this continent would dare to belittle his theories or mock him as a failure? His fervent gaze fixed upon Tang San made the latter feel a twinge of discomfort. Master, are you all right? Master Yu Xiaojiang forced himself to suppress the excitement within, striving to calm his tone as he remarked, Truly, you are the son of the Haotian Douluo. Indeed, a tiger does not father a dog. He then added with a composed demeanor, Your brother should, like you, possess dual martial souls. Tang San felt a profound shock within, truly a testament to his teacher's wisdom. He discerned from mere soul power that his brother possessed a twin martial soul. Indeed, Master, my brother is endowed with a twin martial soul. Yet his martial soul is rather unique, as it does not stem from our parents, but appears to be a gift from his master. A gift from his master? Yu Xiaojiang's heart tightened, only to have his concerns alleviated by Tang San's subsequent words. My brother's master passed away when he was merely 6 years old, and his martial soul is a cherished legacy left by his teacher. Yu Xiaojiang twirled the pen in his hand, pondering, there are few wonders in this world. Yet each is astonishing in its own right. I must admit, my knowledge is still limited. Teacher, do not belittle yourself. You are the most erudite individual I have ever encountered. Tang San's words of comfort and admiration greatly pleased Yu Xiaojiang. He understood the necessity of discretion at this juncture. Xiao-san, we are soon to become master and disciple, he remarked, a hint of melancholy flickering across his otherwise stoic face. The matter of accepting disciples should be approached with care. Discussing it after meeting Tang Yin, the brother of his disciple, would not be too late. Tang San, sensing his teacher's sudden sorrow, felt perplexed yet supportive. Once a teacher, always a father. Indeed, Master, it has been 6 years since I became your disciple. Yu Xiaojiang continued. In truth, I have not been a competent teacher. Your cultivation of the Haotian hammer martial soul has relied heavily on your father's guidance, which is perfectly acceptable, as he is one of the most knowledgeable individuals regarding the Haotian hammer in this world. You see, I am a waste martial soul, and I shall never achieve significant breakthroughs in my cultivation. You are the hope of your teacher. Do not let me down. Tang San rose and respectfully bowed, saying, I shall earnestly remember the teachings of my esteemed master. Little San, it is getting late. You should return and rest. Tang San exited the master's chamber, gently closing the door behind him. After a considerable period of time had passed following Tang San's departure, the master finally rose to his feet, turning his gaze toward the immense map affixed to the wall behind him. His eyes lingered on a particular location for an extended moment. I, Yu Xiaojiang, am determined to demonstrate my prowess to those who underestimate me. His aspirations rested not only on Tang San but also on the youth he had already regarded as his second disciple, Tang Yin. The decision to accept Tang Yin as a disciple was not a spur-of-the-moment whim, but rather a conclusion reached after profound contemplation. Everything that transpired this evening was aimed at gaining a preliminary understanding of Tang Yin. Chapter 77, The Golden Generation Wuhuan City. A hallowed sanctuary for all soul masters across the continent, is characterized by its towering walls, patrolled by soldiers who stand in rigid formation, diligently maintaining the peace of Wuhuan City. A closer inspection reveals that every soldier here is, in fact, a highly respected soul master. Upon entering Wuhuan City, one is greeted by the sight of a magnificent statue of an angel, which has stood resolutely for a millennium. The once sacred radiance of the angel seems to continue illuminating the world, dispelling all injustices and darkness. In the eastern outskirts of Wuhuan City, the Wuhuan Palace has established the Wuhuan Palace Academy to cultivate soul masters. This academy occupies a significant portion of the eastern area, even encompassing a sizable forest and a lake. Various unique terrains can be found within the academy, suitable for the training of all types of soul masters. Furthermore, the academy is equipped with comprehensive educational facilities, including teaching buildings, dormitories, dining halls, and practical training arenas. At this moment, on the arena crafted from white jade, an intense 1v1 battle is underway. A robust youth with flowing red hair, his body adorned with crimson markings resembling molten lava, stands on the arena. His skin is protected by a layer of gray stone armor, and his dark red eyes shimmer as the four soul rings beneath his feet, yellow and purple, revolve slowly. Opposite him stands a young man with an unusual appearance. His pallid complexion, red eyes, and silver hair, with tips that transition to a striking red, enhance his strikingly handsome visage, complemented by crimson butterfly patterns at the corners of his eyes. At this moment, his tone carries an air of hostility. Yin, you still have the audacity to tease my sister? You truly do not regard me highly. Prepare yourself. Xiaoyu, tall and poised, grips the moon blade with both hands, casting a disdainful glance at Yan, who stands not far from him. Yan, since reaching level 30, you have yet to win a single match against me. And today will be no different. As an elder brother witnessing his unruly sibling teasing his sister, Xiaoyu tightened his grip on the moon blade with greater intensity. If you wish to compete, then let us do so properly, and refrain from calling me Nana. His latter words were evidently not directed at Xiaoyu, but rather at a young girl in the audience. Perhaps due to the innate gift bestowed by her martial soul, her voice bore a slightly hoarse quality, imbued with an undeniable allure that was utterly captivating. The girl bore a resemblance to Xiaoyu, her long black hair cascading carelessly down her back, and her nearly flawless visage exhibited no trace of imperfection. Her demeanor radiated a subtle, enigmatic aura, a charm derived from the unique abilities of her martial soul. Hulayina's tone was decidedly unfriendly. She harbored no fondness for this Yan. Yan's temperament mirrored that of his martial soul. Both fiery and tempestuous, while I may be fond of your sister, it does not imply that I fear you. Nana, just watch closely and witness how I will compel my uncle to submit today. The peculiar youth was named Xiaoyu, a leader of the Golden Generation and a soul master of the 45th rank. The distance between them was minimal, and Xiaoyu almost instantaneously appeared before Yan, raising the crescent blades in his hands. They were indeed two of the trio from the current generation of the Martial Soul Hall's Golden Generation. The girl, Hulayina, was the final member of this illustrious group and also Xiaoyu's sister. In his hands, Xiaoyu wielded two elegantly curved, blood-red blades resembling crescent moons, which constituted his martial soul, a top-tier offensive and agile weapon martial soul known as Moonblade. Despite suffering defeat in 33 consecutive battles, Yin had learned from each encounter. His years of experience had made him acutely aware of Xiaoyu's speed and strength. The red-haired youth was known as Yin, possessing the martial soul of the Flame Sovereign, and was also a 45th rank battle soul master. As his words trailed off, Xiaoyu's figure vanished from his position, swiftly dashing towards Yin, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. The second spirit ring beneath him illuminated just as Xiaoyu prepared to engage. The second soul skill, Granite Armor, rapidly enveloped him in a layer of gray-white granite armor, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. The first soul skill, Silvery Crescent Slash, activated as Xiaoyu's first soul ring shone, infusing his crescent blades with a silvery luminescence, reminiscent of moonlight cascading upon them. Despite his repeated victories over Yan, Xiaoyu regarded him as a formidable opponent, understanding that one must exert their utmost against an evenly matched adversary. The first soul skill, Silvery Crescent Slash, granted his martial soul an 80% armor-piercing effect. As it clashed with Yan's Flame's sovereign martial soul, a crisp sound echoed. The granite armor, forged from solid stone, began to crack under the force of the blow. However, Yan's objective was clearly achieved. His intention was to withstand Xiaoyu's explosive offensive. With his own hands, now covered in a layer of granite, he firmly grasped the crescent blade aimed at his forehead, while his third spirit ring simultaneously illuminated. The third soul skill, Hellfire. As the third soul skill was unleashed, Yan's palms, covered in granite-like texture, began to fracture, revealing dark crimson patterns that grew increasingly distinct. A layer of orange-yellow magma flowed from his hands, gradually enveloping the crescent blade wielded by Shiyue. This soul skill was far more complex than it appeared. The accumulating magma on the crescent blade surged with intensity, erupting into a searing inferno akin to flames from the depths of hell. Faced with the flames rushing towards him, Shiyue did not dare to underestimate the threat. His third soul ring activated instantaneously. The third soul skill, Moon Condensation. A silvery radiance burst forth from the crescent blade, and a phantom of a full moon coalesced behind Shiyue. The violent flames collided with a pale silver energy shield, which was interconnected with the lunar phantom behind him. A formidable force abruptly forced Shiyue's hands, which had been gripping the blade, apart, allowing him to retreat and create distance. Although Shiyue's crescent blade possessed attributes of a powerful assault, engaging in close combat with the heavily armored Yin would be unwise. Maintaining distance was the key to Shiyue's continued success against Yin. It was akin to a tense one-on-one duel in League of Legends, where your chosen champion encounters a skilled opponent. The control of distance becomes utterly captivating. The ensuing result was a delicate dance of push and pull, akin to a miraculous performance. Returning to the matter at hand, after distancing himself from Yin, Shiyue relied on his speed and agility to continuously harass his opponent. Albeit causing only minor damage, yet the humiliation was profound. After Shiyue utilized his third soul skill, Moon Condensation, to create distance, Yin anticipated this scenario. Yet, he felt a sense of frustration. His strategy was the best he could devise, but he could not breach Shiyue's third soul skill's defense. To overcome it, he would need to unleash his fourth soul skill, which could not reach Shiyue, thus entrapping him in a vicious cycle. Without a soul skill capable of encompassing the battlefield to restrict Shiyue's offensive potential, Yin would forever remain at a disadvantage. Having already endured numerous provocations and torment from Shiyue, Yin, with a temper already frayed, exclaimed impatiently, All right, I concede. Shiyue maintained an air of ease, having engaged in such battles countless times. Yin had exited his spirit possession state, his form still imposing, his once gray skin now returned to a normal bronze hue. He remained unconvinced, stating, Fighting you is truly vexing. It's always the same. Once I reach level 50, I will definitely acquire a soul skill that can restrain you. Then let us discuss it again when you reach level 50, Shiyue replied, retracting his spirit and approaching Helena, who awaited him at the edge of the arena. Upon seeing her brother descend, Helena offered him a towel she had prepared in advance. Her eyes sparkled with warmth, her voice sweet. Brother, you must be tired. Wipe your sweat. Trailing behind, Yin wore an expression of jealousy, yet he still harbored dreams of beauty as he interjected, Nana, I'm also drenched in sweat. Don't I get one? Helena's smile vanished, her tone turning cold. No, handle it yourself. Ah, how piercing are these words. Only one who loves you as deeply as I do could endlessly tolerate your audacity. Yin lamented inwardly, retrieving a solitary towel from his storage soul guide to wipe himself. Xiaoyu gazed at his sister, enraptured, rendered speechless. He knew that his sister had no fondness for sycophants. As a good brother, he had subtly hinted to Yin numerous times, yet Yan's responses remained exasperatingly simplistic. Loving someone requires sincerity and time. In light of this peculiar mindset, Xiaoyu could only let this brother of his be. Just as the three prepared to depart, a middle-aged woman clad in a silver robe, adorned with golden embroidery at her chest, approached them. She respectfully bowed before the trio and announced, Esteemed ones, the Pope summons you. Please accompany me. Chapter 78. The mission. The three of them all bowed in response, affirming their compliance, and followed the Pope's attendant. Juliana was somewhat perplexed. Why would her mentor suddenly summon the three of them? Yin also felt a twinge of confusion and directly voiced his thoughts, addressing not Juliana, the disciple of the Pope, but her brother. Xiaoyu, what do you think is the reason for His Holiness's summons? Xiaoyu shook his head. I cannot be certain, but I suspect it pertains to the upcoming elite competition for advanced soul masters across the continent. It is said that last year, our team suffered defeat at the hands of the Xingluo Royal Academy, which incensed the Pope, leading to the punishment of those participating by sending them to the Lost Canyon for training. As she spoke, Xiaoyu's voice was barely above a whisper, almost brushing against Yan's ear. The mention of the Lost Canyon sent a shiver down Yan's spine, as if a haunting memory had resurfaced. The Lost Canyon, One could only hope to encounter the living seniors there someday. After a brief moment of silent homage for those predecessors, the trio fell into a contemplative silence. The distance from the eastern city to the central spirit hall was considerable, and even with the aid of their soul power, it took them half an hour to traverse the distance. The Pope's hall was vast and majestic, its towering spire reaching into the clouds. The exterior crafted from an array of precious stones meticulously polished and assembled, with angelic motifs adorning every step. Here, angels seemed omnipresent, rendering it a sacred haven long sought after by countless soul masters. Her visage remained strikingly beautiful, a delicate chin slightly raised as she regarded the trio. Hulaina among them, who had entered the room. Had Tangyin stepped into this chamber, he would have swiftly recognized the decor as hauntingly reminiscent of the study he once shared with Bibi Dong. It was not entirely unrelated, but rather strikingly identical. Hulaina, as Bibi Dong's direct disciple, felt a surge of joy at the sight of her mentor. The silver-robed stewardess opened the door, gesturing for Hulaina and her companions to enter. Although curious about the novel furnishings, Hulaina restrained herself from being too forward in her admiration, opting to observe discreetly before her teacher. This was the Pope's private office, rarely occupied by Bibi Dong except during formal occasions. After a moment of observation, Hulaina's gaze shifted to her teacher seated at the desk, Bibi Dong. Despite Xiaoyu being the leader among them, Hulaina, as the Pope's favored disciple, took the lead in approaching Bibi Dong, and Xiaoyu found no cause for concern in this arrangement. The silver-robed stewardess stood at the threshold, knocking 3 times before respectfully awaiting a response from within. Inside the hall, soul-guiding devices illuminated the space, rendering the light indistinguishable from that of the outside day. Hulaina was aware that her teacher had recently been in seclusion for cultivation, though she was uncertain when it would conclude. This was Bibi Dong's first summon of her after emerging from her retreat. From the first step onward, every third step was flanked by knights standing sentinel. These knights stood resolutely, their long spears extending a full yard, their armor gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. The arrangement of the room was unique, diverging starkly from any decor style found on the continent. Before long, a cool voice resonated. Enter. Following the silver-robed female steward, Hulaina and her companions entered the grand hall of the Pope. Once the 3 had stepped inside, the steward gently closed the door behind them. Today, Bibi Dong was adorned in an oversized white cashmere turtleneck sweater, complemented by a black coat. Her elegant legs, encased in black silk stockings, were accentuated by a pair of high boots. The silver-robed steward exhibited no surprise as she led Hulaina and the others into a nearby small room. At that moment, the grand hall was devoid of any presence, and the Pope's throne above bore no trace of Bibi Dong. Within Bibi Dong's private domain, nothing associated with angels would ever be present. Xiaoyu and Yin maintained their heads bowed, refraining from meeting the Pope's gaze. The oppressive atmosphere hinted at an ominous turn of events. The trio bowed towards Bibi Dong, addressing her as Your Holiness, teacher. Her eyes, devoid of emotion, reflected a calmness that carried no hint of sentiment. Rise, she commanded. The next elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent is 3 years hence. As your absolute mainstay, I hope you may elevate your cultivation to the rank of Soul King. Indeed, Xiaoyu's intuition proved accurate, and Yin pondered inwardly. As the leader of the trio, Xiaoyu stepped forward to respond. We shall not disappoint your holiness's expectations. Your merits still require considerable enhancement. I have 3 relatively manageable tasks for you to undertake as a team. Understood. You may withdraw now. Laina, remain. After Xiaoyu and Yin exited the room, only Bibi Dong and her disciple Hulaina remained. At this juncture, Bibi Dong's gaze softened, and her tone lost its earlier chill. Laina, please take a seat. Bibi Dong gestured to a chair beside her, inviting Hulaina to sit. Laina, feeling less restrained, settled beside Bibi Dong, linking her arm with hers and affectionately calling out. Teacher Bibi Dong regarded Hulaina's playful demeanor with indulgence, knowing she had some matters to discuss with her. Bibi Dong picked up 3 documents from the table and handed them to Hulaina. Laina, these 3 are tasks for you 3 to accomplish. Please choose one to complete. Aware that her teacher was granting her a favor, Hulaina smiled mischievously, opting not to take the documents from Bibi Dong's hand, but instead selecting one directly from the pile. Bibi Dong offered no rebuke for this action, recognizing the importance of such team awareness at Hulaina's age. Resting her head on Bibi Dong's fragrant shoulder, a subtle scent wafted from Bibi Dong's hair. Her gaze fell upon the expansive table, where, apart from several documents, there rested a peculiar transparent cup. Its design was rather odd. crafted entirely from clear glass, featuring a cylindrical shape that tapered at the bottom and widened at the top, capped with a semicircular lid from which protruded a straw. Inside the cup was a brown liquid, interspersed with black beads resembling pearls. Hulaina, intrigued, inquired, "Teacher, what is this?" Following the direction of Hulaina's finger, Bibi Dong glanced at the cup of bubble tea adorning the table. Why not have a taste and find out? Without hesitation, Hulaina seized the cup and took a sip. The excessively sweet milk tea caused her delicate features to contort slightly. Teacher, why is it so sweet?" she asked, forcing down the drink. Bibi Dong appeared momentarily taken aback. "Sweet? Indeed, but the texture is quite pleasant. If it had less sugar, it would taste delightful," Hulaina remarked. After a brief exchange, she departed the room, clutching 3 task documents. Once Hulaina had left, Bibi Dong's expression gradually shifted to one of solitude. She picked up the cup, her crimson lips parting slightly as she bit down on the straw and gently drew in the milk tea. This was a concoction she had prepared using her memories, and though the method was identical, she could no longer savor the sweetness that once lingered in her recollections. Assuming she had merely added too little sugar, she began to add spoonfuls, yet each sip remained bitter. Chapter 79. The Shattered Tranquility as Hulaina exited the room. Her companions, Xiaoyu and Yan, who had been waiting outside, approached her eagerly. Nana, what task has the Pope assigned to us?" Yan asked, unable to contain his excitement. He found the training at the academy rather monotonous and relished tasks that allowed him to earn merit. Xiaoyu, however, bore a more tempered demeanor. He regarded his sister with a cool, gentle tone, a reflection of his character. "Sister, the Pope must have entrusted you with the task documents. Let us allocate them." Noticing the 3 unsealed files in Hulaina's hands, he continued. While the tasks assigned by the Pope posed minimal danger, they still carried certain risks. Xiaoyu intended to select the least perilous task for his sister, allowing himself and Yin to undertake the other 2. In terms of rank, Hulaina was the youngest and possessed the lowest soul power among the trio, merely at level 43. Personally, as her brother, he wished to shield her from excessive danger. As for Yin, it was needless to say that he would never permit Mei Yong'ong to come to harm. Hulaina had already anticipated Xiaoyu's intentions. She extended the 2 task documents in her right hand towards him, expressing her mild discontent. "I knew you would want me to take on the easiest task." As she spoke, she gently shook another task dossier in her hand. Once, Hulaina had encountered several female soul masters rescued from the lair of the wolf bandits. Their horrific conditions were beyond description, leaving a significant psychological scar upon her. "I have made my choice. You 2 can discuss it amongst yourselves." As she concluded, Hulaina's expression turned grave. The general content of the document revealed that in the southwestern region of the Fasnuo province of the Tiando Empire, there was a pack of wolf bandits numbering between 10 to 20, and it was hoped that the higher-ups would dispatch a small team to eliminate this threat before spring. What are a few wolf bandits to me? I am already at level 43. Should I fear these beasts? Besides, there is a support team from the Spirit Hall. Wolf bandits have a particular penchant for female soul masters, as their bodies are more resilient, capable of withstanding the bandits' brutality. To prevent female soul masters from resorting to suicide, these bandits would cripple their cultivation before capturing them, severing all their meridians, rendering them akin to invalids. They possess an intelligence surpassing that of spirit beasts, yet they are cruel and bloodthirsty, annihilating male humans to satisfy their hunger. The plight of females is even more harrowing. They are not only used as tools for the bandits' desires but are also forced to bear offspring, only to be tormented to death by the very creatures they birthed. Becoming the first meal for the newborn wolf bandits, Xiaoyu unceremoniously slapped the dossier onto Yan's face, exclaiming with irritation, "Stop looking. My sister will never take a liking to you." After leaving the grand hall and returning to her chamber, Hulaina finally opened her task dossier and began to read it meticulously. With that, she dashed away, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette. Yin stood there, utterly mesmerized. Indeed, she was the sister he admired, so adorable. His tone shifted playfully. "Humph, this time I shall not let you succeed. Wolf bandits are a half-human, half-beast race birthed from the mating of the nether wolf and human female soul masters. Almost all wolf bandits are male. A race without females can only perpetuate itself by abducting human women to breed." However, having accepted this mission, she would not seek counsel from Xiaoyu and the others. She was determined to grow without the protection of her brother and that somewhat bothersome individual. In the second month of his arrival in the Holy Soul Village, Tang Yin once again witnessed a fragment of memory shared with Bibi Dong, beginning with the confession that night and concluding with the birth of their first child. After reading, Tang Yin felt as though something within him had shattered, though he could not discern what it was, nor did he find it necessary to understand. Days passed in this manner until one evening. As was customary, Zhu Zhuyun pushed Tang Yin towards the tranquil hills behind Shenghan village for a respite, while Lei Yin remained at home, providing solitude for the two young souls. The night in the hills was serene and tranquil. Moonlight filtered through sparse clouds, casting a silvery glow upon the winding path, creating a halo of luminescence. It was late autumn, on the verge of winter, and the villagers of Shenghan, who were accustomed to rising with the sun and retiring at dusk, ventured out even less as the weather turned colder, rendering the night devoid of any outsiders. Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyun were distinctly different. As soul masters, the weather's impact on them was virtually negligible. The two sat side by side on a hillside adorned with blue silver grass, a gentle breeze caressing their cheeks. They exchanged no words, instead relishing a moment of tranquility. Zhu Zhuyun's meticulous care for Tang Yin did not go unnoticed. She had once been the young lady of a ducal mansion. Despite her fate being beyond her control, she had never engaged in menial tasks such as laundry or cooking, having been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood. Nevertheless, she bore no resentment, finding immense joy in their nightly strolls together. Much like this evening, they would sit side by side, savoring each other's presence. On rainy days, they were confined indoors, listening to the soothing sound of raindrops tapping against the window. This silent companionship was akin to nourishing dew, subtly enriching the earth. Yet, beauty is seldom everlasting. As the two prepared to depart that evening, Tang Yin suddenly froze. It was eerily silent. Even the winter wilderness should not be this quiet. Sensing the change in Tang Yin's expression, Zhu Zhuyun also became aware of the unsettling atmosphere surrounding them. A rustling sound emerged from the dark thicket behind them, and Tang Yin immediately became alert, his left eye, the eye of the Xieji, glowing with intensity. The darkness could no longer obscure his vision, rendering everything clear before him. A young girl with long black hair, strikingly beautiful, was supporting a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, a soul master, as they approached. The expression on the girl's face revealed her panic, and behind her, something terrifying seemed to be in pursuit. Tang Yin's gaze penetrated deeper, revealing dozens of pairs of emerald eyes within his line of sight. The half-wolf, half-human figures swiftly identified themselves as the marauding wolves in pursuit of the two individuals. Tang Yin clenched his right hand, grasping the fateful spear, as the 4 soul rings of purple and black rose beneath his feet. Following the reception of the second segment of memories, the seals binding Tang Yin shattered. Zishi watched in awe as the essence of Tang Yin merged with him. Yet despite the tranquility of recent days, an undercurrent of unease lingered in Zishi's heart. She had cautioned Tang Yin, urging him to refrain from wielding his soul power unless absolutely necessary. Tang Yin acquiesced to Zishi's request, albeit under circumstances of utmost necessity, for he could not stand idly by and watch someone perish. Chapter 80. The wolf bandits who Laina had not anticipated that her mission would encounter such unforeseen complications. Within her small contingent, aside from herself, there were 3 soul masters of the soul sect and 1 soul king. Under normal circumstances, this configuration of 5 individuals should have been more than sufficient to handle a band of fewer than 20 wolf bandits. The leader of such a diminutive band would not possess a soul beast strength exceeding 10,000 years. However, contrary to expectations, they had indeed stumbled upon an anomaly. Having acquired the latest intelligence on the wolf bandits from the Martial Soul Hall in the Fasnuo province, they discovered signs of the bandits' activities in a gorge. Yet no actual traces of the bandits themselves were found. This defied logic, as wolf bandits typically seek a secure refuge to weather the winter. Emerging in full force come spring. Evidently, this gorge was intended to be their gathering point. As the team pondered this perplexity, a weaker soul master suddenly succumbed to a fatal cerebral hemorrhage. As a mental-type control soul master, Hulaina immediately discerned that this was the result of a psychic assault. The existence of such a potent mental attack could only indicate that the leader of the wolf bandits had undergone a mutation, acquiring the means of mental aggression, and their strength was undoubtedly beyond that of 10,000 years. However, it was too late to react. From above the gorge, a dozen figures leapt down, descending upon the remaining 4 members of the team. The wolf bandits primarily targeted male soul masters, employing a strategy of delay against Hulaina and another female soul master. The leading soul king, aware of Hu Laiina's identity and with family residing in the martial Soul City, was determined to ensure her safety at all costs. Tang Yin offered little explanation, utilizing the life energy within fate to extend the life of the severely injured female Soul Master. Ensuring she would not perish in the short term, Tang Yin then directed all his attention towards the thicket from which Hu Laiina had previously fled. During this time, the female Soul Master repeatedly implored Hu Laiina to abandon her, believing that doing so would enhance Hu Laiina's chances of survival. Ahead of them, as they were about to exit the forest, they seemed to glimpse two shadowy figures. The leading wolf thief was indeed distinct from the others. Not only was its size significantly larger, but its head, covered in dark gray fur, appeared alarmingly disproportionate to its massive body. With a resolute acceptance of death, this Soul King fought fiercely against the wolf thief leader while carving a path of blood for Hu Laiina, who, alongside the female Soul Master, sought to break through, prepared to sacrifice herself if necessary. 16 pairs of green lights manifested first, revealing the infamous wolf thieves of the continent. The distance between the dozen or so wolf thieves and the two women continued to shrink, prompting the female Soul Master to plead once more, "Your Highness, let me go. I can handle this myself. It will spare me the pain." The woman beside her, likely of similar age and also a Soul Master, possessed soul rings of a much more ordinary hue. Hu Laiina merely urged them to run faster without slowing her pace. At that moment, Hu Laiina noticed that the man had activated his martial soul, which took the form of a brownish long spear, suggesting he was a Soul Master himself. However, Hu Laiina resolutely refused. Abandoning the female Soul Master before her would inevitably lead to a tragic end for her. She scrutinized their faces closely. In her frantic escape, Hu Laiina was acutely aware of her own depleting soul power, yet breathless, she could only utter 2 words to the female Soul Master: "Be quiet." It was then that Hu Laiina turned to the Soul Master she was supporting, whose pallid complexion betrayed her critical state. Devoid of color, her facial muscles twitched, and her eyelids grew heavy, burdened by the excessive loss of blood, teetering on the brink of death. The indistinct figures before them became clearer with each step closer. In her flight, the female Soul Master had been clawed by a pursuing wolf thief, leaving 3 deep gashes on her leg that bled profusely. The man spoke, his voice chilling, "The person beside you won't last much longer." For perplexing soul rings of purple and black appeared beneath his feet. Noticing her slowing pace, Hu Laiina hoisted the female Soul Master up, resting her arm upon her shoulder, and fled with her. Suddenly, Hu Laiina's eyes widened in disbelief. Her beautiful gaze filled with incredulity, suspecting that her extensive soul power depletion had induced a hallucination. Before her stood a man and a woman. The man wore a silver, form-fitting robe and had striking white hair, his handsome visage unparalleled, even surpassing that of her brother Xiaoyu. The woman, clad in black, possessed a graceful figure and shoulder-length hair, exuding a lively and delicate charm. Tang Yin immediately discerned that the wolf bandit leader before him had undergone a peculiar transformation, the result of some fortuitous encounter that had caused a distortion in his mental prowess, rendering him extraordinarily powerful. Tang Yin discovered a bleeding wound on the chest of the wolf bandit leader, a gash evidently inflicted by a sharp weapon, indicative of a prior battle. His conjecture proved accurate. This injury had been wrought by the Spirit King who valiantly fought his way through to secure a path for Hu Laiina, the wolf bandit leader. Upon encountering 2 new prey, one a potential meal and the other a breeding vessel, realized that 3 such vessels would suffice to augment the tribe with 3 newborns. Moreover, this particular morsel before him was distinct from the previous 3. Its aroma was utterly tantalizing. The wolf bandit leader inhaled deeply, saliva, mingling with blood and flesh. Trickling from the corners of his mouth, his insatiable greed ignited to its zenith. Tang Yin was in no mood to regard the ambiguous gaze of the wolf bandit. With the 1st, 2nd, and 4th soul rings illuminating simultaneously beneath his feet, he surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. He left behind a solitary command directed at Zhu Zhuyun: "Go and incapacitate that individual." At that moment, the female Soul Master accompanying Hu Laiina had already succumbed to unconsciousness. It was evident who needed to be subdued. In a swift motion, Zhu Zhuyun positioned herself behind Hu Laiina, and before the latter could react, she struck the back of Hu Laiina's neck with her hand, rendering her suddenly unaware and causing her to collapse stiffly. The colorful sacred domain unfolded instantaneously, as numerous divine dragon trees surged toward the wolf bandits behind their leader, while Tang Yin, invigorated by the activation of his swift dragon strike, charged directly at the wolf bandit chief. Countless radiant hues dazzled brilliantly, nearly illuminating the pitch-black sky. Zhu Zhuyun squinted her eyes, slightly disoriented by the blinding brilliance. This was her first experience witnessing Tang Yin unleash his full power, stirring a sense of admiration within her. What a formidable young man he is. The divine dragon trees manifested only 15 phantoms, corresponding to the 15 ordinary wolf bandits. The bandits, realizing Tang Yin's assault, instinctively sought to evade. But the constraining effect of the colorful sacred domain diminished their speed, and the divine dragon trees ensnared them one by one. As for the wolf bandit chief, Tang Yin deemed his first soul skill ineffective against such an opponent. Thus it was not included in his strategy. Upon recognizing that Tang Yin had targeted him, the wolf bandit chief's green pupils brightened intensely, and a green mental force coalesced in the air, forming a terrifying specter aimed to eliminate Tang Yin in a single blow. Yet, it appeared unaware of the trump card Tang Yin possessed. Before the mental force could reach him, it was illuminated by the ultimate light of justice, gradually dissipating inch by inch, akin to a fragile sheet of paper, easily torn asunder. The wolf bandit chief's eyes, no larger than mung beans, widened in disbelief. Its invincible killing move failed to affect this prey in the slightest. Had Hulaina still been conscious, as a spirit-type control soul master, she would have surely recognized the terrifying nature of Tang Yin's mental prowess. The distance between man and beast rapidly closed. The tip of Fate's spear aimed squarely at the wolf bandit's waist. Though the wolf bandit had evolved to exhibit human characteristics, it retained many canine traits, with its waist still being the most vulnerable part of its physique. The wolf bandit chief, rich in combat experience, quickly discerned Tang Yin's intentions. With a flash of movement, it did not retreat but advanced instead, its forepaws, as hard as iron, lunging forward to seize the destiny that threatened it. One must not be deceived by the wolf bandit chief's innate talents. While its mental strength was formidable, its physical form was equally robust. As the two were on the verge of collision, Tang Yin's fourth soul skill was unleashed once more, sweeping past the leader of the wolf bandits, targeting instead the minions ensnared behind. Understanding the strategy of eliminating the smaller foes before confronting the boss, Tang Yin deftly commanded the entwining vines of the divine dragonwood to constrict instantaneously, compressing the muscle and bone of the captured bandits with a sound that echoed their unbearable strain. The wolf bandits cried out in unison, their grotesque faces contorted in expressions of agony. Witnessing their torment, the compassionate Tang Yin advanced, weapon in hand, relying on his speed to liberate them from their suffering. The leader of the wolf bandits, realizing that Tang Yin's focus was not on him, abruptly turned to witness the demise of his beloved subordinates, one by one, returning to the embrace of the earth. His eyes widened in fury, tears of blood streaming down his cheeks. His tribe was no more, now left as a solitary commander. His sole purpose was to vanquish the one who had annihilated his entire clan, to consume his flesh and blood, and subsequently to cultivate new offspring from those three progenitors. In that moment, the speed of the wolf bandit leader surged, though under the suppression of the seven-colored sacred domain, it paled in comparison to Tang Yin's fourth soul skill. Yet it could still be described as swift as the wind. Tang Yin stood resolutely before his fate, bracing himself against the initial onslaught of the wolf bandit leader. Astonished by the swiftness of his adversary, the two engaged in several fierce clashes, sparks flying as steel claws scraped against destiny. Once more, the bandit leader leapt high, his claws descending toward Tang Yin's head. This time, destiny shattered upon contact, leaving the wolf's claws unimpeded, their sharp tips drawing ever closer to Tang Yin's brow. The bandit leader envisioned his claws effortlessly slicing through the man's skull, anticipating the gruesome sound of flesh tearing. At this alarming sight, Zhu Zhuyun was momentarily struck with terror. Her most powerful fourth soul ring illuminated, ready to assist Tang Yin. Yet, just as her soul skill was about to be unleashed, she noticed the corners of Tang Yin's mouth curve upward. He was smiling. Centered around Tang Yin, the world transformed into shades of black and white. Just as the wolf bandit leader's claws were about to make contact with Tang Yin's forehead, they suddenly froze. Along with the lewd expression of triumph on the bandit leader's face, even the drool suspended in midair. Tang Yin retracted his empty right hand, and the third deep purple soul ring beneath his feet began to glow. The once vanished fate transformed into a myriad of flowing lights, piercing the body of the wolf bandit leader, blood splattering forth, yet the side closer to Tang Yin was momentarily frozen in place. Zhu Zhuyun's mouth fell agape. She had never witnessed such a technique before. She was certain that this was neither Tang Yin's soul skill nor a soul bone, leaving only one possibility, a self-created soul skill. With a snap of his fingers, Tang Yin restored the surrounding world from monochrome to vibrant hues, and the leader of the wolf bandits regained its mobility. The expression on its face contorted in agony as its body was propelled backward with force. Confusion enveloped it. Moments ago, success seemed imminent, yet now it found itself gravely injured. This marked Tang Yin's inaugural application of his mastery over eternity in a real combat scenario. And the results were unexpectedly favorable, promising a potent technique for future use. Time was of the essence as Tang Yin advanced toward it, the wolf bandit leader. In a state of desperation, conceived its sole means of salvation. The food appeared to be linked with the dark-clad progenitor, and seizing her might yield a flicker of hope for survival. In its near-death condition, the wolf bandit leader's intellect rivaled that of an adult, allowing it to glimpse a slender opportunity for escape. With its battered form, it lunged with all its might toward Zhu Zhuyun. Witnessing Tang Yin's remarkable prowess, Zhu Zhuyun understood that to stand alongside him, she must closely follow in his wake, for one of his exceptional caliber must not be left unattended.